Chapter 1 Rebirth. Thretha Sandir Sego, Thien Tar Tianwu Continent Twazen Gulf Fedin Ani Arthshittering War, where a Maitai practitioner unleashed their powers against stun adversaries, battling from the outer celestial realms down a Theveri Hartov Tianwu. This conflict was extraordinarily fierce, resulting in the fall of numerous great beings sanshittering the continent into ferments, separating the five great domains with ochism fled with an oreo fanahilation. Inio nu hodered tost pintathiza biswood beswept away be cataclysmisterges, reduced tomardist. Yet, this abyss is gradually fitting away. Subsequently, this segment tof historicimid to have been erased, with online fuligasius from the derarten and Ghana record. In the eastern domain, Thretha Sandy Earslater, Amateur streaked across Hesky, marking the territory of the Great Hui dynasty. 500 years prior, Chaius reigned across the land, with Harrow Esrasing gone vine for dominance, as various lords clashed in battle, the flames so for spreading throughout Hanina provinces. It was not until Themerjitsiof the founding emperor of the Great Hui, Emperor Weihudi, who, with unparalleled martial prowess, swiftly quelled Thettermoil, unifying the Nina provinces and establishing the Great Hui dynasty. Qingzhou, located in southern region of the Nina provinces, boasts a pleasant climate and abundant resources, ranking among Themer prosperous areas within the realm. Qingyun Prefecture, Asmal village near Qingyang City. In known household, Ammon in his 30s based anxiously outside the door, displaying signs of extreme nervousness on Johnny's. Beside him stood a burly figure, taciturniate imposing. That wabari certain resemblance, suggesting they were brothers, thought a disparity in their stat was striking. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a loud Kriavenu bornichode from within the house. That will exchanged a glance, both ex-Halinge and relief. That tight lie-shut door swung open, and timid wife emerged, cradling the infant in her arms, her face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "It's a boy! It's a boy! It's a boy! Marvelous! Is I am all right? Zyomais fine shesmero yabatweek." In shortshursi of ample nourishment during this time, Themid waf advised. Nodding, Qinyangzing tunai the infant from Themid wife's arms, carefully inspecting him. "Ha ha, it's Sason. Ha ha, brother. Look, it's a boy." The Qin family has in hair. Qinyangzing's face sues a picture of excitement, yet he held the baby with utmost care. Theber Limon beside Heimel so broke into heart of laughter, his face irradiating contentment. "Second brother, have you decide to na name for thee child?" the strongman inquired. "Elder brother, a muncher. You're well versed what Dante name him?" Qinyangzing replied. Theber Limon pondered for a moment, then said, "There is Sam mountain range near Benon Nash Qingzhou mountains. Let's name him Chunqingshan, hoping a gross rubba stand strong." "Then it shall Chunqingshan," Qinyangzing declared. Laughter filled theer, yet within them and doff Chunqingshan. A sense of bewilderment prevailed as large, round is surveyed Heisen familiar environment. "Chunqingshan? Both a tisma name. Am I dreaming? Wadi shappening? This feels surreal." Qingqingshan distinct lie remembered returning a meth from worth the previous night, having taken a shower and lying in bed, ingrosset in a novel. As Saint-Commerce practitioner, Hespent Mustaf fistamiciate this computer, with little social interaction. Last night, had a pina day trending short video, watching a live stream titled listening to springs and evaluating treasures, whereat the familiar opening tune played as the host said, "Goned reflect in your hots first." He was thoroughly captivated, waiting in line to hointy conversation, eager to have a the antique tower he found in the market evaluated. Themament Heladicent the tower. Heffeltan indescribable connection, Asifitex you dead the depth of a story, exquisitely designed, and had spent hundreds of wraith. Then, he fell asleep. Upon waking, Hef found himself transformed into a newborn. Once confirmed the Thea Trilla been reborn, a mix of emotions flooded Isharta Sheramin Asida boot everything from Blue Star, including the Antique Tower had purchased, which he had no Tevin hated chance to evaluate yet. Feature girls from his social media collection were now where to be found, and a ponderative university his most cherished from Limmenbergsage. These thoughts brought forth a wave of despondent science around. Amidst these missings, a clear voice appeared through his reverie. A little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, asked, "Father, is this my little brother?" Looking around, Qingqingshan wondered if these were reskin in this new life. Their clothing styles were evidently not from the modern era had Hetrila traversed an ancient world. At that moment, Qingqingshan shouted, "Why are you here too?" Inside Demihead. You can't be theories and form Rebirth, can you? Speak tome, damn it. His family, unable to comprehend the babbling Goth the infant, mistakenly believed Pthalidionu was expressing blight. After Abitov commotion, Chin Kingshan felt an overwhelming fatigue was shoverhum, and is succumbed to sleep Hansmarie. As she drifted off, a vision materialized in his mind and entiered, intricately designed ancient tower, emitting a faint glow. Indeed, it was the very tower had bought from the market. The own longed to have evaluate the thad to be significant in auto enter his mind out couldn't it open? Chin Kingshan was convinced it was Thicos of Aeus Rebirth. However, no matter how well doubt, there was no response. 10 years later, Chin Kingshan had grown significantly, no longer confined to the household, and began to explore this strange in a world. In his early years, had to behave like yet typical child, which had stifled him, for in this feudal society, particular lyra laris, children haku dread 3e or composed patriot 6 were refen viewed as possessed by demons, shito being seen as a minster. The most decasperating aspect of the past decade was the tower in his mind, which remained and responsive as a statue, indifferent to his presence. Had treated vir conceivable method to engage it, yet there was some indication of life. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the belief that Taitu Dunde awaken. Chin Kingshan had leaned the basic circumstance saw his existence. Heresided in the Great Wei dynasty, which boasted a story of over 500 years, divided into provinces. Helaviden Qingzhou, near Qingyun County, in as Malvalajek-Lacido Qingyang City. These world wasps lie large earth and blue star, with many individuals never leaving their village circounties throughout her lives. Qinjiakan, where he lived, had a population of over 20,000, making guide relativismal. However, due to its proximity to the resourcer Qingzhou Mountains, the village enjoyed a better quality of life. Mustaf this knowledge had been imparted Himbi Chanchiotsai, a local Shalerho had studied in his out hand revealed extensively, earning the villagers' respect as Chanchiotsai. Chin Kingshan's family consisted of 4 members: his father, Chin Yongxing, his mother, Li Xiami, and his sister, Chin Xiaoling. Both parents swarmers, toiling in the fields, while occasionally, his mother and sister engaged in handicrafts to supplement the family income. Hilso Hadenkel, Chen Yongan, how was a hunter in the village, with a robust physique and a towering height of 1.85 meters, surpassing his father be ahead. His spot away Savimari impressive at hand thado for fitness enthusiast from his past life. Uncletrita theirfamily well, often bringing meat from his shunting trips. Haramain done married and childless, treating Chin Kingshan ashasoned. Chin Kingshan sinzet the T-Sinkle way is extraordinary, for the Ruisan and spoken authority about. Himthitins to let up profound self-respect. Chapter 2 The First Whisper Soft Martial Arts. The next morning, Chin Yangzing Grozy ear lighted Tinto the fields, while his mother and sister busied themselves with needlework. After consuming 2 steamed bun sandanig, Chin Kingshan announced, "Mother, sister, am off to find a catastrophe," and rushed out. His shamu was situated deeper within the village, near the mountain sense edge. He followed the country row at Tothi Homiof Chinzayukayat the village rants. There was a small courtyard of his residence, shaded by a grand lacustrine, providing a cool refuge from the summer heat. Instead were 3 modish rooms, the leftmost rooms are dasses simply elegant study, adorned with severe calligraphic work sand paintings, with books scattered across the table. At that moment, a dazing kildrinof similarage had jathered. "Xiaowu, Huzi, you're here too," Chin Kingshan exclaimed, recognizing twackled hood friends. Xiaowu, named Chin Wu, was the 5th child in his family, with 3 otter sister and an elder brother, making him the youngest. His father was a herbalist in the village, often venturing into the mountains, and he had learned some herbach knowledge from his father. He was known for his cleverness on quick wit. Huzi, named Chin Hu, was an only child, with a fatherinown at a sabutran in nearby village. Having grown up with an abundance of meat, he was to tundra bust, a bit more resolute than his peers. Chin Hu remarked, "My old man dragged me out off bidot dawn, insisting I come here to learn more characters from Chinchiotsai. On the way, a passage be Xiao was Xiao and brought him along. Every time we come to a case class, I tend to Zif. Xiao chuckled softly, if I don't pay attention in class, Chinzayuka will scaldia. At least Qingshan is smart and quickly." Chin Kingshan smiled, thinking to himself, having been exposed to Eldhoff knowledge during the information explosion era in Blue Star, is should have no trouble here. Chin halored his shade inside, saying, There is no help for it, my mind, Simplius and Tas Harpa's brother King Shan's brother Ching Shan. Why don't you let Chen Zayuke share some stories later? Yador listening to his tales. Chen King Shan readily agreed. In this realm, the language was fundamentally akin ta his previous life, his purposing calming heroes not sololito pers literacy. Each team after Chen Zayuke included dislistens, huge regala them with stories from the outside world. At times, huge feines and zaflonging and curiosity, subtly probing Chen Zayuke for information about these world. Amidst Hekataran play full benturof to dozen orsa children, the door of the central room creaked open, revealing a man of approximately 37 or 30 years, slender in build. Adorned in a pristine white chalers robe, with thaniately trimmed bird, ha presented a remark of blighted appearance that exuded vitality. As per Therasul routine, Chen Zayuke approached theshe doft he largla custody, a book in hand, redito commenced today's listen. Of course, it was not comparable to Theperviti Academia synthesity hemerly taught some rudimentary concept sanover charged fee. Nevertheless, village apparents woo often bestow gifts during festival say satoknov gratitude. Time flew by, and as Chen Zayuke stood up, he announced, "All right, that will bell for today. You may now return home inno, we shall continue next time." With a wavy fish and, Hazine led forever yon to disperse. Teacher, could you share with us a story from the Sid world today? Chen Kingshan respectfully inquired. We wish to Harris well, chimed in the other little companions. Chen Zayuke acquiesced, very well, since you are journalistin, is shall indulge. When I sito tosted you to your sago, a livid inching young city for a time. Thought he city lord held considerable power, the various familia sand factions with inching young city wherein a trifles. For ordinary people, Lai fuis relentless toiletois and Libby Beckaminga martial artists that tonus status scood significantly elevate. Intrigued, Chen Kingshan asked, "Sir, what exactly is a martial artist?" A martial artistus anuho has trained in martial arts and achieved notable success the Irine credibly formidable. Ordinary individuals surround or powerless against them. Some martial artists possess the strength to lift cauldrons or tear apart or sand leopards. They can even leap distance off several dozen meters bound. Up in hearing this, a wavy fa swept over the children, including Chunching Shan. Chen Zayuke continued, "This refers to themostordinary of martial artists. Ye have heard that the mightiest among Themerican terrestrial deities. They can soar through Heskies, shatter mountains with their fists, and boil the oceans." At this point, Chen Kingshan was utterly bewildered. Initially, he had thought he had been reborn into a world of martial arts, but as the narrative unfolded, Hezen said something amiss. Thessine saw powerful fighters clashing, cleaving mountains apart and causing earth to quake, conjured images of human-shaped nuclear weapons mortals standing upper with gods. Huassertano thighs weighs indeed a world of high martial arts. In that moment, Chen Kingshan could no longer maintain his composure. The ancient world was perilous, fraught with the risk of bandai trying to win village massacres. In a high martial world, bandits would undoubted libo martial artists themselves. Hefir read the misfortune that might befall them twa powerful martial artists engaged in combating RB could unleash shockwaves to the foe obliterate. In a realm where personal prowess dictated survival, ordinary folk were not different from lambs awaiting slaughter. A profound sense of crisis and earning stirred within him. How long had Toby Comey martial art to stand wield great power? With a fast full of aspiration, Chen Kingshan asked, "Teacher, do you know why becomes a martial artist?" Chen Zayuke's expression turned awkward after all. He was merely asking, "How could he possibly know? Your uncle's a martial artist, Twizik, knowledge from afar? My uncle's a martial artist?" Chen Kingshan fell into contemplation. Initially, he had not given much thought to this family were ordinary farmers, and disincle was merely a common hunter with slight limiter skills. It was typical 400 senescent time messed up possess robust physiques. However, after hearing Chen Zayuke's words, he began to reflect in Hesinkle's prowess. Harry called the Tesinkle student impressiviato phone 185 centimeters, with a powerful build and formidable arms, exuding a fire sura. There amu Saturned with the pelt soft large animals, including bears and tigers, and he could have hunt wild boars. It dawned on him that such fierce beasts were not typically hunted by an ordinary hunter, perhaps Hesinkle truly was a martial artist. According to Hesinkle had ventured due Tathia Ga 50 and Andra turned after yourself wandering. What the experience said during those years remained a mystery, but it was tain't hair worried to tell. Brother Ching Shan, your uncle truly a martial artist? Have AOL learned martial arts from him? Can you teach him? I wish to become martial artist as well. Being a martial artist is so impressive, and surely, once Eon becomes a martial artist, finding guy if you will but not trouble. Chun Huskra the Shadand exclaimed. Chin Munir Beal so cast a longing gaze. Face said with his twackled hood companions, Chin Kingshan replied helplessly, I haven feared mifamil your my unclementant the theis a martial artist. When I go home, I will ask him. If it's true, I will certain like a both. Up in hearing this, Chan Huan Chun was face ses latup with excitement. Chin Kingshan hurried lim made his way to Hisinkel Shom, which was adjacent to his own. Upon arriving, Hef and Hisinkel, Chen Yongan, in Thiar dealing with the small game he had caught thought morning while hunting in the mountains. Breathless from his haste, Chin Kingshan called out, Uncle, Ario back from hunting? Uncle Chinyongan looked at Chin Kingshan with a doubting expression. Little Chingshan, what's the matter? Why are you in Sukarish? Comesit Donandrist. Im nodded, Uncle I heard about martial artists front as I today. Hes said martial artists are very powerful and mentioned, thought he were say a martial artist. Is the true? Hethan relayed the story Chin Zayuke had told. He's as fled with anticipation as they gazed at Uncle Chinyonga. Uncle Chinyongan's calm gaze flickered with thought. Indeed, martial artists do exist. Hariful Chin Kingshan share, observing the boy's longing and aspirations, and laughed heartily. Little Chingshan, if I wish to become a martial artist, I can't ache you, who titus a path fraught with hardship. Up in hearing this, Chin Kingshan CS sparkled with excitement. Tasha declared, Uncle, I am not afraid of hardship when to become a martial artist. His expression was resolute. You're the male descendant of Chin family. He had initially hoped Dio would lead a simple lift Marian Gondrazing a family, avoiding the peril soft tea martial world. However, these world das become a chaotic without semi-martial prowess, survival is indeed difficult. Well, you havery chet hedgesuitable for training in martial arts. Come over tomorrow to begin your lessons. That's wonderful, Uncle. What do you mean bethworld being chaotic? Chin Kingshan inquired. Uncle Chinyongan began to explain that it turned out that the way dynasty Haydex is stead for over 500 years, and during this time, that dynasty had grown increasing decrepit. Recent events shade accelerate its decline. The current temporal Rhine dulgidine extravagance, revel in gin pleasure resindle kamayan pursuit of immortality, while a corrupt officialese ran rampant, imposing heavy taxi san labyrinth the common folk, making lefunburable. Daily, there were rare revolts and uprisings. The imperial authority had weakened considerably, and Chea had begun to spread across Tirol, even affecting Qingzhou. Up in hearing this, Chin Kingshan's resolved to learn martial arts grew even stronger. In his previous life, it was the common people who suffered during the decline of all dynasties. On libyoning his skills could he better protect this family. Thurum though this family's love made him cherish this akin chance at life even more. Uncle, you will diligently practice martial arts, and in behave master at it. I will protect me family. Chin Kingshan vowed earnestly. Uncle Chinyongan burst into hearty laughter, clearly pleased. Very well, when little Kingshan grows up, he shall protect us. Chapter 3. The Realm of Cultivation and Martial Arts. Upon returning home, Chen Qingshan excitedly informed his family that he would be training with his uncle the following day. His mother retrieved 2 sets of black training attire from the cupboard, indicating that his uncle had evidently already conferred with the family. With a smile, she remarked, "This is what you will wear during your training." His sister teasingly added, "Little brother has grown up. Once you master your skills, you must protect the family." The household resonated with laughter and joy as the night deepened. Qingshan lay in bed, his mind swirling with thoughts, unable to find tranquility. He even began to fantasize before eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Qingshan could hardly contain his excitement and, after breakfast, eagerly announced to his family, "I'm off to find my uncle." Stepping into the courtyard, he found his uncle, Chen Yong'an, already waiting. With a robust physique and a gentle smile, he resembled a towering mountain. "Little Qingshan, you have arrived. Today, I shall explain to you the divisions of a martial artist's realms, followed by your training." Qingshan nodded attentively. Uncle Chen Yong'an began his exposition. The initial realm for martial arts beginners is the strength training stage. This is a foundational phase, requiring the expenditure of time to cultivate strength. One must possess a lifting capacity of 200 pounds in both arms to enter this stage. It is not about explosive power, but rather genuine strength. Otherwise, the threshold would be too low. As even a farmer can achieve a brief burst of strength to lift 100 pounds. Inwardly, Qing Shan mused. Reaching 200 pounds in arm strength is no trivial feat. Many professional boxers and strongmen from my previous life could not attain such a standard. Their power was merely temporary, and of course, some individuals endowed with innate strength or disciples of powerful sects could cultivate from birth, utilizing rare herbs and elixirs to surpass others' innate potential, bypassing this process altogether. Uncle Qin Yong'an continued. Chen Qingshan found this entirely reasonable, as he had read numerous novels in his past life where the fortunate protagonists possessed extraordinary talents, such as divine physiques, or were the offspring of celestial sect leaders. Indulging in rare resources, nevertheless, he remained focused and attentive. The subsequent realms include skin training, muscle training, and bone forging, collectively referred to as external cultivation. Uncle Yong'an's voice pulled Qingshan back to the present. Skin training involves honing the resilience and impact resistance of the skin. When ordinary blades can no longer pierce the skin, one has achieved mastery in skin training and may progress to muscle training. Muscle training is the refinement of 36 tendons, consisting of 12 major tendons and 24 minor ones. Each refined tendon increases one's strength. Upon completing muscle training, one advances to bone forging, which entails refining the body's 206 bones, including the notoriously challenging cranial bones, as this process is fraught with peril. Qingshan diligently noted these details, contemplating. Skin training enhances resistance to blows, muscle training boosts explosive power, and bone forging enables the body to withstand this newfound strength. External cultivation requires sufficient vitality. Without it, failure is likely. Thus, the saying goes, the rich cultivate martial prowess while the poor engage in literature. Uncle Qin Yong'an's tone turned serious as he concluded the discussion on external cultivation. Transitioning to the realms of internal cultivation. The marrow washing realm involves refining one's bone marrow, eliminating impurities to achieve purity akin to that of a newborn, allowing one to retain vitality without deterioration. Even in one's advanced years, one may retain a youthful visage and vigor, potentially living well over 100 years in this ancient world. The average lifespan hovers around 60, making a centenarian quite rare. The following realm is the Qi barrier realm, where an energy manifests within, taking shape and extending outward as Qi. This energy can strike targets dozens of meters away with immense destructive power. Certain specialized techniques can further enhance this Qi, creating a protective barrier that significantly augments defense and speed. Achieving the Qi barrier realm designates one as a mid-tier expert within a state. Uncle, are there other realms? Chen Qingshan inquired with curiosity, noting that the Qi barrier realm did not seem to align with the formidable characteristics described by Chen Xiuzai, who spoke of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Beyond the Qi barrier realm lies the divine ability realm, his uncle replied, his eyes gleaming with yearning. This realm transcends the mundane, enabling one to traverse the void. Those who reach the divine ability realm can live for 300 years, akin to celestial beings. Typically, individuals who attain this realm are leaders of great families or powerful factions, capable of shaking an entire province with a stamp of their foot. Moreover, there exists the Dharma form realm, which grants an extraordinary lifespan of 800 years, positioning one as the pinnacle of humanity, observing the rise and fall of dynasties from above. Chen Qingshan was left astonished, grappling with the incredibility of it all. Having previously only encountered such concepts in novels, hearing them articulated so vividly left him in awe. 800 years. The realms from skin training to marrow washing are unified as the postnatal realms, where one has not yet birthed Qi and relies solely on physical combat. In the skin training realm, one's total strength ranges from 500 to 1,000 pounds. Upon breaking through muscle training, one can achieve 3,000 pounds, potentially reaching 8,000. Following bone forging, one could attain the staggering strength of 10,000 pounds, with each significant breakthrough yielding exponential growth and power. Enough, little Qingshan, do not reach too high too quickly. Uncle's voice served as a clarion call, snapping Qingshan back to reality. Now, I shall teach you martial arts. Qingshan nodded, vowing silently. I must strive diligently. Attaining the Qi barrier realm would grant me the means to protect myself. Today, I will teach you the fierce tiger body refinement technique, Uncle announced, commencing a demonstration of the martial art. His imposing presence and commanding aura conjured the image of a tiger before Qian Qingshan's eyes. This technique comprises 6 movements, each exuding its own distinctive charm. As uncle demonstrated, he meticulously explained each aspect. Qingshan silently absorbed every motion and principle. Establishing his stance, Qingshan took a deep breath, attempting to replicate his uncle's movements. Though his execution appeared somewhat awkward, it radiated a hint of fluidity. Observing him, Uncle's eyes flickered with mild surprise. Little Qingshan, you possess commendable talent. You are quite proficient. After less than half an hour of practice, Qingshan began to feel fatigue. Uncle called a halt to the training, acknowledging that as a child, Qingshan's bones and body had yet to fully develop. Prolonged practice could jeopardize his foundational growth, and in 2 or 3 more years, he could increase the duration of his training. As time flowed by, Qingshan imbued his movements with the ferocity of a tiger in pursuit of prey. Each action brimming with power, as if he could rend the very air. During this period, he diligently practiced martial arts at his uncle's home every morning. Uncle would also gather various herbs to prepare gentle medicinal baths to fortify Qingshan's foundation and enhance his potential. 6 months later, Uncle exclaimed, "Little Qingshan, your talent is exceptional. It is unfortunate that I have no advanced martial techniques to offer you." Qingshan, unfazed by this, felt immense gratitude for his uncle's support throughout the journey. "Uncle, it's all right. I will focus on establishing a solid foundation. When I am older, I can venture out to seek experiences. Perhaps I might encounter fortuitous opportunities." Uncle Qinyongan felt a deep sense of pride, appreciating Qingshan's maturity and composure at such a young age. "Well, we shall see when the time comes. Perhaps there will be opportunities." Noticing his uncle's hesitation to elaborate further, Qingshan chose not to press. Knowing that his uncle would eventually share what was necessary, as time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, 3 years later, the mountains echoed with the roars of tigers, sending the birds into a panic. Qingshan unleashed a powerful punch at a nearby tree, causing it to splinter under the force. Feeling the surging power within him, he thought, "At last, I have broken through to the muscle training realm. With my punch nearing 3,000 pounds of strength, all my efforts during this time were not in vain." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he murmured to himself, "I shall take a few days to rest and spend time with my family. It is time to venture into the mountains for some practical experience." Some wild beasts would make for the perfect adversaries. Under his uncle's tutelage over the past 3 years, Qingshan's innate talent, particularly his formidable spirit and exceptional learning ability, flourished, perhaps a privilege bestowed upon every transmigrator. Although the small tower within his mind remained unresponsive, he experienced rapid growth, establishing a solid foundation and honing his skills to perfection. Now 13 years old, Qingshan exuded a sharp aura, akin to a young tiger revealing its lethal fangs. His posture was erect, his gaze resolute, his features handsome yet resolute, and his physique well-proportioned and brimming with strength. He was a stark contrast to his former self. Chapter 4. The division of postnatal strength. Standing in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, Qingshan gripped a hoe, busily assisting his father in the fields. For the past few days, he had refrained from martial training, opting instead to accompany his family, helping his father with chores and enjoying conversations with his mother and sister. Such days filled him with immense comfort, as though time itself had slowed. "Qingshan, my boy, why have you not been practicing martial arts recently?" His father, Qinyongxing, inquired jovially as he swung the hoe. "Father, for the past few days, I've been guiding Chun Hu and Chenwu in their training. Uncle has praised my rapid progress and my commendable talent," Qingshan replied, a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes. Chun Hu and Chenwu had been his closest companions since childhood. After obtaining his uncle's approval, he took the initiative to teach them, and the 3 trained together. They had successfully grasped the fundamentals of martial arts and had also achieved early success in skin training. "You are a thoughtful lad," his father commended. The father nodded in approval, his face radiating contentment. In Chenjiakan, where everyone shared the same surname, there was an inherent sense of familiarity, and the villagers were known for their simple, kind-hearted nature. Time passed quietly amidst the busyness, and during this period, Qingshan's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. Although he did not engage in deliberate martial training, he sensed an unspoken enhancement in his martial prowess. Each evening, as darkness enveloped the world, he would sit quietly in the courtyard, reflecting on the day's teachings, reinforcing his knowledge while gaining new insights. The days of instruction filled Qing Shan with an immense sense of fulfillment. Despite not practicing martial arts directly, he felt a deep-seated accumulation of strength within his spirit. One night passed in silence. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window, and Qing Shan had already awakened. His uncle had once advised him that in moments of great significance, one must maintain a calm demeanor to avoid affecting one's performance. The following day marked his first foray into real combat. The true test of his abilities. Typically, he engaged in practice methods, but the art of combat was of paramount importance. Possessing strength without the ability to wield it effectively would surely lead to defeat against genuine masters. Therefore, a competent martial artist must endure the baptism of blood. Qing Shan adjusted his mindset, quickly rising to prepare himself. After a brief grooming, he strode with a light step toward his uncle's courtyard. Inside, his uncle reclined in a chair, basking in the sun, and upon seeing Qing Shan approach, he understood his intentions. "You're up early, Qing Shan," he remarked. Qing Shan smiled, eager to seek further guidance from his uncle. He then demonstrated his learned techniques within the courtyard, each move executed with precision. The wind from his punches howled, and the strength of his legs was formidable, showcasing the fruits of his labor. His uncle watched with keen interest, nodding in approval. "Indeed, you have made progress in these past few days." He then looked at Qing Shan with a hearty laugh. "I see your purpose clearly. It is time for you to venture into the mountains. Your strength is sufficient for self-protection, but as a martial artist, how could you avoid bloodshed?" "Your insight is unmatched, uncle," Qing Shan replied, scratching his head. Realizing his prepared speech was unnecessary, his uncle continued, "The Qingzhou mountain range, adjacent to the 10,000 Great Mountains, is rife with wild beasts and lurking dangers. You must not be careless. Remember to avoid venturing too deep, for even with your strength, encountering those formidable creatures could spell disaster." Qing Shan felt a chill run through him at those words, understanding the gravity of the situation. His uncle continued, "Qing Shan, keep this in mind. You currently stand as a third-rate expert, and ordinary fierce beasts are not your match." This revelation sparked curiosity and confusion within Qing Shan. Isn't martial prowess classified by realms? What does it mean to be a third-rate expert? His uncle smiled slightly. In the realm of martial arts, due to various circumstances, many practitioners often fight beyond their ranks. Thus, the classification of postnatal realm martial artists is determined by their strength. Categorized as third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate, from lowest to highest, a third-rate expert possesses the strength to lift 1,000 pounds, with physical power ranging between 3,000 to 8,000 pounds. A second-rate expert can exert a force of 10,000 pounds. With the elite capable of reaching 20,000 pounds, securing their standing in the martial world. As for a first-rate expert, their strength is astonishing, requiring at least 40,000 pounds, with the best achieving 100,000 pounds. To attain the pinnacle of postnatal prowess, most are disciples of great sects or scions of prominent families, endowed with resources beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, consuming rare herbs and practicing the most elite martial texts. He elaborated in great detail. After absorbing his uncle's teachings, Qing Shan fell into a momentary silence, a sense of urgency swelling within him. He realized he was still the weakest among third-rate experts and needed to exert greater effort. Curiosity overtook him, and he asked, "Uncle, what realm do you currently occupy?" His uncle's gaze grew profound and complex as he sighed softly. "In my youth, I was a first-rate expert, on the verge of breaking through to the Qi realm. But alas, I sustained grievous injuries in a conflict and returned here to spend my twilight years." He waved off the topic. "Enough of that. Here, I have a map of the Qingzhou mountain range for you. Take it and remember to prioritize your safety. Do not venture too deep." With that, his uncle turned back into the house and shortly returned with a map made of animal hide, which he handed to Qing Shan. Upon examining the map, it was clear that his uncle had crafted it with meticulous detail, and a warmth surged within him. "Rest assured, uncle, I will proceed with caution and will not disappoint your expectations." He vowed silently. The next morning, Chen Qingshan set off with his backpack, leaving Qinjiakan behind as he embarked on his journey toward the Qingzhou mountain range. He was acutely aware that this was merely the commencement of his martial path, with a long road ahead. Only by becoming a formidable force could he grasp the reins of authority in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme. The principles of his past life in Blue Star held no relevance here. During this period, he had often heard his uncle speak of the brutal nature of the martial world, where ordinary individuals were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The lengths to which some would go for a single martial scripture were not uncommon, leading to the obliteration of entire families. While one could feel compassion, one could not be naive. Chen Qingshan's mindset had evolved, shedding the persona of a harmless youth from his past life. To wield authority, one must become powerful, especially in this high martial world. Just like a character from a martial arts novel in his previous life, he internalized the tenet that the fist is power, and to clench one's fist is to seize authority. His ambition soared high, yearning to ascend to the exalted realm of Dharma appearance, to revel in freedom, and perhaps even attain immortality. Chapter 5. The initial battle and trials. Dressed in leather boots and fitted attire, Chen Qingshan braved the chilly nights of the mountains, though as a martial artist with robust vitality, he was well equipped to withstand the cold. The climate in Qingzhou was notably warm, belonging to the southern regions. He carried a backpack containing clothing, antidotes, salt, and a small bottle of liquor for disinfecting wounds, aware that the greatest threats in the mountains were not the ferocious beasts, but rather the concealed venomous snakes and insects. Armed with a simple blade, he forged ahead with swift steps, eager to delve deeper into the wilderness, where only by venturing further could he encounter his intended targets. As he progressed, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate and primal. The air tinged with a wild essence. The sun blazed high at noon, its rays filtering through the sparse trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Drawing upon his uncle's wisdom and the map, he discerned a nearby water source, knowing it was the time for creatures to quench their thirst. Arriving at a crystal-clear spring, he indeed spotted a massive dark brown wild boar, its head lowered as it drank. The beast was an imposing figure, weighing between 500 to 600 pounds, its sharp tusks glinting ominously in the sunlight, and its robust body cloaked in glossy fur, resembling a natural armor, truly formidable. A shiver ran down Chen Qingshan's spine, but he quickly composed himself. Setting down his pack, he mused to himself, "Well then, let us see how you fare against me." He rose slowly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Locking onto the wild boar, sensing the impending threat, the boar ceased drinking and turned its gaze towards him, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Qingshan, poised to charge at any moment, as expected. The next instant, the wild boar let out a furious roar and charged at him like a small mountain. Chen Qingshan deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the boar's powerful assault with ease. After several tentative encounters, he gauged that the creature's strength was comparable to his own, around 3,000 pounds. Gradually, he deciphered the boar's attack patterns. He noted that while the beast possessed immense strength, its methods of attack were rather singular, relying solely on its brute force. As long as he avoided its tusks, he could devise a strategy. With a plan forming in his mind, he decided to take the initiative. Seizing the moment, Chen Qingshan unleashed a punch aimed at the boar's head. The strike, infused with all his strength, connected with a solid thud against the creature's hard skull. The boar, feeling the pain, became even more enraged. However, Chen Qingshan had identified its weaknesses. In a flurry of movement, he unleashed a series of punches, each landing with precision on the boar's vital points. With each blow, the boar's ferocity began to wane. Finally, in a fierce exchange, he spotted an opening and delivered a powerful kick to the boar's abdomen, sending it soaring through the air. The colossal creature arced through the sky before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, the boar was not yet defeated. It struggled to rise, clearly exhausted. At that moment, Chen Qingshan roared like a descending tiger and stepped forward, delivering a decisive strike to the boar's head. This blow contained all his might and shattered the boar's skull, causing its massive body to collapse lifelessly. Once the battle concluded, Chen Qingshan stood there, breathing heavily but gradually calming himself. As he gazed at the fallen boar, an indescribable sense of accomplishment welled within him. His first battle had been fraught with tension yet ultimately successful. Despite his relatively rudimentary combat techniques, he approached the boar's carcass. Inspecting it closely, its thick hide and succulent meat marked it as a rare prize. However, instead of hastily claiming his trophy, he chose to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to regain his composure and steady his breathing. Once he felt restored, he retrieved a dagger and skillfully skinned the beast. With daylight still in his favor, he severed a leg from the boar, then kindled a fire to roast the meat until it was golden and sizzling. Sprinkling a bit of salt on it before indulging in the succulent feast, replenishing his energy after the earlier exertion. After satisfying his hunger, Qian Qingshan roamed the nearby area for several kilometers, but found no trace of other large predators. As twilight descended, he distanced himself from the place he had previously occupied, for it was a source of water, a beacon for ferocious beasts that prowled the night in search of sustenance. His current strength had yet to reach a point of reckless abandon, and he dared not kindle a fire after dusk. Instead, he found a sturdy tree to lean against, resting there throughout the night. The night was punctuated by the haunting howls of wolves and the calls of other creatures. Qian Qingshan closed his eyes, reflecting on the inadequacies he had displayed in today's battle and contemplating the areas he needed to improve upon for the future. This realm was not akin to the fauna of his previous life on Blue Star. It was a world of high martial prowess, saturated with spiritual energy, where the beasts possessed formidable strength. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, Qian Qingshan awakened, practicing a set of martial arts to invigorate his body before continuing his pursuit of prey. Deep within the Qingzhou mountain range, a thunderous crash heralded the fall of a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds. Over the past few days, Qian Qingshan had undergone numerous life-and-death trials, battling wolf packs and engaging with venomous serpents. Refining his combat skills with every encounter, while also becoming familiar with the terrain spanning several kilometers around him, it was time to return home. Prolonged absence would surely cause his family to worry about his safety. Moreover, he was no wild man, and there was no need for him to linger in such harsh living conditions. The very thought of bathing in the nearby stream was fraught with danger, as a venomous snake could easily deliver a painful lesson. Having become acquainted with the lay of the land, he resolved to set out each morning and return by evening, confident that his speed would suffice. Lost in thought, Qian Qingshan had packed his bulging satchel and began to shoulder the hefty wild boar as he made his way out of the dense mountains. By noon, he finally emerged from the Qingzhou mountain range, having also captured a deer weighing over 300 pounds along the way, sufficient sustenance to last his family for quite some time. Reflecting on his loved ones stirred a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to quicken his pace until he caught sight of Chunjia village in the distance. At the entrance of the village, beneath a grand tree, a group of women were engaged in lively conversation while several children played nearby. Among them, Qian Qingshan's mother and sister frequently glanced towards the village entrance point. One of the women, noticing their concern, reassured them, "Xiaomei, your Qingshan is a martial artist. He is quite capable, so there is no need to worry. Indeed, he has truly made something of himself. With such prowess, he need not fear finding a bride." Another woman chimed in. Upon hearing these words, Qian Qingshan's mother smiled gently and was about to speak when a nearby child suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Qingshan is back. Look, he is carrying 2 enormous catches." The other children rushed over to gawk at him, their eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, Qian Qingshan spotted his mother and sister, waving as he called out, "Mother, sister, I'm back." His mother approached with concern, asking, "Qingshan, are you hurt?" He smiled and reassured her, "I'm fine, mother." He then turned to the gathering of ants seeking shade and said, "Ants, please come to our home and take some meat. We have more than we can consume." Amidst their praises, he made his way home. Upon arriving, his father stared in astonishment at the bounty Qian Qingshan had brought back, exclaiming, "Qingshan has truly achieved something." His mother's eyes sparkled with pride, and the home was filled with laughter and joy. Even his uncle heard the news and rushed over, thoroughly impressed with Qian Qingshan's accomplishments. Over the course of a few days, word spread throughout the village and beyond, elevating Qian Qingshan to local fame. Tales of a formidable martial artist from Chunjia village, merely 13 years old, who could venture into the mountains and slay tigers and leopards. Circulated widely. Many came to his home seeking to arrange matches, nearly trampling the threshold, leaving Chen Qingshan both amused and bewildered. Chapter 6. What? The arrival of the Golden Finger. 2 more years passed. At the age of 15, nearing 16, a pivotal moment awaited him, for 16 marked the threshold of adulthood in this world. Chen Qingshan felt a surge of excitement. His foundations had been honed to their utmost limit, and today was the moment he would break through to the realm of bone forging. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently ventured into the mountains to hone his skills, mastering combat techniques through life and death struggles. During his free time, he also guided Qian Hu and Qin Wu in their martial training, even taking them on hunting expeditions, allowing them to witness the bloodshed firsthand. Now, they had reached the stage of muscle refining, no longer needing his assistance to dispatch the beasts that once left them hesitant. Each journey into the mountains yielded fruitful results, as the Qingzhou mountain range was teeming with wild creatures. After hunting one batch, new beasts would invariably appear. Throughout these 2 years, Chen Qingshan generously shared the surplus of meat acquired from his hunts with the villagers, earning him considerable renown in the surrounding areas. The pelts and vital fluids of the beasts he collected were entrusted to his uncle for processing. The pelts were sold in the county market, yielding over 10,000 taels of silver. With newfound wealth, Chen Qingshan ensured his family lacked for nothing, using some of the silver to renovate both his home and his uncle's, transforming them into elegant structures adorned with blue tiles and bricks. Boasting 2 courtyards, considered luxurious in the village, save for the addition of a few maidservants to enjoy a life akin to that of an ancient landowner. His uncle also procured a recipe for blood essence pills from the Wanbao Pavilion in the county. These pills were remarkably effective. Consuming one would invigorate the body, augmenting his cultivation speed for an entire day. Priced at 10 taels of silver each, they were considered a precious strategic resource. Chen Qingshan's rapid progress was not solely due to innate talent, but also the substantial resources he had invested. With the support of his uncle, he was able to sustain the early expenses of his martial training. The resources consumed could have easily provided a comfortable life for several generations of ordinary folk. The Wanbao Pavilion was often mentioned by his uncle, piquing Chen Qingshan's curiosity. The pavilion was renowned for its vast array of offerings, martial arts, rare treasures, and divine weapons, all available for a price. According to his uncle, the Wanbao Pavilion was backed by the Wanxiang sect, a top-tier power in the 9 provinces, with business interests scattered throughout the land, and none dared to challenge it, for it was home to countless formidable experts. It was said that a notorious gang once attempted to rob the Wanxiang Pavilion, only to have their entire force obliterated within an hour by a transcendent being, leaving the gang in ruins, and those who escaped to live in fear of exposure. Hearing such tales left Chen Qingshan in awe. It was akin to a legendary marketplace from his previous life, yet even more formidable, possessing not only immense wealth but also unparalleled strength. After contemplating this, he resolved that once he achieved his breakthrough, he would venture into the county to visit the Wanbao Pavilion and broaden his horizons, no longer content to remain a simpleton in the countryside. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, he took a deep breath to center himself, quieting his thoughts, closing his eyes in focus, and began practicing the techniques of the body refinement arts. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next, invigorating his blood and energy, creating the sensation of a surging torrent within him, causing his garments to flutter without wind. Suddenly, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with determination. He channeled his energy towards the bones of his hands, feeling an invisible force wash over them, simultaneously inducing sensations of itchiness and pain. As the pain subsided, it was replaced by a newfound resilience and strength within his bones, culminating in a crisp, cracking sound echoing from within. His bones had finally been forged. "Ha ha ha!" Chen Qingshan exclaimed, throwing his head back in triumphant laughter, shaking the trees on the mountainside, their leaves rustling in response. Yet, before he could fully grasp the power surging within him, a look of disbelief washed over his face. He pinched his thigh, questioning whether he was dreaming, and as reality set in, he pondered, "Do you have any idea how I have endured these 15 years? 3 years, then 3 more to know. So that's how it is?" He mused, realizing the absurdity of his situation. While others began their journeys with a bowl and a dog, he had arrived empty-handed, utterly exposed. At that moment, Chen Qingshan felt a thrill of excitement. Indeed, his golden finger had arrived. A gift bestowed upon every traveler from another realm, something that others possessed, and now he too would claim. Just as he completed his breakthrough in the realm of muscle refining, a melodious chime resonated within his mind, awakening a small, ancient tower that had lain dormant for years. Yes, it was the very tower he had purchased from a street vendor, the catalyst for his reincarnation. Initially, he had hoped to have the artifact appraised by Tinquan, but now it seemed it was far more than an ordinary treasure, an invaluable gem. Having communicated with the small tower in his mind, he realized it was tailor-made as his golden finger. This tower was known as the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth, a supreme treasure of innate virtue held by the Taoist Supreme. Its origins were extraordinary, conceived during the creation of the universe, when the primal essence of the heavens and earth melded with Pangu's merits, gradually forming this magnificent tower. Its surface was ancient and simple, with 9 tiers, as the ultimate embodiment of the cosmos. This tower could summon the primal essence of the universe, creating a sanctuary beneath its shadow where all evils would retreat, rendering its bearer invulnerable. It was one of the 2 supreme treasures revered by humanity alongside the Taiji diagram. Worshipped throughout countless ages, due to an unspeakable calamity, it had been lost in the age of decline on Blue Star. Having nearly exhausted its essence, it fell into slumber, unable to manifest its divine attributes in a world devoid of spiritual energy. After a series of misfortunes, it found its way into the hands of Chen Qingshan, ultimately activating the last vestiges of its energy to transport him to this spiritually rich realm. However, during the process of traversing the void, an unforeseen incident had occurred, preserving only his soul and allowing for his rebirth. For over a decade, the small tower had remained silent, diligently repairing itself, until Chen Qingshan had made notable progress in his martial arts cultivation. He had garnered considerable fame in the nearby villages, attracting a significant amount of prestige, the power of belief. It was only then that it awakened. The power of belief, in simpler terms, refers to the strength derived from faith. Unlike deities who cultivate the path of belief and can only absorb pure faith power, fearing the toxicity of negative emotions and various thoughts, this was not a concern for the small tower. For it was indeed exceptional. After all, it was the first treasure of merit created during the opening of the primordial world. Due to damage to its essence, many of the small tower's functions were rendered inoperative, leaving it with but one ability: to provide various martial arts and techniques from countless realms of humanity. As one of the most esteemed treasures of the eternal true realm, the small tower had accompanied the Taoist sage through the river of time, traversing endless spaces, reflecting countless worlds, and naturally absorbing the power of humanity, thus mastering innumerable martial arts. Based on Chen Qingshan's level of strength, he could randomly summon a phantom of a character from the myriad realms, akin to a spiritual entity. Defeating this entity would allow him to extract the martial arts secrets it possessed. Each summoning required the power of belief, which Chen Qingshan referred to as prestige. This was because whether it stemmed from recognition, admiration, faith, or even negative emotions such as jealousy and hatred, the small tower could absorb it all. Thus, as long as he had a reputation, Chen Qingshan would have an unending supply of martial arts secrets. This was the greatest boon on his path to becoming a formidable martial artist, as what he lacked most were techniques. In any given region, the cultivation of martial arts was the most precious resource and would not be easily shared. For instance, in the primordial world, to listen to the teachings of the Grandmaster Hongjun, one must first pass his tests and traverse through chaos to reach the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Only then does one earn the right to hear his discourse. Countless powerful beings exist in the primordial world, and ultimately, only 3,000 guests of Zixiao remain. Eavesdropping? The saying goes, the law does not pass to the 6th ear, which resulted in the tragic fate of the 6-eared macaque. Even possessing the lineage of a chaotic deity or demon would be of no avail. Many great sects have stringent conditions for accepting disciples, requiring not only talent but also youth, ensuring that the experts cultivated in this manner would be more loyal. These great powers have never lacked geniuses. They seek a stable transition from old to new. If a genius does not emerge in this generation, there is always the next. With their profound foundation, they have ample time to wait. Moreover, one must endure numerous trials to receive the true teachings. Otherwise, if a genius like Long Ao Tian appears today, and another like Yiling Tian tomorrow, both causing chaos and animosity within the sect, it would be too much for the sect to endure. Unless one's ancestor is a grand elder or their father the sect leader, such privileges are reserved for the second generation. Additionally, the rules of the sect are numerous, and only those who have endured to the end, their beards turned white, could hope to rise. The hierarchy of aristocratic families is even more stringent, as those not of direct lineage have no chance at all, relegated to the status of beasts of burden. Most importantly, Chen Qingshan's disposition had accustomed him to a carefree existence, disliking constraints. Therefore, the arrival of his golden opportunity was perfectly timed. Otherwise, in a few years, he would become stuck at the marrow-cleansing stage. Although his uncle Chen Yong'an possessed techniques of the qi-gathering realm, they were not of the highest caliber, and the achievements he could attain in this lifetime would be limited. It seemed that the notion of going it alone was no longer viable. Future cultivation resources would need to be acquired independently, and he was not the kind of person who could stumble upon divine materials and treasures at every turn, nor was he a fated child who could summon meteors to aid in battle during desperate times. Moreover, the world was chaotic. One could not go far without the support of a powerful faction. Chen Qingshan mused. He resolved that being a rogue cultivator held no promise for the future. He needed to establish a faction. Although the initial stages would be fraught with challenges, once developed, it could provide for his cultivation, allowing the entire faction to sustain him. Furthermore, he need not emulate Zhuge Liang, exhausting himself to the point of death. As long as he could oversee the greater scheme and control the most vital resources, he could easily adopt a hands-off approach, focusing on his cultivation. The prestige of a faction leader might surpass that of a lone wanderer, enabling the accumulation of prestige at a faster rate. With a rough plan forming in his mind, and with the small tower possessing more than one function, new capabilities would emerge once it was sufficiently repaired. It remained to be seen if the small tower would open its doors. Chapter 7. The first summoning of the dragon elephant Prajna art during the night. The chirping of insects outside created a rhythmic symphony. Lying in bed, Chen Qingshan closed his eyes to cultivate, calming his emotions and adjusting his spirit as he sank into the depths of his mind. In the dimness of his consciousness, a quaint little tower emanated a soft glow. Heaven and earth, mysterious yellow, exquisite tower, small tower, activate. In the next moment, the heaven and earth, mysterious yellow, exquisite tower illuminated with a faint purple light, and several lines of large characters gradually materialized. Heaven and earth, mysterious yellow, exquisite tower, activated, damaged, Tower Master, Chen Qingshan Realm, Bone Refinement Martial Arts, Fierce Tiger Body Refinement Technique, Fierce Tiger Fist Basic Footwork, Basic Body Techniques, Basic Archery Prestige, 35628 Summoning. Not activated. Chen Qingshan felt a sense of certainty in his heart. The small tower was bound to his soul, and he quickly comprehended its purpose. By expending prestige, he could summon human strongmen from the myriad worlds, not their true bodies, merely phantoms, treating them as bosses to defeat. Upon vanquishing the summoned entities, they would randomly drop martial arts techniques. Each defeat would yield one technique, and the prestige required for the second summoning would double. The summoned beings would also vary in strength, but never exceed his own by much. Chen Qingshan learned that martial arts techniques were categorized from 1 to 6 stars based on their rarity, with even higher levels existing. Basic techniques like footwork and body techniques were considered 1 star, while advanced skills like the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt, which transcended the basics, could achieve star ratings. Typically, summoned third-rate and first-rate experts would drop techniques rated between 1 and 3 stars, with a slim chance of dropping 4-star techniques. Upon reaching the qi-gathering realm, one would surely obtain martial arts rated from 4 to 6 stars. However, certain exceptions existed. For instance, some martial arts in lower martial worlds might carry profound insights but could not manifest their power due to the low realm and insufficient spiritual energy. The small tower began to summon in the midst of a blurred vision. Chen Qingshan's consciousness split and arrived at a vast martial arts arena. where the purple light of the heaven and earth, mysterious yellow, exquisite tower coalesced into a figure. A young man in his 20s appeared, draped in a robe adorned with intricate Sanskrit. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a youthful face that bore a stern expression, his eyes seemingly harboring boundless wisdom. His black hair was tied with a golden ring, gently swaying in the wind. Despite his youthful appearance, he emanated an aura of solemnity and gravity. King of the Golden Wheel Age, 20 Cultivation, third-rate expert martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna Art, 5 stars, character introduction. The King of the Golden Wheel, a martial arts prodigy from the western regions, began his martial arts journey in a secret sect, taken under the wing of the sect's master who taught him the arts. He later defeated his master and ascended to the position of sect leader, mastering the sect's foundational martial art, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art, which is divided into 13 layers. From the first layer, each layer grants the wielder the power of 1 dragon and 1 elephant, equating to 15,000 gene of strength. The King of the Golden Wheel became invincible in the western regions and was later honored as the national master of Mongolia by the Mongol Khan, by the time the King of the Golden Wheel entered the Central Plains. He had already cultivated the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art to the 8th layer, possessing the strength of the 5 absolutes. In his later years, he mastered the 10th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art, surpassing the 5 absolutes and becoming one of the world's top experts, with only Yang Guo as his rival. Upon arriving in the Central Plains, he engaged in battles with various experts, nearly defeating all, but was misinterpreted as an invader during his journey. This was primarily due to his third disciple, Wudu, who manipulated circumstances to tarnish the King of the Golden Wheel's reputation. In the end, he sought a successor to inherit his vast knowledge and encountered Guoxiang, a kind-hearted and wise woman, wishing to take her as his disciple. However, Guoxiang declined. Nevertheless, the King of the Golden Wheel showed no intent to harm her, revealing his inherent goodness. Ultimately, in a fierce battle with Yang Guo, he perished while trying to save Guoxiang, his greatest regret in life being that he could not pass on his teachings to her. Seeing the King of the Golden Wheel summoned by the small tower, Chun Qingshan was taken aback. The 8th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art already established dominance among first-rate experts, and with its formidable might, he could even contend with slightly weaker Qi-gathering realm practitioners. The 10th layer of the King of the Golden Wheel, with his formidable physical defenses and immense strength of 150,000 gene, was more than capable of overpowering novice Qi-gathering experts. If he were to reach the 13th layer, his realm and strength would be unfathomable, potentially transcending the conventional bounds of the acquired realm and attaining a near-mythical status. With a might of 200,000 gene, he would not be a weak presence among innate experts. Fortunately, the summoned entity was the 20-year-old King of the Golden Wheel, who had just begun to learn the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art and had yet to fully cultivate it, placing his strength at the level of a third-rate expert with approximately 5,000 gene of power, quite comparable to Chen Qingshan's own capabilities. The small tower had opened its doors, and for the first summoning, it had bestowed upon him a remarkable boon. The practice of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is exceedingly arduous within the world of the Condor heroes. This is primarily due to the absence of celestial materials and spiritual elixirs that could facilitate advancement. Progress relies solely on the passage of time. Only prodigies like the King of the Golden Wheel can swiftly cultivate to the 10th level. Many adept practitioners of the esoteric sect, even at the 8th or 9th levels, hesitate to continue their training due to insufficient physical foundation and vitality, which are inadequate to support a breakthrough. Should they attempt to surpass these limits, they risk having their essence drained, leading to madness and death. However, in the vast lands of the 9 provinces, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, and celestial materials are plentiful. Even the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts are laden with energetic essence. Moreover, the existence of blood pills, which contain immense vitality, is a perfect match for the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Provided that resources are sufficient and consumption is kept pace, there is no fear of failing to reach profound depths. Even a gradual approach can lead to the 10th level, as the resources in this high martial world can yield results equivalent to 20 years of effort in just 1 year. This particular skill is quite unique, classified as an external martial art focused on the cultivation of the physical body in this realm. It is on par with the most prestigious sect's foundational techniques. Albeit lacking supplementary techniques for subsequent realms. It is indeed one of the most formidable techniques at the acquired realm, which explains its 5-star rating. This skill serves as the cornerstone of his existence in this world and constitutes a vital part of his future plans. Even a dim-witted individual, granted the opportunity to learn, can master it within a year or two. The second layer requires 3 to 4 years to deepen, while the third layer demands 7 to 8 years. With each level increasing exponentially in difficulty, those of higher talent progress even more swiftly. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Chen Qingshan turned his gaze towards the king of the golden wheel on the training platform, his eyes gradually sharpening with a fierce intent. A formidable aura surged within him as he swiftly appeared on the training stage, respectfully addressing. Chen Qingshan requests guidance from the king. With that, he unfurled his form, like an arrow released from a bow, directly charging at the king of the golden wheel. The king, with his hands clasped in a gesture of solemnity, replied, "Please, Master Chen." Before his words could fully dissipate, the two clashed. Chen Qingshan unleashed a punch, fierce as a raging tiger, as if the very air were being torn asunder. The king of the golden wheel stood unwavering, his steps steady, each movement reminiscent of a mountain shifting, revealing the latent power of the dragon elephant. The winds from their punches howled, fierce and unparalleled. In mere moments, dozens of exchanges had transpired, with the king's assault flowing like a tidal wave, his physique akin to one forged of bronze and iron. Chen Qingshan felt a tingling in his arms, realizing he could no longer engage in a direct confrontation. He thus adapted his technique to claws, seeking an opening to strike. Yet, after 20 exchanges, his stamina waned. The king's fist thundered forward, the roar of the dragon elephant reverberating, threatening to rupture his eardrums, plunging him into darkness as he exited the realm of consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, Chen Qingshan slowly sat up, exhaling deeply. Though he had been defeated, this battle had unveiled the true might of supreme martial arts. The king of the golden wheel was indeed extraordinary. Even before reaching the first layer of the dragon elephant prajna skill, his prowess was formidable. After exchanging over 100 blows, the king's essence remained as robust as ever, and his defensive capabilities were astonishing. Reflecting on the encounter, he concluded that a head-on clash was unwise. His dragon elephant prajna skill had yet to reach profound depths, and his head was a vulnerability. Nevertheless, the king had withstood every assault, indicating that he could only adopt a more unconventional approach, trading injuries and lives. "Little tower, let us try again." Having identified the critical points, Chen Qingshan exclaimed with excitement. Upon returning to the training grounds, Chen Qingshan cast aside any pretense of politeness and launched himself into the fray with increasing fervor. His movements became wild and ruthless, forsaking defense as he aimed every strike at the king's head. Yet after 20 exchanges, darkness clouded his vision once more again. "Let us continue. I refuse to believe this. How infuriating. You lack martial ethics," he declared, pushing through numerous failed attempts, each defeat leaving a throbbing ache in his head. Though the realm of consciousness afforded him immunity to death, the sensations of demise felt all too real. Being mercilessly beaten by the king in various ways was far from pleasant. After a brief respite, Chen Qingshan regained his mental acuity, his spirit invigorated. The experience bore a striking resemblance to battling a boss in an online game back on Blue Star. Relentless trials only served to deepen his resolve. "This is merely the first hurdle. I, Chen Qingshan, shall surely prevail." Back on Blue Star, I spent 3 days overcoming the first level's formidable enemy, the big-headed doll. How could a mere king of the golden wheel deter me? Let us continue the fight. On the training platform, the king of the golden wheel, with hands united in prayer, spoke gently. "Master Chen, you have triumphed." He then closed his eyes, his body dissolving into nothingness. At that moment, Chen Qingshan found himself in a rather disheveled state, having sacrificed a leg and an arm to withstand the king's lethal onslaught. Suddenly, the king's hand struck his head, delivering a fatal blow. Finally victorious. "Ha ha ha. I can afford to fail countless times, while you, alas, Cannot. My apologies, O king. Qian Qingshan mused inwardly. After such a prolonged struggle, he had finally succeeded. Little tower, quickly grant me my reward. With eager hands, he rubbed them together, brimming with anticipation. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the 5-star skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. An ancient tome materialized, transforming into golden light that entered Chen Qingshan's mind. Lying in bed, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes as dawn broke, soft rays of light filtering through the window. His expression was dazed as he gradually collected himself, bursting into laughter. That moment, his parents and sister, drawn by his mirth, knocked on the door. Chen Qingshan opened it, and his family was taken aback by his appearance. Qingshan, you must take care of your health. You cannot practice day and night, his mother admonished, while his father and sister cast worried glances his way. Chen Qingshan smacked his forehead, silently chiding himself for getting carried away. I must be more cautious. Next time, I'll summon the projection in a secluded chamber. He then reassured them, Father, mother, sister, fret not. I am perfectly fine. I merely had a breakthrough in my training. I shall rest a while longer. Hearing this, his family breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 8. The implementation of ideas. The embryo. A month later, Chen Qingshan immersed himself in a large barrel on the back mountain. As time passed, the red liquid within gradually turned transparent. With closed eyes, he concentrated, feeling the vitality within him surge like a torrent, battering against the barriers of the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. With a thunderous sound akin to a roaring dragon, a flash of red light enveloped Chen Qingshan, and as he slowly opened his eyes, the barrel exploded with a resounding crash. I have finally broken through to the first layer. He rose, his long hair billowing, his posture increasingly upright, surrounded by a faint aura of the dragon elephant, exuding immense strength with every gesture. After a month of arduous practice, he had finally reaped the rewards. During this month, he had ventured deep into the Qingshan mountain range, battling ferocious beasts and even acquiring several spiritual herbs, which contributed to his advancement. He had reached the level of a second-rate expert, wielding a staggering 15,000 gene of strength. A third of his bones had opened up, dramatically enhancing his power, allowing him to effortlessly overpower his former self who had yet to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Having previously lacked strength, he now ranked among the proficient in his county, ready to implement his plans. He slowly made his way out of the back mountain. Seated in the living room of his home, Chen Qingshan closed his eyes in meditation, surveying the map of reputation in his mind. With the Chen family village at its center, golden light radiating outward to encompass over 20 surrounding villages within a 20-mile radius. He then opened his eyes to see Chen Hu and Chen Wu entering the living room. Brother Qingshan, we have arrived, Chen Hu exclaimed, his voice booming. At-15. Chen Hu had grown robust, standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, while Chen Wu was slightly over 1.7 meters, appearing quite agile. Their progress and strength had been commendable. With the support of his resources and their diligent efforts, Chen Hu and Chen Wu had ascended to the realm of perfected muscle training. And with a bit more honing, they would soon break through to bone forging. A month prior, he had imparted the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to them, albeit only the first layer. Although he trusted his childhood companions, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was too precious. Who could say if there were unique techniques in this world capable of controlling others? Should the secrets of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill be leaked, it could spell disaster, especially since he had yet to fully mature. You have come. I have an idea that I wish to establish a faction, and you two are the ones I trust most. Can I count on your assistance? Chen Qingshan inquired. Brother Qingshan, I am willing to follow you. Chen Wu replied. Me too. Chen Hu scratched his head, grinning. Excellent. Initially, I plan to recruit 500 members. We shall gather 50 from Chen family village and subsequently seek 400 from other villages. It will resemble a guild in the city, teaching martial arts. Ordinary members will receive a monthly stipend of 5 taels of silver, with food and lodging provided. Those who achieve merit will be promoted and receive greater benefits. And the compensation for families of those who sacrifice for the guild will be 10 times their salary. Selection criteria: young men aged 14 to 22. We shall refrain from recruiting those too young for now, waiting until we establish ourselves before bringing in children. We will not accept those who engage in criminal activities, harbor impure intentions, or oppress the common folk. Huzi, you will handle the promotion. Wu, you are more astute. So you will oversee the selection. Be sure to filter candidates carefully, starting with our village before expanding to neighboring ones. Once we have a solid foundation, we will venture into the city. Once I have secured a base, you can go to other villages to recruit. Qin Qingshan articulated slowly. Brother Qingshan, 5 taels of silver a month is an excellent salary. I've heard that in the city, 5 taels can buy a beautiful maid. Qinwu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I have a plan. Soon, there will be ample silver. Additionally, this Dragon Elephant Manual will be provided to guild members for their training. It is a simplified version of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Consisting of 6 layers, only upon mastering it can one attain a strength of 50,000 jin. We will begin by teaching them the first layer, and once they break through, we will impart the second layer. Please remember to keep the martial arts techniques I shared with you confidential. Simply state that we practice the Dragon Elephant technique, Qin Qingshan instructed. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu and Chen Wu nodded in agreement. Chen Wu then asked, Brother Qingshan, what shall we name our gang? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Qingshan replied, let us call it the Qing Gang, as we are situated in Qingzhou. Our ambition is to develop it into the largest force in Qingzhou. With our reputation resonating throughout the 9 provinces, you two shall serve as vice leaders. Now, go and take care of your tasks, while I discuss matters with my uncle. P.S. For now, we shall use this name. Once we grow stronger, we may consider a change. After all, the name of a force becomes increasingly significant as it gains renown. Ha ha ha. We are merely novices in this fledgling village, so we must avoid overly ambitious names. If you have any good suggestions, I would be grateful. This is likely to change with the emergence of the first dungeon. The 2 14-year-old youths, Chen Hu and Qin Wu, felt their spirits soar at these words. Eagerly preparing for action. In unison, they declared, Brother Qingshan, we will certainly do our utmost. With that, they excitedly exited the Chen residence. Uncle Chen Yong'an's home. He sat leisurely in the living room, sipping tea. Upon noticing Chen Qingshan's arrival, he inquired, Qingshan, what brings you here? Chen Qingshan informed his uncle of his plans to establish a force. Uncle expressed his approval, noting that it would not only allow village residents to practice martial arts, but also deter local bandits. Just last month, the nearby Li family village fell victim to bandit raids, resulting in the massacre of over 1,000 villagers, including newborns and women who suffered unspeakable horrors. The brutality of these acts is truly lamentable, Uncle remarked, shaking his head. This world is becoming increasingly chaotic. If given the opportunity, I shall uproot these scoundrels. Chen Qingshan's fists clenched tightly upon hearing of such atrocities. His heart ached for the victims. Today, it was the Li family village. What if next time it is our Chen family village? He hastily fabricated a story about obtaining a legacy while training in the mountains, presenting the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and its simplified version to Uncle. After examining the 2 techniques, Uncle's expression grew somber, particularly upon seeing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. He solemnly cautioned, Qingshan, you have a remarkable opportunity before you. This technique is extraordinary and exceedingly precious. Do not disclose it, lest you invite great trouble. Even the simplified version of the Dragon Elephant technique could stir up bloodshed in Qingyun County. Do not teach it lightly. With a sigh, he continued, when I was young, I yearned for this technique to advance further, but alas. Rest assured, Uncle, I shall seek out rare treasures that can heal the wounds of the people. Chen Qingshan vowed internally. They then discussed various details, and Uncle provided numerous valuable suggestions, agreeing to serve as an elder in the gang. With the Dragon Elephant technique as a rapid cultivation tool and ample resources, they would soon be able to train a loyal group of capable practitioners. At the entrance of Qin family village, a group of over 20 women engaged in gossip. Upon seeing Chen Hu and Qin Wu approach, one of them chimed in, Huzi, Xiao Wu, are you still in need of wives? Would you like me to introduce you to someone? Indeed. If you train under Brother Qingshan and become a martial artist, you'll gain fame in the neighboring villages, and many young women will be eager to marry you. Others echoed. Hearing such bold remarks, Chen Hu and Chen Wu felt their faces flush, with Chen Hu scratching his head in confusion. Just then, Qin Wu interjected, Aunt, we have matters to discuss. Subsequently, Chen Hu relayed Qin Qingshan's intentions to establish a gang and recruit members, with plans to hold a recruitment event at the village entrance tomorrow. Heavens, 5 taels of silver, and food is free to train under Brother Qingshan. I've heard that the gangs in Chang County often oppress the common folk. Brother Qingshan's establishment will surely be different. My husband just turned 20. I'll have him come and give it a try. The women were quite excited and hurried home to spread the news. By evening, the entire village was abuzz with discussions about the announcement. The following day, just as dawn broke, a throng of people filled the village entrance, eager to witness the event. Upon seeing Chen Wu, and Chen Shou arrive, they parted to create a path. Chen Hu carried a large bundle in his hands. Approaching the table, he set down the package, revealing a stack of gleaming silver coins. The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. They had never seen so much silver in their lives. Listen up. Chen Hu's booming voice echoed through the crowd. Form an orderly line. First, you will be screened by Chen Wu, then registered by Chen Xiu, and finally, you will receive your silver from me. Upon hearing these instructions, over 200 hopefuls lined up, each awaiting their turn for evaluation by Chen Wu. One by one. Names were called: Chen Daniu, Chen Ergu, Chen Hua. An hour later, the selection process concluded. Those who passed clutched their silver, elated, while those who did not left disheartened and unsatisfied. Chen Hu, noticing their disappointment, called out, "Do not despair. There will be future opportunities. You will have another chance to." As the crowd dispersed, he addressed the 50 selected individuals, explaining the arrangements before allowing them to return home. Chapter 9. Arrival at Qingyang City a month later. Atop a mountain peak situated amidst over 20 nearby villages, a massive wooden wall stretched for miles, leading to an imposing main gate at the end of several stone steps. The 2 heavy iron doors loomed 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, adorned with a red plaque featuring the bold golden characters Qinggang, exuding an air of dominance. Crossing the threshold and passing through the courtyard, one was met with a training platform spanning over 2,000 square meters. Surrounded by verdant pines and cypresses, this was where the gang members practiced martial arts. Further in, on the right, stood a row of 3-story pavilions, simple yet spacious, serving as residences for the members, each resembling a 2-bedroom layout akin to those found in Blue Star. The central hall functioned as the gang's administrative center, where critical decisions were made. Go the far left, a series of courtyards provided accommodations for the gang's higher-ups. Nested deeper within the lush greenery, an expansive 3-tiered courtyard lay hidden, vibrant with flourishing trees and flowers. At its heart was a small training arena, flanked by rugged rock formations, where a mountain spring cascaded down into a crystal-clear pond. Teeming with lively fish, in the center of the pond stood a tranquil pavilion, connected by long corridors on either side, where a gentle breeze stirred the water's surface. This was Chen Qingshan's residence. This haven represented the culmination of Chen Qingshan's efforts, resembling a humble mountain stronghold. However, it was merely a temporary base. His true ambition lay in establishing a foothold in Qingyang City, or even claiming the city for himself. On the training platform, the sounds of vigorous exertion filled the air as 50 black-clad youths practiced the dragon elephant technique with remarkable finesse. Over the course of a month, Chen Qingshan devoted ample resources, including beast meat and precious blood pills, to nourish their bodies, enabling them to attain significant strength. They had reached the pinnacle of physical training, each capable of lifting 500 pounds. It is worth noting that ordinary members of city gangs typically possessed only 200 pounds of strength, while minor leaders ranged from 500 to 800 pounds. All hail the leader. Upon Chen Qingshan's approach, the crowd erupted in a chorus of admiration. The awe-inspiring spectacle of him shattering boulders with his bare hands had left an indelible impression. Dressed in a black and gold robe, his presence radiated authority and gravitas. No need for excessive formality. Your performance over this period has been commendable, and I am quite pleased. The simplified dragon elephant technique had proven astonishingly effective, yielding remarkable results in just 1 month. Chen Qingshan resolved to recruit another batch of individuals to prepare for their entry into Qingyang City. After speaking, he made his way towards his uncle and companions. "Uncle Huzi, Xiao Wu, tomorrow we shall venture into the city to take a look." The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, as dawn broke, Qin Qingshan and his family finished breakfast. "Father, mother, sister, today I will be going into the city with uncle and the others," he announced. "Brother, I have yet to visit the county town. Can you bring me back a gift?" Qin Shaoling, his sister, chimed in, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Of course, sister. I will bring you a gift. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return," he assured her, as their parents nodded in agreement. Chen Qingshan waved goodbye at the door, joining his uncle and the others. Chen family village lay approximately 70 kilometers from Qingyun City, a journey that could be completed in half an hour on foot. With horses, the travel time would be even shorter. Uncle mentioned that horses were available for purchase in the city. Those with the bloodlines of the Black Jiao Dragon could travel 1,000 miles a day, with the best specimens capable of covering 3,000 miles. However, the price was steep, with a single horse costing no less than 5,000 taels of silver. Half an hour later, the group of 4 arrived at the gates of Qingyang City. Looking up, they beheld the towering 30-meter walls, upon which the ancient characters for Qingyang City were inscribed. Such was the grandeur of the martial world. Even the city walls were imposing. Uncle informed him that this massive city housed over 100,000 inhabitants. Yet this was merely one of the cities within a province. Across Qingzhou and the entire realm, cities of such magnitude were abundant. The city was divided into inner and outer districts, as well as northern, southern, eastern, and western zones. The inner city was dominated by noble families and dignitaries, where only those of significant status could reside, regardless of wealth. The outer city served as the dwelling place for common folk, controlled by 3 dominant gangs that governed their respective territories, while the remaining area was a chaotic mix of various factions. The local authorities were mere figureheads, often colluding with these gangs. A group of fierce-looking, burly men stood at the city gate, collecting entry fees. While the official rate was merely 1 copper coin, they charged 10. Observing the many common folk carrying goods into the city, Chen Qingshan felt a surge of determination. Qin Qingshan and his companions followed suit, allowing Qin Hu to toss 2 copper coins into the fray. One burly man attempted to stir trouble, pulling a nearby individual by the head, but they were allowed to pass unscathed. The burly man remarked, as the individual beside him swiftly retaliated, exclaiming, "If you're seeking death, do not drag me into it. Keep your wits about you." The 4 individuals they had just encountered clearly possessed extraordinary prowess. The leader had the unmistakable air of a wealthy scion, while the middle-aged strongman emanated an aura of mastery that suggested he was no novice. The trio of underlings wore sheepish grins, eagerly showering praises, declaring, "Truly, the leader's keen insight is remarkable." As they entered the city, they gradually made their way to the bustling marketplace in the northern district. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the sounds of vendors calling for patrons and haggling. A glance revealed an array of stalls, offering delicacies, medicinal herbs, toys, and various curiosities. Chen Qingshan, Chen Hu, and Chen Wu, filled with intrigue, surveyed their surroundings. They purchased a few peculiar trinkets, while their uncle acquired some rare medicinal herbs. After perusing the market, they arrived at the center of the outer city, where shops lined the streets, and they sought refuge in an inn named Yueli Inn. Upon seeing the name, Chen Qingshan couldn't help but smirk, remarking, "Truly, it is the largest chain of inns across the myriad realms." Upon entering, a young attendant approached, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, will you be lodging or simply passing through?" "4 rooms, please," Chen Qingshan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Subsequently, their uncle led them to a mid-tier dining establishment, a favored locale for gathering information, frequented by many wandering souls of the martial world, as well as merchants, making it a hub of intelligence. Upon entering the restaurant, they surveyed the noisy hall filled with armed individuals. They then ascended to the 2nd floor, seeking a quieter corner. "Esteemed guest, may I take your order?" the attendant inquired. "Bring forth a portion of your signature dishes and a jug of fine wine." As they listened to the conversations in the hall below, a figure rushed in, proclaiming loudly, "The ranking list has been updated, and the Qingzhou Hidden Dragon list has also seen changes." "The ranking list has been updated? Have new names emerged, or have rankings shifted? I have a notion of who might be on the Hidden Dragon list." Others chimed in, as the atmosphere in the hall became lively, with discussions spilling over to the 2nd floor. "The ranking list? The Qingzhou Hidden Dragon list? How intriguing to eye in the bustling hall, voices mingled in animated debate. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a towering figure with two prominent scars, exuding an aura of menace, slammed his hand on the table, barking, "Silence! You are all too loud." As soon as he spoke, an eerie hush enveloped the room. The trio seated at his table were not to be trifled with. The man who had spoken wore a formidable expression, with a bloodied crimson blade resting beside him. To his right, a lean man toyed with a dagger, his eyes glinting with danger, while to his left sat a meticulously dressed individual. A sinister smile gracing his lips, a youthful bystander, brimming with indignation, contemplated rising to challenge the trio, only to be firmly restrained by an elder who whispered urgently, "Are you seeking death?" These three belong to the Blood Wolf gang. The man in the middle is the second in command, known as Fierce Wolf. He delights in severing heads with his great blade. To his right is the third in command, Evil Wolf, notorious for extracting hearts for sport. And to his left is the fourth in command, Cunning Wolf, who employs cruel methods to torment others. Fierce Wolf possesses the strength of a second-tier expert, while Evil Wolf and Cunning Wolf are both third-tier experts. It is said their leader is preparing to break through to first-tier status, earning respect from the city's esteemed families and gangs. Upon hearing this, the young man's face turned pale, and he quickly sobered up. Survival in the martial world does not rely merely on fervor but on strength. Recently, a young man who had just reached third tier had incurred their wrath, only to have his head displayed in the woods not far from the city gate within minutes. His body gruesomely mutilated. Despite the Wei dynasty's strict prohibition against murder within the city, such edicts were often disregarded. During the day, they would lay low, but by nightfall, one could never know how they might meet their end. The elder's soft admonitions were overheard by Chen Qingshan, who furrowed his brow in distaste as he regarded the trio. Sensing the silence that had fallen over the room, Fierce Wolf appeared pleased with his intimidation tactics. Pointing at the man who had first spoken, "You, come here and inform me about the ranking list and the Qingzhou Hidden Dragon list." The man, recognizing the notorious trio, trembled, his face ashen, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Fierce Wolf's expression darkened, and he was about to unleash his fury when a commanding voice resonated from the second floor. "Humph! What is this, Fierce Wolf, and your lackeys?" Merely three little dogs, bullying the common folk for amusement. The crowd gasped, astonished at the audacity of one daring to affront the trio. They turned to find a young man clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, standing tall with shoulder-length hair and an undeniably handsome visage. The onlookers couldn't help but admire his striking presence. It was none other than Chen Qingshan. "Just a pretty boy. I relish the chance to teach such a one a lesson," Fierce Wolf sneered. Baring his teeth, "Barking like a dog deserves a beating." Before he could finish his sentence, the onlookers witnessed Chen Qingshan slam his palm onto the table, launching 3 chopsticks into the air with a flick of his wrist. The chopsticks flew like arrows, piercing through the hands of the 3 wolves, eliciting cries of agony. "You dare to cripple our hands? The Blood Wolf gang will not let this slide." The trio glared at Chen Qingshan. Their eyes filled with venomous hatred. Chen Qingshan regarded them from his elevated position, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "Blood Wolf gang, tell your leader to await my arrival. In 2 months, I shall personally come to extinguish him." With those words, the trio fled the restaurant in disarray. The patrons below, witnessing the bloodied chopsticks embedded in the wall and the chaos that had just unfolded, finally grasped the magnitude of the defeat suffered by the notorious trio at the hands of this young gentleman. And their gazes towards Chen Qingshan brimmed with reverence. Chen Hu turned to Chen Qingshan, exclaiming, "Brother Qingshan, you are incredible." Chen Wu chimed in, "Indeed, your prowess has grown even more formidable." Their uncle regarded Chen Qingshan with admiration. "Well done, Qingshan. Your strength has indeed advanced. However, releasing a tiger back into the mountain is not without its perils." Chen Qingshan chuckled, reassuring his uncle, "Fear not, uncle. I merely used sufficient force to incapacitate them. They pose no threat. Soon, I shall bring the gang members to the Blood Wolf gang for a taste of blood." The uncle nodded, satisfied that Chen Qingshan was mindful of the situation. Meanwhile, the bustling atmosphere below resumed. With patrons eagerly discussing the recent events, especially the formidable young gentleman's declaration of intent to confront the Blood Wolf gang. "Young Master Chun Qingshan," the attendant called, approaching with anticipation. "I am here. What is your request?" "Here, take this silver," Chun Qingshan instructed, "arrange a feast for the gentleman downstairs, and let him continue sharing the news regarding the ranking list and the Qingzhou Hidden Dragon list. The remaining funds are to compensate for the restaurant's damages and meal expenses." The attendant hurriedly took the silver and descended to ensure the arrangements were in order. Once seated, Chun Qingshan addressed the attendant. "Pray tell, what are the recent changes in the ranking list?" "The recent updates are as follows. The 56th position. Su Tianqiong of the Su family from Yangzhou, known for his fierce flame palm, has been severely injured by the newly ranked 68th, the true disciple of the Guiyuan sword sect, Junjiao, who has now climbed to the 48th rank. As for the Qingzhou Hidden Dragon list, it features Qin Yunxiao, the son of the Iron Blood Alliance's leader from Qinghe Prefecture, a first-tier expert at the age of 18, with a remarkable strength of 80,000 pounds. Now ranked 12th on the list, earning the title of Little Hero. The crowd gasped collectively at the revelation, 80,000 pounds of strength at merely 18. Such a prodigy. Indeed, having a powerful lineage is a boon. Another remarked, 80,000 pounds of force. A single strike could reduce me to mere pulp. Such talent. If only I could have a father like that and such innate gifts, I would willingly endure hardships to return to the age of 18. One timid voice piped up, "I too wish to lend my support to such formidable figures." Chun Qingshan listened in silence, pondering the level of expertise in this world. "I must bide my time. Soon, I too shall make my mark on the list. Let us depart, uncle." With that, Chun Qingshan and his companions exited the restaurant. The tale of the Blood Wolf gang's disgrace swiftly circulated, capturing significant attention, especially among those residing in the vicinity of Qingyun City, where the concepts of ranking lists and hidden dragon lists seemed distant. The Blood Wolf gang was notorious in these parts, and Chun Qingshan was poised to stir the winds of change in this realm. Wandering into the Wanbao Pavilion, a grand 5-story establishment, they found the first floor bustling with transactions of elixirs, weapons, and various wares. The second floor served as a hub for information trading, while the third required a certain level of strength or status to gain entry, hosting treasures, techniques, and potent artifacts. The fourth floor was dedicated to business dealings, catering to large orders from families, sects, and guilds, while the fifth floor had rarely been opened, likely due to insufficient qualifications. Upon entering, a strikingly beautiful attendant approached, asking, "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with today?" "I wish to procure a batch of essence blood pills, along with the rankings for the 3 lists, the Qingzhou Hidden Dragon list and the Jojo Chronicles, as well as some additional intelligence." Chun Qingshan stated his requirements. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled. "How many blood essence pills do you need, my lord?" "Each one is priced at 10 taels of silver, with discounts available for bulk purchases. 3,000, he replied. The woman felt a surge of joy at the prospect of such a substantial order. Her commission would be considerable. "This way, please, I shall summon the steward immediately." The 4 were led into a tranquil chamber where they were served tea with practiced ease, after which the door was gently closed behind the departing attendant. A knock sounded, and a rather composed middle-aged man entered. Exuding familiarity. My surname is Yuan. You may call me Steward Yuan. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Steward Yuan. I am Chun Qingshan. Young Master Chun, is there any other intelligence you require? Chun Qingshan replied coolly. I need information regarding the distribution of forces in Qingyun City and the neighboring 2 counties. A glint of excitement passed through Steward Yuan's eyes. This young man was not ordinary. He radiated a commanding presence that belied an inner restraint. Concealing his true strength, the individual beside him exuded an aura of a top-tier expert, perhaps even among the elite of elite. It seemed that significant events were on the horizon for Qingyang City. However, this was of little concern to their sect, the Wanxiang sect, which primarily engaged in commerce and intelligence, seldom involving itself in power struggles. After finalizing the terms and paying a deposit, they agreed to return the following day for the blood essence pills. Back in his inn room, Chun Qingshan toyed with a pale purple token, a privilege bestowed upon him by Steward Yuan, recognized throughout the Wanbao Pavilion in the Jiuzhou region, affording him certain conveniences. Reflecting on the nearly 40,000 taels of silver he had spent at Wanbao Pavilion that day, he acknowledged that the force distribution map was quite costly, though it could offer estimates of various factions' power. Barring those with deeply concealed strengths, he planned to send his uncle to procure some Black Flood dragon horses, which would also require a significant expenditure, nearly depleting his savings accumulated over the years. The Blood Wolf stronghold and other factions await my intervention to rid the people of their scourges. Chapter 11. The rankings and the state of the world. Chen Qingshan found himself intrigued by the rankings published by the Wanxiang sect and the Zhuzhou Chronicles. Studying them meticulously, he could not help but lament the vastness of Zhuzhou. The Wanxiang sect, which could assess the world's martial experts, held very little information in its records, maintaining an air of extreme discretion. Although positioned in the middle tier among top forces, the ability to create a universally accepted ranking indicated that the Wanxiang sect was not to be underestimated, harboring secrets yet to be unveiled. Zhuzhou was divided into 9 regions: Qingzhou, Yunzhou, Yangzhou, Yongzhou, Yuzhou, Zhongzhou, Jingzhou, Liangzhou, and Yanzhou. Theoretically, all belonged to the Great Wei dynasty, yet this was merely theoretical. Since the demise of the founding emperor of the Great Wei dynasty, the realm had struggled to maintain control over Zhuzhou. Although several emperors had worked diligently to restore the dynasty, none could compare to the founder's revitalization. After 5 centuries of erosion, the once mighty Great Wei had decayed, lacking the strength to govern Zhuzhou effectively. Only 2 royal ancestors, whose potential had long been exhausted, tenuously held the law manifestation realm, alongside a few possessing divine abilities. Furthermore, it appeared that the 2 in the law manifestation realm suffered from some underlying ailment. The current emperor was the former eldest prince, the Yin Wang, who had mysteriously declined the throne, opting instead to govern as a prince in Yanzhou. Known for his benevolence, he managed Yanzhou with exceptional order and gained immense respect. The current emperor was the previously second prince, who upon ascending the throne, ruthlessly suppressed rival princes, even sending underage princes to the capital for their fiefs, though he did not resort to total annihilation. The deep-rooted heritage of the Great Wei dynasty meant that nothing could be easily taken from it. Consolidating his power was understandable. Many initially believed he would be a capable ruler. However, his true nature soon surfaced: indulgent, extravagant, and corrupt. He surrounded himself with sycophants, plundering the populace's wealth. Whether out of jealousy or gullibility, the emperor sought to undermine the Yin Wang and Yanzhou, ultimately provoking rebellion. Although successful, it resulted in mutual devastation, leaving the Yin Wang and his wife grievously injured, their whereabouts unknown, with only a son and daughter remaining. Now, Yanzhou was overseen by officials dispatched by the court, and the citizens endured immense suffering. Their reluctance to rebel stemmed from gratitude towards the Yin Wang and his children. The court's inaction likely arose from concerns, as whispers suggested that the Yin Wang's wife had a remarkable lineage. Thus, the Great Wei dynasty found itself at the brink of demise, with various factions biding their time, secretly amassing forces, waiting for a chance to seize power. Returning to the topic at hand, the current state of Zhuzhou, only those possessing law manifestation realm experts could be deemed top-tier forces. The factions with such powers included the 3 doctrines: Pure Yang Palace, Dragon and Tiger Sacred Sect, and the Upper Clarity Sect. 4 Buddhas: Shaolin, Esoteric Sect, Dharma Flower Temple, and Heavenly Dragon Temple. 3 demons: Heavenly Demon Palace, Blood Demon Cult, and Pure Yin Sect. 3 swords: Divine Sword Palace, Sword Pavilion, and Returning Yuan Sword Sect, alongside the Wanxiang Sect. The Chui family, the Zhao family, the Iron Blood Alliance, the Heroes Society, the 4 Holy Sects, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, the Blood Garment Tower, and the Great Wei dynasty. The aforementioned 4 factions, Taoists, Buddhists, demons, and swordmasters, while numerous, could be considered a cohesive whole. Among the Taoist heavenly ranking, there were 7 members, 5 from the Buddhist sect, and 4 from both the demon and sword factions, occupying 21 of the 36 seats on the heavenly ranking. The Wanxiang sect and the Great Wei dynasty each had 2 representatives, while other factions had 1, totaling 35 law manifestation realm experts throughout Zhuzhou. The Taoists stood tall, dominating the most prosperous area, Zhongzhou, and remaining the state religion of the Great Wei dynasty, with the elder of the Dragon and Tiger Sacred Sect serving as a national advisor. Yet, the Taoists conducted their affairs with utmost discretion. However, the relationship between the two factions had soured, as rumors circulated that the current emperor sought to elevate the Buddhist sect, though this would not suffice to expel the Taoists from Zhongzhou. Among the Taoist, Buddhist, demon, and sword factions, and the Wanxiang sect, they possessed the deepest foundations, each holding their own mysterious trump cards, allowing them to endure and thrive in Zhongzhou. The reasons the two representatives of the Great Wei dynasty ranked lowest on the heavenly ranking were due to their relative weakness. In the law manifestation realm, strengths varied significantly. For instance, the first on the heavenly ranking, Pure Yang Celestial Master, possessed unfathomable strength, capable of defeating a multitude alone. The two law manifestation representatives of the Great Wei dynasty ranked 35 and 34 respectively, their combined strength overshadowed by the preceding 33. The most awkward situation arose from the legacy of the Great Wei's founding emperor, whose heritage could not exert influence over Zhongzhou. In fact, they remained under the Taoist yoke, leading to escalating tensions between the two factions. The founding emperor likely never anticipated that his descendants would be so inept, allowing the dynasty to decline to such depths. Had he known, the current emperor and those two old ancestors would have met their end at his hand. It is worth noting that the founding emperor once ranked among the top 10 on the heavenly ranking, wielding unmatched power in Zhongzhou due to his profound heritage. This is the current roster of the top-tier forces in the world. Apart from the Taoists, other factions are scattered throughout Zhongzhou. The Buddhist sect has split into two factions due to ideological disputes, with the esoteric sect retreating to the desolate region of Liangzhou to establish its teachings, while the demon sect engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. Notably, the Pure Yin sect and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion are unique in being composed entirely of women. It is important to recognize that in this world, women traditionally face disadvantages in cultivation. Thus, the presence of two female representatives on the heavenly ranking is remarkable. The four holy sects comprise the Azure Dragon Holy Sect, White Tiger Holy Sect, Black Tortoise Holy Sect, and Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, originally united but later fragmented due to internal disagreements, resulting in four distinct entities that no longer interact. The Azure Dragon Holy Sect resides in Qingzhou. The remainder consists of second-tier divine ability forces, densely distributed across Zhongzhou, some with illustrious ancestries that once produced law manifestation realm experts, now diminished due to prolonged lineage without new law manifestation births. Such factions should not be underestimated, as their inherited legacies can rival the might of law manifestation experts. For instance, the 8 great families were once top-tier forces, but now only the Cui and Zhao families maintain law manifestation representatives. Chun Qingshan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, overwhelmed by the intricate web of forces and the multitude of experts. Broadening his horizons while simultaneously instilling a sense of caution within him, not to be arrogant or underestimate the heroes of the world. The overall situation in Zhongzhou was chaotic, compounded by years of severe drought in certain regions, leaving the populace destitute. Natural disasters abounded, alongside man-made calamities, as warlords seized territories, brigands roamed freely, and rampant violence ensued. Ambitious figures further exacerbated the turmoil, hastening the dynasty's decline, and the common folk suffered immensely. The greatest calamity, however, stemmed from the authorities themselves, who, top to bottom, greedily plundered resources without regard for the people's suffering. This decaying state of affairs had yet to spark a large-scale rebellion, as many hesitated to take the lead, patiently awaiting the Great Wei dynasty's continued decline. Although the Great Wei dynasty faced its twilight, its past might still loomed large, having held dominion for 5 centuries and possessing the most abundant resources in the realm. Even a pig could become refined in such conditions. The lingering foundation remained formidable, but there was a fear that a desperate struggle could lead to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting others. Chun Qingshan surveyed the information regarding the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity, finding it dwarfed in comparison to the previous hidden dragon rankings, akin to a child's play. The hidden dragon rankings merely indicated potential, akin to a young tiger yet to mature, with the possibility of faltering along the way. The human rankings represented the rankings of those in the Gangqi realm, comprising a total of 108 names. Given the vast population of Zhongzhou and the multitude of martial artists, Being listed among the human rankings was a testament to one's prowess, with each update making waves across the realm. The Earth rankings, representing those in the divine ability realm, enjoyed a lifespan of 300 years, granting them longevity. The infrequency of updates is quite normal, with decades passing without change. The number of masters in the realm of divine abilities, both known and hidden across the land, does not exceed 200. Those ranked on the list typically remain unless their lives come to an end in recent years. There have been few battles among the top-tier experts. As for how Wanxiang Tower is aware of this. It is only natural for a top-tier force to possess its own means of gathering intelligence. However, as the world grows increasingly turbulent, the conflicts among the masters of divine abilities are bound to escalate. And even those on the earthly rankings may take action. As for the heavenly rankings, the last update occurred 50 years ago. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, Qin Wentao, broke through to the realm of manifestation in a single battle, ascending to the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings, subsequently advancing to the 6th position. Chen Qingshan harbors immense confidence in his ascent to the 3 rankings, believing that he too will soon be among them. This ranking must be contested, as it directly impacts one's prestige. There is no swifter method to garner renown than to ascend the 3 rankings. Afterward, Chen Qingshan perused some secrets of the 9 provinces and found it peculiar that the entire history of the 9 provinces spans only a little over 2,000 years, with the preceding era shrouded in obscurity, as if erased by some unseen force. Yet, he did not dwell on it, perhaps due to his lower realm, as the information he accessed was limited to what common martial artists knew. The depths of this world are far more profound, knowledge of which Chen Qingshan would only acquire later. Chapter 12. Emergence and Refuge. Uncle, could you please visit the horse ranch and purchase 20 fine-quality Black Flood dragon horses? We cannot rely solely on our feet for travel. If we are to buy, let us procure the best. If conditions allow, one should indulge in the pleasures of life. Otherwise, what is the point of possessing great strength if life lacks joy? He then handed a banknote to his uncle. Very well, I am acquainted with the manager at the horse ranch, so this matter will be easily resolved. His uncle swiftly made his way to the ranch. Huzi, Xiaowu, I am going to buy some gifts for my family, so you need not accompany me. Feel free to explore on your own. Brother Qingshan, then Huzi and I will visit the market as well and pick up a few things. Qinwu said, pulling Chen Hu along as they ventured out. Upon reaching the street, Chen Qingshan found a bustling rouge shop and stepped inside. The beautiful proprietress, upon seeing Chen Qingshan, brightened, thinking to herself that this young gentleman must be here to purchase gifts. With her keen eye for character, she deduced that he was undoubtedly a person of means. Had Chen Qingshan been aware of her thoughts, he would have confirmed her assumptions, for his visit to Qingyun City was indeed for the purpose of indulgence. Indeed, I am not well versed in these matters. Please select some exquisite rouge and powder for me, he said with a smile. Content with his purchases, Chen Qingshan exited the rouge shop, secretly noting that indeed, in any world, money is most easily earned from women. These items were worth nearly 20 blood essence pills. Shaking his head, he proceeded to a nearby fabric store to choose several fine bolts of cloth to bring back to his mother. After completing his shopping, he set off to find Chen Hu and Qinwu at the market, a small food stall within the market. The proprietor was a modestly dressed, well-proportioned, fair-skinned young woman around 24 or 25 years old. Her hands deft and nimble. Beside her stood a chubby, adorable little girl of 4 or 5 years, her clothing patched with many repairs. The little girl rushed to clear the table as soon as the customers finished eating. Her movements so practiced that they elicited sympathy. At such a tender age, she should be living a carefree, whimsical life. One could only imagine the hardships of their family. Boss lady, 2 large bowls of noodles. Please, Qinhu called out as he and Chen settled at an empty table. Shortly thereafter, the little girl carefully brought over the bowls one by one. Seeing this, Chen remarked, "Little sister, you're so young and already helping your family with work." The little girl, noticing Chen formidable stature, was somewhat intimidated and dared not approach, retreating behind the beautiful woman while peeking out. The woman cast an apologetic glance in response. "Ha, Huzi, I told you not to eat so much. Your size frightens the little ones," Qinwu chuckled. Chen sheepishly scratched his head and then turned to the little girl, saying, "Don't fear, little sister. I'll treat you to some candied hawthorn later." Upon hearing the words candied hawthorn, the little girl's eyes lit up, nearly drooling with anticipation, her gaze filled with longing. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead, filled with shouts and insults, as three cleanly dressed warriors adorned with a fierce tiger emblem approached. Accompanied by a haughty young man in extravagant attire, swaying as he made his way to the stall, "That scoundrel is back again, always oppressing us common folk. Indeed, he snatches away beautiful ladies and leaves their families in ruin. Those fortunate enough may end up as concubines, while those less fortunate are sold to brothels. Sun Bingqing, that rascal, has been coveting Lu Xiaonyang for quite some time. It seems trouble is brewing for her. This poor little girl, an orphan with her mother. Alas, what can be done? After all, this scoundrel is the nephew of Sun San, one of the 3 hall masters of the Tiger Gang. Ordinary folks cannot provoke him, and those with power must still give face to Sun San," murmured the bystanders. At that moment, Sun Bingqing and his 3 lackeys arrived at the stall, leering at the proprietress, stating, "This month's protection fee of 5 taels of silver is due." Upon hearing this, the proprietress trembled with rage. "Why don't you go and rob someone? I am robbing you. If you don't pay up, I'll smash your stall and sell your daughter, unless you agree to become my concubine." The little girl was terrified at the thought of being sold and burst into tears. The proprietress was equally horrified, clutching her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Nearby, Qian, who could not contain himself, calling out, "Brother Qingshan told us not to cause trouble, but I cannot stand idly by. Xiao Wu, I am going to deal with them. I'll join you." "Brother Qingshan won't he blame us for this?" Chun Wu declared, rising as well. Qian, who shouted angrily at the bullies, preying on orphans and widows, "You shameless brutes." Seeing someone stand up to them, the lackeys began to shout threats, eager to show off in front of their master. But Chan Hu and Chan Wu were no ordinary individuals. Having trained under Chen Qingshan since childhood, they were skilled fighters, often battling ferocious beasts, and thus paid little mind to such feeble threats. "Today, let Huzi teach you a lesson," Chun Hu declared, his massive hands swiftly grabbing one of the bullies and slamming him to the ground, rendering him powerless to retaliate. The other, realizing the danger, quickly fled. Sun Bingqing, witnessing his lackeys easily dispatched, felt humiliated, cursing them for their ineptitude. He then threatened, "My uncle is Sun San of the Tiger Gang. If you touch me, the gang will not spare you, Dato. I would love to see just how formidable your Tiger Gang truly is." A commanding voice emerged from the crowd. Dressed in a striking black robe adorned with gold trim, his handsome visage and tall stature exuded an aura of authority. Chun Qingshan stepped forward, instantly becoming the center of attention. He approached the beautiful woman before him, speaking gently, "Madam, do not worry." Having endured years of hardship raising her daughter alone, the imposing yet handsome young gentleman's masculine presence caused her cheeks to flush slightly. "Thank you for your assistance, young sir," she said gratefully. Chun Qingshan knelt down and gently ruffled the little girl's hair, asking, "What is your name, little one?" The girl, looking up at this kind brother who had come to help her, stopped crying and replied, "My name is Luanen. Big brother will help you gain justice," Chun Qingshan declared, turning to Chan Hu. "Huzi, break one of his legs." Without hesitation, Chan Hu struck, swiftly shattering Lu Bingqing's leg. The latter howled in agony, his pampered upbringing ill-preparing him for such suffering. He continued to curse and threaten, "My uncle won't let you go. You'll regret this." Qin Qingshan remained unfazed, inquiring, "Oh, and where might your uncle be?" "My uncle is at Tianxiang Pavilion. If you have the guts, go find him." "And where is Tianxiang Pavilion? Who will lead the way?" At that moment, someone from the crowd stepped forward, eager to assist. "Take this useless fool along too," Chan Hu added. The proprietress, worried that this young gentleman would take Lu An along as well, saw many others abandoning their stalls to follow the crowd toward Tianxiang Pavilion, eager to witness the unfolding drama. After all, the Tiger Gang was one of the 3 major factions in Qingyun City, and this unfamiliar young man likely held a significant status, perhaps even an outsider dragon crossing the river. Meanwhile, within a private room at Tianxiang Pavilion, Lu San was reclining with his eyes half closed, enjoying massages from 2 young women while listening to his subordinates report on recent happenings. Occasionally, he would pinch a sensitive spot, eliciting soft gasps of pleasure, living a most indulgent life. Lu San had once been a disciple of a small sect, but after his master fell, his older brothers fought for control of the sect, dragging him into the power struggle. Ultimately, he supported one brother who was defeated, prompting him to flee. After a tumultuous journey, he returned to his hometown of Qingyang City and joined the Tiger Gang. In his youth, he exhibited some talent, quickly rising through the ranks due to his prowess in battle and eventually becoming a hall master. What movements have there been from the Flying Bear Gang recently? Lu San asked casually, playing with his teacup. After all, the Flying Bear Gang was their sworn enemy, and their power could not be underestimated. As for the remaining Snake Gang, they were hardly a concern. It was merely a matter of which faction would ultimately devour the other. However, it is not an easy task. The fellows in the inner city are unlikely to see their Tiger Gang monopolizing power. Recently, the mid-level executives of the Flying Bear Gang have been convening frequently, scheming something, but no information has yet surfaced. Master Lu's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Perhaps spending a bit more silver to gather intelligence would yield results. And he must relay this information to the gang leader. The fleeing lackey, upon witnessing his young master's leg shattered, hurriedly rushed to Tianxiang Pavilion to seek out Master Kung. As soon as he entered, he knelt and exclaimed, "Master San, you must take charge. Young Master Sun's leg has been broken." He recounted the events surrounding Sun Bingqing's beating, embellishing details about how no respect was shown to Master San and how they looked down upon the Tiger Gang. Bang! Master Lu forcefully smashed his teacup to the floor, causing the expressions of those in the room to shift dramatically, for Master Lu's wrath was truly fearsome. His face was a mask of ferocity. "Who dares to be so audacious as to disrespect me and harm my nephew?" He regarded his nephew as his own son. Yet before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside. "What is going on?" Master Lu inquired, displeased. "The group that attacked young Master is at the door, demanding you come out," a scar-faced gang member reported. "I wasn't even looking for them, and they dared to come to me." "I shall see who possesses such audacity," Master Lu declared, leading his men toward Tianxiang Pavilion's entrance. Chen Qingshan stood before the opulent structure adorned with gilded decorations. He observed the scantily clad figures flitting about within. He mused to himself that it was indeed a high martial world where brothels operated openly during the day at that moment. Master San emerged with his entourage, fixing his gaze upon the three individuals led by Chen Qingshan, particularly noting the pitiable state of Sun Bingqing, whose appearance resembled that of a lifeless dog. His eyes reddened with fury. "Which faction do you belong to, and why did you strike so ruthlessly? Do you not give me, Master San, any respect?" Chen Qingshan, upon sighting Master Lu, merely curled his lip in disdain. The leader of the Tiger Gang was nothing more than a common second-rate fighter. A second-rate fighter's esteem was not so grand. He should not lean on his seniority. How utterly arrogant! When the time comes for you to fall into my hands, I hope you maintain that sharp tongue. Master Lu's beard quivered with rage. And without further ado, he waved his hand, prompting two of his second-rate fighters, accompanied by over a dozen gang members, to charge at Chen Qingshan and his companions. "Huazi, Xiao Wu, you two go." Chun Hu and Chen Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Their combat spirits ignited. Each targeted a third-rate fighter. Chen Hu roared like a descending tiger as he charged forth. He unleashed a barrage of punches that rendered the third-rate fighter utterly defenseless, sending nearby Tiger Gang members scattering. Ultimately, the third-rate fighter could not utter a word before spitting blood and collapsing, his gaze vacant. Chun Wu, on the other hand, toyed with his opponent like a tiger with its prey. Effortlessly dodging attacks, he feigned a move, then transformed his palm into a claw, inflicting two deep gashes across the enemy's chest, incapacitating him. He then swiftly dealt with the remaining assailants. Returning to Chan Ping's side, Chun Hu and Chun Wu understood that the ensuing battle was beyond their current capabilities. Indeed, both have made progress. Huazi's ferocity is commendable, and Xiao Wu's agility is impressive, Chen Qingshan remarked. Master Lu's expression was one of disbelief as he witnessed his subordinates swiftly defeated. "Old fellow, it's your turn now. You shall strike first. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance." Chen Qingshan loosened his muscles. Master Lu inhaled deeply. years of comfort and indulgence had dulled his combat skills, rendering him akin to a toothless tiger. Yet, with no choice but to act, he advanced, delivering a punch that whistled through the air. Chen Qingshan remained steadfast, meeting the blow with a palm, bang. Not good, Master Lu thought, as he stumbled backward 5 or 6 steps from the immense recoil. While Chen Qingshan stood unmoved, the disparity evident. Before Master Lu could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Qingshan stomped his left foot, shattering the stone slab beneath him. In that instant, Master Lu's pupils widened as he envisioned an ancient dragon elephant charging toward him with overwhelming force. In a moment of panic, he attempted to block but was struck by a heavy punch, sent hurtling against a pillar of Tianxiang Pavilion, a sight both tragic and fearsome. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled to rise, only to collapse in weakness, his legs giving way. In the martial world, strength commands respect, and the capable take precedence. Have you lived so long without comprehending this? You are but a mere second-rate fighter, yet you exhibit such arrogance. Chen Qingshan's words resonated with the authority of an emperor wielding supreme power, radiating dignity and dominance. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The notorious Master Lu of the Tiger Gang had been brought to his knees by this young lord, as Chen Qingshan spoke with unyielding confidence. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the younger spectators gazed at him with admiration. The ladies within Tianxiang Pavilion trembled slightly, their cheeks flushed, their eyes sparkling with spring-like affection, having never before encountered such a commanding and handsome young man. At that moment, if Chen Qingshan were to enter Tianxiang Pavilion without cost, the maidens would willingly pay to spend the night in his company. Chen Qingshan tossed a silver ingot to a servant of Tianxiang Pavilion and turned to leave. Observing his soaring reputation, he felt a surge of exhilaration, reflecting that his display had not been in vain. He rated himself a 99 out of 100 for this performance, but reminded himself to remain humble. Unbeknownst to him, this was not mere pretense. It was the essence of his being, having adapted to the survival rules of this world. Only by being more domineering could he dispel the malice and covetousness of others. Embodying both inner sanctity and outer authority, my lady and little Nen, please stay close to me for now. I fear they might become desperate and pose a threat to your safety, Chen Qingshan said gently. At that moment, Lu Nyangzi regarded him with sparkling eyes, her thoughts racing in her moment of distraction, and then promptly agreed, sensing that this older brother was a good person capable of protecting her and her mother. Anin detested seeing her mother bullied, for each time it happened, they would return home in tears, a feeling too distressing to bear. Anin. You? Lu Nyangzi hesitated, then sighed. My name is Zhou Zhiyun, and I apologize for the trouble. Young Master Dadio, not be so formal. I am quite easygoing. You are older than I, so I shall call you Sister Yun. Let us go, Chen Qingshan replied with a smile, leading them out of the crowd. The events that had just transpired rapidly spread throughout the city. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Qingshan's uncle noticed him accompanied by a beautiful young woman and an adorable girl. The uncle's gaze was peculiar, and Chen Qingshan quickly discerned that he was misinterpreted. Feeling somewhat awkward, he thought to himself, am I the sort of person who would engage in such behavior? Huazi, arrange accommodations for Sister Yun and Anan. Uncle, I need to speak with you. Xiaowu, you come as well. Upon entering the room, his uncle meaningfully remarked, Qingshan, I am quite pleased to see you have matured, as martial artists. We are vigorous and full of life. It is only natural to engage in matters of yin and yang. When I was young, I too was a man of many passions, but moderation is key. Though I long to enjoy the company of grandchildren. You have taken a direct step. Chun Wu stifled laughter, and Chen Qingshan shot him a glare, interrupting his uncle's speech as he swiftly recounted the day's events. After hearing everything, his uncle expressed his full support for Chen Qingshan's actions, affirming that those who bully the common folk for amusement should be dealt with severely, as he himself came from humble beginnings. The Tiger Gang is not to be feared. Should we strike tonight? His uncle inquired. Chen Qingshan shook his head that it would be unwise to act hastily. If we provoke the Tiger Gang now, all the city's factions will converge their attention upon us. They will be on guard. Even if we were to seize their territory, they possess sufficient manpower. You know what kind of people the Tiger Gang comprises. It would not be advantageous for our subsequent plans. It would be better to wait a while longer. He did not fear the Tiger Gang. His Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer, and he could do so at any time, though he felt it still required a touch of perfection. His strength had reached 25,000 pounds, and with the defense of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he could engage a first-rate fighter without issue. According to the intelligence from Wanxiang Tower, most first-rate fighters of the Tiger Gang possess strength in the range of 40 to 50,000 pounds. And he had also mastered explosively powerful techniques. It is worth noting that the most sought-after martial arts among the martial community were not only those with profound accumulation, but also those accompanied by effective combat strategies. Otherwise, he would not have been able to incapacitate Master Lu with a single blow, damaging his meridians and internal organs. The distinction between himself and first-rate fighters lay only in the inability to engage in prolonged battles. After discussing matters with his uncle and Chen Wu, they decided to set out from the city. "Uncle, please go to the stables outside the city and bring back the dragon horse. We will convene in the woods before the city gate." Chen Qingshan instructed. He handed over the silver note and the token from Wanxiang Tower to Xiao Wu. "You go collect the blood essence pills. I will wait for you at the inn." "In the woods, we shall gather," his uncle affirmed. Chen Qingshan found Chen Hu and briefed him on the situation, instructing him to pack his belongings before seeking out Sister Yun and Anan. "Sister Yun, I must apologize. I need to return for some matters. We will be leaving the city shortly." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiyun's expression dimmed slightly, and Chen Qingshan realized she had misunderstood. He quickly clarified, "Sister Yun, it is not what you think that I wish to take you and Anan with me. I am in need of someone to help manage affairs at my estate, and I cannot rest easy knowing you two are in the city." Zhou Zhiyun felt a warmth spread through her heart, her spirits lifted. "All right, I shall go pack my things, and no need. I will take care of everything. Just wait here, and I will buy some clothes when we leave the city. Everything else is already arranged." Holding the chubby little hand of An, I, along with Sister Yun and the burdens of Chen Hu and Chen Wu, exited the INN.as. We passed by a clothing store. I selected several suitable outfits for Sister Yun and once she donned the new attire, Sister Yun astonished Chen Qingshan with her mature and voluptuous figure, her graceful curves eliciting a blush from Zhou Zhiyun, who was unaccustomed to such form-fitting garments. Meanwhile, Anan, having changed, resembled a delicate doll, her tiny hands clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn while she savored a bite, giggling foolishly. Our group swiftly approached the city gate, and Chen Qingshan glanced back at the characters Qingyun City, silently vowing that upon my next arrival, this city would be under my command. Chapter 13. Growth and Expansion. Upon reaching the forest, we beheld 20 majestic black Jiao horses, their bodies entirely ebony, glistening with sheen, robust limbs, and deep blue eyes, unmistakably fine steeds, a testament to their dragon bloodline. The crowd observed the black Jiao horses with curiosity, and Chen Qingshan selected the most spirited among them. For a martial artist, controlling a horse with one's physique is a trivial endeavor. "Sister Yun, can you ride?" he inquired. "No," Zhou Zhiyun replied. "Then An will accompany uncle. While Sister Yun rides with me." As he embraced Zhou Zhiyun's slender waist, she felt the warmth of his strong hand, her cheeks flushing with a rush of masculine energy. The black Jiao horse galloped swiftly, speeding along the path, and the scenery whirled past us. Before long, we arrived at the Qingyun Gang's stronghold. That night, Lu Anan tossed and turned on the soft, comfortable bed, unable to sleep, her laughter ringing out. Having previously endured the discomfort of a hard wooden plank bed, this dreamlike existence made her reluctant to rest on such luxury. She reminded herself to avoid upsetting her elder brother and to behave well. This memory would remain vivid in her mind for many years to come. Zhou Zhiyun, seeing her daughter in such a state, felt a pang of heartache and gratitude for meeting Chen Qingshan. Taking a deep breath, she extinguished the candle and entered into dreams within. And 2 months later, in a secret chamber of the estate, Chen Qingshan sat cross-legged on a mat, focusing his mind and spirit deep within. He mused that in these 2 months, he had successfully recruited a full complement of personnel, their training yielding remarkable results, with many having reached the pinnacle of physical training and several breaking through to the skin training stage. Xiao Ta activated the personal panel, Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower. Activated, damaged, Tower Master. Chun Qingshan Realm. Bone Forging, 35,000 Gene of Strength. Martial Arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Fierce Tiger Body Refinement Technique Reputation Points. 250,000 every day. He observed a steady influx of reputation points, evidently reaping the rewards of his previous righteous deeds in Qingyun City. Today, he decided to summon again. Testing his luck, though he had already broken through to the Bone Forging realm, increasing the cost of each summon from 10,000 to 30,000 reputation points. However, the higher his realm, the better the summoned individuals would be. Previously, Xiao Ta had merely provided beginner benefits. Xiao Ta rubbed his hands in anticipation, hoping to summon some swordsmanship experts. He had refrained from selecting weapons, waiting for the appearance of swordsmanship manuscripts, for Qian Qingshan harbored a dream of becoming a dashing sword immortal. After all, being handsome is a lifelong pursuit. As he indulged in daydreams, he arrived at the training platform. A burly man, clad as a mountain bandit and wielding a large knife, emerged with an imposing presence. Black Wind Village Chief Realm. Second Tier Technique. Gale 8 slashes, 2 stars, Character Introduction. The leader of a mountain stronghold, notorious for his misdeeds, ultimately exterminated by government forces. Upon seeing the knife-wielding brute, Chun Qingshan wasted no time and swiftly knocked him out with a single punch. Opening his eyes in the secret chamber, Chun Qingshan grimaced at the ceiling that it appeared there were no new beginner benefits this time. 5 consecutive summons yielded no gold. The summoned individuals were all unknown figures from countless realms, possessing only mediocre 2- or 3-star martial arts techniques. He felt somewhat exasperated. Not a single sword technique emerged. The path to becoming a sword immortal was indeed a long and arduous one. Upon reflection, it made sense. Ordinary second-tier individuals were unlikely to possess anything of value. Even some low-tier world overlords only attained the first tier at the Qi condensation stage. He resolved to accumulate more reputation points and quickly break through to the first tier, confident that a tenfold summon would yield better results. Alas, acquiring profound martial techniques was no easy feat. Even 2- or 3-star martial arts were highly coveted in this land. And no longer dwelling on it, he transcribed the techniques to enrich the gang's martial arts library and the gang, beneath a large tree. 2 burly men relaxed and chatted. Tainyo, I heard the captain of the first squad is about to break through to the 3rd tier. Where did you hear that, Ergo? Chen Ergo smiled smugly. A cousin of mine is from Chun Family Village. He is in the first squad. Chun Family Village is the chief's home village, and word has it that everyone there, young and old, is practicing martial arts. Holding a prestigious status in the surrounding 10-mile radius, Li Tainyo spoke with envy. He was from a nearby Li family village, robust in stature and somewhat gifted. When the Qing gang came to recruit, he joined with a mindset of merely trying it out, and now his family holds a high status in the village. Indeed, the chief has provided us with the opportunity to practice martial arts. Now the lives of over 20 nearby villages have improved. In the past, we could only enjoy a hearty meal once a year. Now we feast daily on the rich meat of fierce beasts. The chief is a good man. This life feels like a dream. If only I could lead a small squad, it would be even better, Li Tainyo said with a contented expression. Tainyo, you really have a chance to become a squad leader. I heard the gang is planning to expand recruitment. With your talent, you might get the opportunity, Li Ergo remarked, believing that his fellow villager Tainyo had a great possibility of becoming a squad leader. Suddenly, 2 small stones fell upon the heads of Li Ergo and Li Tainyo. Who dares to mock us? Li Tainyo exclaimed in bewilderment. Just then, a giggle emerged from behind a nearby tree, revealing the whimsically dressed Luan and Big Silly Cow. You're slacking again. Upon seeing her, Li Tainyo and Li Ergo exchanged alarmed glances, inwardly lamenting their misfortune. It was this little lady. Luan held a high status within the gang, treated by the chief as a beloved younger sister, and the 2 deputy leaders showered her with affection. Even the usually stern elder, known for his strictness, displayed a warm smile towards Luan. In truth, when Luan first arrived, she was quite reserved, well-mannered, and polite, sweetly addressing everyone as brother or uncle. Having shed her previous hardships, she had returned to her innocent and playful self, albeit with a mischievous streak that often turned the gang upside down. Of course, the members relished her antics. These rough and tough men adored the little girl. as she brought much joy to their otherwise monotonous training lives. Why, little lady, do not speak so carelessly. We just finished our training and are taking a break. Luan placed her hands behind her back, striking a serious pose as she admonished, "Big silly cow. Those who aspire to be squad leaders are training harder. If you don't put in the effort, don't come crying to me." Hearing this, Li Tainyo felt urgency swell within him, thinking, "You lot are all saying to rest after training, yet you sneak off to train more." Without delay, Li Tainyo seized Ergo's hand and hurried off to train. Witnessing this scene, Luan burst into laughter. In the conference hall, Qin Qingshan sat at the head of the table, holding a cup of tea while listening to Chen Wu report on recent progress. "Chief, all 10 squads have entered the mountains to hunt fierce beasts, and their strength is advancing rapidly. Thanks to our preparations, there have been no casualties, only minor injuries." Previously, the elder Qin Yong'an had advised him and Qin Hu on how to address each other informally and private while maintaining the chief's dignity in formal settings. Observing Qin Wu, Qin Qingshan felt quite satisfied. His childhood playmates were maturing swiftly and were now capable of independent responsibility. Qin Qingshan oversaw the overall strategy, Qin Wu managed the gang's affairs, and Qin Hu was suited for external warfare. While his uncle was responsible for training, the gang's development was akin to fire fueling oil, growing rapidly. Both of them had reached the second-tier mastery and remained grounded, understanding that strength is fundamental. Qin Qingshan offered some advice, and after their exchange, he said, "Not bad, Xiao Wu. You've worked hard these past days. Tonight, you and Huzi will come to dinner at my place. We have significant matters to discuss." Returning to the estate, he found Sister Yun watering the flowers and grass. "Sister Yun, tonight I'll prepare a bit more food. Huzi and Xiao are coming for dinner. I'll go practice martial arts first." During this time, Sister Yun had settled down, managing the estate with great care, making Qin Qingshan's life exceedingly convenient. Moreover, she was an excellent cook, allowing Qin Qingshan to indulge in delightful meals. "All right, Qingshan, you go ahead," Zhou Zhiyun replied as she watched Qin Qingshan hastily pass by. Through this period of interaction, she understood that Qin Qingshan was destined for greatness, a person meant to accomplish significant deeds. Lacking any extraordinary talents herself, she aimed to ensure that Qin Qingshan was not burdened by trivial domestic matters. Furthermore, Qin Qingshan treated both her and an unexceptionally well, and the gang members were genuinely sincere. As evening fell, a table laden with steaming, fragrant dishes was set before Qin Hu, whose eyes sparkled with delight and appetite. "Whoever marries Sister Yun will truly be fortunate. Let us eat," Qin Qingshan said. Qin Hu and Luan feasted heartily, their mouths smeared with grease. The sight elicited laughter from the crowd. After a hearty meal and drinks, in the study, Qin Qingshan and his companions were deliberating. It was time to expand their influence. "During this period, I have troubled you, dear uncle, to continue their training. Next month, we shall eradicate the numerous villainous factions surrounding Qingyun City and establish our reputation." Qin Qingshan outlined the plan in detail. "I have long desired to engage them in battle. I have grown weary of merely wandering the mountains," Qin Hu declared with fervor. "Brother Qingshan, I am fully prepared," Qin Wu echoed in support, while their uncle nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they were presented with the secret manual summoned today to select those most suited to their skills. Qin Hu chose a technique for wielding a saber, while Qin Wu opted for a spear technique, and their uncle merely glanced at the selections without choosing. The remaining manuals were entrusted to their uncle for safekeeping in the scripture pavilion as rewards for their valor in the forthcoming battle. Chapter 14. The Annihilation of Blood Wolf Stronghold. A month later, over 1,000 robust men clad in gray uniforms stood in orderly formation on a vast training platform. Before them were 30 squad leaders, each a third-rate expert dressed in green attire. The Grand Elder, Qin Yong'an, exuded an extraordinary presence in his purple robe, while Qin Hu and Qin Wu appeared formidable in their crimson garments. Qin Qingshan, adorned in a black robe with golden trimmings, turned to face his followers, his voice resonating with authority. "It is time to make our Qin gang's name known. This battle is destined for victory. We shall celebrate afterward and reward those who distinguish themselves." A thunderous roar erupted from the assembly, their spirits ignited. Observing their fervor, Qin Qingshan signaled the commencement of their march. Within a dense thicket, A dozen horse-drawn carts laden with goods came to a gradual halt. The leading man raised his hand and bellowed, "Stop, let us take a moment to rest." The carts swiftly clustered together. An elder approached a finely crafted sedan, announcing, "Miss, we have arrived at Blood Wolf Stronghold." With that, a delicate maid drew back the curtain, revealing a slender young lady in a pale green gown, her oval face and water-like eyes radiating warmth. With a hint of concern, she remarked, "Fu Bo, I have heard that the chief of Blood Wolf has broken through to the first-rate realm. I hope no unforeseen events arise, for our Longfeng Trading Company cannot withstand further turmoil, rest assured." "Miss, I am also a first-rate expert. The Blood Wolves should not act rashly. A little extra passage fee should suffice," Fu Bo replied, understanding her worries, especially given the overwhelming number of 3,000 men in the Blood Wolf camp. Beside them, a maid protested, "If it weren't for their treachery, forcing the young lady to marry that wastrel, we wouldn't be in this perilous situation." "Enough, Xiaoqing. Once father emerges from his seclusion, everything will be resolved," the young woman said, her face clouded with worry. Her father was in a closed-door retreat, striving to break through to the Qi realm, while the trading company faced internal and external strife, its business plummeting. Just as they conversed, the sound of hooves thundered from afar, resonating like rolling thunder, shaking the woods. "Something's amiss. Gather," the leading man commanded, and dozens quickly assembled to shield the young lady, while Fu Bo's expression turned grave. Ahead, clouds of dust billowed, and soon they beheld dozens of black steeds in the forefront, with over 1,000 men marching behind them, a formidable force. A black flag emblazoned with a single character Qing flapped in the wind. And at the helm rode a young man in a black robe with golden trimmings. Chen Qingshan, noticing the figures in the woods, maintained his distance and signaled for a halt, prompting his followers to do the same. The discipline and order of the formation even caused Fu Bo, an old hand in the trade, to marvel at this moment. Fu Bo stepped forward to alleviate any misunderstandings, channeling his energy to project his voice. "Young sir, we are from the Longfeng Trading Company, merely passing through this area for a brief respite." Chen Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement and commanded, "Continue toward Blood Wolf Stronghold." Seeing them pass, Fu Bo exhaled in relief. He had felt immense pressure when the young man had cast a fleeting glance his way. "This group is no ordinary lot. I wonder which powerful faction they hail from. That young gentleman is quite extraordinary. I cannot see through him," Fu Bo mused. The young lady, taken aback, noted, "Fu Bo, you have never held such esteem for the offspring of noble families and sections. Are you suggesting that young gentleman matches your prowess?" "That young man is certainly not simple," Xiaoqing asserted. "How can you tell? Just look at him. A handsome and imposing gentleman like that must possess remarkable abilities," Xiaoqing responded confidently, leaving the young lady speechless. Xiaoqing continued, "Miss, if you seek a husband, it should be that young man, far superior to that wastrel." The onlookers chuckled at Xiaoqing's infatuation, the earlier tension dissipating into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Qingshan had arrived at the gates of Blood Wolf Stronghold. He gestured for Chen Hu to announce their arrival. Chen Hu stepped forward and bellowed, "Call forth your so-called chief. The Qing gang has come to pay tribute." The guards, witnessing the throng of people, hurriedly rushed to relay the message. Inside the stronghold, a gathering of leaders was celebrating the chief's recent breakthrough to the first-rate realm. Just as they were in high spirits, 2 guards burst in, delivering news. "A band of over 1,000 from the Qing gang has arrived outside, demanding the chief to come out." The hall fell silent. With a resounding crash, the chief, Blood Wolf, slammed his palm on the table. Furious. "How dare they show such disrespect? This is an opportune moment to establish my authority and demonstrate the might of a first-rate expert." Others chimed in, eager for retribution. "We must teach them a lesson. I've never heard of this Qing gang. Let the chief deal with them," they clamored. In the midst of the commotion, the chief rallied his men and strode toward the stronghold's entrance. As the gates swung open, Blood Wolf emerged at the forefront, leading over 3,000 of his subordinates. Upon spotting the young Chen Qingshan and the line of black steeds, a greedy thought crossed his mind. A mere child? Perhaps he has read too many tales of chivalry, coming to my Blood Wolf stronghold to rid us of our troubles. Those black steeds shall belong to me. At that moment, a trembling figure beside him. Fierce Wolf interjected, "Brother, that lad is the one who incapacitated our 3 brothers. Oh, a young one with second-rate prowess. Could he be from a formidable faction? I shall capture him alive and demand a ransom from his backers." Fierce Wolf mused, wanting to caution the chief about the young man's capabilities, but seeing the chief's unwavering confidence, he refrained from further comment. Blood Wolf regarded Chen Qingshan, saying, "You possess some skill for having incapacitated my 3 brothers. Surrender the black steeds and produce 100,000 taels of silver, and I shall let you go." Chen Qingshan leaped down from his steed, declaring, 2 months ago, I vowed to uproot your faction. If you seek to take me down, let us see your true capabilities." Without further ado, Blood Wolf signaled his men to attack, and they charged at Chen Qingshan, who met their advance with equal fervor. Chen Hu's battle cry resonated as he rallied his allies. The 2 factions clashed fiercely, with Chen Hu and Qin Wu each finding a second-rate opponent, while the remaining 50 members faced off against third-rate experts and ordinary bandits under the leadership of their squad leaders. 3 battlefields emerged. Chen Qingshan, channeling the power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, surged with vigor and launched a punch at Blood Wolf. The latter drew his blade, slashing with ferocity. Chen Qingshan did not flinch. He braced himself to absorb the blow. With a clang, he staggered back 2 steps, yet remained unscathed. The 2 exchanged blows for several rounds, and Blood Wolf's fierce wind and relentless strikes targeted vital points. Chen Qingshan found his rhythm, bolstered by the formidable defense of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and his astonishing stamina, pushing Blood Wolf further into a corner. Noticing the weapon in his hand, Blood Wolf saw cracks forming on the blade. His arm began to numb. This young man is not to be underestimated. His strength is increasing. What began as 38,000 pounds is nearing 40,000. His defense is formidable. If this continues, I shall be overwhelmed, Blood Wolf lamented inwardly, unaware of Chen Qingshan's fierce resolve. In that moment, Chen Qingshan's blood surged, emboldened by the battle. The essence of the fierce beast meat and rare treasures he had consumed began to circulate through him. With a thunderous punch, Blood Wolf felt as though he was confronting an immense dragon elephant, heavy and unstoppable. The overwhelming force pressed him down, rendering him unable to retaliate. At that moment, Chen Qingshan roared, his vitality surging as the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique broke through to the 3rd tier. With this breakthrough, all 206 bones within him were refined, significantly enhancing his strength to 47,000 pounds. Surpassing Blood Wolf's 41,000, his attacks grew more ferocious, an unstoppable momentum causing the ground to shatter beneath them. All eyes converged upon the scene as the members of Blood Wolf Village beheld their leader subdued and utterly defenseless. Expressions of shock etched upon their faces. Blood Wolf sought to counterattack, yet Chen Qingshan's assault was relentless and fierce, affording him no opportunity to retaliate. Forced to block with his blade, the overwhelming force inflicted internal injuries upon him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With no will to fight remaining, Blood Wolf swept his knife across the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and turned to flee. However, Chen Qingshan would not allow him to escape. He strode forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent a gust of wind rushing past Blood Wolf's ear. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, Blood Wolf was pushed back, and Chen Qingshan pursued relentlessly. Landing 3 successive blows, the defiant glimmer in Blood Wolf's eyes gradually faded. Chen Qingshan cast aside Blood Wolf's lifeless body, for he was dead. A commanding voice echoed throughout the area as the onlookers witnessed the swift demise of their leader. Their fighting spirit extinguished, and they turned to flee. Chen Qingshan surveyed the battlefield, refraining from further action, leaving the remaining foes to be dealt with by the members of the Qing gang. Chen Hu and Chen Wu also dispatched their adversaries with various methods, while their elder, Chen Yong'an, ceased his efforts after vanquishing the remaining second-rate fighters. Observing their combat prowess, Chen Qingshan felt a sense of satisfaction. There was no fear among them, and the 50-member team had honed a remarkable synergy in their long-standing hunts for fierce beasts in the mountains. There were no casualties, only a few severe injuries and minor wounds, and with the unique properties of the Dragon Elephant technique, They would soon be back to their lively selves, relentlessly pursuing the retreating enemies. Qian Hu and Chen Wu pressed on, while the others surged forward. Before long, aside from a few escaping stragglers, Blood Wolf Village was annihilated. At this time, the warriors' fighting spirit remained unquenched as they began to clean the battlefield, incinerating the corpses to prevent the outbreak of disease. Upon returning to the gang, they would discuss merits and rewards. Chun Qingshan expressed his elation, declaring that this battle was a resounding victory. Subsequently, Chun Qingshan instructed his men to search for spoils within the village, as it was certain that this stronghold housed considerable resources. At that moment, Li Tiniu approached with a small, plump figure in tow. "Boss, I found someone," he said. "He claims to be a captured chef from Blood Wolf Village and knows where their resources are stored." The small man, trembling with fear, immediately knelt down. "Please spare my life, my lord. My name is Su Defuku, a chef from the 100 Flavors restaurant in the city. The leader of Blood Wolf Village kidnapped me because he admired my culinary skills and forced me to cook for him. I have done no wrong," he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Chen Qingshan replied, "Whether you have committed any wrongdoings will be determined after I investigate. Take me to see." Su breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his life was spared, and promptly led Chen Qingshan and his companions to the dungeon's secret chamber. Upon arrival, they were met with the sounds of weeping emanating from within a large iron door. Chen Qingshan kicked the door down, and they entered to find dozens of ragged, bruised women sobbing in a nearby cell. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire of fury within the onlookers, their eyes brimming with rage. Chen Wu, usually taciturn, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "A pack of despicable beasts! They should have suffered a more agonizing fate." Chen Qingshan, too, fell silent, as it was the first time he had encountered such a sight since his rebirth. Previously, he had only heard his elders speak of the chaos and brutality of this world. Reflecting on the myriad bandit forces surrounding Qingyun City, he resolved to hasten their progress in purging the area. With determination etched on his face, he declared, "We must expedite the cleansing of the vicinity surrounding Qingyun City." Li Defuku, overhearing, felt a surge of admiration for this gallant hero, recognizing his commitment to ridding the world of malevolence. Chun Qingshan commanded his subordinates to free the women and provide them with clothing. Many of the women huddled together, weeping uncontrollably, but as their emotions settled, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Xiao Wu, give them some silver and arrange for their safe return home." Chen Qingshan instructed. At that moment, an elder woman stepped forward, curtsying gracefully before Chen Qingshan. "Young sir, we are now homeless. Even if we return, our families will not accept us. Please, shelter us as sisters." Chen Qingshan's heart sank upon hearing this. He understood that in this feudal society, these women, having been captured by bandits, would likely not be welcomed back by their families, who would prefer to believe them dead. With a heavy sigh, he replied, "Very well, you may stay with the gang and assist us with menial tasks." "Thank you, young sir, for your kindness," the women chorused gratefully. After opening the secret chamber and lighting candles, they discovered an extensive cache of resources, weapons, armor, various materials, and chests overflowing with silver, an estimated worth of over 1,000,000 taels. Additionally, there were vials of precious blood elixirs, the most crucial find of all. "Have these items transported below," Chen Qingshan ordered. A few kilometers away from the entrance of Blood Wolf Village, the Chongfeng Trading Company rested beneath the sweltering midday sun, where patrons lounged in the shade of trees, engaging in idle chatter. "Do you think that faction just now was seeking trouble with Blood Wolf Village?" one person queried. The man beside him replied, "I suspect so. Did you not see the thousands of men, their murderous intent palpable? Those burly figures in gray attire are no ordinary foes. They seem stronger than I. Surely not. Old Zhao, you are a master of strength with over 500 pounds of power, on the verge of breaking through to the next level." Another chimed in, disbelief evident on his face. "Enough chatter. Look ahead, there's something amiss," the first speaker urged, pointing toward a group of men approaching, their garments still stained with fresh blood, a metallic scent wafting in the air. Could they have truly wiped out Blood Wolf Village? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the rapid turn of events, all within the span of an hour. Fu Bo and his companions also spotted Qin Qingshan and his group returning triumphantly, laden with spoils. "Miss, it seems Blood Wolf Village has been eradicated," Fu Bo remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment. "But how could this happen so quickly?" The young woman, her beautiful eyes fixed on the sight, noticed several women, still clad in burlap, being protected in the midst of the group. Understanding the situation, she began to formulate a plan. As Qin Qingshan and his party rode past on their black dragons, they paid little mind to the trading company. "Young sir, please wait," a melodious voice called out, halting Qin Qingshan in his tracks. He turned to see a graceful woman in a light blue gown approaching him. "May I inquire your name and the faction you represent?" she asked, her demeanor poised and respectful. "I am Lu Xiuxiu, from the Chongfeng Trading Company." Qin Qingshan regarded her. "I am Qin Qingshan, leader of the Qing Gang." Lu Xiuxiu pondered. "The Qing Gang? I have not heard of such a faction in the city. Perhaps it is newly established? Is this young master the heir of a powerful clan, having built this foundation at such a young age?" Noticing her assumptions, Qin Qingshan opted not to correct her, understanding that a touch of mystery could keep adversaries guessing. "Did you indeed annihilate Blood Wolf Village?" Lu Xiuxiu inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qin Qingshan nodded in affirmation. "Might I ask if you could entrust us with the resources you acquired?" "Rest assured, we will offer you a satisfactory price," she implored, her gaze hopeful. After deliberating, Qin Qingshan recognized that their faction likely possessed the necessary connections and expertise to handle the resources more efficiently than he could. "Very well, let us arrange a time to discuss further," he replied. Lu Xiuxiu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she clasped her hands in gratitude. Qin Qingshan couldn't help but smile at the sight of this gentle yet spirited woman. He then provided her with the address of the gang's headquarters, suggesting they reconvene in a few days, as he was currently preoccupied. With that, he took his leave. Lu Xiuxiu watched as Qin Qingshan departed, filled with determination. This was just the beginning. She shared the news with her companions, who marveled at her decisiveness and resolve. Fu Bo observed the excitement among the crowd, but refrained from interrupting their revelry. Sighing inwardly, he felt a pang of sympathy for the once gentle and nurturing young lady, now nearly overwhelmed by the weight of her circumstances. He hoped that this young man would be able to assist her in navigating these challenges. As evening fell, Qin Qingshan instructed Qin Xiuzai and the literate villagers to catalog and organize the resources. Following that, he would recognize contributions and rewards based on merit. "Chen Yu, you have slain 100 enemies and defeated 3 second-rate fighters. You are awarded 1,000 taels of silver and 500 points. Chen Wu, you have vanquished 120 foes and dispatched 2 second-rate fighters. You receive 800 taels of silver and 420 points. Li Tiniu, you have taken down 30 enemies and defeated 1 second-rate fighter. You are rewarded with 200 taels of silver and 130 points." The Qing Gang operated under its own point system, where points were of great significance. Advancement in rank required not only strength but also contributions to the gang, with a specific number of points necessary for promotion. Points could not be traded but could be exchanged for training resources, martial arts manuals, rare materials, and exceptional weapons. To earn points, one had to undertake tasks, contribute valuable items, or achieve victories in battle. As the elder Qin Yong'an concluded the roll call of the top 50 contributors, many in the crowd silently lamented their own rewards, vowing to slay more enemies next time to earn additional points. Others, however, were elated, celebrating their significant advancements, much like Li Tiniu, who wore a foolish grin on his face. Chapter 15. Renowned and ascending the hidden dragon list. The following morning, Qin Qingshan set off early to retrieve his family from Chun Family Village, allow them to reside in their own mansions within the guild. As their actions grow increasingly arduous, the risk of exposure to their identities becomes inevitable, attracting the prying eyes of others. Following yesterday's battle, Qin Qingshan's strength has significantly improved, having completed more than half of his bone tempering. He stands on the brink of breaking through to the essence washing realm at the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. He adopts a strategy of nurturing his combat prowess through battle, gradually cultivating an invincible momentum. On the training platform at home, Qin Qingshan ingests a blood essence pill. Feeling his vitality surge, in his mind's eye, he envisions the dragon elephant, unleashing formidable punches and kicks. each strike resonating with a powerful and vigorous aura, an embodiment of refined skill. The rigorous training through the sweltering summer and frigid winter is a tedious process, yet the advancement of his strength and the profound transformation of his essence captivate him. Chen Qingshan remains steadfast, dedicating considerable time each day to his training. As he exhales with the force of an arrow, the midday sun finds him concluding his practice when Zhou Zhiyun approaches. Offering a towel, "Sister Yun, there's no need to fuss over me. You should also devote time to your martial arts training," he remarks. Observing Zhou Zhiyun, he notes her increasingly toned physique, flawless skin, and the radiant glow gracing her face. Her demeanor refreshed anew. During this period, Chen Qingshan has also provided foundational martial arts training for Zhou Zhiyun and his family to allow them to recuperate. He intends to introduce them to the more balanced techniques once the little tower summons them. As the techniques he has learned are predominantly aggressive and suited for his own practice, rather than for his family, I train diligently every day, and I'm close to reaching the skin refinement stage. It won't hinder me, Zhou Zhiyun asserts, looking at Chen Qingshan. "Oh, let me see. I might be able to offer some guidance," he replies. As Zhou Zhiyun practices her forms, Chen Qingshan watches intently, finding great pleasure in witnessing her graceful movements. A stark contrast to the brutish figures within the guild. Upon concluding her set, Zhou Zhiyun's breath becomes labored, and noticing Chen Qingshan's gaze, a faint blush graces her cheeks. "Ahem, Sister Yun, you've made significant progress. However, you must continue to invest time in your practice. I shall check on the arrangements for today's celebration banquet," Chen Qingshan states, feeling a bit embarrassed after being caught staring, and seeks an excuse to depart. Within the guild, he observes the rescued women bustling about, arranging tables and chairs, their faces alight with joy at having escaped their hardships and embraced a new beginning. The vibrant atmosphere fills him with satisfaction. As the evening sun casts its golden hue upon the training platform, illuminating the ancient tables, the air is filled with the sounds of laughter and clinking cups, mingling in a symphony of victorious jubilation and the rich aroma of fine wine. Seated at the main table with his family, Hu Zi and Xiao Wu, Chen Qingshan surveys the jubilant crowd below. His voice, steady and commanding, pierces through the revelry. "Yesterday's battle resulted in our resounding victory. I, Chen Qingshan, raise a toast to everyone here. We have more significant tasks ahead. We must remain vigilant and continue our efforts." With that proclamation, he lifts his cup high above his head, downing the substantial drink with exuberance. A moment of silence follows, before an uproar of cheers erupts. To the guild master. The cheers rise like thunder, echoing into the heavens. The guild members spring to their feet, clinking their cups together, producing a delightful and melodious sound. The atmosphere becomes lively as they drink heartily and feast, their faces brimming with contentment and exuberance. Chen Qingshan's parents look at him with pride, having established a family and a career. They now eagerly anticipate the prospect of grandchildren. His sister, Chen Xiaoling, gazes at her brother with pride, remembering the days when he was just a small child trailing behind her. Lu Yinan, too, is swept up in the jubilant spirit, excitedly exclaiming her desire to drink and toast, her adorable demeanor eliciting hearty laughter from all their mother, ever doting, cradles Anan as if she were a granddaughter, serving her food with affection as night falls. Chen Qingshan revels in the festivities, feeling pleasantly intoxicated, neglecting to channel his energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Zhou Zhiyun supports him back to his bedroom, and as he feels the softness of her alluring form, he exhales deeply. "Sister Yun, you are truly beautiful," he murmurs. Zhou Zhiyun's cheeks flush crimson at his words, her eyes glistening like water. Gazing at her delicate features, Chen Qingshan leans in and kisses her, and she clumsily reciprocates. The atmosphere growing heated as candlelight flickers, their voices rising and falling in a harmonious crescendo, everything unfolding naturally. The following morning, awakening to the warmth and fragrance of her presence, he finds the experience utterly captivating. Understanding why it is said that the tender embrace of a woman can ensnare even the mightiest of heroes. At that moment, Zhou Zhiyun awakens, her face imbued with shyness as she looks at Chen Qingshan. He, feeling apologetic, says, "Sister Yun, I drank too much last night and lost control. I will take responsibility." Her heart warms at his words. I seek no title, Qing Shan. I merely wish to be by your side, she replies. Qing Shan, moved, embraces her, ready to express his affection. However, with a swift motion, Zhou Zhiyun opens his arms, casting him a sidelong glance. Haven't you had enough of this? Where on earth did you learn all those peculiar moves? She teases, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. Ahem, this is merely self-taught, Qing Shan replies awkwardly, pretending ignorance. After resting a while longer, he rises to practice. In the span of 2 months, the Qing gang has been actively purging bandits and marauders around Qingyun City, spilling rivers of blood. The bandit forces within 100 miles have been eradicated, leaving only a few who fled to distant lands. The local populace applauds, holding the Qing gang in high regard, thus bestowing upon Qing Shan a substantial amount of prestige. During this time, unbeknownst to him, significant figures have been enraged by the Qing gang's actions, shattering numerous valuable antiques and issuing veiled threats to Qing Shan. However, he remains undeterred, effortlessly dispatching several renowned experts in Qingyun City. Such displays of strength instill fear in those who would oppose him, leaving them in a state of impotent rage. The sudden emergence of the Qing gang and its rapid ascendance is an unstoppable force. Reviewing Chen Wu's report, Qing Shan feels a sense of satisfaction. The resources invested have been countless, nurturing growth through conflict, and the gang has expanded to 3,000 members. Many have broken through to the second-tier realm, and even more have reached the third tier, with Chen Hu and Chen Wu on the verge of becoming first-tier experts in Qingyun City. A current of tension flows beneath the surface. The sudden rise of the Qing gang has severely suppressed the local factions, causing considerable losses. The 3 main gangs and other influential forces are now deliberating strategies to counteract this threat. In the Wanbao Pavilion, Manager Yuan is in his study, perusing the gathered information on Qing Shan. After a moment of contemplation, he revises the details, suggesting that Qing Shan may have acquired the legacy of an ancient sect, instead noting that he was taken as a disciple by a reclusive master in the Qing mountain range during his youth, emerging with skills honed through experience in the martial world. Once revised, he places the documents in a drawer, activating a mechanism to send them out. This information will be delivered by designated personnel to the sect, where it will be evaluated and ranked by the experts of Wanxiang Tower. Manager Yuan's actions do not breach any fundamental principles. He merely seeks to forge a favorable connection, trusting that Qing Shan's intellect will recognize his goodwill. After all, the updating of the Qingzhou Hidden Dragon ranking is bound to attract attention, scrutiny, and envy. He can only assist Qing Shan to this extent, as the difference between having support and standing alone is substantial. Major powers adhere to established protocols regarding the younger generation, ensuring that the older generation does not interfere. Otherwise, chaos ensues in a tit-for-tat cycle of vengeance. There will be those who disregard the rules and covet what they cannot have. Yet as long as Qing Shan continues to grow stronger, he will face no significant issues, ultimately allowing Manager Yuan to benefit from the friendship of a formidable ally. This is why Wanxiang Tower has managed to establish itself throughout the realm with minimal enemies. The higher-ups of the fierce Tiger Gang study the documents in silence, recognizing that the leader of the Qing Gang is the very one who once incapacitated Lu Sanyi. After deliberation, opinions diverge, with some advocating for a conciliatory approach, while others insist on a show of strength. The fierce Tiger Gang's leader, Wang Biao, known as the Tiger King, is a man of vengeance. He decisively states, "It's merely a Qing gang. If they seek trouble, we shall deal with them in due course. Let us not forget that we have the support of our own powerful allies." The Wu family, as the most powerful faction in Qingyun City, regards the Qing gang with disdain. Although they have lost some of their covertly supported bandit forces, their primary focus remains on their ancestors' breakthrough to the Qi condensation realm, deeming it inadvisable to divert their attention. The reactions among these factions vary, with some exhibiting caution, jealousy, indifference, or a sense of detachment. Earlier, at the tavern where Qing Shan had incapacitated the 3 wolves, a figure burst in, shouting that the Qingzhou Hidden Dragon ranking had been updated. Who has made the list? Why has the ranking been updated so frequently? Others inquired curiously. The individual teased them, noting that the tavern keeper and regular patrons had encountered him before. The crowd looked perplexed, scratching their heads in confusion, unable to recall when they had seen such a prodigious talent. After a moment of contemplation, the tavern keeper pointed hesitantly at 3 chopsticks still stuck in the wall, asking, "Could it be this young man?" "Yes, indeed, it's him." The individual exuded an air of unwavering confidence. A profound silence enveloped the room. Those who had experienced the event wore expressions of disbelief. The young gentleman, merely 16, had ascended to the prestigious Qianlong list of Qingzhou. Observing the reactions of the crowd, he seemed quite pleased. Clearing his throat twice, he drew the attention of the onlookers. The astute innkeeper discerned his intent and promptly invited him to a nearby table, offering fine wine and exquisite dishes in hospitality. Upon witnessing the innkeeper's courteous demeanor, the young man, no longer withholding, retrieved a sheet of apricot yellow paper from his bosom, which contained essential details regarding the latest updates on the Qianlong list. Though it was not a comprehensive account, it sufficed. After taking a sip of wine, he began to recite: name, Chun Qingshan, age, 16, affiliation, disciple of an unknown reclusive sect, currently the leader of the Qing gang cultivation level, bone refinement realm, first-rate expert, with a strength of 60,000 gene martial arts, an ancient and unknown body tempering technique, possessing the might of a dragon and elephant, characterized by overwhelming and formidable power, adept in tiger and dragon-shaped techniques, appearance, tall and slender, with flowing shoulder-length hair, strikingly handsome, background, born in Qingyun City, Chun family village, Qingzhou. Both grandparents and parents were farmers, yet he has a respected uncle, Chen Yong'an, who ventured out in his youth, spending time at the Yan Wang mansion, a first-rate expert, 10 years old. Chun Qingshan was taught martial arts by his uncle, demonstrating extraordinary talent and rapid progress. Hunting fierce beasts in the mountains by the age of 12. It is suspected that during this period, he encountered a master from a reclusive sect who took him as a disciple and imparted ancient techniques, which were notably domineering. 14. He founded the Qing gang, first making a name for himself by dismantling the Blood Wolf gang and defeating the renowned Lu San, the leader of the fierce Tiger gang. He subsequently eliminated numerous first-rate experts, including the chief of the Blood Wolf gang and the leader of the Black Wind gang, ranking 10th nickname, Young Overlord commentary. The dragon lurks in the depths, poised to soar to the heavens. Within 2 years, he shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Qingzhou Qianlong list, walking the path of ancient emperors, fostering his might through battle, radiating like the sun. Endowed with the potential of a law avatar, as he finished reciting, he turned the apricot yellow paper to reveal an image of Chan Qingshan, confirming the earlier description of his upright and extraordinary stature. Exuding an imposing aura, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with murmurs of a true dragon emerging from Qingzhou. His name had directly secured a place among the top 10. Discussions erupted, with one person noting that this was the recently prominent leader of the Qing gang, truly impressive. Another remarked that this young prodigy was a champion of justice, a hero for the people. Recalling a time they witnessed his valor, the man felt a sense of honor. Ha ha ha, this tavern has hosted a talent from the Qingzhou Qianlong list. I must have this young gentleman's portrait displayed on that wall. The innkeeper, brimming with joy, murmured to himself, if only Chen Qingshan knew, he would surely be speechless on this day. Chen Qingshan's ascension to the list ignited a multitude of emotions, and as the event gained momentum, it attracted increasing attention, particularly from those with ill intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Qingshan had risen early from his tender abode to engage in his morning exercises. Initially, he paid little heed to the surge in his reputation, having recently garnered significant acclaim from eliminating bandits and thieves. As he practiced, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a deluge of reputation points, leaving him momentarily dazed. If there had been numerical indicators, they would have read 999, 99999, and the like. Chen Qingshan settled into a meditative posture, delving into his mind to commune with the small tower, where he discovered his reputation stood at 5 million. He then examined the distribution of these points, noting their widespread presence across Qingzhou, with the densest concentration in Qingyun City. It dawned upon him. He had made it onto the Qingzhou Qianlong list, hence the dramatic increase in his reputation. At that moment, Chen Wu hurried in, brimming with excitement. Brother Qingshan, you've made it onto the Qingzhou Qianlong list, and you're ranked 10th. He handed Chen Qingshan a small booklet. Chen Qingshan perused it carefully, pondering the significance of being in the top 10. Is the evaluation from Wanxiang Tower truly this high? Young Overlord. What a fitting title, as long as it's not something absurd like Raging Iron. Noticing the mention of being a disciple of a reclusive sect, Chen Qingshan was unaware of this affiliation. He surmised it might have been an alteration by Manager Yuan. After all, his sudden rise could naturally suggest support from a powerful force. If not, it would indicate potential troubles. He understood that seizing opportunities was crucial. If grasped, they could be blessings. If lost, they might become fatal curses. Chen Qingshan silently acknowledged the good intentions behind this. Chapter 16. Trouble with the Fierce Tiger Gang in the guest hall of the gang. Lu Xiuxiu of the Changfeng Trading Company, along with Uncle Fu and a maid, awaited the arrival of Chen Qingshan. As he approached, Lu Xiuxiu's keen gaze assessed him, her interest piqued. Congratulations, gang leader Chen, on making it to the 10th spot on the Qingzhou Qianlong list. Your renown reverberates throughout Qingzhou. Chen Qingshan responded modestly, Miss Lu, please do not jest. With notoriety comes trouble. I suspect many have already set out to seek conflict. But young Master Chen is a disciple of a reclusive sect. Surely, you are not one to fear trouble. I look forward to witnessing your prowess. Just call me Xiuxiu. There's no need for formality, Lu Xiuxiu replied, her demeanor reflecting disbelief that Chen Qingshan would fear any petty adversaries. Chen Qingshan deftly changed the subject. The forces I have vanquished have yielded substantial rewards, and there is much to be done. He then handed Lu Xiuxiu a list, and upon examining it, she was equally astonished by the wealth of resources. Assisting him in managing these would indeed bring her considerable benefits. Once we handle this batch of resources, I would like you to assist in procuring some mysterious iron and refined gold. A long-term partnership will be mutually beneficial, Chen Qingshan proposed. Lu Xiuxiu contemplated before responding. However, both mysterious iron and refined gold are rather rare. It will take some time to gather them. She continued, Young Master Chen, I wish to collaborate with the Qing gang. How about entrusting all transactions to our trading company? That sounds agreeable. I hope you will consider joining the Qing gang to help manage our finances and business operations. Chen Qingshan teased. Through their interactions, Chen Qingshan had developed a deep admiration for Lu Xiuxiu, a noblewoman adept in commerce, demonstrating exceptional business acumen. Lu Xiuxiu shot him a playful glare. Gang leader Chen, what if I find myself in a dire situation and require assistance? Chen Qingshan, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, Rest assured, within the borders of Qingyun City, I will ensure your safety. There are significant matters to attend to in the coming days. I will notify you when I require your help. For now, I must return to my training. With that, he bid farewell and departed. Uncle Fu remarked, No wonder he has gained such renown at 16. His dedication to training is commendable. The maid, Xiao Qing, cast a glance at her mistress and whispered, Young Master Chen truly compliments you, even if he is a tad younger. Lu Xiuxiu retorted, Xiao Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Qing, unperturbed, defended herself. I speak the truth. Did you not notice how you secretly admired young Master Chen? Don't think I'm unaware, Uncle Fu added. Miss, Xiao Qing has a point. One should seize the opportunity with such a prodigy. Otherwise, regret may follow. As Lu Xiuxiu listened to the exchange between the elder and the younger. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and she promptly exited the hall in the conference chamber. Chen Qingshan sat at the head of the table, flanked by his uncle, Chen Hu, Chen Wu, and several newly promoted stewards, discussing their plans for establishing a presence in Qingyun City. Their initial target was the Fierce Tiger Gang, which controlled the prosperous northern district of the outer city. Moreover, the gang's reputation was far from commendable. However, they needed a legitimate pretext to swiftly dismantle it. Securing a territory would allow them to gradually consolidate power, subduing those who needed to be subdued. With the city as their foundation, Chen Qingshan could command greater resources. Facilitating his advancement. At this moment, Chen Wu interjected, Gang leader, some members of our association have suffered oppression from the Fierce Tiger Gang, leading to the ruin of many families. Chen Qingshan pondered for a moment. Tomorrow, we shall enter the city to seek justice for those who have endured such oppression. After deliberating, the group concluded that taking down the Fierce Tiger Gang would pose little challenge. Subsequent territorial adjustments and institutional reforms would be necessary. Let us keep the current base intact, allowing newly inducted members to train here. As for the training, we will establish a task hall where members can earn points by completing missions, he proposed. Newly inducted members will be designated as reserve members, needing to meet certain requirements and complete a trial in the mountains to become official members. As for the halls, those achieving first-rate mastery and meeting point requirements may apply to become hall leaders and name their respective halls. The law enforcement hall will be overseen by the Grand Elder Chinyongand. To prevent abuse of power by its members, a rotation system will be implemented, he continued. The transmission hall will also be managed by the Grand Elder, offering a series of techniques and martial arts for members to exchange points. Chunhu, the vice leader, would handle external combat, selecting personnel and organizing a 1,000-strong team, while Chunwu would focus on internal management, allocating resources and submitting detailed reports every 2 weeks. The squad leaders, initially commanding 50 members, would now lead 100. This is the general outline. I will issue a formal announcement once everything is organized. He concluded. Of course, never forget that strength is paramount. Do not overextend yourselves. Prioritize training and allow your subordinates to execute the established protocols. Furthermore, the details of the martial arts techniques should remain confidential until I have firmly established our presence in Qingyun City. With that, the meeting adjourned and preparations for battle commenced. As the crowd dispersed in a flurry, particularly the excited stewards, their hearts brimmed with determination to diligently cultivate their skills, striving to be the first to arrive at the hall. Upon returning to his residence that evening, he pondered in his study, outlining a rough framework that would allow him to cultivate with peace of mind. Exhaling deeply, he realized that the recent period had been so hectic that he scarcely had time to devote to his training. With only Chun Wu managing an overwhelming number of tasks, he needed to recruit some trustworthy talents. The figure of Lu Xiuxiu flickered in his mind. He mused, not out of desire for her form, but rather in admiration of her capabilities. He ceased his reverie and closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, Sister Yun entered, her soft hands providing a soothing massage to Chen Qingshan's head, bringing considerable relief. After a while, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes to find Sister Yun's increasingly voluptuous figure before him. Night had fallen, and Zhou Zhiyun cast a flirtatious glance in her direction. With a snort, Chen Qingshan lifted her up and returned to rest. Yet another sleepless night ensued. At dawn the next day, feeling refreshed, Chen Qingshan mounted his black dragon horse, accompanied by a dozen third-rate experts, as they set off for Qingyun City. Upon entering the city, they secured lodgings at an inn, and after satisfying their appetites, they commenced their work. They ventured to the most prosperous area in the northern district, where establishments such as brothels, gambling houses, taverns, and herbal shops were all under the dominion of the Tiger Gang, a crucial source of their income, patrolled by a first-rate expert. Chen Qingshan signaled for action, and within a short time, all establishments were swept clean. Upon entering a brothel, he was greeted by an alluring matron, her figure still ample, who approached him with a smile. "Young master, you must be new here." Chen Qingshan interrupted her, inquiring about the whereabouts of the second elder of the Tiger Gang, as he had matters to discuss. The matron assumed he was a young master from the inner city, seeking to negotiate with the second elder, and directed him to the location of the private room. Meanwhile, the second elder was enjoying the company of 2 beautiful women in the private room, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Chen Qingshan, accompanied by 2 of his subordinates, reached the door of the room, where 2 burly guards were swiftly subdued by his companions before they could utter a word. Chen Qingshan pushed open the door and stepped inside, causing the second elder to momentarily freeze, gazing at the unfamiliar young master, yet sensing a hint of familiarity. "Chen Qingshan from the Tiger Hall," he declared. The second elder instinctively nodded in recognition. Without further ado, Chen Qingshan sprang into action, swiftly subduing the second elder within mere moments. It was absurd. Even a typical first-rate expert, having reached the marrow-cleansing stage, possessed a mere 50,000 pounds of strength, while Chen Qingshan was on the verge of mastering the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, boasting 70,000 pounds of strength. The 2 members of the Tiger Gang, who had been pinned down, were struck with disbelief upon hearing the second elder's cries of anguish, and moments later, they witnessed the door to the private room burst open as the second elder was unceremoniously thrown out. In the hall on the second floor, patrons drinking were momentarily stunned as a figure tumbled out, resembling a beaten dog. "Isn't that the second elder of the Tiger Gang?" one person exclaimed in confusion. "Indeed, it is the second elder. What on earth transpired?" another confirmed. The hall erupted in chaos as the patrons from the private room emerged to witness the commotion, sensing that something significant was afoot. At that moment, the second elder regained consciousness and saw the crowd pointing and murmuring about him, a treatment he had never before endured. Overwhelmed, he fainted once more. Chen Qingshan approached the onlookers, addressing the two guards at the entrance. "I am Chen Qingshan, the leader of the Azure Gang. Summon your Tiger Gang members. We have some accounts to settle." He commanded his subordinates to release the two guards, who, in sheer terror, scrambled away to relay the message. The crowd gazed at the tall, handsome young master who had boldly proclaimed his identity, and someone gasped, "I recognize him. He is the rising star and the 10th-ranked master on the Azure Province's hidden dragon list." The young overlord Chen Qingshan. Others in the throng began to express their admiration and respect, realizing they were witnessing a rare martial prodigy. Some quickly departed to spread the news, while others, belonging to rival factions or familiar with the gang, followed suit. In the courtyard of the Tiger Hall, adorned with rugged rock formations and clear waters, the gang leader Wang Biao scattered fish feed into the lake, watching the golden and red koi compete for the morsels. Feeling quite pleased, he anticipated the arrival of the young master from the manor in 2 months, confident that no forces, be they the Azure Gang or the Mo family, would pose any threat to him then. At that moment, a trusted confidant rushed in, and Wang Biao cast a displeased glance at him, barely allowing him to speak before the confidant exclaimed, "Leader, it is bad. We have lost control of over a dozen establishments." Suffering significant losses, Wang Biao seethed with rage. "Who dares to encroach upon our Tiger Gang's territory? Wasn't it under the watch of the second elder?" The two guards, now trembling in fear, hurriedly reported, "Leader, it is serious. The second elder has been captured." They recounted the events, and Wang Biao's fury reached a boiling point. Despite his arrogance, he understood the weight of the Azure Province's hidden dragon list and Chen Qingshan's prowess. He dared not underestimate the situation and called upon the gang's experts to confront the matter. Chapter 17. The annihilation of the Tiger Gang. Wang Biao, along with the first elder and the third elder, both first-rate experts and a dozen second-rate experts, set out from the Tiger Gang to confront Chen Qingshan. Onlookers, witnessing the fierce aura emanating from the Tiger Gang's experts, assumed a battle was imminent and trailed behind. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, Chen Qingshan awaited the arrival of the Tiger Gang in the second-floor hall, relishing the attention of the spectators, as this was the effect he desired, drawing everyone's focus to the scene. Calmly sipping wine, he was attended to by 2 beautiful maidens. He mused that Huzi and Xiao Wu should be entering the city in waves by now. No need to be tense, he reassured the maidens in a gentle voice, allowing them to relax. "Here they come," Chen Qingshan noted, his keen senses picking up the commotion outside. He gestured for the maidens to withdraw. Wang Biao and his entourage ascended to the second-floor hall, where they found Chen Qingshan leisurely enjoying his drink. The second elder sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog, and the surrounding crowd's gaze fixated on them. Internally seething, Wang Biao thought, in Qingyang City, "Who dares to show such disrespect towards me and the Tiger Gang?" He stepped forward, his tone chilling. "Chen Qingshan, we have not wronged you. We refrained from involving you in previous matters. Some things must be approached with caution." Chen Qingshan chuckled, "Your Tiger Gang has offended me more than once. Some of my subordinates have suffered greatly at your hands." Taking another sip of his drink, he continued, "As for your warning about caution, a toothless tiger is akin to a sickly dog. At that moment, the third elder, unable to contain himself at Chen Qingshan's demeanor and the second elder's plight, threatened, "You little wretch, release my brother and kneel in apology." Chen Qingshan turned to the third elder, "Allow me to discipline this ill-mannered elder for you." As his words fell, Chen Qingshan rose, emanating an overpowering and icy aura, swiftly closing the distance to the third elder. In a flash, he unleashed a punch that whistled through the air, akin to a dragon's roar echoing in the ears of all present. The third elder was sent sprawling, coughing up blood. Chen Qingshan returned to his seat, Taking mere moments to accomplish this feat, Wang Biao and the first elder watched in shock, their pupils contracting, realizing they would struggle to withstand such a blow themselves. Wang Biao inhaled deeply. Chen Qingshan, we concede this matter. How shall we resolve it? Never before had Wang Biao experienced such humiliation. He silently swore vengeance against Chen Qingshan, vowing that he would make him wish for death. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingshan declared, regardless of your resources, tonight they shall be reduced to ashes. The Tiger Gang must compensate 2 million taels of silver and 30,000 blood essence pills. That is impossible. Our entire gang lacks such resources. Wang Biao protested, gather them by this evening. You should know where to find me. A fierce dragon cannot be suppressed by a local snake. Chen Qingshan retorted, rising and departing with his subordinates. Wang Biao glared at Chen Qingshan's audacity. Noticing the onlookers' mocking gazes, with a huff, he instructed the first elder, let us return to the gang. The group, carrying the unconscious second elder, left in a state of disarray. The spectators were left in disbelief. They had witnessed the once mighty Tiger Gang bowing down. Some marveled, this is the power of the Azure Province's hidden dragon list, truly a formidable talent. Others echoed their sentiments, indeed, he is truly domineering. A single person can suppress an entire gang. As the crowd dispersed, news of the Tiger Gang's humiliation spread rapidly through Qingyang City, igniting a storm of speculation. Some believed the situation was far from simple, anticipating further developments in the Tiger Gang's council chamber. Wang Biao fumed with rage. This is intolerable, he thundered, surveying the assembly. How shall we resolve this matter? The upper echelons of the Tiger Gang erupted into a cacophony of suggestions. Some hall leaders proposed. Leader, let us procure a giant crossbow from the city lord's manor and mobilize all our experts to eliminate him. Others countered, no, if Chen Qingshan escapes, it could spell endless trouble. The thought of failure sent chills down their spines, as they knew they could not withstand even a single blow from Chen Qingshan. Some even entertained treacherous thoughts. Enough, the first elder interrupted. I propose we stall for time, claiming that gathering such vast resources requires time. Let the leader send word to that young master at the manor. Once he arrives, everything can be resolved. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao's eyes lit up as he made a decisive decision. We shall follow the first elder's advice. That young master possesses a master of the Qi realm as his subordinate, and no matter how powerful Chen Qingshan is, he is doomed when faced with a master of that caliber. Subsequently, the masses were instructed to consolidate their forces and gather at the gang's headquarters. In order to thwart any sudden incursion by Chen Qingshan, little did they realize, this maneuver inadvertently aided Chen Qingshan immensely. As for the Grand Elder's strategy, it was indeed commendable, yet time was of the essence. At the inn, Chen Qingshan was resting with his eyes closed, awaiting the arrival of midnight when a member of the gang knocked at the door. Upon entering, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes. The gang leader and the deputy leader have already entered the city and are prepared to report the situation. He was informed that I understand, Chen Qingshan replied. Today's actions were designed to draw attention, leading others to believe that he was impetuous and seeking trouble with the Tiger Gang. Meanwhile, members from other gangs had long since disguised themselves and infiltrated the city through various gates. It should be noted that this operation mobilized 2/3 of the Qing Gang's strength, with only the elder uncle and a few members remaining to guard the home base. After all, such a grand entrance into the city would undoubtedly alert other factions, possibly prompting them to unite in suppression. Chen Qingshan was not particularly fearful, but he anticipated numerous complications, even potential injuries, if he could swiftly conclude matters tonight, annihilating the Tiger Gang before they had a chance to react. He would effectively demonstrate his strength and secure his position. The other factions would then consider their interests and would be hesitant to intervene, most likely resorting to covert sabotage instead. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings, yet the Tiger Gang was on high alert. Following the events of the day, vigilance was heightened, and numerous gang members patrolled with torches raised. The Tiger Gang, being a dominant force in Qingyang City, occupied several kilometers and could accommodate over 10,000 people, with exquisitely designed pavilions and towers stretching endlessly. As Chen Qingshan traversed the streets near the Tiger Gang, darkness surrounded him, and a signal was fired into the sky, producing a resounding boom. Upon seeing the signal, the members of the Qing gang donned their uniforms and swiftly converged upon the Tiger gang. Nearby residents, alarmed by the heavy and rapid footsteps, recognized that something significant was afoot, hastily closing their doors and windows to avoid making any noise. "Leader, everyone has gathered," Chen Hu announced. Chen Qingshan gestured for action, and Chen Hu took the lead, forcefully smashing open the main gate. The guards of the Tiger gang, witnessing the door being breached, immediately shouted in alarm, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Chaos erupted within the Tiger gang as the sounds of battle filled the in the gang leader's courtyard. Wang Biao was venting his frustrations on his newly married concubine. But upon hearing the commotion outside, he paused. The concubine, enjoying the moment, seductively urged, "Leader, please continue." Just then, urgent knocking resounded. "Leader, someone is attacking." Startled, Wang Biao quickly donned his clothes and rushed outside. Within the main hall of the Tiger gang, the Grand Elder and other high-ranking members had gathered, and Wang Biao hurriedly arrived, demanding, "Who dares to invade? Everyone is here. We can capture them all at once," came the voice of Chen Qingshan, who led the Qing gang members into the hall. Upon seeing Chen Qingshan, Wang Biao's face contorted with rage and fear. "You dare to assault our Tiger gang? Withdraw immediately, or the young master in the manor will not spare you," he threatened. "Ha! Have you forgotten my words? The consequences are yours to bear. I know no young master. Advance," Chen Qingshan retorted, launching an assault on both Wang Biao and the Grand Elder. A fierce battle ensued, with Chen Qingshan single-handedly overpowering both opponents. Each strike fierce and unrelenting. Wang Biao and the Grand Elder were forced to retreat, suffering under the immense force of Chen Qingshan's attacks. Chen Qingshan's onslaught intensified. A fiery aura enveloped him, making his opponents feel as if they were standing in a furnace, waves of heat bearing down upon them. Wang Biao, seasoned and knowledgeable, recalled having witnessed a master of the gang's Qi realm who practiced water-based techniques. Surrounded by a faint blue glow, however, he could hardly fathom that Chen Qingshan, at merely 16 years of age, could have already reached such a level. In truth, Chen Qingshan had long surpassed expectations. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had earned him a 5-star rating, a feat not easily attained, as he recognized that in this world, martial arts training focused primarily on harnessing qi and spirit, rather than further exploring the physical body's potential. Yet, he knew that in the myriad realms, there existed those who achieved enlightenment through sheer physical prowess. Once his small tower summoned the techniques for refining the body, he would continue to cultivate his physical form, merging essence, energy, and spirit to achieve invincibility among his peers, though that was a conversation for another time. As Wang Biao was lost in thought, the Grand Elder was struck by Chen Qingshan's fist and sent flying, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. With both opponents now overwhelmed, Wang Biao found himself isolated and defenseless, desperately holding on until Chen Qingshan delivered a decisive blow, shattering his skull, leaving him with eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Chen Qingshan showed no mercy. In this world, there was no absolute right or wrong, only strength and weakness. The sounds of battle gradually subsided. By dawn, the northern district of Qingyang City would have a new master. After a night spent managing various affairs, Chen Qingshan noted the first light of day. "Go, send invitations to the major factions in the city. Tomorrow, the Qing gang will officially establish itself in Qingyun City," he instructed Chen Wu. Chapter 18. Establishing a firm foundation, merged chapters. As dawn broke, many had already risen, beginning their daily labors. In the northern district, the previous night's commotion had left many trembling with fear, and only when the sounds subsided in the early morning were they able to breathe a sigh of relief. Some bold individuals ventured towards the Tiger gang to investigate the situation. Upon arriving at the entrance, they observed a flurry of activity, with the sign now changed to the Qing gang. Eyes wide with disbelief, they struggled to comprehend the scene before them, almost convinced they were still dreaming. Coming to their senses, they realized that the Tiger gang had been annihilated, and from this day forward, the northern district, and indeed the entirety of Qingyang City, would undergo a transformation. Hastily spreading the news. At this moment, the various factions throughout the city received invitations, each reacting differently, yet all astonished by Chen Qingshan's formidable tactics. Some factions regretted their earlier dismissal of the Qing Gang and Chen Qingshan, realizing they could no longer suppress his rise. Once perceived as a second-rate expert, he had swiftly ascended the Qingzhou potential dragon rankings within a few short months, becoming a top contender among first-rate experts, a meteoric rise that left others in awe. The Wu family, as the most powerful faction in Qingyang City, boasted 7 first-rate experts openly, while secretly harboring even greater strength. Their ancestral figure was even attempting to break into the Gang's Qi realm. And being a branch of the illustrious Wu family of Qingyun Prefecture, their status was undeniable. On the surface, the Wu family ruled Qingyang City, but there existed someone even more formidable, a man who had settled in Qingyang City 16 years ago. However, he was disinterested in the conflicts and territorial disputes among the factions. The head of the Wu family examined the invitation that had been delivered to him, indifferent to the destruction of the Tiger Gang. Viewing Chen Qingshan merely as a minor threat. You should pay a visit and gauge this young prodigy from the Qingzhou potential dragon rankings. No need to take it too seriously. Just ascertain which major faction he represents. He instructed a remarkably handsome young man beside him. Father, he is merely a country bumpkin with a stroke of luck. How could he possibly compare to our lineage? Wu Yu retorted. Enough. We do not yet have a full understanding. Do not act rashly. The head of the Wu family interrupted his soni. In truth, he was quite envious of Chen Qingshan's apparent inheritance, but the words from the Myriad Realms Pavilion had instilled caution in him. If they were true, they could spell doom for the Wu family. As a cunning individual, he could only employ scouts to test the waters, waiting for any signs of weakness from Chen Qingshan before taking action. Wu Yu's face twisted with frustration and darkness. As the son of the Wu family patriarch, ranked 48th on the Qingzhou potential dragon rankings, he resided at the bottom of the list, yet he was still considered a prodigy within the domain of Qingyang City. Recently, he had been subjected to constant comparisons with Chen Qingshan, leaving him feeling ridiculed and envious. Why should a mere rural youth surpass him in rank? His anger had even driven him to mistreat several maidservants in his fury. Meanwhile, the Tai family head calmly instructed the Grand Elder, "You shall take a congratulatory gift to him. It is best not to offend such a prodigy." The Tai family refrained from engaging in the conflicts of the martial world, focusing instead on their reputation as a renowned weaponsmithing family, able to forge formidable weapons, and thus held considerable influence in Qingyun Prefecture. Many powerful factions and experts owed them favors, and they were keen to befriend such a promising talent. As was the case with the alchemical Li family in another part of the city, within a subtly luxurious residence, Lin Langtian, the patriarch of the Lin family, was enjoying breakfast with his wife and daughter when an old servant entered, holding an invitation. "This is an invitation from the Qing Gang," he announced. Lin Lianlong gazed at the invitation with admiration. "It seems a true dragon has emerged from Qingyang City, possessing remarkable skill and determination," he remarked. The beautiful woman beside him was taken aback by her husband's high regard for this young man. "My dear, I didn't expect you to hold such esteem for this prodigy," she replied. Knowing her husband had once been a top disciple of the Qinglong sacred sect, holding the title of Holy Son. Had it not been for certain circumstances that led him to retreat into the shadows of Qingyang City, he would have remained a force to be reckoned with, having once ranked 25th on the list of the most powerful experts in the Gangxi realm, known as the Young Master of the Qinglong. Though he had not displayed his prowess in over a decade, he had since broken through to the realm of divine abilities, his strength becoming increasingly unfathomable. Lin Lianlong continued, "To rise from such humble beginnings and secure a position on the potential dragon rankings is quite impressive." Upon hearing such commendations, the beautiful matron found herself intrigued by Chen Qingshan, prompting her husband to send Tinger for a closer look. Observing her daughter, Lin Yuding, who appeared as a model of obedience yet was visibly restless and hesitant to speak, she finally broke the silence. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Yuding's eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned towards her father, pleading, "Father, please let me go." She clung to Lin Linglong's arm, indulging in a bit of playful coaxing. Lin Linglang, feeling somewhat helpless, was well aware that his daughter was quite the spirited one. While she often feigned innocence in his presence, in the company of those rascals in Qingyang City, she transformed into a formidable force. reveling in mischief yet possessing a kind heart that frequently aided the common folk. Yun Bo, accompany Tinger on her outing, he said, as he caught his wife's gaze. Lin Yuding was ecstatic, eager to witness firsthand the exploits of the heroic leader who rid the land of evildoers. Her lifelong dream had been to traverse the world as a chivalrous warrior, and she deeply admired Chen Qingshan's efforts in vanquishing bandits. Lin Linglang and the beautiful matron exchanged glances, both resigned to the simplicity of their precious daughter's thoughts. Ahem, Tinger, this time you must refrain from mischief. Otherwise, I shall confine you for half a month, Lin Linglang declared sternly. The former stronghold of the Tiger Gang had now been transformed into the domain of the Qing Gang. Just the previous night, the ground had run red with blood, its scent still lingering, but now it was festooned with decorations, exuding a festive air. Chen Qingshan, along with Qian Hu and Chen Wu, was in the reception hall welcoming guests. And many smaller factions had already arrived at that moment. Huang Tianxiang, the leader of the Flying Bear Gang, entered with gifts in hand, accompanied by a cadre of brothers. Huang Tianxiang, a burly man in his 30s, bore a resemblance to Chen Hu, his demeanor amiable. Chief Chen, congratulations on your new gang. The eradication of the Tiger Gang was splendid. I have long harbored disdain for that scoundrel, Wang Biao, Huang Tianxiang proclaimed. It is an honor to meet you at last, Chen Qingshan replied, and the two engaged in lively conversation. The Flying Bear Gang aligned well with Chen Qingshan's vision, and Huang Tianxiang was a man of good character, ensuring the welfare of the common people under his domain without exploitation. Brother Chen, no need for such formality. I am older than you, so just call me Old Xiong, Huang Tianxiang jested. You may call me Qingshan. Brother Xiong, Chen Qingshan responded, and their camaraderie deepened. At that juncture, the Tai family and the Li family arrived, both crucial targets for Chen Qingshan as they wielded significant influence in forging weapons and concocting elixirs. Both delegations were led by their respective elders. The elder of the Tai family was a white-haired man with a robust physique, while the elder of the Li family appeared as an ordinary old man, yet radiated an aura of vitality, a fragrant scent of elixirs surrounding him. The two elders began to bicker like children, despite their long-standing acquaintance. You old coot, you're still alive, the Tai elder remarked. And you haven't yet entered your coffin, the Li elder shot back. The sight of the Li elder addressing him, the Tai elder began to ramble on, while the Li elder seemed somewhat exasperated. Retorting, you rusted hulk, I am ashamed to associate with you. Upon noticing Chen Qingshan approaching, the Li elder quickly shifted gears, saying, Chief Chen, truly, you are a remarkable young man, unlike certain ancient relics. The Li elder's jibe was quite satisfying. The Tai elder then added, Brother Chen, at just 16, you are already a prodigy on the potential dragon list. Li, you must be frolicking with maidens at your age. Yes, the two seemed poised to argue again. Chen Qingshan interjected, Esteemed seniors, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from both of you. Witnessing Chen Qingshan's humility, the two elders were quite pleased. Such a young man was refreshing, humble, and respectful towards his elders. The Tai elder spoke. Should you have any needs regarding weapon crafting, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall make the arrangements. The Li elder echoed this sentiment, offering assistance with alchemical needs. Chen Qingshan's heart soared at this, knowing he could rely on their expertise. As conversation flowed, the leader of the Viper Gang and Wu Yu, the son of the Wu family patriarch, entered. The leader of the Viper Gang trailed behind Wu Yu like a sycophant. He was the first to speak. Chief Chen, how imposing you are. The Tiger Gang fell as you declared. Which force shall you obliterate next? It truly sends chills down our spines. His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Aiming to incite animosity towards Chen Qingshan, Wu Yu chimed in, feigning admiration. I wonder what great fortune allowed Chief Chen to rise from obscurity to become the leader of a gang in Qingyang City. It is truly commendable. His words, too, were laced with insincerity and mockery. Just as Chen Qingshan was about to respond, another figure entered. A middle-aged man clad in official robes, his demeanor sharp and unyielding, accompanied by a scholar-like aide. This was Su Mu, the city lord of Qingyang. Along with his advisor, Kai Ku, and Su Mu addressed Chen Qingshan, Chief Chen. I hope you do not mind my uninvited appearance. Seems your method of annihilating an entire clan is rather ruthless. All eyes turned to Qin Qingshan, awaiting his response as he stood amidst the scrutiny of two powerful factions and the government. Despite the waning power of the Great Wei dynasty, its influence still loomed over these smaller factions. Maintaining a degree of intimidation, Qin Qingshan clasped his hands in greeting, calmly expressing his gratitude for their attendance. When friends arrive, let us share in the wine, then, shifting his gaze towards the leader of the Viper Gang. His aura intensified, becoming increasingly commanding. Are you questioning my decisions? A sycophant remains a sycophant. A mere snake cannot aspire to greatness. Huang Tianxiong let out a mocking laugh at this, while the Viper Gang leader's face flushed with embarrassment. Pointing an accusing finger at Qin Qingshan, "You insolent wretch!" Unperturbed by this provocation, Qin Qingshan swiftly approached the Viper Gang leader, seizing him by the throat and throwing him out of the hall. In an instant, the onlookers were left in shock, the Viper Gang leader rendered unconscious and discarded, while Qin Qingshan returned to his place, barely 2 breaths having passed. Witnessing Qin Qingshan's display of power, the crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, and those with ulterior motives quickly tempered their ambitions. Wu Yu, in particular, felt his heart race, overwhelmed by jealousy and disbelief at Qin Qingshan's strength. Realizing he couldn't even see the man's movements clearly, how could he possibly withstand a single blow? Qin Qingshan scanned the assembly, satisfied with the intimidation he had just displayed. As long as one possessed strength, even the most sinister specters would hesitate to covet. Someone, dispose of this little snake? I, Qin Qingshan, stand tall and upright. I shall not associate with lowly scoundrels who traffic in human lives. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. It was evident that Qin Qingshan intended to utterly annihilate the leader of the Viper Gang. The news of this incident would surely tarnish the man's reputation. Fortunate for him that he had been rendered unconscious, lest he face the wrath of public scorn. Turning to Wu Yu, Qin Qingshan spoke in a tone reminiscent of an adult reprimanding a child. Young Master Wu, my lineage is steeped in profound teachings. Your current prowess is beyond your comprehension. Perhaps your ancestors from the Wu family in seclusion may witness something of note. As for you, refrain from reaching too high. At 22, languishing at the bottom of the potential dragon list. You must strive harder. Should you require guidance, I am willing to offer some pointers. Qin Qingshan's words sent Wu Yu into a fit of rage, trembling with indignation. When had he ever received such a lesson, particularly from someone so much younger? Yet, he could do nothing but harbor resentment, having witnessed the Viper Gang leader being tossed out like a ragdoll to tea that moment. A melodious laughter rang out, as an elderly servant accompanied by 2 young, striking maidens entered. One of them was Lu Xiuxiu from the Chongfeng trading house, while the other, petite and exquisitely beautiful, captured everyone's attention. The stark contrast between the 2 beauties drew all eyes in the room. Those in the know whispered among themselves, wondering why this young lady had graced them with her presence. Observing the fervent gazes directed at her, one could only wonder at the folly of those who saw her as a celestial being. They would soon learn the truth of her formidable nature. Lu Xiuxiu approached to introduce her companion. This is my newly acquainted sister, Lin Yuding, the daughter of the Lin family head. Qin Qingshan pondered for a moment, recalling a master of the potential dragon list who had hidden himself in Qingyang City, Qinglong Gongzi, a figure from over a decade ago. Surely, by now, his strength had reached the realm of divine prowess. Ah, so you are Miss Lin, he began. I hold great admiration for your esteemed family and would welcome a chance to pay a visit. You are quite remarkable, akin to a chivalrous heroine. I shall watch over you in the future. As for my father, that old coot, there is little to know about him, Lin Yuding declared, adopting an assertive tone. Qin Qingshan was taken aback. He had initially perceived her as an ethereal being, yet her thoughts were quite whimsical. Leaving him at a loss for words, the elderly servant beside her chuckled softly, accustomed to his young mistress's vivaciousness. At that moment, Qin Qingshan's gaze sharpened. He realized the elderly servant was no ordinary attendant, but rather an individual of considerable prowess. Discreet yet formidable, his keen sense detected a powerful, blazing energy within the old man, unmistakably the presence of a master in the realm of divine energy. May I inquire the name of this esteemed elder? Qin Qingshan asked respectfully. The elder regarded Chen Qingshan with appreciation, acknowledging the rarity of such perceptiveness and politeness among the younger generation. I am but an old servant of the Lin family. You may call me Yun Bo, he replied. Chen Qingshan respectfully called out to Yun Bo at that moment. Lin Yuding's eyes flickered with excitement as it was her first time witnessing such a gathering of martial artists. And she also spotted the bothersome Mou, who constantly harassed her, exuding a sinister aura. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Chen Qingshan confront someone and take action, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Yu, saying, "You annoying fellow, didn't Chen Deji just advise you to focus on your training? Why are you here causing a scene?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's face turned pale and then flushed with anger, inwardly cursing, "This little vixen, usually indifferent to me. Yet she calls him Chen Deji." At the sight of that little brat. With a cold snort, he left with his sycophants, throwing a resentful glance at Chen Qingshan as he departed. Chen Qingshan observed in astonishment, recognizing that Miss Lin possessed quite the talent for manipulation. Wu Yu seemed to be pursuing Lin Yuding. After all, he was a top-tier expert from a decade ago. And now he might be a prominent figure in the realm of divine abilities. Who wouldn't want to be a son-in-law of such a powerful family? He had also inadvertently drawn some enmity towards Chen Qingshan. But it mattered little. This fellow, or rather the entire Mo family, had long coveted his martial arts secrets. Noting this down, he contemplated finding an opportunity to eliminate them all to avoid future troubles. However, he needed to remain cautious of their underhanded tactics and thought it wise to have his family brought over by his uncle. At this moment, no one anticipated how swiftly Chen Qingshan would resolve two nuisances. As they had gained some understanding of his methods and tactics, he truly dealt with his enemies with an iron fist, attacking without hesitation. Chen Qingshan regarded City Lord Su Mu, recognizing that individuals who concealed their emotions and harbored deep thoughts were the most formidable adversaries, often striking a lethal blow when one was at their weakest. The best approach against such foes was to employ overwhelming power to eliminate them, leaving no opportunity for them to conspire in the shadows. Yet, he held an official title. If he were to engage in conflict today and be killed tomorrow, would that not provoke the Dui dynasty? Although the Dui dynasty was waning, they would be more than willing to use Chen Qingshan, a rising star of the Qianlong list, as an example to intimidate others. This city lord was no virtuous character either. He had previously quelled bandits while secretly colluding with many of them, even supporting them to extort the common folk. The offenses he had committed were egregious, and Chen Qingshan felt a surge of indignation. Chen Qingshan's deliberate omission of an invitation was intended to test the waters of this seemingly inscrutable city lord. He had greatly harmed Su Mu's interests and had not offered him the courtesy of a proper greeting. If he could endure such an affront without retaliating, it would truly be terrifying. For someone as cunning as he, Chen Qingshan would contemplate a covert assassination. Fortunately, for the time being, he remained in the open, as long as he could ascertain the intricacies of Su Mu's social network. Relying on his connections and hidden cards, it would not be long before Chen Qingshan could easily crush this loathsome individual. Calmly, Chen Qingshan addressed Su Mu, "City Lord, one must be careful with words. I, Chen Qingshan, am merely ridding the world of harm. The Menghu gang has committed numerous heinous acts. If you do not believe me, ask the common folk of the northern district, who isn't celebrating with drums and gongs." As the conversation shifted, Su Mu, as the administrator of Qingyang City, was reminded of the many bandit factions that plagued the area, wreaking havoc upon the citizens, committing unspeakable acts. Such chaos indicated a failure in management. It is precisely because our Qing gang could no longer bear to see the suffering of the people that we took action against these bandits, he stated earnestly. Su Mu, with an air of righteousness, replied, "I, Su, am powerless in this matter. I have repeatedly petitioned the court to eliminate these bandits, but the court is preoccupied with ongoing wars and rebellions across various regions. Thus, Chen Gang Master's unilateral military action without court approval is rather inappropriate." The onlookers, captivated by the exchange, realized that both parties were not to be trifled with. They instinctively thought to be more cautious in their words moving forward, lest they find themselves embroiled in trouble due to careless speech. Chen Qingshan retorted, "You fail to act while your domain descends into chaos, and yet you expect others to clean up your mess," Su Mu countered. The court is currently unable to spare resources to quell the bandits. You, Chen Qingshan, hold no official position. Your armed forces are unauthorized. That is an exaggeration, Chen Qingshan replied. I simply cannot tolerate those who harm the common folk and extort their livelihoods. Then I must thank you, Chen Gang Master, for ridding us of these evildoers, Su Mu replied with a slight bow. Chen Qingshan fixed his gaze upon Su Mu, his demeanor shifting to one of dominance as he declared, I, Chen, abhor those who harm the populace and siphon their hard-earned wealth. Should any such bandit factions arise again in Qingyang City, I will ensure their complete annihilation. His declaration reverberated throughout the gathering. As the crowd envisioned rivers running red with blood and mountains piled high with corpses, Lin Yuding clapped her hands in approval, gazing at Chen Qingshan with admiration. This was the hero she had always envisioned. However, we must still conduct our affairs in the martial world, Chen Qingshan continued, and it is unwise for City Lord Su, as an official, to engage too closely with our underworld factions, lest you violate certain taboos. With that, he signaled for the gathering to disperse, acknowledging that the Fade had been shattered, and civility was no longer necessary. Mu glanced at Chen Qingshan before departing with his aides. As the tense atmosphere subsided, Chen Qingshan engaged in conversation with the others before heading to the Grand Plaza of the Qing Gang, where everyone took their seats. Observing the assembly of Qing Gang members, he was pleasantly surprised by their formidable capabilities. The front row consisted of several second-tier experts, while the back was teeming with countless third-tier practitioners. Chen Qingshan introduced some of the higher-ups of the Qing Gang. Noting that Qian Hu and Qin Wu, both of similar age to him, were on the verge of breaking through to first-tier experts, prompting admiration from the others, it seemed that two more talents would soon emerge in the Qianlong list of Qingzhou. After concluding their discussions, the factions hurried back, as the winds of change were stirring in Qingyang City. The Qing Gang, a powerful dragon, had overshadowed the local snakes. They needed to strategize their escape routes, for a single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Meanwhile, in a room, Wu Yu was venting his frustrations, roaring in anger. Chen Qingshan, how dare you bully me? Everyone, die! He smashed precious ancient artifacts and paintings into smithereens. At that moment, the head of the Mo family, Mo Tianming, entered and, upon witnessing the scene, scolded, how can you not withstand even this minor setback? How will you ever lead the Wu family? He pointed out Wu Yu's mistakes, emphasizing, you were too hasty today, exposing your hostility too soon. You should have let others probe the waters first. Wu Yu gradually calmed down and replied solemnly, Father, I acted on impulse. However, I cannot gauge that little brat's strength. To me, first-tier experts seem like mere chickens before him. His power is likely not limited to just the 10th position on the Qianlong list. He may be on par with the top contenders. Mo Tianming's expression grew serious as he stated, then we must quietly gather information about his family. We cannot act recklessly. He will be on guard. Our ancestor has yet to break through, so we must remain cautious. We should report to the main family that Chen Qingshan possesses a legacy of divine abilities. The main family had long sought to advance further, but lacked the teachings of divine abilities. While the prodigy of the main family held a high position within the Qinglong sacred sect, the sect's scriptures were not easily shared, so they needed to bide their time. Wu Yu pondered this and found it reasonable. Perhaps they could use others to eliminate Chen Qingshan. Let us see how you deal with a master of the astral energy realm, he thought, his frustrations dissipating. Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, Su Mu and his advisor, Kai Kuan, were deep in discussion. Su Mu sipped his tea and, at a leisurely pace, inquired, have you discerned Chen Qingshan's background? Kai Kuan contemplated and responded, from the information we gathered, Chen Qingshan's martial arts are incredibly domineering, ranking among the highest. His techniques rival those of the great factions. However, his lineage does not seem to originate from any major power within Qingzhou. It's possible he acquired an ancient legacy or inherited teachings from other states. Then let us spread the word that Chen Qingshan possesses a legacy of divine abilities, inciting others to seek him out, Su Mu proposed. One must understand that he had expended significant resources to attain the position of city lord, primarily to amass wealth, and he was required to provide tributes to a certain dignitary each year, showing little regard for the lives of the common people. now that Chen Qingshan was cutting off his sources of income. It was akin to killing his parents, and how could he not harbor hatred? Kai Kuan concurred with this strategy, recognizing that confronting Chen Qingshan head-on would lead to their demise. He then asked, "My lord, you mentioned previously that the court is preparing to establish an inspection office. The inspection office was a force founded by the first emperor of the Dui dynasty to counter the martial factions within the 9 states. In its heyday, it swept through the martial world, annihilating countless ancient legacies. Even the most elite factions would retreat in fear. The older statesmen and the current emperor believed that these factions had grown too arrogant. The Dui was on the decline, but not yet extinguished. Some factions were openly defying the court, daring to seize land and resources. Thus, the re-establishment of the inspection office aimed to both intimidate the martial factions and replenish the national treasury. Sumu acknowledged this, aware that the inspection office would target smaller factions to siphon resources, while the major powers would remain indifferent. Kai Kuan remarked, "Chen Qingshan's rapid advancement poses a risk. Those who come to trouble him may inadvertently enhance his reputation, my lord. We must prepare for contingencies and submit Chen Qingshan's name to the inspection office once it is established." Sumu considered this and deemed the advice sound. It was wise to be thoroughly prepared against such a martial prodigy. He addressed his advisor, "The inspection office will not be operational until spring. We have several months to prepare. For now, let us begin disseminating information. I want the entire Qingzhou to be aware." With that, Kai Kuan took his leave, and Sumu felt a sense of satisfaction. "Humph, a martial prodigy, and no matter how great your talent, you will still fall into my trap. Let us see how you escape this calamity." Chen Qingshan harbored a profound jealousy towards these young prodigies. How could it be that he had to struggle and toil to achieve his standing, while they ascended with such ease? Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen victim to the schemes of others. Even if he were to discover this treachery, he would not be intimidated, for he had unwavering faith in his own strength. Believing he could shatter these plots with sheer power, turning them into stepping stones towards his success. Meanwhile, the leader of the poisonous snake gang remained in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 19. The plan Chen Qingshan set about organizing various matters. As he aimed to redefine the territory of the Northern District, a task that would require additional manpower. With this thought in mind, he summoned a gang member and instructed him to invite Miss Lu from the Chongfeng Merchant Guild for a discussion. Lu Xiuxiu was currently at Chen Qingshan's residence, chatting with Zhou Zhiyun and her elder sister, Chen Xiaoling. Chen Qingshan had long since brought his family to reside in Qingyang City. Lu Xiuxiu suggested, "How about we go for a stroll? I've discovered a cosmetics shop with some exquisite items." This piqued everyone's interest, and they began to chatter excitedly. However, Zhou Zhiyun interjected, "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Qingshan has yet to stabilize his territory, and Xiaoling, being his biological sister, is bound to attract a lot of attention. I'm concerned about potential mishaps." Lu Xiuxiu considered this and agreed it was a reasonable point. Chen Xiaoling also dismissed the idea, fearing it might trouble her brother. With a teasing tone, Lu Xiuxiu remarked, "Zhiyun, you are so considerate. No wonder Qingshan holds you in such high regard. You've endured so much. It truly is enviable." Zhou Zhiyun blushed at this, responding, "Xiuxiu, it seems you have a soft spot for Qingshan as well. Why not accompany your sister?" Chen Xiaoling chimed in, agreeing, "You know our parents are eager for grandchildren." Lu Xiuxiu's cheeks flushed, and looking at them, she stammered, "I merely admire Qin Bangzhu's youth and accomplishments." Just then, a maid approached, addressing Lu Xiuxiu, "Miss Lu, the leader requests your presence." Zhou Zhiyun encouraged, "Go on, Xiuxiu. Qingshan may need to discuss something with you." Lu Xiuxiu rose and bid farewell to her companions. The gang members escorted Lu Xiuxiu to the study. "Miss Lu, the leader awaits your arrival," they announced before stepping aside. Lu Xiuxiu turned to Chen Qingshan, teasing, "Chen Bangzhu, what business could a busy person like you have with a mere girl?" Chen Qingshan smiled and replied, "Xiuxiu, I require your assistance with a matter and would like to know your thoughts." "Oh, pray proceed." Lu Xiuxiu assumed he sought her help with resource management. "Xiuxiu, I am well aware of your situation. I understand the predicaments faced by the Chongfeng Merchant Guild." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiuxiu's expression dimmed. Her father was in seclusion, and with traitors lurking, she had been bearing the burden alone during this challenging time. Regaining her composure, she jested, Could it be that Chen Bangzhu wishes to aid a humble girl like me? Chen Qingshan, exuding confidence, replied, "They are merely remnants basking in the glory of their ancestors, incapable of even entering the ranks of the Gangxi realm. They are of no concern. Xiuxiu, if you join the Qing gang, I can alleviate your worries." Lu Xiuxiu was taken aback. "You intend to break through to the Gangxi realm?" A 16-year-old in the Gangxi realm is a rarity throughout history. Chen Qingshan shook his head. "Not so soon. I plan to break through to the Shisui realm first. I will not rush into the Gangxi realm until I have reached my utmost potential. However, I possess methods to deal with those in the Gangxi realm." Lu Xiuxiu gazed at Chen Qingshan, realizing that having yet to reach the Shisui realm, he was already among the top 10 on the Qianlong list. It seemed likely he could ascend to the pinnacle of the Qianlong list in the future. Interrupting her thoughts, Chen Qingshan continued, "Your talents are somewhat wasted in the Chongfeng Merchant Guild. You would truly shine in the Qing gang." "Very well, I agree. But what position will you assign me?" Lu Xiuxiu replied without hesitation. Trusting Chen Qingshan implicitly, Chen Qingshan was pleased by her agreement, stating, "You will find out in due time." He left her with a hint of a surprise to come. Lu Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited Chen Qingshan's arrangements. "Let it be settled, then I shall return to my training and join the gang's meeting later," Chen Qingshan declared before departing. Lu Xiuxiu returned to her quarters and informed Uncle Fu of Chen Qingshan's invitation. Uncle Fu remarked, "Miss, your acceptance was wise. Young Master Chen possesses unfathomable strength and integrity, and he can aid you in overcoming your current challenges." Her swift agreement stemmed from her growing admiration for Chen Qingshan, whose approach to matters was refreshingly different from those she had encountered, almost out of sync with the current age. He was ruthless and decisive towards his enemies, yet gentle and warm towards friends and family. Never harsh or accusatory, his compassion for the vulnerable stirred feelings of admiration within Lu Xiuxiu, deepening her fascination with him. That evening, in the Qing gang's conference hall, all mid to high-ranking members gathered, including Lu Xiuxiu. Chen Qingshan addressed the assembly with fervor. "We have established ourselves in Qingyang City, and each of you has played an indispensable role. Your performance has been commendable. Our vision must extend beyond this city. We aim to leave our mark in Qingyan Prefecture, Qingzhou, and even across the entire Jiuzhou." The crowd erupted with enthusiasm and pride, fully aware of the struggles endured for the Qing gang's growth. Chen Qingshan, noting their excitement, cautioned them sternly, "Though you may rejoice in this minor achievement, do not become complacent. Do not abuse your strength or status. Uphold the gang's principles, for any transgressions, regardless of your merits, will result in punishment." Hearing this, the members responded in unison, "Leader, we shall abide by the gang's rules and refrain from wrongdoing or oppressing the common folk." Chen Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. He then announced the formal agenda for the meeting. "Firstly, we will discuss the planning of our Northern District territory. Other factions and territories can be addressed later as we develop. First, we will redefine the entire Northern District, dividing it into 4 zones. The previous divisions were too scattered, complicating management and oversight of dissenters. The first area will be a residential zone, encompassing the Qing gang's base, where members will reside. The second will be the homes of the Northern District's common folk. Next, we shall establish a marketplace for trade, where daily necessities and the required herbs and weapons for those in the Jianghu will be consolidated. Adjacent to the marketplace will be an entertainment district, including taverns and pleasure houses, which will operate on a voluntary basis, strictly prohibiting coercion. Violators will face severe penalties. The final area will be a livestock farm, where all livestock will be gathered for slaughter." Upon concluding his announcement, the assembly expressed unanimous support, praising the leader's planning. Lu Xiuxiu was equally astonished, not expecting Chen Qingshan's management skills to be so proficient. Interrupting the discussion, Chen Qingshan declared, "This is Miss Lu Xiuxiu from the Chongfeng Merchant Guild. You all should be acquainted with her. She is now joining our gang to oversee our finances and business operations. The implementation of this territorial division will be executed by Miss Lu, who will have the authority to mobilize gang members. Chen Wu, you will ensure that resource allocation is approved by me before Miss Lu dispenses it." "Understood," Chen Wu responded. The members realized this meant they had gained an adept steward, and they had no objections, as they unconditionally supported the leader's decisions, having never been let down by him. Lu Xiuxiu was taken aback by Chen Qingshan's words, feeling both disbelief and gratitude. His trust in her was profound. Given the Qing gang's resources were enviable. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely stated, "Leader, I shall not betray your trust." Chen Qingshan nodded, concluding the meeting, "Remember to focus on your training. Strength is paramount." The members dispersed. Returning to his residence, Chen Qingshan entered a state of deep meditation, realizing that he had no pressing matters at hand and could afford to enter seclusion. He sensed that after reaching the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, breaking through to the Shisui realm would result in a qualitative transformation. At that moment, Zhou Zhiyun entered, carrying a bowl of soup. "Qingshan, I prepared this specifically for you. You've been working hard and it should help alleviate your fatigue." Chen Qingshan looked at Zhou Zhiyun, appreciating her thoughtfulness. After downing the soup in one go, he remarked, "This soup is indeed quite good and effective, but it still falls short, Zhiyun." Zhou Zhiyun's face lit up with joy. "Then I shall make another bowl." Chen Qingshan shook his head, observing her blush. Having spent so much time together, they were both aware of the unspoken meaning behind their exchange. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a gust of wind to close the door, demonstrating the effectiveness of martial arts techniques. The Dragon Elephant Prajna was indeed extraordinary. With Chen Qingshan's formidable physique and combat prowess, he was ready for another night of rigorous training. As dawn broke, Chen Qingshan gazed at Zhou Zhiyun in his arms, finding her ever more enchanting. Just then, Zhou Zhiyun awakened, and their eyes met. Chen Qingshan leaned in and kissed her, saying, "I must go train." Zhou Zhiyun rose to help Chen Qingshan don his clothes. At the training platform in the backyard, Chen Qingshan soaked in a tub, circulating the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Soon, the essence within the water was completely absorbed, rendering it crystal clear, and its medicinal properties diminished. It seems I must pay a visit to the Li family to request a more potent formula, he mused to himself. Subsequently, a tremor coursed through his entire being, and the droplets of water rapidly evaporated from his body. This spectacle made Chen Qingshan feel increasingly akin to the mastery of vital energy, for while the realm of vital energy pertains to the manipulation of qi, what I wield is the power of blood vitality. He had previously perused novels depicting various cultivation sects, where formidable practitioners of physical enhancement could engage in combat with true dragons, shattering mountains and rivers solely with their corporeal might. In some ethereal realms, the eruption of blood vitality could even send malevolent spirits fleeing in terror. In truth, blood vitality is indeed a form of energy, one that is birthed from one's own flesh. He had now reached the point where his blood vitality began to manifest, though still somewhat indistinct. Should he advance further, would his blood vitality take form, akin to a dragon? Would not the divine powers of the physical body mirror the transcendence of the spiritual realm? After all, one pertains to the corporeal, while the other relates to the ethereal. This notion filled Chen Qingshan with a sense of excitement, as if he were embarking upon a new path to martial enlightenment. Yet he realized that he must acquire even more profound physical cultivation techniques from the small tower. Dismissing his errant thoughts, he dedicated himself to his practice. The surge of blood vitality flowed through him with exquisite control. Each punch and kick carried an unmatched force, yet lacked any overwhelming grandeur. Quite the contrast to the fierce winds generated by his full-powered strikes when he first commenced the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, which had once shaken the very forests. Now, his movements appeared increasingly fluid, as if he was enveloped in a harmonious state of martial artistry, and Chen Qingshan seemed to immerse himself in his own world of martial enlightenment. He had broken through to the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and decided to cease his cultivation. Had he truly entered a state of enlightenment? His understanding of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique had deepened remarkably. Those insights were indelibly etched in his mind, and having breached the 6th level, his strength now reached 90,000 Jin. As he fully activated his blood vitality, it began to crystallize and was on the verge of manifesting. He felt the searing heat of his blood vitality akin to the sun, along with its devastating potential. When he unleashed his full power, his fists and feet resembled the explosive force of a small sun. Chapter 20. Mastery. The breakthrough in his technique filled Chen Qingshan with immense joy. After completing his training, he headed to the dining hall for breakfast with his family, where he found his sister Yun and Anun's parents already seated at the table. Watching Anan struggle adorably to bite into a large bun, Chen Qingshan couldn't resist teasing her. However, his mother disapprovingly swatted his hand, admonishing him not to disturb Anan as she ate, lest she choke. His father shot him a glare, reminding Chen Qingshan of his previous status as the youngest, now overshadowed by Anan, whom their parents and uncle treated as a cherished granddaughter. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Qingshan scratched his head, causing his sister and Yun to giggle. He could only focus on his meal, finishing with a satisfying 8/10 full. "I'll go check on the gang," Chen Qingshan said. "Dad, remember to send Anan to Chen Xiaocai's class today. Otherwise, she'll run around and create chaos." Anan, overhearing, scrunched her nose and pouted. "I didn't. The teacher praises me for being smart. I only play after I finish my lessons, and everyone in class likes me," his mother retorted with sarcasm. "Look at you, the gang leader, coming here to report on a child. Truly impressive." Chen Qingshan, realizing the absurdity, made a hasty exit as Anan stuck her tongue out playfully at him. Upon arriving at the gang, he noticed Lu Xiaoxiao appeared exhausted, as if she hadn't slept all night. Just as Chen Qingshan opened his mouth, Lu Xiaoxiao handed him a revised plan. "Leader, I've organized and modified this. Please take a look." Chen Qingshan examined it thoroughly. Finding no issues, it was evident that Lu Xiaoxiao had quickly adapted to her role. "Well done, very comprehensive. You pulled an all-nighter, didn't you? No need to rush. Take your time. Remember to rest and make sure to practice regularly." Chen Qingshan maintained a semi-free range approach with the gang members, but was particularly invested in their cultivation. After all, the current state of the Great Wei dynasty was one of retreat within the Central Plains. With little control over other regions, primarily due to insufficient strength, Lu Xiaoxiao felt warmth in her heart at Chen Qingshan's words of concern and acknowledgement. "I'll get to work then," she replied, hurriedly departing. Chen Qingshan could only shake his head in resignation. "Make way. I'm posting an announcement." In the northern district, crowds gathered as numerous members of the Qing gang, clad in gray attire, along with blue-robed stewards, distributed notices in waves. Due to the restructuring of the northern district and centralized management, the following announcement was proclaimed loudly by the Qing gang members. As the surrounding crowd listened, they began to murmur, intrigued by the promises of unified housing arrangements and the offer of free construction for 2- and 3-story small attics. Many common folk, initially skeptical, erupted in joy upon hearing the news. However, there were dissenters among the wealthier class who scoffed. "Why should I live alongside these commoners?" In response, a steward of the Qing gang stated, "You may choose not to relocate, but once the arrangements are made, your area will lack protection. You'll be left isolated, vulnerable to unscrupulous individuals from the martial world, and the Qing gang will be unable to intervene." The wealthy individual, upon hearing this, turned pale, contemplating the implications. That makes sense. Being left alone while everyone else relocates feels unsettling. Plus, I can have my house renovated according to the original measurements. The day progressed smoothly, with the plans being well received by the common folk, despite initial resistance from some affluent families. Chen Qingshan was emboldened to take such actions because the northern district had previously been under the control of the Tiger Gang. With 80% of the prime real estate already in their hands, the remaining properties were either owned by wealthy families or had been resolved through other means. Various shop owners were particularly agreeable, as clustering together would mean a larger footfall, catering to a clientele with genuine demand. Additionally, the cost incurred was minimal. Residential construction was merely basic infrastructure, akin to unfurnished homes, with the finishing touches left to the owners. Commercial establishments were built according to their original dimensions, allowing proprietors to determine their layouts. The Qing gang also issued a notice stating that those who assisted with the work would receive compensation. In the territory of Qingyang City, individuals facing hardship could come to work, with meals and lodging provided, 3 meals a day with meat in the evening. Members of the Qing gang set out on black-scaled horses to disseminate the announcement. This initiative cost little, and Chen Qingshan was unconcerned about the expenditure. With these measures, his reputation soared like a rocket, rapidly increasing. He was acutely aware of his need for prestige, especially since the cost of summoning projections had risen to 500,000 for a single invocation. And the summoned beings often possessed formidable skills, some even at the realm of vital energy or divine powers. Once he concluded his affairs, he planned for a tenfold summoning. The Qing gang's actions detonated like a powder keg, creating ripples throughout Qingyang City. Huang Tianxiong of the Flying Bear Gang watched the information relayed by his subordinates, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he mused. This plan is truly ingenious. Soon, the Northern District will become the most prosperous area in Qingyang City and its surrounding cities. Yu of the Mo family, however, tore the paper in frustration, scoffing, no matter how grand the scheme. It ultimately serves to line my pockets. Upon hearing the report from his secretary, Su Mu of the City Lord's mansion couldn't help but commend the strategy. The leader of the venomous snake gang sighed in relief. He had been fearful of the Qing gang's movements, pondering the folly of spending resources on a mere rabble, and wondering when the assassins from the Qingyun mansion would arrive. And the Lin family? Lin Langtian was writing in his study while his wife ground ink for him. Upon finishing the last stroke, he felt quite satisfied with his calligraphy. Observing this, Yunbo remarked to Lin Langtian, "Today, the Qing gang has revealed their plans." Lin Langtian's wife chimed in, "My husband, that boy is quite remarkable, with a kind heart." Lin Langtian smiled, "Indeed, his methods are upright and noble, reminiscent of my younger self." Though perhaps a bit too domineering, his wife replied, "A touch of dominance can be advantageous. It helps avoid many troubles. I see that Tingting is of an age now. Chen Qingshan seems quite fond of her." Lin Langtian was taken aback by his wife's unexpected fondness for a young man she had never met. "Let us not rush. We should observe him first. Next time, invite Tingting to our home to see if this Chun Tianjiao is as exceptional as the rumors suggest." In the city, various factions held differing thoughts, yet they all envied and resented Chen Qingshan's prowess. They recognized that they could not replicate his strategies, as the major factions were divided into sects, and any actions would inevitably affect the interests of others. Unlike the Qing gang, which operated under Chen Qingshan's singular authority, a month later, after relentless labor, the renovations were finally complete. During the day, commoners worked, while at night, the members of the Qing gang toiled, and with a group of martial artists on the job, the progress was swift. In the residential area for the Qing gang's outer members. The first floor was composed of standard accommodations featuring 2 courtyards and 2-story attics with 2 rooms and a living area. The second floor housed the captains, also comprising 2 courtyards but significantly larger and more refined, with 3 rooms and a living area on the second floor. The third floor comprised the residences of the stewards, which were rather opulent, featuring 3 courtyards, ample space, and 3-story attics, complete with independent training platforms that could be customized to personal preferences. Further back lay the residences of the hall masters, vice leaders, and elders, resembling a small garden. However, they were largely uninhabited, with the gang covering repair costs after occupancy. In the outer residential area, the standard for common folk was uniform, with each courtyard featuring 2-story attics of ample size. Wealthier families possessed 2 or 3 courtyards, and there were even a few remaining houses for sale for future transactions. An orderly and uniform arrangement. The myriad lights of homes at night create a magnificent spectacle. The marketplace and trade areas exhibit a similar charm, showcasing diverse styles yet maintaining a harmonious coherence. The main thoroughfare allows for 8 horses to ride side by side, while the narrow paths can accommodate 5 or 6 individuals walking abreast, all laid with uniformly sized stone slabs. Chen Qingshan and Lu Xiuxiu stroll through the streets of the Northern District. Observing the bustling crowd, Chen Qingshan expresses his satisfaction, acknowledging Xiuxiu's hard work during this period, commending her efforts. Lu Xiuxiu, her eyes brimming with joy, feels a sense of pride in the accomplishments of the month. "How will the leader reward me?" she muses, as their growing camaraderie deepens, leading her to playfully act coy. Noticing the expectant glimmer in Lu Xiuxiu's gaze, Chen Qingshan gently pats her head, promising her a grand surprise. As he displays such affection, a blush spreads across her cheeks. "Then I shall wait," she replies, as they walk along the main street. A steward rushes over, stating that the leader has urgent matters to report. He whispers a few words in Chen Qingshan's ear, sparking interest in his eyes. "Xiuxiu, please return to the gang," he instructs. Chapter 21. A further exploration of the Qingshan Mountains upon returning to the gang. In the study, a captain gazes at Chen Qingshan with fervor. "Speak of the events that transpired," Chen Qingshan prompts. "Yes, leader. 2 days ago, I led a team into the mountains for training. In the depths of the Qingshan Mountains. Early in the morning, my subordinate ventured to fetch water from a nearby pond. Having visited it several times before without incident, this time, however, we heard a roar emanating from the depths of the pond. Reminiscent of a dragon's cry, fearing danger, I refrained from approaching. Subsequently, another dragon-like roar echoed, prompting me to swiftly retreat with the gang from the area and return to our base, the captain explains. Chun Qingshan ponders this revelation. A dragon's roar? It is improbable that a dragon exists. It could merely be a serpent with horns or a severely injured creature. Such formidable beasts cannot survive in the small ponds of the Qingshan Mountains. Your discretion in reporting this without recklessness is commendable. You shall be rewarded with 500 points, and this matter must remain confidential. You may leave now, he concludes, the captain, elated by the 500 points. Bows respectfully before departing. Intrigued by the pond, Chun Qingshan resolves to investigate it personally, deciding to wait until midnight to exit the city. Numerous spies from rival factions are watching him, and he fears that an impulsive departure could provoke their attention. That night, as Chun Qingshan lies in bed, he opens his eyes, preparing to rise. Yunjia, beside him, awakens. Where are you going, Qingshan? She asks. It's inconvenient during the day. I must venture outside the city for a matter of importance. Do not worry, there is no danger, he reassures her. Yunjia relaxes, urging him to return early. Dressed in black, Chun Qingshan moves with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the city gates. Observing the closed gates and the drowsy guards, he shakes his head and nimbly leaps atop the city wall, vanishing into the night. Accelerating his pace, he soon arrives at the entrance of the Qingshan Mountains, pausing to gaze at the desolate Chun family village. He reflects wistfully on how the entire village has relocated to the city, residing in the outskirts of the Qing gang, with those lacking martial aptitude engaging in menial tasks. Truly, it is a testament to the saying, when one ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise. Fortunately, the villagers are simple and honest farmers, without malice. Upon entering the mountains, a refreshing breeze greets him, although hidden within is a perilous undercurrent for the unprepared. Advancing steadily toward his destination, the darkness appears as bright as day to a master like Chun Qingshan. His aura disperses, causing snakes, insects, birds, and beasts to retreat. Now just meters away from the pond, he gazes at its depths, glowing green under the moonlight, exuding a potent allure that beckons him closer. Even the vitality within his body stirs, instinctively signaling that treasures lie within. Taking a deep breath, Chun Qingshan cautiously approaches the pond's edge. Discovering several small plants emanating a faint glow, his blood surges with excitement. These are rare treasures, enhancing vitality and strength. Plucking the precious herbs, he quickly retreats from the pond. As he departs, a pair of enormous eyes glimmers in the water, glowing brightly like lanterns. Reaching a nearby tree, Chun Qingshan takes one herb and tastes it. It has a slightly metallic flavor, reminiscent of a fierce beast's blood. He recalls from the Jiuzhou Chronicles he purchased at the Wanxiang Tower that such a treasure exists. Realizing with delight that this is dragon blood grass, which grows only in places tainted with dragon blood, it possesses potent healing properties, capable of mending wounds and enhancing physical vitality, greatly aiding one's foundation and breakthroughs in the realm of martial prowess. For an ordinary person, its benefits are substantial, but for Chun Qingshan, who practices the dragon elephant prajna skill, the enhancement of his blood vitality is paramount. Without hesitation, he consumes several dragon blood grass plants. Feeling a surge of intense, spicy energy flood his senses. Instantly, a powerful and violent vitality erupts as he channels the dragon elephant prajna skill, his body voraciously absorbing the herb's effects. His physique strengthens, and his blood vitality swells, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones refining themselves. Most of his bones have been tempered, leaving only a few in his head. The dragon elephant prajna skill ascends to its 7th tier. Chun Qingshan undergoes a significant transformation, his strength reaching an astonishing 11,000 pounds, with blood vitality surging and manifesting as a faint crimson hue around him. Adjusting to his body's changes, he realizes he can now project his blood vitality outward, appearing as though he possesses the capabilities of a master in the realm of martial arts. Others might mistakenly assume he practices a unique technique that causes his vitality to manifest in a blood-red hue. Confidently, Qin Qingshan believes his strength rivals that of a seasoned master, perhaps even able to contend with those at the pinnacle of the realm, given his formidable physical prowess. The realm of martial arts is segmented into 4 stages: initial, minor success, major success, and perfection, with the gaps widening as one ascends. Qin Qingshan beams with joy, grateful for the knight's endeavors, having reaped such considerable rewards that would otherwise require months of arduous effort. With his newfound strength, he contemplates further exploration, hoping to acquire even higher quality dragon bloodgrass to mend his uncle's injuries. Less than an hour later, Qin Qingshan returns to the pond, his senses heightened by his recent breakthrough. He perceives a thick aura flickering beneath the pond's surface, tainted with decay and decline. There are injured serpentine dragons lurking below, and they likely sensed his presence earlier but refrained from attacking, perhaps due to uncertainty or other concerns. Taking a deep breath, he sheds his outer garments and plunges into the water. Descending, the temperature drops sharply, becoming chillingly cold. Yet Qin Qingshan remains unfazed, bolstered by his robust vitality. The pond is quite deep. He has descended hundreds of meters without reaching the bottom. He wonders if there is an underground current. Just then, a surge of water flows, alerting him to a pair of enormous, blue eyes observing him. To his astonishment, a massive dragon, coiled and measuring several hundred meters in length, with 2 horns on its head and a black hue, fixes its gaze upon Qin Qingshan. Chapter 22. The serpent dragon acknowledges its master the dragon, and Qin Qingshan lock eyes. Unfazed, Qin Qingshan senses the dragon's vitality has waned, its aura disordered, indicating it is gravely injured. He channels the dragon elephant prajna skill, unleashing an ancient aura that warms the surrounding waters, a vibrant life force. Such a formidable physique, human boy, depart from my presence, the dragon commands. Qin Qingshan is taken aback. This is his first encounter with a speaking beast. The serpent dragon, noting the astonishment on Qin Qingshan's face, explains, when beasts reach the realm of martial prowess, they gain intelligence akin to that of a human child. I have transcended the realm of mere beasts and am now classified as a demon beast. Upon reaching the divine realm, I can speak and possess intellect comparable to an adult human, referred to as a demon king. The mightiest of demon emperors can even assume human form. Qin Qingshan, astonished by this revelation, realizes his understanding of this world remains insufficient. He resolves to gather more advanced information at the Wanxiang Tower upon his return. Your Majesty, Demon King, I harbor no intention of enmity. I seek only a higher quality dragon bloodgrass to heal my uncle and restore his foundation, Qin Qingshan states earnestly. The dragon, contemplating Qin Qingshan's determination, relents. Very well, follow me. There is an abundance of dragon bloodgrass. But you must grant me one request. The dragon leads Qin Qingshan to the depths of the pond, pointing to a 3-meter-tall EGG. It speaks softly. I could have lived for another 200 years. But my enemies detected my laying of eggs. Severely weakened, I sustained grave injuries in battle while escaping to the depths of the mountains. My time is limited. With a tender gaze, it looks upon the egg. Filled with reluctance, I will use my last strength to hatch it. Promise me, human, that you will care for my child. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingshan promptly replies, Rest assured, Demon King, I will look after it. Qin Qingshan secretly rejoiced in his heart. Today, not only had he encountered a dragon, but he also had the opportunity to raise one. The Jiaolong was quite pleased with this notion, yet lamented the lack of rare treasures to offer, leaving only the dragon bloodgrass to bestow upon him. You, young human, possess a remarkable foundation. Indeed, in the realm of humanity, you are a paragon of excellence. Your physical form rivals that of demonic beasts, and your potential is vast. The law manifestation stage is merely your starting point. I hope my offspring can transform into a dragon under your guidance. There may come a time when my child can assist me in avenging myself against the White Tiger King of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Do not venture deep into the mountains until you reach the law manifestation stage. Qin Qingshan committed the Jiaolong's words to memory. Afterward, the Jiaolong pressed its forehead against the Jiaolong egg, infusing it with a surge of power. causing its aura to gradually fade. Young human, drop a single drop of your essence blood onto the egg. Chen Qingshan felt his vitality surge and, placing a finger upon the egg, he squeezed out a drop of his essence blood, which swiftly merged with the egg. With a crack, the Jiaolong egg broke open. Witnessing this, the Jiaolong bade a final farewell, "My child, farewell," and gently closed its eyes. Chen Qingshan sighed, "May the elder demon king rest in peace. I shall take good care of it." That moment, the shell of the egg split apart, and a small Jiaolong, over a meter in length, emerged. Its pair of agile little eyes gazed at the lifeless form of the Jiaolong. Sensing the call from the depths of its bloodline, it swam over, gently nudging the head of the deceased with its tender horns, emitting a series of cries. Chen Qingshan could distinctly perceive its sorrowful emotions. After a while, it regained its composure, recognizing the familiar vitality emanating from Chen Qingshan, the essence blood that connected them. With the passing of the Jiaolong, Chen Qingshan had become its closest kin. It swam toward Chen Qingshan, who affectionately stroked its body, deciding to name it Xiaohe. Xiaohe nodded, and Chen Qingshan sensed that this little Jiaolong possessed a considerable degree of intelligence, akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Through the bond of their bloodlines, Chen Qingshan was even able to communicate with it in a simple manner. Just then, the Jiaolong's body swiftly petrified. Perhaps its strength had been exhausted, or it had used some means to turn itself to stone before its demise. Chen Qingshan gathered around 60 to 70 stalks of dragon blood grass nearby. The sheer quantity indicated the severe injuries the Jiaolong had sustained, nearly bleeding out. "Xiaohe, let us depart. We shall visit your mother another time." Xiaohe let out a mournful cry toward the statue, casting a final glance before swimming up to join Chen Qingshan. Upon returning to the clearing above the pond, the vitality evaporated like dew. After donning his clothes and wrapping the dragon blood grass, Xiaohe coiled around him. The surrounding scenery swiftly receded as they raced away, his strength having increased several-fold. He mused, while others raised snakes, "I have raised a Jiaolong, and I can even coil it around myself." As they made their way back, they leaped over the city wall, silently returning to the estate with still an hour left before 2 days had passed. Chen Qingshan led them to the small lake in the backyard, fortunate that he had previously expanded the lake's area to over 300 square meters, with a depth exceeding 30 meters. It would suffice for the time being, and once Xiaohe grew larger, he would expand it further. "Xiaohe, you shall reside here for now. Do not eat the fish within, as they lack nutrition. I shall provide you with beast meat daily." Xiaohe nodded and leaped into the small lake, its figure vanishing into the night. He placed the dragon blood upon a hidden chamber, carefully packing it into jade boxes. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Jian awoke to the sounds. "Qingshan, you have returned?" Chen Qingshan replied with excitement, "Yes, it went smoothly, and the harvest was substantial." Zhou Jian, intrigued, listened intently as Chen Qingshan recounted the events of the night. She gasped in astonishment. Her curiosity piqued. "Is it true that you have a talking Jiaolong? You even brought one back to raise?" Chen Qingshan nodded. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to see Xiaohe." As he inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Yunjie. He leaned closer. "Yunjie, you should rest." Zhou Zhiyun exhaled gently, and Chen Qingshan felt a surge of boldness, having just broken through, his body invigorated. The following day dawned bright and refreshing. Chen Qingshan rose early, instructing a maid to summon his associates, Qian Hu, Chen Wu, his uncle, and Xiao, for breakfast and to discuss matters. As everyone gathered at Chen Qingshan's residence, they were already partaking in breakfast when Chen Qingshan beckoned. "Please, sit down and enjoy your meal." Chen Mu's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Xiao. "My daughter, come here and chat with me." Chen Qingshan glanced at Lu Xiao with a hint of exasperation, signaling her to feel at ease. Lu Xiao's cheeks flushed, feeling as if she were a young bride meeting her in-laws. After Chen Mu engaged Lu Xiao in warm conversation, Chen Hu interjected, "Brother Qingshan, is there something significant you wish to discuss with us?" All eyes turned to Chen Qingshan, who, with an air of mystery, replied, "Wait until we finish breakfast. I have something remarkable to share." Uncle Chen Yong, intrigued, remarked, "For something to pique Qingshan's interest as a treasure, it must be extraordinary. I too am curious," added Lu Anan, excitement evident in her voice. Chun Qingshan waited until most had finished eating before leading them to the lake behind the mountain. As they approached, the water glimmered and numerous fish frolicked. Chen Qingshan called out, "Xiaohei, come forth." No sooner had he spoken than a pitch-black Jiaolong, nearly 2 meters long, leaped from the water. Curiously eyeing the group, it sensed several individuals sharing a similar bloodline aura with Chen Qingshan. The onlookers were rendered speechless at the sight of Xiaohei emerging from the water. Zhou Zhiyun, although aware from the night before, remained in awe, for dragon-like beings were typically confined to the realm of stories. "Is that a dragon? Brother Qingshan, is this truly a dragon?" Chen Wu, usually composed, could not suppress his astonishment. Chen Qingshan then elucidated the circumstances of his encounter the previous night, omitting certain details to prevent undue concern among his family. The group expressed their amazement at Chen Qingshan's extraordinary experience. At that moment, Lu Anin, unafraid of anything, dashed over to touch Xiaohei. The little Jiaolong, sensing the child's pure essence and the familiar scent of Chen Qingshan, began to play, licking Anin's small hands and face, causing her to giggle with delight. The others looked at Chen Qingshan, astonished. "Is this truly a dragon? It behaves like a pet." Chen Qingshan, feeling a wave of amusement, coughed lightly. "Xiaohei has just been born. It possesses the mentality of a 4 or 5-year-old child, innocent and simple-minded. It has yet to grow. Once it does, it will reach hundreds of meters in length." After gesturing to illustrate, Chen Xiaoling, his sister, was also quite taken with the legendary Jiaolong and expressed a desire to pet it. Seeing this, Chen Qingshan instructed Xiaohei to greet each of his family members. "Xiaohei, remember these auras. They are my kin and closest friends." Xiaohei nodded in understanding. Chen Fu, filled with wonder and pride, exclaimed, "How remarkable that the Chen family might someday raise a dragon." Chen Mu shot him a glance. "This is all thanks to Qingshan's achievements. Do not boast about it." Lu Xiuxiu, however, appeared lost in thought, reflecting on Chen Qingshan's words. Did he just say I'm his good friend? Or a relative? Her cheeks gradually reddened. Chen Qingshan, noticing the group, cautioned, "Do not disclose Xiaohei's existence. We must avoid attracting unwanted attention." He briefed them on feeding and care instructions. In the study, Chen Qingshan presented the dragon blood grass to his uncle. "This will aid in your recovery and strengthen your foundation." He advised Uncle Chen Yong'an not to advance to the qi condensation stage just yet, as he intended to provide him with a more suitable cultivation method. Excited, Uncle Chen Yong'an hurried off to adjust his breath and entered seclusion. Chen Hu and Chen Wu, having received the dragon blood grass, rushed off to train, feeling the pressure from their more gifted peers in the sect and eager to improve their skills. Watching them leave in such a flurry, Chen Qingshan sighed. "They are too eager." The atmosphere grew quiet until Chen Qingshan broke the silence. "Xiuxiu, I have a surprise prepared for you. Wait until you reach the second-tier master realm before using it. Also, this is for your father." He indicated the remaining 2 jade boxes on the table. Lu Xiuxiu's eyes widened in shock, quickly followed by a wave of emotion. Without hesitation, she leaped into Chen Qingshan's embrace. Overwhelmed by gratitude. "Thank you," she murmured, her eyes glistening with tears. The pressure she had been under dissipated, and her concerns for her father seemed resolvable. As Lu Xiuxiu recovered her composure, her face flushed, she remained nestled in Chen Qingshan's embrace. Meeting his teasing gaze, "Qingshan, she began, but he interrupted, "I understand." Their eyes locked, brimming with affection, and Chen Qingshan leaned in to kiss her. After a brief moment they parted. Chen Qingshan found Lu Xiuxiu's flushed face utterly charming and decided to refrain from further teasing. "Can you contact your father?" Lu Xiuxiu replied, "Yes, but he is in closed meditation. I only know the location. He cannot be disturbed unless it is something significant." Chen Qingshan sighed, "You need not bear this burden alone. I will take charge from now on." Gazing at the gentle, water-like woman before him, he continued, asserting, "Let your father emerge from seclusion. He should come to the Qing gang for the opportunity to advance. As I possess treasures that can facilitate his breakthrough, do not concern yourself with any lurking adversaries." Lu Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled with emotion, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Qingshan, you have broken through? I have attained the qi condensation stage, granting me the ability to protect myself. However, it must remain confidential for now." I intend to surprise those lurking in the shadows and observe how they attempt to scheme against me. Lu Xiaoxiu gazed at the imposing and handsome man before her, her eyes brimming with admiration. This was the one Lu Xiaoxiu had set her heart upon. No obstacle could deter him. Xiaoxiu, you should go back and hasten to summon your father, someone advised. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiu hurried home. Upon her return, the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Xiaoqing, noticing her, teased, "Miss, why is your face so flushed? Have you struck up a romance with young Master Qin?" Lu Xiaoxiu shot Xiaoqing an irritated glance, her face growing even redder. Observing her expression, Xiaoqing realized the truth of the matter and sighed. "Miss, it seems your outing has yielded both career and love." Beside them, Uncle Fu wore a look of satisfaction. Chuckling to himself, the master will surely be delighted to learn that such an outstanding son-in-law has been found. Lu Xiaoxiu, brimming with excitement, declared, "Uncle Fu, Brother Qingshan has a way to resolve Father's predicament. I plan to summon him to Qingyang City." Uncle Fu's eyes widened in surprise. "Good, good, good." Mississippi. He then produced a flute and played a peculiar melody. In no time, a majestic golden eagle soared overhead, its piercing cry resonating sharply and clearly as it dove toward the residence. This magnificent eagle, typically measuring about 1.5 meters in length with a wingspan of approximately 3 meters, boasted feathers adorned with a blend of gold, brown, and black patterns. Its head was crowned with a striking white crest, its eyes gleaming gold, and its beak and talons were robust and formidable. With a fierce temperament, even ordinary practitioners would find it difficult to withstand its lethal claws. Moreover, its swift flight made it a rare sight to behold. Uncle Fu recalled that Lu Xiaoxiu's father had forged a deep bond with this creature many years ago. Meanwhile, Xiaohuan prepared a large platter of beast's blood and flesh to present to the eagle. Upon sighting it, the eagle's eyes gleamed, and it feasted heartily, finishing the meal in no time. It then looked at Uncle Fu and the others as if to inquire, "I am satiated. Do you have any tasks for me?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiu affixed an envelope to the eagle's leg and said, "Deliver this to my father, please." The eagle nodded and, with a powerful flap of its wings, ascended into the sky, spiraling before vanishing from sight. Should Chen Qingshan have witnessed this scene, he would have marveled at the eagle's astonishing intelligence and grandeur. It was known that such golden eagles possessed immense potential. If nurtured properly, they could evolve into formidable beasts, though few could afford the resources for their cultivation. Meanwhile, in a secluded bamboo grove, a small cottage housed Lu Chongfeng, who unexpectedly sneezed. Puzzled, he mused that perhaps his daughter was thinking of him. He then returned to his meditative seclusion, unaware that the little cabbage he had nurtured for so many years was soon to be courted by another. Chapter 23. Establishing authority. In the following days, many wanderers from the martial world flocked to Qingyang City. Drawn by rumors that Chen Qingshan, ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon list, had acquired an ancient legacy, propelling him from a rural youth to a martial prodigy and leader of a faction in just a few short years. It is well known that whenever an unprecedented legacy appears in the martial world, it incites a tempest of bloodshed, with major powers often entering the fray to compete for it. This news had spread throughout the Qingyuan manor, prompting some experts at the Qinkuan level to make their way there. Nearby cities such as Linan, Pingyang, and Jinling were stirred into action, sending their top-tier warriors to Qingyang City, eager to seize their opportunity. The Green Gang, too, sensed the rising tide of martial activity within Qingyang City, as more and more practitioners poured into the northern district. Among them were those merely seeking excitement or hoping to profit from the chaos. But the majority were driven by greed and ambition. With the influx of martial artists, disorder became commonplace. The brothels and taverns were rife with brawls. After all, warriors wielding weapons were prone to quarrels escalating into violent confrontations. Some were enemies who, upon encountering one another, could not resist drawing their blades, while others sought to provoke and test the Green Gang's strength. For the time being, the Green Gang's officers and members managed to maintain order. In the Green Gang's study, Chen Qingshan listened intently as his subordinates reported, "Recently, many martial artists have been coming for you, gang leader. There have been disturbances in the commercial district of the northern area daily." Chen Qingshan pondered in silence. Who was behind this conspiracy? The venomous snake gang. They lacked the audacity. With the Amo family's greed, they would prefer to monopolize rather than shared. At most, they would exploit the main family's influence to scheme. The most likely culprit is that old fool Su Mu, who dares not act himself but resorts to using others as pawns. If I haven't broken through yet, I may face some trouble. For now, I shall entertain these top-tier warriors. Filled with a fierce resolve, Chen Qingshan awaited the arrival of those innate masters at the Qinkuan level to test their mettle. He intended to convey to the martial artists that whether they were dragons or tigers, they must abide by the rules within the Green Gang's territory. Disruptors will be subdued, damages compensated, and those who resist will face death, Chen Qingshan declared with authority. Additionally, the task hall will issue missions. The second-tier officers will take action, and the third-tier captains will engage. I want both vice leaders to emerge and deal with those first-tier experts. Chen Qingshan issued his commands, and the officers sprang into action, showcasing the formidable might of the Green Gang. Those officers who had previously endured in silence now eagerly rolled up their sleeves, rushing to the task hall to seize missions and quell the disturbances. Notices were posted, inciting a wave of astonishment among the martial artists. How could the Green Gang be so tyrannical? Could they truly suppress so many warriors and factions? Reactions varied among the crowd. Some scoffed. Others remained indifferent, while some were cautious. Within a tavern, a burly man slammed his fist on the table and growled, "What nonsense is this Green Gang? Their leader is just a mere child, boasting about his prowess. Yet he dares to challenge my grandfather." This man had engaged in a brawl just 2 days prior, severely injuring another, clearly a lawless individual. And no sooner had he spoken than Li Tiniu, clad in blue officer's garb and flanked by gang members, entered. "You, who caused trouble yesterday and insulted the gang leader, are guilty of multiple offenses." Without further ado, Li Tiniu, now a second-tier expert, unleashed a powerful punch. The burly man attempted to block, but Li Tiniu unleashed a flurry of strikes that sent him flying, causing him to spit blood and collapse lifelessly. Onlookers gasped in shock, witnessing the swift demise of someone who had previously injured a second-tier expert. Satisfied by the awe reflected in their gazes, Li Tiniu instructed his subordinates to dispose of the body in the city's outskirts. He then swept his gaze across the crowd. Warning: this is the consequence of ignoring warnings and causing trouble. Li Tiniu and Li Ergu, both esteemed disciples of the gang leader's sister, Luanan, had often received generous rewards from her. Their natural talents and diligent training had propelled them to become top-tier officers within the Green Gang. Many second-tier and third-tier experts were swiftly subdued. Those with minor offenses were simply punished and fined, while those with severe transgressions faced merciless execution, their bodies discarded in the outskirts. Chan, who charged through the ranks, scattering opponents with his imposing presence. With a powerful knee strike, he forced one man back several steps. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, employing the Gale Blade technique, overwhelming his opponent before they could even draw their weapon. With one final blow, he severed the man's head, eliminating a first-tier expert. Chen Wu faced a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, an elder of a rival faction, whose strength was formidable, roughly equivalent to Chen Wu's own. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with Chen Wu relying on the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to withstand a powerful palm strike from his opponent. In that moment of disbelief in his adversary's eyes, Chen Wu seized the opportunity and tore open the man's throat. In these recent days, the Green Gang had gained an ominous reputation, as countless second-tier and third-tier practitioners fell before their might. With Qian Hu and Qin Wu emerging from their training, their prowess approached 70,000 pounds of strength. The two personally dealt with several first-tier experts from other cities, instilling fear among many in the martial world who encountered the crimson-clad Qian Hu and Chen Wu. It was likely that they would soon be featured on the next hidden dragon list of Qingzhou. As undercurrents swirled, some individuals lay in wait, anticipating the emergence of powerful fighters. The once tumultuous northern district had become increasingly prosperous, with taverns and brothels thriving, as these martial artists were not without means. Markets bustled with activity, with the Iron family's weapon shop and the Leaf family's elixir pavilion overflowing with patrons. Indeed, some martial artists had come merely to observe and enjoy the vibrant atmosphere. Warriors from various regions congregated, engaging in conversation and sharing experiences, which greatly broadened their horizons. Even Chen Qingshan had constructed a martial arts platform for friendly competitions. Fostering an environment for mutual exchange, it was gradually becoming a gathering place for martial artists from neighboring cities. Once matters were settled, Chen Qingshan intended to organize an auction as well. In the following days, more and more martial artists arrived, including renowned first-tier experts from Qingyun Manor, who had nearly reached the pinnacle of their craft in the cleansing marrow stage and were on the verge of breaking into the Qinkuan level. Yet, that final step had confounded countless individuals, prompting them to seek a legacy to push them further. The elder of the Flying Eagle Gang, the leader of the Blood Blade sect, and the third elder of the Heavy Sword sect from the Qing Stone City had united, urging Chen Qingshan to yield the ancient legacy. This news spread like wildfire, igniting a flurry of interest as many awaited the unfolding drama, convinced that Chen Qingshan would struggle against the pressure from such a formidable assembly of experts. At this moment, Chen Qingshan remained unfazed, exhibiting a nonchalance toward the events transpiring in the outside world. Engaging in martial arts practice, spending quality time with family, teasing Yunjie and Xiao, and enjoying playful moments with An and Xiaohe. Life has been quite pleasant. 3 days later, early in the morning, a formidable assembly of over 10 elite experts from the Heavy Sword sect, the Flying Eagle Gang, and the Blood Knife sect, along with their disciples and followers, marched towards the Qing Gang with great fervor. Chapter 24. A battle to determine fate. At the entrance of the Qing Gang, the group led by the Heavy Sword sect displayed arrogance. With a burly man bearing a massive sword bellowing for their leader to emerge and surrender their martial arts manuals, or face annihilation. Chen Qingshan was currently listening to Xiao's report on the recent developments within the gang when a steward entered to inform the leader that several factions had gathered at the gates, demanding the surrender of the martial arts manuals. Oh, have they lost their patience? Chen Qingshan remarked nonchalantly, rising to accompany Lu Xiao outside. At the entrance, Chen Hu, Chen Wu, and Chen Yong'an, along with a host of stewards and gang members, were locked in a standoff, tension palpable in the air. I hear you wish to destroy my Qing gang. The imposing voice resonated even before the speaker arrived, causing the members of the Qing gang to part ways, revealing a man and a woman clad in elegant black and gold attire. Chen Qingshan and Lu Xiao, striding forth with poise. Upon seeing Chen Qingshan, the third elder of the Heavy Sword sect spoke. Old man, I see that despite your youth, your cultivation is commendable. Surrender your legacy, and the Qing gang shall be under my Heavy Sword sect's protection. You may yet preserve your life. The Heavy Sword sect coveted not only Chen Qingshan's legacy but also the influence of the Qing gang, as absorbing its resources would elevate their own standing. With a disdainful smirk, Chen Qingshan regarded the third elder as one might view a fool. This gaze ignited the elder's ire, but before he could retort, Chen Qingshan interjected, a pack of withered old men, or those who have exhausted their potential, still lost in delusions. Even if I were to hand over my manuals, would your minds be able to comprehend them? The words incited outrage among those who had come to coerce him. The elder of the Flying Eagle Gang, particularly venomous, threatened, You insolent brat, we are not here for mere verbal sparring. Surrender your legacy, or I shall ensure you and your family suffer greatly. The sinister glint in his eyes sent shivers through the onlookers, some aware of his notorious ruthlessness. Chen Qingshan's pupils constricted upon hearing this, anger igniting within him as his aura swelled, his presence towering like an ancient mountain. Formidable, profound, and domineering, I despise having my family used as leverage against me. With an icy glare, he extended his hand. And in a blur, a shadow darted towards the elder of the Flying Eagle Gang. In an instant, Chen Qingshan returned to his original position, clutching the elder by the throat. The elder's face flushed and a cracking sound echoed. Chen Qingshan twisted his grip, snapping the elder's neck. The elder, with a look of shock, closed his eyes, and Chen Qingshan discarded him like refuse. Gasps filled the air. Within a mere minute of his entrance, a top-tier expert had been vanquished, like a chick caught in a vice. The third elder of the Heavy Sword sect and the leader of the Blood Knife sect, among others, were taken aback. They knew the Flying Eagle Gang's elder was no trivial opponent, having reached the pinnacle of the marrow-cleansing realm, with strength rivaling 8,000 pounds, a formidable presence among elite fighters, Him dispatched so easily suggested they had indeed bitten off more than they could chew. Before anyone could react, Chen Qingshan proclaimed, "I had intended to indulge you petty scoundrels in some sport, but my mood today is rather foul. Come at me together. I shall take on 10 of you." The third elder of the heavy sword sect, witnessing Chen Qingshan's formidable prowess, felt unease creeping in, realizing that even with the presence of elite fighters from the Qing gang, he might not escape unscathed. Hearing Chen Qingshan's words, he secretly rejoiced, exhaling in relief. "We have more than 10 elite fighters here. How could you possibly overcome us alone?" "Humph. Chen Qingshan, I acknowledge your strength, but you cannot hope to defeat us all single-handedly." The third elder retorted nonchalantly. Onlookers shared similar sentiments, deeming Chen Qingshan overly arrogant. Qin Yong'an and Chun, who remained unperturbed, understanding the might of the dragon elephant prajna technique, knowing Chen Qingshan was nearing the 8th layer of mastery. The members of the Qing gang brimmed with fervor, confident in their leader, who had consistently defied odds and created miracles, as he never undertook ventures without assurance. Among the crowd, Lin Yuding harbored concern. "Yunbo, should anything unexpected occur, please watch over him. Miss, rest assured. Before coming out, the master has already given instructions," Yunbo assured her, contemplating how this youth was even more audacious than the master in his youth. Without further ado, Chen Qingshan gestured for the crowd to clear a space. "Come forth. I hope you can provide me with some amusement." He was the first to strike, charging towards the third elder of the heavy sword sect. With his blood energy surging, he unleashed his full combat prowess, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he launched a powerful punch. The third elder's pupils dilated in alarm at Chen Qingshan's astonishing speed. In a hurried attempt, he drew his heavy sword to block. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Chen Qingshan's fists relentlessly battered against the sword, forcing the elder back several paces. The leader of the blood knife sect, quick to react, unsheathed his blade and aimed for Chen Qingshan's back. A fierce gust of wind approached from behind, but Chen Qingshan made no attempt to defend himself. The blade sliced through his clothing, leaving only a faint white mark. The blood knife sect leader was taken aback. His weapon was of superior quality, yet it had failed to breach Chen Qingshan's defenses. Others soon joined the fray, attacking Chen Qingshan from all sides. The third elder of the heavy sword sect finally caught his breath and began to counterattack with a powerful swing of his sword. Chen Qingshan made no effort to evade. Each punch he threw was heavier than the last, and to the spectators, it appeared as though a flurry of shadows danced about, accompanied by the relentless clang of iron. Only those with superior strength could discern the true nature of the unfolding battle. The crowd was astonished. Against such a multitude of elite fighters, Chen Qingshan was holding his ground without defense, even gaining the upper hand. Lin Yuding watched in awe, beginning to believe that Chen Qingshan's prowess rivaled that of the arrogant disciples from the Qinglong holy sect, if not surpassing them. Yunbo also marveled, "Alas, the strength of today's youth is truly unfathomable." Curiosity piqued, Lin Yuding asked, "How does his strength compare to my father's?" "Stronger than your father was at his age, though he only reached that level at this stage. After your father broke through to the Qi transformation realm, he advanced rapidly," Yunbo replied, sinking into contemplation. The battle intensified, Chen Qingshan's blood energy boiling as he grew increasingly exhilarated. The elite fighters attacking him silently lamented that Chen Qingshan's physique was akin to that of a demonic beast. Their prolonged assault yielded no results, the sheer force of his counterattacks leaving their bodies numb. With a resounding crack, the heavy sword of the third elder splintered into countless shards, falling to the ground. The elder's eyes widened in terror. All his skills were invested in that weapon, and without it, he stood no chance of resistance. He was on the brink of annihilation. As expected, Chen Qingshan's onslaught intensified. Surrounded by many opponents, the weight of his strikes had weakened the elder considerably, leaving him with light injuries. Chen Qingshan refrained from unleashing his full potential. Otherwise, the backlash from his unleashed blood energy would prove unbearable. He needed to conserve his strength, biding his time for the arrival of masters from the Qi transformation realm. Seeking an opportunity to establish dominance and deter future conflicts, after all, complications were best avoided. Without his weapon, the third elder of the heavy sword sect, resembled a paper tiger, imposing in appearance but utterly ineffective. Chen Qingshan's fists rained down relentlessly, sending the elder crashing through the air, gravely injured. As the onlookers witnessed the third elder's defeat, a chain reaction ensued. The leader of the Blood Knife sect and other experts fell one by one, losing their combat effectiveness. Chen Qingshan stretched his limbs, surveying the fallen adversaries. "Such is your strength. It crumbles far too easily," he scoffed. The members of the Qing gang erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Long live the leader! Long live the leader!" The sound reverberated through the air. Meanwhile, the surrounding factions fell into a stunned silence, their minds grappling with the reality that over 10 elite fighters had been effortlessly overwhelmed. The fallen fighters regarded Chen Qingshan with fear, as if he were a demon. In that moment, a wail pierced the air. The third elder of the heavy sword sect, despair etched across his face, lamented, "I have been rendered powerless." At this juncture, he felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss. Decades spent traversing the martial world had culminated in his downfall to this young man. Stripped of his strength, the sensation was more agonizing than death itself. He glared at Chen Qingshan, his eyes aflame with resentment and bitterness. "You vile creature, how dare you incapacitate me? Await the retribution of the sect leader and the elder. They will avenge me." Chen Qingshan wore a face of indifference, utterly unconcerned, having heard such threats countless times before. At that moment, the third elder of the heavy sword sect continued to prattle on about how Chen was doomed, claiming that both the sect leader and the grand elder were masters of the Qi realm, and that even his family would suffer torment and death. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingshan approached, extending a finger to the elder's forehead, the force shattering his skull, causing the third elder to lower his head, breathless. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. He had just died, and one must remember that the heavy sword sect boasted 2 innate masters. Was Chen not afraid of their retaliation, or did he have some hidden support? The atmosphere grew quiet. As for retaliation, let them come. I shall await it. Chen Qingshan calmly addressed the surviving disciples of the heavy sword sect. The elite experts surrounding him felt their hearts race. Fortunately, they had not been crippled, merely gravely injured, and escaping death was already a stroke of luck. Chen Qingshan cast a glance at these elite experts, who all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Turning to Chen Wu, he instructed, "Bind them and escort them to the dungeon. Let their backing come to negotiate for their release." Subsequently, Chen Qingshan turned towards the crowd, nodding in goodwill towards Lin Yuding and Yun Bo, and addressing the onlookers with a commanding and resolute voice, informing the forces behind them that they could seek his counsel, but those with ill intentions would meet the same fate as the 2 he had just pointed out, the Grand Elder of the Flying Eagle Gang and the Third Elder of the Heavy Sword Sect. The thoughts of those present were varied, with some deeming Chen Qingshan overly arrogant. Chen Qingshan chose to disregard them, leaving the aftermath to Chen Wu and the others, as he turned to return to the gang alongside Lu Xiuxiu. Within the span of an hour, this shocking news spread throughout the entirety of Qingyang City, prompting many forces to send messages back home. The threshold of the Qing gang was nearly trampled, with numerous visitors arriving, some testing the waters while others sought to forge alliances. Chen Qingshan did not make an appearance, delegating the reception to Chen Wu. Chapter 25. Calm at Wanbao Pavilion, Steward Yuan Shan was leisurely sipping tea while perusing some intelligence reports. Recently, Qingyang City had been rife with upheaval and significant events. Just then, one of his subordinates entered to report that the leader of the Qing gang, Chen Qingshan, had come to visit. Upon hearing this, Steward Yuan quickly rose, setting aside the reports in his hands. "Please escort Chen gang leader to the guest room on the 3rd floor. I shall join him shortly," he instructed his subordinate with great importance. After tidying his attire, he exited his study in the elegantly refined guest room on the 3rd floor. Chen Qingshan was enjoying tea when Steward Yuan entered, immediately complimenting him on his recent meteoric rise. Remarking on his remarkable youth and achievements, Yuan Shan, upon meeting Chen Qingshan for the first time, sensed his extraordinary nature. It had not been long since he had emerged from obscurity to soar to great heights. Chen Qingshan also rose, acknowledging, "Yuan Steward, you flatter me. It is merely a minor skirmish." The two exchanged pleasantries, their relationship growing increasingly close, leading them to address each other as Brother Yuan and Brother Chen. Chen Qingshan expressed his gratitude to Brother Yuan for his previous assistance, stating that he had faced considerable troubles lately, a favor he would remember. He then revealed that he had come to discuss certain matters with Brother Yuan. Yuan Shan, feeling pleased by Chen Qingshan's humility and warmth, elevated his opinion of him further, recognizing the value in befriending such a prodigy. Brother Chen, no need for formality. It was but a small matter. Since you are here, feel free to ask me anything, he said generously. Thank you, Brother Yuan. This visit is to inquire about which Qi realm forces may be seeking to trouble me. Chen Qingshan conveyed his intent. Yuan Shan pondered for a moment before responding. I shall refrain from mentioning the forces of elite experts. With Brother Chen's prowess, you need not worry. However, there are several Qi realm forces you should be cautious of. The others in the early stages of Qi realm pose little threat and are unlikely to act rashly. You must be wary of a few established powers. Firstly, there is the Wu family of Qingyun Mansion. The main family in Qingyang City, on the surface, they only have the family head and the second elder as masters of the Qi realm, while the grand elder has been in seclusion for over a decade and has likely not broken through to the divine transformation realm. Yet their strength remains unfathomable, on the brink of a breakthrough. Most notably, the family head's eldest son, Wu Tian, was the first on the previous Qingzhou Hidden Dragon ranking, a true disciple of the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect, having broken through to the Qi realm at the age of 25, making him one of the top geniuses in Qingzhou. However, Wu Tian is unlikely to come himself. This time, it is his younger brother, Wu Jie, who ranks 25th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, but he only relies on his brother's reputation. He is nothing more than a debauched young master, cowardly and with a terrible reputation. Accompanied by two Qi realm experts, one at the initial stage and the other at the mid-stage. The second force is the Blood Robe Hall, the most notorious assassin organization in the 9 provinces. They also have a stronghold in Qingyun Mansion. Someone in the Blood Robe Hall has placed a bounty on you. Their operatives are categorized into gold, silver, and bronze tiers. Bronze-level assassins target ordinary elite experts. Silver-level ones face those on the Hidden Dragon ranking or top-tier elite experts, while gold-level ones contend with masters of the Qi realm. There are even higher tiers, as long as you can afford the price. They could even eliminate a formidable figure, but the cost is typically unbearable for most. However, given your prowess, Brother Chen, it is likely a silver-level assassin will be sent, so exercise caution, as assassins do not adhere to conventional tactics. Moreover, after your recent display of strength in dispatching so many elite experts, the Blood Robe Hall will likely raise their prices for the employer. The employer may not even be able to afford such a high bounty for someone of your caliber. Lastly, there is the Luohan Hall of Qingyun Mansion, a force founded by the secular disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Temple associated with the Buddhist sect, having intricate ties to it. Although the Heavenly Dragon Temple publicly claims no connection to the Luohan Hall, it is, in fact, a power secretly supported by the seemingly righteous monks to extract resources. The Buddhist sect is notoriously domineering, forcibly converting disciples with promising talents if they refuse, often declaring, "This item is destined to be with me." Yuan Shan elaborated, expanding Chen Qingshan's understanding. Chen Qingshan grew solemn. Being targeted by the Buddhist sect, one of the most powerful forces in the 9 provinces, even a branch of their outer sect could prove troublesome. Brother Yuan, I have no prior acquaintance with the Luohan Hall. We are like water and oil. Why would they seek to trouble me? Chen Qingshan inquired, perplexed. Yuan Shan replied cautiously, the Buddhist sect is likely interested in your cultivation method. They are well-versed in physical training, and your collective practice enhances the physical body even further, piquing their curiosity and prompting them to investigate. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan felt a surge of anger. Merely out of curiosity, they would resort to oppression. Taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, he expressed, "Thank you, Brother Yuan, for your clarification." Yuan Shan continued to advise, "Some things must not be pursued. Do not force matters. If it becomes unbearable, consider leveraging the situation. Know that the Buddhist sect also has its enemies. The Heavenly Dragon Temple has grown increasingly arrogant, and while they may have backing from the Shaolin Temple, the Taoist sect is not to be trifled with and will not allow the Heavenly Dragon Temple to dominate unchecked. Furthermore, as Qingzhou's long-standing and deeply rooted hegemonic power, the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect has grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Heavenly Dragon Temple's actions over the years. The previous generation's Holy Son, Lin Langtian, resides in Qingyang City, his strength unfathomable, having long since broken through to the Divine Transformation realm. Though he has not made a move in over a decade, his position on the ranking has been maintained. Our Wanxiang Pavilion's Grand Elder has assessed that he possesses strength at least equivalent to the top 20 on the ranking. Yuan Shan illuminated a clear path for Chen Qingshan, who felt a deep sense of gratitude. While it was evident that Yuan Shan recognized his potential, the extent of support offered without expectation of return made him a worthy ally. Chen Qingshan was also intrigued by the legendary Lin Langtian and resolved to pay him a visit when time permitted. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Rest assured, as long as those of the Divine Transformation realm do not intervene, I am confident in my ability to contend with any threats, Chen Qingshan declared, exuding confidence. Brother Chen, as long as you are confident, that is sufficient. The Divine Transformation realm will not easily intervene. Otherwise, it would be too disgraceful, Yuan Shan remarked, trusting in Chen Qingshan's composure. He then had a subordinate present Chen Qingshan with a detailed dossier. After their discussion came to a close, Chen Qingshan took his leave to address subsequent matters and focus on his cultivation. Chapter 26. Breakthrough in the Study of the City Lord's Residence. Su Mu was engrossed in handling affairs when his assistant, Kai Kuan, entered. Su Mu had orchestrated the recent troubles instigated by the heavy sword sect against Chen Qingshan. What was the outcome? He inquired. Kai Kuan stepped forward to report, My lord, it was a failure. Those elite experts were either killed or severely injured. He detailed the events. Su Mu's expression turned incredulous. Are so many elite experts merely clay figures? What a bunch of useless fools. They have only bolstered this little brat's reputation. Anger and disgust flickered across Su Mu's face. Chen Qingshan was indeed his nemesis. Ever since encountering Chen Qingshan, his previously smooth-sailing path had been riddled with misfortune. He was well aware that a significant portion of his ill-gotten gains had to be surrendered, leaving him with only the resources necessary for his advancement. Now, under these circumstances, he was unable to gain anything. After some contemplation, Su Mu surmised that Chen Qingshan must possess some hidden support to act so brazenly, showing no fear of offending forces of the Qi realm. Once he resolved all troubles, he would undoubtedly make major moves in Qingyang City. He was deeply entangled in enmity with that little brat. Although he held an official position, Chen Qingshan's formidable strength made him a constant threat, and he feared an assassination attempt under the cover of night. A gentleman does not position himself beneath a precarious wall. Thus, remaining in Qingyang City has become untenable. It is imperative to seek out that old fellow. His interests are also compromised, and as his disciple, I shall undoubtedly shield him to some extent. Furthermore, as the head of a household, he is particularly concerned about his reputation, and clandestine matters must be handled discreetly. Given the obstinate nature of that little wretch, a confrontation is inevitable. With clarity of thought, Su Mu decisively commenced packing his belongings, dispatching resources in batches to Qingyun Mansion, preparing to depart Qingyang City within a couple of days. Kai Kuan, upon hearing Su Mu's words, wore a look of astonishment. My lord, is this truly wise? Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, unfazed by the little wretch's formidable demeanor, fearing unforeseen circumstances. We are not mere wanderers of the Jianghu. Prone to reckless bravado, caution is paramount. We must bide our time, as life is singular. Kai Kuan expressed admiration, recognizing that his lord's ability to endure humiliation would surely lead to great achievements in the future. The Mo family, too, felt the weight of Chen Qingshan's aggression, heightening their vigilance and bolstering their defenses, summoning all skilled individuals back home, Mou, consumed by jealousy and a yearning for his father's approval. Lamented the increasing prowess of that little wretch, Mo Zhengming. The head of the Mo family, calmly reassured, Fear not, my son. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and they shall not remain at large for long. You must attend to the second young master well, for this could earn you favor and perhaps facilitate your entry into the Qinglong sacred sect as a disciple under an elder. Mou, brimming with excitement, replied, I understand, father. At this moment, he found himself envisioning a future as a true disciple of the Qinglong sacred sect. Commanding respect and rapidly advancing in strength, even ascending the ranks of the renowned. Should Chen Qingshan learn of this, he would undoubtedly scoff, dismissing the notion that such a useless individual could ever achieve such heights. Upon receiving the news, the leader of the venomous snake gang was engulfed in trepidation, fervently hoping for a successful assassination by the blood-cloaked tower. Qingyang City settled into a deceptive tranquility. Yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents brewed, poised to erupt with cataclysmic force. In the depths of the Qing gang's estate, Chen Qingshan was engaged in playful antics with Xiao He, nurturing their bond while contemplating various matters. Yuan Shan had provided him with even more detailed information than during his previous visit to the Wuxiang Tower, including numerous secrets. He finally comprehended why so many factions, large and small, relentlessly sought to trouble him. It was due to his inheritance. Despite lacking any notable backing from influential powers, this very fact prompted many to take perilous risks. The Jiuzhou continent is governed by stringent protocols of inheritance, and sects seldom divulge their secrets. Even those solitary practitioners who acquire ancient tomes are exceedingly rare and reluctant to disclose their knowledge. Chen Qingshan, upon emerging into the world, had ascended to a prominent position on the Qingzhou Qianlong list at a remarkably young age. A rarity indeed. Many believed, if not outright asserted, that his lineage was extraordinary, at the very least a transcendent one, if not higher. After all, the current Chen Qingshan mirrored the legendary figure atop the Heroes Association. Rising from humble beginnings to achieve renown through inheritance, steadily climbing to become an unparalleled entity in the Jiuzhou realm. Numerous individuals aspired to defy fate, and Chen Qingshan epitomized their aspirations. Without profound inheritance, even the most gifted talents would falter, for self-created prodigies are seldom seen. This consensus holds true, as many young individuals without substantial backing initially dazzled on the Qianlong list, yet proved ineffective. The later rankings were predominantly occupied by those from powerful factions or those with inheritances. Absent opportunities, they eventually faded into obscurity. Not wishing to dwell further, Chen Qingshan harbored respect for the Heroes Association, quietly affirming to himself, "I too shall ascend to the pinnacle." After attending to Xiao He, he retreated to his secret chamber. Intent on breaking through his current limitations, within the confines of the chamber, he sat cross-legged, two jade boxes containing dragon blood grass placed beside him. He took a piece of dragon blood grass, chewed it, and swallowed. An overwhelming surge of medicinal power radiated forth, prompting Chen Qingshan to activate his dragon elephant prajna skill to absorb its essence. His physical form hungrily assimilated the energy, strengthening incrementally by the second. Sensing the moment was ripe, he directed the invigorated blood energy toward the unrefined sections of his skull. Should outsiders have witnessed his audacious undertaking, they would have been left agape, for the refinement of cranial bones is perilous. Seldom attempted. Even the prodigies of major factions typically have powerful guardians or potent elixirs to assist them, and they refine one segment at a time, unlike Chen Qingshan, who recklessly endeavored to refine them all at once. A lesson learned subsequently. These secrets were divulged to Yunjie. Zhou Zhiyun, an ordinary individual, was left utterly astonished upon hearing this. It was indeed a revelation that deities truly exist. Chen Qingshan understood that the law manifestation realm was not the ultimate destination. Although it appeared to be the most formidable level on the surface, there may well be ancient beings of higher realms lurking in the shadows. For instance, the Taoist and Buddhist sects, along with the forces of Wuxiang Tower, undoubtedly possess entities that transcend the law manifestation realm. Furthermore, the small tower in his mind served as the finest proof. It must be acknowledged that the mighty beings across the myriad realms are eternal existences that transcend the river of time and space. After a tender moment together, Chen Qingshan joined his family for breakfast, then returned to the guild to manage and arrange the affairs of the coming days, informing them that he would be organizing his breakthroughs and entering seclusion for several days. Once again, Chen Qingshan found himself in the secret chamber of his home, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. For this time he was set to achieve something monumental. The small tower activated. Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower. Activated. 1. Tower Master. Chen Qingshan Realm. Cleansing Marrow Martial Arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Reputation Points. 12 million summon. Not activated. Chen Qingshan gazed at this information. Noting some modifications. Point 1. A flicker of thought prompted him to communicate with the small tower, and it turned out that it had already been repaired to level 1. How many reputation points do I need to summon? He inquired. The response was that summoning once required 200,000 reputation points. After defeating an opponent, he could only extract one martial art book, while for the same individual, the second martial art could be extracted without the need for another defeat, merely doubling the cost in reputation points. Upon receiving this message, Chen Qingshan felt a sense of relief. He was grateful that he would not need to exert himself once more, as some formidable masters would consume a considerable amount of time to be faced again. The small tower summoned him, and his consciousness became hazy, arriving at the training platform. There stood a tall and handsome figure, exuding an air of grandeur, with a gleaming long knife on his back. Positioned at the center of the platform, upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from this swordsman, Chen Qingshan felt a weight of seriousness. This was no ordinary opponent. The information displayed confirmed his suspicions. This was none other than the legendary figure, Bane Guangdao. Nianrenwang cultivation level. Early stage of the Gongqi realm martial arts. Ayahan 6 techniques, 4 stars. Bingxin technique, 6 stars. Background. Father of Niefeng from the tumultuous era. Wielding the snow drink mad blade, he became a renowned master in the martial world at a young age through the family's unique technique, Ayahan 6 techniques. He was renowned alongside Nanlin sword master Duan Shui. With the phrase fiery Lin on the southern peak, hidden snow in the northern sea epitomizing these two top-tier swordsmen and blade masters. After a fierce battle, Duan Shui vanished without a trace. And Nianrenwang married the most beautiful woman in the martial world, Yin Ying, retreating from the limelight. Later, the leader of the Tianxia Society, Xiongba, sought to acquire the blood drink mad blade, engaging Nianrenwang in a bamboo grove where they fought with bamboo as their weapons. Nianrenwang did not utilize the blood drink mad blade and was ultimately defeated, leading his wife, enamored with vanity, to follow Xiongba. Subsequently, Nianrenwang diligently practiced his blade techniques, significantly enhancing his strength. Reaching the realm of Bronze Blade Qi, Gongqi realm, he confronted Xiongba once more at the Les Han Giant Buddha, but during the battle, the fire Qilin from Lingyun Cave suddenly emerged and carried Nianrenwang away, leading to the tragic downfall of a legendary blade master. Chen Qingshan felt a deep sense of regret for Nianrenwang's fate. Although he was not an exemplary father, he was a true blade master, famous in his youth yet choosing to shun fame and fortune to hone his craft. Unfortunately, he encountered Xiongba, the child of destiny in the early tumultuous era, and fell at his hands, leading to betrayal by his wife and his eventual decline. The Ayahan 6 techniques is a martial art of the Gongqi realm, classified as an intermediate skill, having reached a 4-star level. Regrettably, being an ice attribute martial art, it is not suitable for Chen who, however, he could learn the blade techniques as they merely pertain to the application of Gongqi. Even if not perfectly aligned, their power would still be considerable. The Bingxin technique, astonishingly, reached a 6-star level, which is quite rare and even more precious than the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. However, considering that the Bingxin technique is a divine cultivation method, it is crucial to note that such techniques are typically only accessible to those in the late stages of the divine communication realm and the law manifestation realm and elite forces. Divine cultivation methods are highly coveted, seldom accessible to anyone outside the favored disciples of major factions. Chen Qingshan gathered his thoughts. Nianrenwang was indeed a worthy opponent. Although it was merely a consciousness battle, it allowed him to gain insight into the methods of the Gongqi realm. Approaching the training platform, he transformed his vitality into Gongqi, enveloped in a crimson aura. Nianrenwang's eyes resembled cold ice as he drew the snow drink mad blade from his back. Deep blue Gongqi swirling around him. Chen Qingshan refrained from testing the waters and went all out. For a master of the Gongqi realm, the destructive power of Gongqi was immense. Any hesitance could lead to dire consequences. Nianrenwang swung his blade, unleashing a massive arc of blade qi towards Chen Qingshan. Unyielding, Chen Qingshan countered with a fist, producing a blood qi that collided with Nianrenwang's attack, resulting in a sudden explosion that forced Chen Qingshan back 2 steps. Chen Qingshan was somewhat unaccustomed to the combat style of the Gongqi realm, finding himself transitioning from close combat to a distance akin to that of a mage. While pondering this shift, Nieren Wang moved swiftly, appearing before Chen Qingshan. With a high leap, he executed a powerful strike, unleashing a chilling wave of gongqi. Chen Qingshan reacted swiftly, gathering blood qi in his fists and unleashing it. The sound of an explosive clash resonated as he retreated another 2 steps. After several dozen exchanges, Chen Qingshan found himself consistently on the defensive against Nieren Wang, feeling quite beleaguered. Were it not for his formidable physique and the robustness of his blood qi, he would have already succumbed to Nieren Wang's blade. However, Chen Qingshan gradually became more adept at the combat style of the gongqi realm, mastering the interplay between close and distant attacks, and managed to counterattack a few times. After several hundred exchanges, Nieren Wang's gongqi was depleted, and Chen Qingshan landed a punch that sent him staggering back. Despite being defeated, Nieren Wang maintained an icy expression, perhaps a reflection of his true nature exacerbated by his cultivation of the cold attribute Aohan's 6 techniques. You are remarkably strong, even more so than I was in my youth. Your physique is robust, and your gongqi is dense. However, you have yet to fully harness your potential. You must undergo further battles and rigorous training. Nieren Wang stated before his figure vanished. Following this intense battle, Chen Qingshan experienced profound realizations. Indeed, as Nieren Wang had noted, he was not yet able to wield his full strength at will. Typically, he relied on his powerful physique to push through encounters. But should he face an equally matched adversary with superior combat skills, he could suffer a devastating defeat. Chen Qingshan silently admonished himself to dedicate more time to refining his martial arts. While techniques bolster one's strength, the art of combat allows one to master their power. It is important to recognize that as one progresses to higher realms, the pace of advancement slows significantly. Often encountering individuals who have immersed themselves in martial arts for decades or even centuries. Should his own combat skills remain so rudimentary, his advantages would swiftly diminish. The small tower extracted the Aohan's 6 techniques and Bingxin technique, and their cultivation methods materialized in his mind. In the secret chamber, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes, murmuring to himself about his fortunate luck and resolved to proceed. Chapter 28. Nie Feng's Wind God Leg. The small tower continued its summons. Determined to unveil suitable techniques for him today, on the training platform, a young man with an aloof expression appeared. Observing the contours of this young man's face, Chen Qingshan noted a striking resemblance to the earlier Nieren Wang. He mused that this must be Nie Feng. Just as one departed, another arrived. The Wind God Leg was indeed an excellent skill. He was in need of a martial art that encompassed both agility and strength. God of the Wind, Nie Feng cultivation level, early stage of the gongqi realm martial arts. Wind God Leg, 4.5 stars. Aohan's 6 techniques, 4 stars. Demon Blade, 5 stars. Bingxin technique, 6 stars. Background: son of Nieren Wang, known as the God of Wind. In his youth, he was taken as a disciple by Xiongba, who taught him the Wind God Retreat. He is known for his righteousness and loyalty, serving as the head of the Xinfeng Hall in the Tianxia Society. His lightness skill is exceptional, and he is a sworn brother to Bu Jingyun and Qin Shuang. After a falling out with Kong Ci and Bu Jingyun, he reconciled upon discovering the truth. He later suffered injuries at the hands of Xiongba while trying to save Bu Jingyun, resulting in his blindness. Eventually rescued by Second Dream, he healed and, alongside Bu Jingyun, defeated Xiongba, thereafter retreating from the martial world. Absolutely free from the influence of the divine, he sought to seize the position of supreme martial artist, re-emerging with a willingness to embrace the demonic path, learning the demon blade from the first evil emperor. Ultimately, he triumphed over the divine but fell into the abyss of darkness. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the tempest, it transforms into a dragon. The dragon's roar echoes through the heavens, the wind and clouds converge, and the shallow waters are stirred. This phrase encapsulates the essence of Nie Feng's journey. Xiongba was merely a frontline character. Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun were the true children of destiny, favored by the heavens, resilient and ever-growing in strength upon each return. Previously, Chen Qingshan had envied such fortuitous encounters, where misfortune turned to fortune. Now, however, he remained unperturbed, acknowledging that in the myriad realms, he held the most credible perspective on such encounters. The demon blade was not a technique to be taken lightly. A single misstep could lead one down a path of destruction, transforming into a creature of slaughter, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Only those with innate strength of character and unwavering will, coupled with the profound cultivation of the Bingxin technique, might wield the demon blade effectively. One may choose to remain, for perhaps in the future, it shall prove to be of great utility. As Niefeng observed Chen Qingshan ascend the martial stage. He wasted no time and initiated an attack with the wind god leg technique, transforming into a mere shadow as he advanced. His speed was astonishing. The moment Chen Qingshan perceived a silhouette approaching, he gathered his energy and positioned his palms in defense. Niefeng noticed that his assault had been effortlessly thwarted. Intensifying his speed, he unleashed a flurry of strikes toward Chen Qingshan, who, feeling somewhat vexed, could only resort to passive defense. For the first time, Chen Qingshan found himself on the receiving end of relentless blows, his body marked with countless imprints of feet, suffering minor injuries. The wind godleg was not only swift but also possessed formidable offensive power. As Chen Qingshan defended himself while seeking an opportunity, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Once again, Niefeng swept in with a kick. Instead of blocking, Chen Qingshan seized the fleeting moment of Niefeng's pause to thrust his elbow forward, unleashing a surge of blood energy that sent Niefeng hurtling through the air. Chen Qingshan swiftly pursued, delivering a punch that roared forth with blood energy, yet as it was about to strike, Niefeng twisted in midair, evading the blow. With a swift motion, he drew his blade, the energy like a knife unsheathed, and thrust forward. The clash resonated with a sharp sound, causing Niefeng to stagger back several steps, creating distance between them. Witnessing this fluid exchange, Chen Qingshan could not help but admire Niefeng's exceptional combat awareness and rapid reflexes. Truly, he was deserving of the title God of the Wind. "You are formidable. I shall now wield my demon blade," Niefeng declared, his eyes ablaze with a fierce, malevolent energy, transforming him into a bloodthirsty behemoth. Chen Qingshan, summoning all his strength, unleashed a torrent of blood energy, his imposing aura causing his hair to dance wildly. Chen Qingshan's blood energy surged, overpowering Niefeng's presence. Determined not to allow Chen Qingshan to continue gathering strength, Niefeng flashed directly in front of him, launching a deadly slash. Chen Qingshan countered with a punch, igniting the most intense battle yet, with both opponents deploying their signature techniques. Niefeng's demon blade slashed furiously, each strike relentless and devoid of defense. The fierce blade energy sliced through the air, emitting a cacophony of sinister sounds that could unsettle the weak-willed, stirring their inner demons and throwing them into disarray. Such was the bewildering power of the demon blade technique. Chen Qingshan remained focused, disregarding the sinister sounds that enveloped him, channeling the dragon elephant prajna technique to its zenith. Each of his strikes erupted with unyielding force, the dragon and elephant roaring behind him, the faint silhouettes of these mighty beasts appearing in his blood energy. The clash of two top-tier martial arts at the 5-star level was a sight to behold. The demon blade was powerful and enigmatic, while the dragon elephant was unyielding and fierce. However, this spectacular battle remained unknown to the outside world. As they fought, Chen Qingshan grew increasingly at ease, mastering his control over his energy, realizing that it was only through such balanced combat that one could achieve the greatest growth. After a grueling exchange of hundreds of rounds, both combatants appeared quite battered. Chen Qingshan bore numerous cuts from blades, while Niefeng's complexion had turned pale from exhaustion. "Let us decide the victor with one final move," Chen Qingshan proposed, recognizing that he still held the upper hand, and that prolonging the fight would only lead to Niefeng's demise. Inhaling deeply, Niefeng understood the strength of Chen Qingshan's physique. Continuing this way would lead to his own defeat. With bloodshot eyes, Niefeng gathered his energy, a terrifying shadow emerging behind him. The energy coalesced upon his blade, and with a mighty roar, he slashed forth. A streak of pure black blade energy slicing through the space toward Chen Qingshan. Upon witnessing this black blade energy, Chen Qingshan's pupils constricted, an alarm ringing in his mind. Danger lurked, and to be unable to withstand it would mean death. Chen Qingshan's fury ignited. His eyes blazed as the dragon and elephant manifested behind him. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a punch, the dragon and elephant roaring as they charged, their unmatched power surging toward the blade energy. The collision of these two ultimate forces resulted in a violent explosion, sending both combatants reeling from the shockwave. Nie Feng's complexion turned ashen, blood trickling from his lips, his spirit broken as he staggered to his feet. Chen Qingshan too stood, a grievous gash across his chest, flesh torn and bone visible. He had narrowly escaped death and was grievously injured, yet his formidable physique allowed him to endure. Observing that although Chen Qingshan was wounded, his resilience remained intact while he, having exhausted his energy, was rendered powerless. Nie Feng conceded, "You have emerged victorious." A flicker of reluctance crossed his proud visage before he vanished. Chen Qingshan regarded Nie Feng and murmured, "What a worthy adversary! Alas, we cannot meet in the realm of reality." As the small tower extracted martial arts, he acquired the Wind God Leg, 4 stars, and continued to draw, obtaining the Demon Blade, 5 stars. Chen Qingshan was elated. Having secured both techniques, particularly the Wind God Leg, which suited him exceptionally well with its unparalleled speed complementing his robust physique and dominating energy, promising to unleash even greater power. Exiting the space, his consciousness blurred, and as he sat cross-legged, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes to find his complexion somewhat pale. After an intense bout with the Nie family duo, his spirit was significantly drained. However, the rewards were plentiful, as he had now become more familiar with the combat dynamics of the energy realm, enhancing his mastery over his own strength. Gazing at the hourglass on the table, he noted how swiftly time had passed. It was already deep into the night. No wonder some powerful beings across the myriad realms could cultivate for mere moments while eons passed outside. Truly, cultivation knows no temporal bounds. Reflecting on this, he retrieved a jade box from the drawer, extracting a calming incense gifted to him by the elder of the Li family, which could aid in restoring mental clarity. Proving invaluable for his seclusion and cultivation. Lighting a lamp, he placed it upon the incense burner, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his spirits. Settling back into a cross-legged position, he sought to recover his mental acuity while also reflecting on the gains of the day. Chapter 29. Have I stirred the nest of the storm? As time slipped by, Chen Qingshan had regained his mental composure and absorbed the spoils of battle. Delving deep into his mind, he communicated with the small tower. He beheld the interface, heaven and earth, mysterious yellow Linglong Tower. Activated, 1, Tower Master. Chen Qingshan Realm, Bone Cleansing Martial Arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna Reputation Points, 10.8 million projection. Not activated. Chen Qingshan observed that a staggering 1.2 million reputation points had swiftly dissipated. Indeed, the higher the realm, the greater the consumption. The small tower began its summoning in a familiar scene. A handsome young man clad in a Taoist robe, with a long sword on his back, appeared. Chen Qingshan was taken aback, encountering a Taoist for the first time, and one of such commendable appearance. In a wonder fortune smiled upon me. This must be a young master from the Taoist sect. And yet another opportunity awaits. His aura, though faint, hinted at something extraordinary. However, the small tower transmitted information that left Chen Qingshan feeling quite exasperated. Bah! What a farce of a master! A mere shadow of a man. I mistook him for the likes of Wang Chongyang or Zhang Sanfeng in their youth. Dragon Knight, Yin Jiping Cultivation, Third-Rate Master Martial Arts, Complete Chuanjin Heart Method, 3 stars, Chuanjin Sword Technique, 2 stars, Character Introduction. Yin Jiping defies the strictures of the Chuanjin sect, secretly infatuated with the little dragon girl, and is discovered by his scheming senior brother Zhao Zhijing, who exploits this weakness against him. In truth, Yin Jiping and his contemporaries are largely mediocre, lacking exceptional talent. As the Chuanjin sect has fallen from grace, relying solely on the lofty name of Wang Chongyang to maintain its facade. Yin Jiping is infamously known for taking advantage of the moment when the little dragon girl was rendered immobile by Ouyang Feng's pressure point, committing an unspeakable act. Later, when the Mongolian warriors attacked the Chongyang Palace, Yin Jiping stood firm for righteousness, vowing to resist, leading the Chuanjin disciples into battle against the Mongolian warriors and traitors, even sustaining grave injuries while protecting the little dragon girl. Ultimately, she forgave him, and he, filled with remorse for his earlier folly, took his own life to atone. Chen Qingshan realized he had been misled. Having encountered masters previously, he had expected nothing less from the Taoist sect. Renowned across the myriad realms, yet, with Yin Zhiping's appearance, coupled with his looks, there was a hint of the Taoist disciple's grace. Chen Qingshan initially believed the vague aura signified a hidden strength, a concealed power. But in truth, he was merely a fledgling third-rate master, lacking any real prowess. The infamous Yin Zhiping was a nightmare from Chen Qingshan's past life, a source of despair for countless souls, as the angelic Lu Feifei, depicted in dramas as pure and ethereal, was thus sullied, shattering the hearts of many. While the little dragon girl may have forgiven you, I, Chen Qingshan, shall not extend the same courtesy. Snapping back to reality, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qingshan unleashed his blood energy, transforming into a dragon elephant, and with a single stomp, crushed Yin Zhiping into oblivion. In the fleeting moments, Yin Zhiping's bewildered expression faded into nothingness. Chen Qingshan's heart swelled with satisfaction. He had expelled a lingering resentment, declaring, "Let the Dragon Knight be crushed beneath my feet." He extracted 2 martial arts techniques, making full use of the spoils. The complete Chuanjin heart method, embodying balance and tranquility, was a commendable practice with no adverse effects, serving as an excellent means of longevity. It was perfect for his family, as well as for Yunjie and an aunt to cultivate. Transitioning to other techniques later would pose no hindrance. The 3-star Chuanjin sword technique was also a suitable practice for them, serving to strengthen their bodies at such a tender age, and an ought to embark on the practice of martial arts. In fact, many disciples of powerful factions commence their training as early as 3 or 4 years old. They cultivate martial arts characterized by balance and tranquility, rendering concerns about their youth unfounded. Such an early start can lay a more solid foundation for their potential and physical development. Contemplating this, Chen Qingshan felt a sense of satisfaction, as it ultimately benefits his family, having expended 600,000 points of prestige. The little tower summoned forth once more. A middle-aged man clad in a yellow python robe materialized, his robust stature complemented by hair neatly tied back and a small mustache framing a long beard. His appearance exuded dignity and authority, radiating an overwhelming presence akin to a sovereign wielding immense power, presiding over the martial realms like a king among factions. The leader of the Tianxia Society, Xiongba Realm, mid-stage of the Gangxi Realm martial arts, Wind Godleg, 4 stars. Cloud-pushing palm, 4 stars, Frosty Heaven Fist, 4 stars, 3-point Return to Origin Chi, 5 stars, 3-point Divine Finger, 5 stars. Character Introduction. Xiongba, a prominent antagonist in the novel Fengyun, is the leader of the Tianxia Society. Having been mentored by the elder of the 3 absolutes, with an unwavering ambition to dominate the martial world and become its supreme ruler, the pinnacle of his power, Xiongba's influence was unparalleled. Well known and feared by all, the Enpusa once bestowed upon him 4 lines of prophecy, encapsulating his life's fate. The first 2 lines, "The golden-scaled fish is not a mere pool creature. When encountering the tempest, it transforms into a dragon," signify Xiongba's ascension, aided by Niefeng and Bujingyun, to supremacy in the martial arts realm. The latter 2 lines, "The dragon's roar shakes the heavens amidst the storm. He who swims does so at his peril," reflect the duality of fortune and misfortune that accompanied him. Ultimately, he was vanquished by the combined forces of Feng and Yun, gravely injured and pursued by the 12 fiends of Tianqi. Marking the decline of a once great hero, a nameless figure intervened to repel his foes, on the condition that he renounce his martial prowess. Stripped of his abilities and spirit, he withdrew from the martial world with his beloved daughter, Yu Ruo, only to be tracked down by Bujingyun, leading to a tragic demise. Xiongba is a formidable figure, embodying both tyranny and dignity in a striking manner. Chen Qingshan's aura bore a resemblance to his. Yet being a recent ascendant, he was still relatively inexperienced, lacking the gravitas of such a dominant character. Chen Qingshan stood in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of the day's events. Xiongba had made an appearance. Gazing at the plethora of martial arts displayed by Xiongba, Chen Qingshan couldn't help but salivate. The 3-point Return to Origin Chi seemed particularly fitting for his Gangxi techniques. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingshan acknowledged that Xiongba represented the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far, stepping onto the martial arts stage. "Qinggang, I request guidance from Master Xiong," Chen Qingshan called out. Xiongba regarded him with an appreciative glance, noting the youth's commendable aura, albeit tinged with naivety. "Ha ha. It is indeed impressive for one so young to possess such strength. I admire your spirit. Come forth." Chen Qingshan finally grasped the terror of Xiongba's prowess. It was no wonder Yarenwang fell to him. Xiongba's strikes were characterized by overwhelming force and precision, while Chen Qingshan, adept in similar techniques, found himself at a disadvantage. Chen Qingshan's moves were bold and powerful, yet Xiongba's were even more formidable, infused with countless variations and an almost transcendent mastery that Chen Qingshan, having trained for only a few years, could not hope to match. Xiongba's proficiency in martial arts surpassed Chen Qingshan's, and the latter's only advantage lay in his formidable physicality, which he leveraged to withstand the pressure and seek opportunities for counterattacks. After numerous failures and a protracted struggle, Chen Qingshan, fueled by an indomitable spirit, managed to wear down Xiongba, achieving a victory that felt far from honorable. In a real combat scenario, he would have perished long ago. Previously, Chen Qingshan had held himself in high regard, believing that with the little tower's assistance, he would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Xiongba's appearance served as a wake-up call, shattering his pride and prompting a realization that his trajectory could lead to dire consequences, even life-threatening ones. Xiongba's strength was unmatched within the Gangxi realm. Despite his relatively low level, his vast combat experience and versatile techniques positioned him among the elite. It is essential to note that the individuals on the human ranking, 108 masters, are all at the pinnacle of the Gangxi realm, each possessing their unique signature techniques. The Gangxi realm is divided into 4 stages: initial entry, minor accomplishment, mid-stage, and major accomplishment. The pinnacle of the Gangxi realm is often referred to as Gangxi Great Perfection. A typical master at this level would be unable to withstand even a few strikes from those at the pinnacle without facing imminent demise. Such entities are perilously close to the realm of divine powers and possess the potential to transcend into that realm, having mastered their martial arts to an extraordinary degree. It is evident that Xiongba possesses remarkable talent, capable of rivaling those on the human ranking despite being at the mid-stage of his cultivation. Chen Qingshan estimated his own strength to barely reach the level of Gangxi Great Accomplishment, lacking the explosive capacity to best Xiongba through sheer skill. His victories stemmed from experience gained through countless encounters, familiarizing himself with Xiongba's techniques and exchanging injuries to evade his deadliest moves, an approach that would be utterly unforgiving in real combat. Chapter 30. The final chapter of Feng Yuan. This encounter with Xiongba proved to be Chen Qingshan's most arduous challenge yet, suffering a relentless onslaught while simultaneously gaining invaluable insights, akin to a raw iron being hammered to remove its impurities, ultimately transforming into steel. His martial arts had progressed to a commendable level as he reflected upon the nuances of their exchanges. Xiongba's technique, the 3-point return to origin chi, was indeed extraordinarily domineering. The term 3 points refers to the enduring nature of the wind god leg, the ferocity of the cloud-pushing palm, and the chilling internal force of the frosty heaven fist. The concept of returning to origin signifies the unification of these 3 distinct energies into a singular, formidable force, the 3-point return to origin chi. The ultimate technique, the 3-point divine finger, is even more formidable, a culmination of the frosty heaven fist, cloud-pushing palm, and wind god leg, specifically crafted to counter these 3 renowned martial arts. Techniques include splitting jade, dividing gold, 3 points of the world, urgency of 10,000 fires, and the unifying strike, ultimate move, particularly the unifying strike. 3 elements merged, unleashes a cataclysmic force. The synergy of these 2 martial arts possesses the power to astound the heavens and weep for the spirits. Yet the true marvel lies in the potential for the 3-point return to origin chi to integrate into a singularity, resulting in an astonishing display of might. The little tower extracted all martial arts, acquiring the frosty heaven fist, 4.5 stars, cloud-pushing palm, 4.5 stars, 3-point return to origin chi, 5.5 stars, and 3-point divine finger, 5.5 stars. Previously acquired martial arts will not be extracted again. Observing each extraction yield double rewards, the prestige points dwindled by 3 million, leaving him with a mere 700,000. Chun Qingshan felt a pang of anguish. As the pinnacle of Gongqi martial arts, every point was worth the sacrifice. After a day of tumult, Chun Qingshan took a moment to recuperate before embarking on the practice of the Wind God Leg, Cloud-Pushing Palm, and Frosty Heaven Fist, intending to master them before delving into the intricacies of the three-point Divine Finger. Generally, martial arts practitioners within the Gongqi realm focus on mastering a singular technique, only exploring others upon reaching the divine realm to enrich their repertoire and grasp deeper meanings. Nonetheless, gifted individuals may simultaneously cultivate multiple martial arts within the Gongqi realm, such as those aligned with the 5 elements or yin-yang principles, though spreading one's focus too thin can hinder progress. It is not to say that those dedicated to a single martial art are inherently weaker than those mastering multiple arts. It varies by individual and the level of their techniques. For instance, the pure Yang Wujigong of the Taoist sect and the Great Sun Buddhist Sutra of the Buddhist sect exemplify the immense power of martial arts that are both intensely yang. The foremost figure of the Taoist sect, pure Yang Tianzuan, and the 5th-ranked abbot of the Shaolin Temple, the Great Sun Buddha Kongjian, epitomized the might of pure yang martial arts, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. As for the disparity between the two leaders of Taoism and Buddhism, with one ranking 1st and the other 5th, it is evident that the Taoist's unparalleled divine ability, one Qi transforms into 3 pure ones, allows them to confront 3 adversaries simultaneously, delivering resounding blows. I digress. Let us return to the path of cultivation. Time passed, and several hours later, Chun Qingshan found himself proficient in the 3 techniques, a testament to Xiongba's hands-on teaching. Fully revitalized and brimming with motivation, he felt compelled to summon forth again, harboring a strong premonition that more valuable entities awaited him today. The little tower summoned, "I have come to procure more." In a familiar setting with a twist, a young man garbed in black robes, his tall stature and flowing hair framing a handsome yet resolute face, stood at the center of the martial arts stage. His eyes, deep as the starry sky, emanated an aura as profound as an abyss. A mysterious box slung across his back. Upon seeing the information, Chun Qingshan's pupils dilated in recognition. This was the one. Fortunately, he was not in peak condition. Top 10 warriors. Wu Wudi Realm, initial stage of the Gongqi Realm martial arts. 10 strong martial ways, 6.5 stars. Xuanwu True Skill, 6.5 stars. Shan Hai Fist Cannon, 6 stars. Wu Yin Sword Tiger Technique, 6 stars. Character Introduction. Wu Wudi, a master of the 10 strong martial ways within Fengyun, is one of the pinnacle warriors of the narrative. Distinguished as one of its most legendary figures, his martial techniques are characterized by their fierce and domineering nature primarily. His entire knowledge is self-created, and in terms of innate talent and intelligence, he far surpasses those 2 favored children of destiny. It is worth noting that the entire Wu clan is cursed, destined to never produce a martial genius. His father managed to break half of this curse using the mystical arts of the Xinmen, and with that half-broken curse, he created the 10 strong martial arts and the Xuanwu True Skill. Such exceptional talent and intelligence are rare in the world. He is indeed a martial god among men. The 10 strong martial arts comprise Dao, Gun, Jin, Ji, Bang, Quan, Zhong, Tue, Zhao, and Ji. The Xuanwu True Skill is Wu Wudi's own compilation and summary of the 10 strong martial arts, resulting in a supreme martial art divided into Qi refinement and body training. To unleash the maximum power of the 10 strong martial arts, Wu Wudi also forged a unique divine artifact, the Tiandao Battle Box. The Tiandao Battle Box is a creation of Wu Wudi based on the concept of transforming his 10 strong martial arts into 10 weapons. Upon opening this box, the required weapons will fly out, allowing for effortless switching and endless variations. With unfathomable power, Wu Wudi, having created the 10 strong martial arts, is known as the 10 strong martial artist. Boasting unparalleled divine skills in the world of martial artists, unmatched by anyone. During the early days of Fengyun, he defeated the ancient monster Emperor Shitian with the Xuanwu True Skill, shocking him to the core and leaving him with lasting fear, prompting him to avoid the martial world for 20 years. Many formidable figures in Fengyun owe their guidance or connections to him, and he personally defeated the great evil king with his unmatched martial prowess, thereby breaking the curse on the Wu family and retreating into seclusion. During the era of the Sword Realm, Ingjie became one of the 10 demons, single-handedly overpowering the remaining 9 demons. However, in a fierce battle with Jinshin, he was distracted by a powerful adversary and was severely injured by the Xian-Yin sword technique, resulting in blindness. In a bid to save his son Xiaowu, he forcibly invoked the Wuyan sword tiger technique from a distance of 10 miles, unleashing a devastating force. Upon witnessing such might, Jinshin turned and fled. Ultimately, Wu Wudi's overexertion led to his demise. Chen Qingshan gazed at the splendid array of 6-star martial arts, his eyes gleaming with amazement. Even the most powerful 10-strong martial arts reach 6.5 stars, equivalent to 10 volumes of 6-star martial arts. The 10-strong martial arts is remarkably well suited for Chen Qingshan, as he does not specialize in a single weapon and does not pursue the so-called unity of man and sword. His martial path is one of dominating all techniques with unparalleled strength. With various weapons merely extensions of his martial weight, it is precisely within the predetermined fate of Fengyun, where everything revolves around the 2 protagonists, that Wu Wudi finds no prospects for development. Had he arrived in this world, with his talent and intelligence, ascending to the heavenly ranking would merely be the beginning, destined to become a legendary figure. Moreover, the Tiandao battle box is not difficult to forge in this world, as the highest divine weapons even possess intelligence, akin to the legendary treasures of the celestial beings, with boundless power. Chen Qingshan ceased his reckless thoughts. Wu Wudi would undoubtedly be more challenging to conquer than Xiongba. Despite his current state of being in the early stages of the Qi realm for unknown reasons, a headache began to brew in Chen Qingshan's mind as he prepared to toil away for this array of 6-star martial arts. Knowing he would face severe trials, he directly entered a frenzied mode, engaging Wu Wudi in a relentless clash for dozens of exchanges, ultimately meeting his demise from a single strike. The 10-strong martial arts exposed Chen Qingshan to numerous ways of dying. Yet he gradually absorbed the experience, extending his survival time. As time passed and battles continued, the sound of rapid breaths erupted from the center of the martial arts platform. Chen Qingshan's arms hung limply at his sides. Appearing utterly drained, Wu Wudi wore a smile that masked the twitching at the corners of his mouth. Though he was merely a projection, he was still aware. This individual clung to him like a stubborn plaster. Fighting with relentless fervor, demonstrating remarkable physical resilience, he had revived hundreds of times, battling for 2 days and nights with an array of extraordinary techniques. Nevertheless, Wu Wudi could discern that Chen Qingshan improved with every encounter. Absorbing knowledge like a sponge, Wu Wudi too felt a headache approaching, but maintained the composure befitting a 10-strong martial artist, remarking, "You are quite impressive, with a formidable physique and rapid progress." Without waiting for Chen Qingshan's response, his figure dissipated. Chen Qingshan recognized Wu Wudi's jest and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet he had acquired an array of 6-star martial arts. He was particularly envious of 2 ultimate techniques, Shifang Wudi and the immensely powerful Shidao. Also known as the Wuyan sword tiger technique, Shifang Wudi comprises 3 forms: defensive, offensive, and lethal, encompassing protection, assault, and explosive power. Its most formidable lethal move, Shifang Jiesha, consists of 2 variations, Shifang Jiesha and Shifang Jaime. The names alone convey the earth-shattering and ghostly power of these techniques. Shifang Jaime. Utilizing this technique incurs substantial risk to oneself, necessitating profound qi and a robust physique as a solid foundation. Shifang Jaime. With overwhelming momentum, it gathers all of one's strength to unleash a force that can shatter the heavens and earth. Fracturing mountains and rivers. Chapter 31. The emergence of the son of the epoch, Hong-E. The extreme strong Tendao involves the simultaneous use of the 5 weapons and 5 martial techniques. When this technique is unleashed, the 5 powerful blades descend like a raging dragon, converging into a singular, powerful strike. Only by unifying the 5 weapons into the Wuyan sword tiger technique can one unleash the full potential of the Tiandao battle box. The Wuyan sword tiger technique employs all 5 weapons in conjunction with fists, palms, legs, claws, and fingers, amalgamating the essence of the 10 strong martial arts, allowing for limitless transformations. The technique Tian Si Pari is the culmination of Wu Wudi's integration of the Xuanwu True Skill, the 10 strong martial arts, the Tian Dao battle box, and the insights gained from battles across the 9 nether realms. The lethal moves of Shifang Wudi and the extreme strong Tin Dao, Wu Yin Sword Tiger technique, can only be executed once by Chen Qingshan. Given his current foundation and realm, serving solely as a trump card to be utilized in dire situations. Chen Qingshan rubbed his fingers, extracting all martial arts. He obtained the 10 strong martial arts, 6.5 stars. Xuanwu True Skill, 6 stars. Shanghai Fist Cannon, 6 stars. And Wu Yin Sword Tiger Technique, 6 stars. Chen Qingshan noticed his prestige value had diminished significantly, leaving him with merely over 4 million, truly a fleeting resource. Returning to the secret chamber, he began to recuperate, determined to continue his progress. Holding on to prestige value seemed futile. As long as he grew stronger, acquiring prestige would become a simple endeavor. The small tower continued to summon. Within his consciousness, a whirlwind ensued as Chen Qingshan's awareness awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the martial arts arena, but in the depths of a starry expanse, surrounded by twinkling stars and radiant galaxies. Chen Qingshan, bewildered, called out for the small tower and received a response. His heart raced with confusion, losing control over his situation for the first time. Putting aside his thoughts to stabilize his mind, he resolved to accept his circumstances, having yet to detect any danger. At that moment, a mysterious figure clad in a scholar's robe appeared, standing with his back to Chen Qingshan. He was positioned at the center of the galaxy, where countless stars twinkled, seemingly celebrating his arrival. Observing this figure's silhouette, Chen Qingshan perceived the intertwining of legal principles and the manifestation of myriad laws. Upon noticing the presence of another, he exhaled in relief, reassured that such a formidable being would not trouble a mere mortal like him. The mysterious figure turned, revealing a towering stature, an extraordinary demeanor, and an indescribable appearance, akin to a celestial being. His eyes held the ability to perceive the dissolution of stars. The mysterious figure spoke, expressing admiration for Chen Qingshan's composure. Faced with the unknown realm, his brief moment of panic quickly dissipated, and he regained his tranquility, observing everything keenly. The small tower also sensed the presence, prompting Chen Qingshan to internally scream, "Did you just glitch? How did you bring me to this place?" The small tower materialized beside him, buzzing and appearing wronged, as if to say it was unaware of the situation. The mysterious figure laughed heartily, gently explaining, "I sensed the intertwining of our fates across the river of time and space, which is why I have come to meet you." This moment, the small tower flew over to the mysterious figure. Circling around him, Chen Qingshan watched this scene, scoffing at the small tower's sudden change in demeanor. Usually so aloof and reticent, it now appeared like a sycophant. The mysterious figure gazed at the small tower, affectionately stroking it, saying, "My little friend, it has been a long time." Upon hearing the mysterious figure's words, Chen Qingshan focused on several key phrases: crossing the river of time, a long-awaited reunion, and the small tower's acquaintance with such a powerful being, indicating that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable figure across the myriad realms. Chen Qingshan respectfully addressed the elder, asking how to refer to him. The mysterious figure replied with 2 words, "Hong Yi." Chen Qingshan could hardly believe his ears. Hong Yi turned to him, noting the astonishment in his eyes. "Indeed, I am the one you have in mind." Chen Qingshan silently gasped, realizing that this was the Hong Yi, the son of the epoch from the Yang God realm, who had transcended the shackles of the Yang God and become a powerful being across the myriad realms. Reflecting on Hong Yi's background, he recalled that the son of the epoch from the Yang God realm ultimately transcended to existence beyond the shores. Furthermore, he had cultivated countless techniques throughout his life. Chen Qingshan's face radiated with joy. He was determined to cling to this powerful figure, knowing that even a mere hint of knowledge from him could propel him to greatness. Hong Yi understood his intent, acknowledging that he had also received much help when he was weak. "Rest assured, young friend, our meeting is a sign of fate," Hong Yi reassured him. Chen Qingshan immediately expressed his gratitude, thanking Elder Hong for his generous offerings. Hong Yi nodded, observing Chen Qingshan's cultivation method, pointing out significant flaws that could lead to grave dangers in the future. Chen Qingshan wore a solemn expression, pondering the implications of potential issues with the Longxiang Banruo skill. Xiao Ta should pose no threat to me. What exactly went awry? Observing Hong Yi, I respectfully requested his guidance. Hong Yi responded, saying that the Linglong Tower, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, would not harm you. Though others might not share the same sentiment, Chen Qingshan interjected, the Buddhist sect? Hong Yi nodded and slowly unraveled Chen Qingshan's confusion. The dragon-elephant prajna technique, as a premier postnatal foundation cultivation method, is inherently sound, but it depends on the practitioner. For those within the Buddhist sect, cultivation is entirely unproblematic. However, for outsiders, it incurs karmic debts, with deeper cultivation leading to more significant entanglements. Ultimately, one may even be brainwashed by practitioners of Buddhism, forcibly converted and turned into their enforcer. The dragon-elephant prajna technique is itself a method practiced by the Buddhist guardians, and the sect casts its net wide across the myriad realms to see who bites. Hearing this, Chen Qingshan was both astonished and furious at the Buddhist sect's shamelessness and their covert manipulations. Hong Yi continued, however, you need not worry. You have only reached the 8th level of cultivation. Simply changing your martial arts will suffice. Chen Qingshan, upon hearing this, displayed a look of appreciation. There was still hope, as he had no desire to become a monk. The Buddhist sect is notorious across many realms for its insidiousness, seducing hearts, brainwashing, and forcibly converting individuals. It is no wonder that countless emperors throughout history sought to eradicate Buddhism. In the journey to the West, Shakyamuni spoke disparagingly of the Middle Kingdom's Tang dynasty. Yet Tang Sang encountered no monsters in the Tang. The further he traveled towards Mount Ling, the more monsters appeared, with the foot of Ling Mountain resembling a hellscape. Thus, while there may indeed be compassionate beings within Buddhism who seek to liberate all sentient beings, the majority are far from benevolent. I shall impart to you the martial arts techniques I cultivated in my youth, as well as methods for refining qi and spirit, which you shall have the fortune to grasp. Hong Yi pointed a finger at Chen Qingshan's brow, and a vast reservoir of memories surged into Chen Qingshan's mind. 3 martial arts manuals were bestowed: the Bull Demon Great Strength Fist, the Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist, and the True Martial Sacred Body. These 3 martial arts, which I practiced in my youth, have been significantly enhanced through my modifications. The cultivation of muscles, bones, skin, and flesh is best achieved through my revised Bull Demon Great Strength Fist, which ranks among the top-tier techniques in your realm. It comprises 3 stances, each with 100 variations, encompassing my cultivation experiences. Mastering all 3 stances surpasses the 13th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique, enabling one to exert a force of up to 200,000 pounds. The Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist is the most comprehensive treatise on bone refinement, detailing 206 techniques to strengthen all 206 bones of the body, allowing you to eliminate the influences of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique's bone refinement stage. Given your foundation and background, you will quickly succeed in this transition. The True Martial Sacred Body was initially created by merging the Heavenly Serpent Breathing Technique and the Spirit Turtle Breathing Technique, 2 methods of internal organ respiration. The Heavenly Serpent Breathing Technique is extremely lean and swift, while the Spirit Turtle Breathing Technique is highly yang and slow, embodying stability and weight. These 2 approaches are opposites yet harmoniously integrated, achieving a balance of hardness and softness. While traversing the myriad realms, I encountered the revered Xuanwu, one of the 4 guardian beasts born from the essence of heaven and earth during the primordial chaos, whose power is unfathomable. Having received his guidance, I further refined this technique, achieving unparalleled defense and rapid offense, allowing it to reach great heights sufficient for you to cultivate your physical form to rival that of Fa Xiang realm. The rest is up to you. Remember, upon reaching a certain level, you must create your own techniques to break free from limitations and forge your own path. Hong Yi advised with a serious demeanor. Chen Qingshan cupped his hands in gratitude, thanking the senior Hong for his teachings and guidance. 1. Must remain vigilant against the Buddhist sect. I have incurred considerable karmic debt due to the many favors I received from them in the Yang God Great World. While traversing the myriad realms, I was nearly ambushed by 2 shameless old thieves. Had it not been for the assistance of several friends, I might have been forced to serve the Buddhist sect for a lifetime. Hong Yi remarked with a teasing smile. Chen Qingshan could only smile awkwardly, not daring to voice his opinions on such a powerful figure. At that moment, he recalled Hong Yi's earlier words and curiously inquired, "Isn't the Xuanwu Great Venerable?" Hong Yi shook his head. That Xuanwu turtle merely possesses the bloodline of the Xuanwu Great Venerable. The true Xuanwu Great Venerable is not inferior to those primordial deities. As one of the four guardian beasts birthed from the chaos at the dawn of creation, the Xuanwu had long since departed from the primordial wasteland to roam the boundless realms. Chen Qingshan suddenly understood, gaining a broader perspective. Very well, the Buddhist sect in this realm will soon make their move against you. Consider it your trial. Farewell, young friend. I hope to see you one day in the Origin True Realm. With that, Hong Yi patted Xiao Ta. Rest assured, follow him closely. The supreme sage will inevitably arrive. Xiao Ta buzzed softly, and Hong Yi's figure vanished into the starry expanse, leaving behind a resonant message. The transformation of the heavens is imminent in this realm. Your time is limited, so grow swiftly. Chen Qingshan took note of this phrase. Dwelling on it now would be futile, as long as he was powerful enough. He could face any celestial upheaval, with a heart full of gratitude. He knelt and bowed 3 times in the direction where Hong Yi had appeared, acknowledging him as his teacher. Beneath an unknown towering tree, Hong Yi was engaged in a game of chess with another young man clad in a futuristic battlesuit. The young man inquired, "Did you discover any promising talents again?" Hong Yi smiled, "Indeed." The young man gazed intently, traversing the river of time to observe Chen Qingshan and Xiao Ta. Not bad. He possesses a heart of gratitude. Bring him over for cultivation. We still have time to wait for his growth. Each of us, myself, you, Old Luo, and Old Yi, has endured numerous trials to reach our current heights. Do not interfere too much. We shall meet again one day. If Chen Qingshan had overheard this, he would undoubtedly have been astonished to find the top figures of the human race from across the realms, Lord Luo, Emperor Yi, and Hong Yi, gathered together. Luo Feng did not refute. I have recently learned some techniques concerning karma. He gestured with a hand, obscuring all of Chen Qingshan's karmic ties from external scrutiny. Chapter 32. The Supreme Technique. The innate Qian Kuan method Xiao Ta, bearing Chen Qingshan's form, vanished from the starry sky, and in a secret chamber, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes, glancing at the hourglass on the table, which had barely lost any sand. He thought to himself, "Wow, time has stopped." No longer pondering the matter, he resolved to set a small goal, to ascend to the pinnacle of this world first. Looking at the 3 martial arts in his mind, he murmured, "What a windfall this is. The Bull Demon Great Strength Fist, 6.5 stars. The Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist, 6.5 stars. And the True Martial Sacred Body, Divine Technique. A Divine Technique rated at 7 stars. Moreover, Chen Qingshan noticed that Xiao Ta's repair progress had surged from 1 to 10, and a new function had been activated, though he had yet to find the time to explore it amidst the myriad tasks at hand. Ecstatic, he thought, is this what they call fortuitous encounters? While others toil at home, I meet a great being and even acquire 3 martial arts for free. His luck had been extraordinarily favorable these past few days, and he wondered if he might test it once more. Xiao Ta summoned the martial arts platform, where a young man adorned in a purple golden dragon robe, appearing to be in his 20s, stood tall and regal. Upon seeing this young man, Chen Qingshan speculated, with such an aura, which earthly emperor could this be? Xiao Ta relayed the information. Descendant of the heavenly emperor, GFA cultivation level, mid-stage of the Qi-gathering realm martial arts, innate Qian Kuren method, divine technique, character introduction, GFA. The true dragon descends, destined by heaven, a generation's emperor. He is the second son of Ji Chong, the Duke of the West, guarding the West Qi for the Shang dynasty. Upon his birth, a purple aura manifested in the heavens, and by fate, he assumed the destiny of the supreme ruler. Outside of Chaoga City, on the outskirts of Mai, the descendant of the heavenly emperor, GFA, faced off against the great demon's heir, King Zhou, both burdened with the ancient wills of gods and demons in their final showdown. The battle shook the heavens and earth, and amid their stalemate, GFA gained enlightenment during King Zhou's counterattack, turning the tide and defeating him. Heartbroken, King Zhou perished in the raging flames, while GFA, in accordance with destiny, ascended the throne, becoming the venerated emperor of the ages. Upon reading the introduction, Chen Qingshan's heart raced. Could this be the opportunity Hong Yi had spoken of regarding the Qi-gathering realm techniques? The divine technique, innate Qian Kuren method. The founder of the innate Qian Kuren method was the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan, who dedicated himself day and night to studying the river diagram and comprehending the principles of yin and yang, subsequently creating this grand technique that has been passed down through generations. GFA is one of those who has inherited the innate Qian Kuren method. In addition to the method of refining Qi, the innate Qian Kuren method encompasses 7 ultimate techniques known as the 7 absolute techniques of Qian Kuren. First absolute. Qian Kuren is unfixed. Qian Kuren is boundless. The first absolute blends hardness and softness. Second absolute. Shocking 100 miles. Third absolute. Heavenly fire scorching the plains. Fourth absolute. The cycle of heaven's way. Fifth absolute. Thunder roaring through the 9 heavens. Sixth absolute. Reversing Qian Kuren. Seventh absolute. Heaven shakes earth. With a total of 5 moves, these techniques are the ultimate skills derived by the first disciple of the innate Qian Kuren method. The Qian Kuren ancestor, during a great battle. They absorb immense spiritual energy from heaven and earth, then unleash a full-force explosion, producing a magnificent Qian Kuren aura. The 7 absolute techniques of Qian Kuren are each formidable moves that harness the power of nature to deliver earth-shattering techniques. The more celestial energy one absorbs from the heavens and the earth, the greater the power one can unleash. This is the most formidable skill within the martial arts of the Son of Heaven. The first technique, wind breaks the earth. The second technique, water surges to the sky. The third technique, fire consumes the wilderness. The fourth technique, mountains stir the spirits. The fifth technique, thunder shatters heaven and earth. A cacophony of a myriad of thunder strikes, showcasing unparalleled might. The art of thunder has always been the most destructive and aggressive among the myriad realms. In the primordial chaos, as the universe began to take shape, the light and ethereal energies ascended to form the heavens, while the heavier, turbid energies congealed to form the earth. The innate Qian Kuren skill cultivates the essence of heaven and earth, also known as Qian Kuren energy and yin-yang energy, which emerged before the chaos was born. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, represent 5 operational states of Qian Kuren energy. It is crucial to understand that controlling the essence of heaven and earth requires mastery of the realm of divine powers. Chen Qingshan, at the level of the Gongqi realm, directly advanced to the innate Qian Kuren skill, beginning to touch upon the divine seconds. Such a high-level divine skill is unparalleled in the 9 provinces, with few contenders that can rival it. With the true martial sacred body, he cultivates both the physical Gongqi and the innate Qian Kuren energy simultaneously, allowing him to accommodate more of the Qian Kuren essence. However, the 7 absolute techniques of Qian Kuren can only be executed at the realm of divine powers. In the mid-stage of Gongqi, he can barely perform the first absolute and achieve the second. With difficulty in executing the third. It is estimated that GFA has only recently begun practicing the innate Qian Kuren skill. Chen Qingshan speculates that with his physical strength and Gongqi reserves, he wouldn't even be able to utilize the first absolute, yet he should not be underestimated. After an intense battle spanning 300 exchanges, Chen Qingshan emerged slightly victorious over GFA, the heir of the Heavenly Emperor. The small tower absorbed martial arts, acquiring the innate Qian Kuren skill, divine skill. In the secret chamber, Chen Qingshan opened his eyes after 5 days of seclusion. His prestige value had nearly reached its limit. However, the gains were immense, encompassing martial arts suitable for the Gongqi realm, divine powers realm, and 2 sets for the law phase realm, one of which was even a body refinement skill. This was truly a significant breakthrough, especially with the 10 strongest martial arts being able to yield 10 sets of divine power realm skills. The foundation of the Qing Gang was greatly enriched. Aside from a lack of masters, its inheritance could rival that of the Qinglong sacred sect, the dominant power in Qingzhou. Yet, such a precious skill cannot be easily divulged, even to the closest individuals. It must be gradually unraveled, first divided into 2 parts, the acquired realm and the innate realm, with assessments to ensure loyalty before teaching, excluding Qian Hu, Chen Wu, and their uncle. Observing the empty bottles on the floor, having consumed essence blood pills for the past few days, the taste of meat had become a distant memory. He decided to seek out Yunjie and emerge from seclusion. Upon opening the secret chamber door and stepping outside, the midday sun bathed him, yet he felt no searing heat, reflecting on the approaching winter. In just a few months, he would turn 18. How swiftly time passes. Returning to his room, he found Yunjie diligently crafting a new garment for him, her every stitch meticulous. Chen Qingshan chose not to interrupt. Quietly watching her work, Ji Yun, sensing his gaze, lifted her head and smiled brightly. Qingshan, you've emerged from seclusion. After 5 days, you must be famished. I'll go call the kitchen to prepare something to eat. With that, she rose to leave, but Chen Qingshan reached out, pulling her into his embrace, confirming his appetite for meat. Ji Yun, noticing the mischievous smile on Chen Qingshan's face, felt a rush of embarrassment, thinking about the potential consequences of being discovered in broad daylight. She attempted to struggle free. Let me show you a little trick, Chen Qingshan declared, waving his sleeve to close the door. Blood gangs surged around. Chen Qingshan humbly began to speak. Lu Chongfeng was quite pleased. Having a favorable impression of Chen Qingshan, he possessed strength and humility. The two then engaged in a lively conversation. Lu Xiuxiu, witnessing their animated exchange, felt a sense of joy, having previously thought her father held discontent towards Chen Qingshan. As their discussion neared its conclusion, Chen Qingshan directly articulated his purpose. Uncle Lu, I have invited you here to join our Qing gang. Lu Chongfeng did not readily acquiesce. Instead, he inquired, my business is thriving. So why would I join you? Moreover, you are currently entangled in numerous troubles. Lu Chongfeng sought to gauge Chen Qingshan's response. With an air of confidence, Chen Qingshan remarked that such trifling matters could be effortlessly resolved. Oh? What gives you such confidence? Lu Chongfeng asked, scrutinizing Chen Qingshan's unwavering demeanor. Chen Qingshan remained silent, channeling his vital energy, and an imposing aura surged forth, manifesting as a blood-colored barrier behind him, an astonishing phenomenon that transformed into gleaming swords and spears, then morphed into ancient and majestic mountains, including figures like the Bull Demon and Xuanwu. The Qi Barrier Realm? Lu Chongfeng's voice dropped, his expression one of disbelief. How could someone so young already possess such prowess? What manner of prodigy is this? Lu Chongfeng mused internally, having never encountered a young man of such extraordinary talent. Even the geniuses of the capital paled in comparison to Chen Qingshan. So, Uncle Lu. This is my assurance, Chen Qingshan said with a smile. Lu Chongfeng sighed deeply. It was no wonder his daughter held Chen Qingshan in such high regard. I accept, he finally replied. Hearing this, Chen Qingshan's heart soared with joy. Another Qi Barrier Realm expert would be joining the gang. He could now take a step back from the gang's affairs and focus on his cultivation. His initial aim in establishing a force was to gather resources to expedite his breakthroughs. While the early stages required effort, he could now begin to enjoy the fruits of victory, as his current realm was sufficient for the gang's resource needs. Welcome, Uncle Lu. You are now the second elder of the Qing gang. Responsible for managing the task hall, Chen Qingshan announced. Lu Chongfeng nodded in agreement, his management skills evident from the successful operation of the Chongfeng Trading Company for over a decade. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuxiu playfully chimed in. Greetings, second elder. Lu Chongfeng shot a disapproving glance at his daughter, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, Chen Qingshan presented 3 volumes of martial arts to Lu Chongfeng, saying, Uncle Lu, this is a gift for our meeting. The Shanhai Quanjing can be cultivated to the divine realm, containing both techniques and methods. It will serve as your primary focus for the Qi Barrier realm, while the other 2 volumes will enhance your foundation in the postnatal realm. Lu Chongfeng was taken aback and quickly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, I have yet to establish any accomplishments. Such precious martial arts are too valuable for me to accept. Chen Qingshan maintained a serene demeanor, assuring him, Uncle, there is no need for such refusals. I will rely on your management abilities in the future. Thank you, Qingshan. I shall accept this gift, albeit reluctantly, Lu Chongfeng conceded. Uncle Lu, consider this your home. I am aware of your circumstances, and I will assist you in seeking justice when the time comes. Qingshan, let us set these matters aside for now, Lu Chongfeng replied, his expression distant and melancholic. Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes shimmered with emotion, her gaze reddening at the thought of her father's lingering burdens, feeling helpless to alleviate his distress. After a brief exchange, Qian Qingshan took his leave. As he stepped outside, a sense of elation washed over him. Uncle, you both are far from the age of retirement. This is the prime time for great endeavors. I shall focus on my cultivation and repay you in due time. Qian Qingshan mused to himself, humming a cheerful tune. Lu Chongfeng shot a glare at Lu Xiaoxiu, who was still gazing at Qian Qingshan, her eyes nearly falling out of her head. Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Xiaoxiu snapped back to reality, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Recognizing the situation, Lu Chongfeng thought to himself, oh no, my little cabbage is about to be taken away, and I still have to work for this lad. Yet, Lu Chongfeng ultimately breathed a sigh of relief. Filled with hope, although he lacked such talent, Qian Qingshan would undoubtedly become one of the world's most formidable figures, and one day, he would be reunited with his wife. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chongfeng's expression regained its vitality and determination. Chapter 34. A visit to Lin Langtian. Qian Qingshan leisurely made his way back to his residence, relieved that he no longer needed to concern himself with the gang's affairs. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure, and now he had two to Uncle Qin Yong'an oversaw the law hall, while Lu Chongfeng managed the task hall. Xiaoxiu took charge of resources. Xiaowu handled internal matters, and Huzi dealt with external affairs. Qian Qingshan merely needed to make occasional appearances, showcasing his strength by dealing with the occasional troublemaker to uphold the mystique and might of his position as leader. He intended to relax and enjoy life, not wishing to emulate Zhuge Liang's relentless dedication. This would afford him ample time to practice martial arts. With so many techniques at his disposal, he was determined to become a versatile warrior. After preparing gifts, Qian Qingshan headed towards the Lin family in the inner city. Upon arriving in a relatively secluded area, he confirmed the address and saw the words Lin Mansion inscribed on the gate. Qian Qingshan knocked on the door. As the gate opened, a servant appeared, visibly annoyed, and scolded. You young masters are quite bothersome. I've already said that the young lady is not receiving visitors, day after day. Those who fancied themselves noble sought to visit, making the young lady increasingly displeased. Hearing this, Qian Qingshan felt somewhat speechless. Unlike his usual imposing appearance in a black and gold robe, he had deliberately donned a refined blue garment for this private visit, aiming to present himself as a gentleman rather than an arrogant figure. Yet he was mistaken for a spoiled rich kid. With a warm smile, he said, My good sir, could you kindly inform the head of the Lin family that Qian Qingshan has come to pay a visit? Seeing that Qian Qingshan showed no signs of leaving, the servant attempted to close the door, but upon hearing the name Qian Qingshan, he paused, then cautiously inquired, Are you the one from the Qianlong list? Qian Qingshan nodded. Upon confirmation, the servant's face lit up with zeal and admiration, stammering, Please wait a moment. I will inform my master. With that, he dashed away. Qian Qingshan rubbed his nose, bemused by his newfound popularity. It felt rather nice, akin to being a celebrity. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 chopsticks he had left behind during his first visit to the city had become a local legend. When the North District was slated for renovation, the owner of the tavern had adamantly refused to demolish it until the wall with the chopsticks was preserved. Now, that tavern was thriving, bustling with patrons daily, all thanks to the 3 chopsticks on that wall. It was no wonder Qian Qingshan's reputation had soared. Many speculated that he would undoubtedly top the Qianlong list when it was updated next month. Within the Lin Mansion, in a nearby pavilion, Lin Langtian and his wife were enjoying tea and snacks, while Lin Yuding practiced her martial arts nearby, executing her moves with remarkable finesse. After finishing her routine, she rushed over to the pavilion, grabbed the teapot and took a hearty swig, then stuffed a pastry into her mouth, cheeks puffed out. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be taken aback, having assumed Lin Longtian's daughter was a refined young lady. Instead, she was a budding warrior eager to venture into the world. Lin Langtian, observing her antics, admonished, What a disgraceful display. His wife, Xiao Yufeng, shot him a reproachful look before gently advising Lin Yuding, Ting Ting, slow down while you eat. Lin Langtian felt somewhat helpless. He could neither discipline nor scold her, knowing he owed much to both mother and daughter. Moreover, He feared that his fiery-tempered master-in-law would descend from his mountain abode to unleash a flurry of Qinglong blade techniques upon him. Should he learn of Lin Yuding's antics? Years ago, a significant incident had left him disheartened, leading him to depart from the Qinglong sacred sect. When his father-in-law found out about it, he had stormed into the sect. Causing a bloodbath, if not for the intervention of the ancestors, the Grand Elder might have met a grim fate. The enmity between the two factions had been established, but after many years, the Grand Elder's faction had finally regained its strength. Even producing a prodigy at that moment, Yunbo approached, announcing, "Master, Chun Qingshan has come to visit." Lin Langtian had been eager to meet the young man stirring up the currents of power. "Yunbo, please bring him to the hall," he instructed. Xiao Yufeng, intrigued, added, "Let us meet this young talent together. I am also curious." Lin Yuding nodded in agreement, but Lin Langtian shot her a glare, saying, "Change your clothes. You cannot meet guests looking like that." With a playful pout, Lin Yuding turned and dashed off to change. Chun Qingshan waited momentarily until Yunbo returned. Without waiting for him to speak, he presented the prepared gifts, saying, "Yunbo, this is for you." Yunbo accepted the gifts graciously, having long admired Chen Qingshan. "Come, the master is waiting for you." Chun Qingshan followed Yunbo into the Lin residence, carrying a gift. A cursory glance from the outside revealed the Lin residence to be exceedingly understated. Yet upon entering, one could appreciate its exquisite and grand interior. It was only fitting for a personage of such stature to reside in a place that met high standards. Yunbo led Chen Qingshan to the main hall, where Chen Qingshan beheld Lin Yuding seated nearby, adorned in a stunning red gown that accentuated her beauty. Beside her sat a regal matron, bearing a resemblance to Lin Yuding, who must be the matriarch of the Lin family. Occupying the main seat was a middle-aged man, Lin Langtian, dressed in luxurious purple robes. He exuded maturity and composure, with a handsome and cultured demeanor that suggested he had once been a dashing young gentleman. His aura, as sensed by Chen Qingshan, was unfathomable, appearing tranquil but capable of erupting with astonishing force. With a humble expression, Chen Qingshan greeted, "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Lin, Madam Lin, and Miss Lin." He then presented his gift, saying, "Knowing that Uncle Lin is a man of refinement, I have prepared a collection of ink treasures for you." This gesture pleased Lin Langtian greatly. He often found the customary gifts of gold and jewels offered by younger generations to be rather mundane and unworthy of his sophisticated taste. Lin Langtian was quite impressed with Chun Qingshan and remarked, "Very well, I accept your gift. There is no need for such formality. Just call me uncle." Chun Qingshan then produced a jade box and approached Xiao Yufeng, saying, "Aunt Lin, this is a youth-preserving pill, crafted by the elder of the Li family, known for its remarkable effects in maintaining youth and beauty." Upon hearing the name of the pill, Lin Yuding's eyes sparkled with excitement. And Chen Qingshan mused that indeed, the desire for beauty knows no age. Xiao Yufeng responded with warmth, "It is more than enough that you have come. There is no need for such extravagant gifts. Please stay for dinner before you leave." Yes, she gazed at Chen Qingshan. Her fondness for him grew, akin to that of a mother-in-law appreciating her prospective son-in-law, a young prodigy. He was modest and humble, with a commendable physique and appearance, not to mention his own burgeoning career. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, Lin Langtian looked on in bewilderment. It was hard to fathom. His wife had inherited her father's fiery temperament, and though she had mellowed somewhat with motherhood, she had never shown such warmth towards outsiders. Lin Yuding, on the other hand, was eagerly anticipating Chen Qingshan's next gesture of gift-giving. Chun Qingshan, smiling gently at Lin Yuding, said, "Miss Lin, I am aware of your aspiration to become a sword-wielding heroine. Hence, I present to you a manual on swordsmanship." As he handed her the book, inscribed with the title Wen Tian Jian Pu, Lin Yuding squealed with delight and rushed to show her father. It was known that Lin Langtian and the Qinglong sacred sect specialized in knife techniques, and while they could only teach her the art of the blade, Lin Yuding had a penchant for swordplay. Venturing out to seek a master was fraught with danger, especially with the potential for the Elders faction to harbor ulterior motives. Yunbo observed with surprise and admiration. This young man not only possessed remarkable strength, but also exhibited exceptional discernment in various aspects. Lin Langtian, seeing his daughter display the book, glanced at the title when Tianjianfa, and thought to himself what a bold claim it made. Intrigued, he took the book from Lin Yuding's hands. Flipping through a few pages, he found the swordsmanship to be impressive. However, as he delved deeper, his astonishment grew. Noticing her husband's unusual demeanor, Xiao Yufeng inquired, "Is there something amiss with this manual, my dear?" Lin Langtian regained his composure and remarked, "This manual progresses from simple to complex. It is quite extraordinary, rivaling even the Qinglong sacred sect's knife techniques." Xiao Yufeng, equally astonished, recognized the prowess of the Qinglong knife techniques, well aware that both her father and husband were masters of this art. Lin Langtian turned to Qin Qingshan and said, "Young man, this manual is far too precious. It must surely belong to your sect. Please take it back." Lin Yuding felt a twinge of disappointment at her father's words, but, being reasonable, added, "I do not wish to accept such an extravagant gift, Qin Qingshan." Qin Qingshan chuckled lightly, unconcerned, "Uncle Lin, fret not. It is merely a manual. Once offered, it is improper to withdraw it." Lin Langtian, noting Qin Qingshan's nonchalant demeanor, inquired about his master, "Who is your mentor? Would they not take issue with you sharing your sect's teachings?" Even Yun Bo, who maintained a calm facade, exhibited a hint of curiosity. Given Qin Qingshan's prodigious talent, they were eager to learn about the mysterious figure who had guided him. Qin Qingshan was indeed unassociated with any sect, yet he possessed a small tower that allowed him to summon projections and extract martial arts knowledge, thus considering them his mentors. Realizing they would likely not believe his explanation, he hesitated before saying, "In truth, I am not certain who my master is." He then recounted his encounter with Hong Yi, embellishing the story to convey the respect he held for him, considering him a mentor. Lin Langtian, upon hearing this, regarded Qin Qingshan with a hint of envy. "You are fortunate, young man, to have encountered such a venerable figure." Lin Yuding, in a state of confusion, looked at her father and asked, "Is there truly such a person? Is he not akin to a celestial being?" Lin Langtian affirmed with conviction, "The founder of our Qinglong sacred sect was indeed such a person, capable of altering the very fabric of reality, an existence beyond the realm of ordinary mortals." Qin Qingshan, tactfully addressing Xiao Yufeng, stated, "Aunt Lin, I am still unwed and have not given it much thought. I am still young, with my martial pursuits taking precedence, along with my responsibilities at the gang." He added, "Moreover, the world is currently tumultuous. Without strength, how can one protect their wife and family?" Lin Langtian concurred with this sentiment, while Xiao Yufeng acknowledged the wisdom in his words. Recalling how she and her husband had once been the pride of the Qinglong sacred sect, fully understanding Qin Qingshan's perspective, with Xiao Yufeng no longer pressing the matter, Qin Qingshan felt a sense of relief. Lin Langtian, recalling the recent troubles faced by Qin Qingshan, said, "I have heard that some from the Gangqi realm have been causing you trouble. Would you like me to intervene?" Xiao Yufeng chimed in. "Do not worry, Qingshan. Should trouble arise, the Lin family will come to your aid." Qin Qingshan smiled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your concern, but I am confident in my ability to handle these petty miscreants." Lin Langtian nodded in agreement, knowing Qin Qingshan was not one to boast without merit. "As long as you are confident, that is sufficient." After enjoying their meal and engaging in further conversation, Qin Qingshan eventually rose to take his leave. As he departed, Xiao Yufeng remarked, "What a fine young man. He and our Tingting would make a splendid match." Lin Langtian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. What can be done? None of the young elites who visited before piqued your interest. He held a favorable view of Qin Qingshan. "My dear, let them spend time together and see how it progresses. There is no need to rush." Xiao Yufeng agreed, seeing the wisdom in his words. Chapter 35. Action. 3 days later, early in the morning, Qin Qingshan made his way to the gang's conference room, where the members had been waiting for some time. "Greetings, gang leader," they greeted in unison. Qin Qingshan surveyed the room and noted, "You have all made commendable progress in your abilities." He then turned to his uncle, Qin Yonghe, and Lu Chongfeng, stating, "Congratulations to the elder and the second elder on your breakthrough to the Gangqi realm." The crowd erupted in congratulations. Once the commotion subsided, Qin Qingshan's tone grew serious. "Our objective this time is to annihilate the Poison Snake Gang and the Wu family." The 2 elders and the 2 deputy leaders were divided into 2 teams, each tasked with confronting the Poison Snake Gang and the Wu family. Once the assignments were set, Chen Qingshan announced that he would not be participating directly in the fray this time. In the future, he would mostly refrain from direct involvement in operations. He looked to his uncle, Qin Yonghe, and Lu Chongfeng, adding, "There is no need for you to engage directly. Simply maintain order. Complete the task before dawn." Chen Qingshan concluded, and the members left the meeting with heightened resolve to prepare. Xiao Wu, send invitations to the upper echelons of the Fei Xiong gang, the Li family, and the Tai family for a banquet at Tianxiang Pavilion this evening. As night fell, Tianxiang Pavilion was ablaze with lights and lively atmosphere. Just then, the owner and the courtesan of the establishment awaited with utmost respect at the entrance. Guests were abuzz with curiosity about the distinguished personage arriving to warrant such deference. At that moment, Chen Qingshan, clad in black and gold attire, strode through the doorway, eliciting excitement and reverence from the owner and courtesan. "Please, this way," they ushered him to the finest private room. Some guests recognized Chen Qingshan and shared in the thrill, while others, newly arrived in Qingyang City, remarked, "What is the fuss about? He is just a young man of privilege." Nearby, some scorned them for their ignorance, stating, "This is the gang leader of the Qin gang, Chen Qingshan, a prodigy on the Qianlong list." Those labeled as ignorant felt slighted but dared not act out, well aware of the formidable reputation he held. "Oh, it is this fellow. I've heard he might be ranked first when the Qianlong list updates next month." "Might be? He will certainly be first." Discussions erupted, creating a lively atmosphere centered around Chen Qingshan. At that moment, another group entered, led by the imposing Xiong, drawing all eyes. Beside him, the elder of the Tai family was engaged in a verbal spar with the elder of the Li family. As they ascended the stairs to their private chamber, locals in Qingyang City gasped, "Look who is here. It seems the tides are turning in Qingyang City." "Who are they?" came the inquiry. "The Fei Xiong gang. The Li family and the Tai family, the three major powers of Qingyang City, have all gathered." Tio explained to those around who do not understand. Many other factions began to depart. Chen Qingshan, upon noticing their arrival, stood up and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat." Huang Feixiang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Chen, it has been far too long. The last time I saw you single-handedly take on a group of first-rate experts. I regrettably could not witness it in person. We must share a drink later." Chen Qingshan laughed heartily. "Old bear, we shall indeed indulge in a fine drink shortly." He then turned to the Li and Tai families. As the eldest of the Li family, Li Chuanxiu, introduced their family head, Li Tao. "Master Li, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Master Li was an elegant and affable middle-aged man, his face adorned with a warm smile. "It is a privilege to meet you, Chief Chen. You are indeed a remarkable figure in the martial world." After exchanging pleasantries, Tai family elder Tai Yong also introduced the head of the Tai family, Tai Xiong, a robust man known for his generous demeanor. Once the leaders of the three factions were acquainted, they took their seats. Chen Qingshan began, "I have summoned you all today to discuss an important matter. But let us first indulge in a feast and drink to our heart's content." The guests, upon hearing this, felt their anxieties ease. Chen Qingshan clapped his hands, and a group of maidens entered, each carrying platters of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Following them, several graceful and beautiful women entered, their elegant dance accompanied by the enchanting sounds of music. These delicacies are crafted from the fierce beasts hunted in the deep mountains, which also provide some benefits to our cultivation. "Please, enjoy." With that, Chen Qingshan raised his cup in a toast to each person present. The guests were invigorated by his words and soon began to feast and drink heartily, their cultivation levels visibly improving. They could not help but marvel at Chen Qingshan's extravagance, entertaining them with first-rate beasts. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Poison Snake Gang and the Wu family was filled with a chilling silence. The leader of the Poison Snake Gang sensed something amiss. The outside world was unusually quiet. Just as he was about to inquire, the sounds of battle erupted. He quickly summoned his men to investigate, only to discover the forces of the Green Gang. Scanning the area, he found no sign of Chen Qingshan and breathed a sigh of relief. No longer fearing repercussions, Chen Qingshan led his men into battle. But the tide turned against them as his adversaries offered no resistance. Witnessing Chen Hu's rampage as he felled a multitude with each strike, the leader of the Poison Snake Gang charged forward, sword in hand. Upon seeing this, Chen Hu's eyes lit up as he taunted, "Little snake, let your grandpa who have a go." Before the leader could react in anger, Chen Hu struck with his blade. In close combat, Chen Hu's overwhelming force pushed the leader of the poison snake gang back relentlessly. Observing this, two other first-rate experts from the poison snake gang leaped from the encirclement to attack Chen Hu. "Come on!" Chen Hu roared, his swordplay growing increasingly ferocious. He faced three opponents with ease, while they felt a chill of fear at his incredible strength. With each swing of his blade, their weapons shattered. And Chen Hu delivered a horizontal slash that nearly cleaved through their skulls. The leader of the poison snake gang turned pale, fear etched across his face as he desperately tried to escape. Chen Hu denied him the chance, striking again. The leader's long sword was sent flying, and with another slice, a crack appeared on his forehead as he fell, defeated. The poison snake gang was vanquished. Meanwhile, the Wu family was engulfed in chaos as the Green Gang continued their relentless slaughter. Chapter 36, Alliance. Chen Wu wielded his spear with lethal precision, its gleam like a dragon's, his assault unyielding, having already felled three first-rate experts. Only a few remained, surrounded and besieged by the Green Gang's enforcers. The head of the Wu family, witnessing the heavy losses, could only seethe in impotent rage. This old adversary was formidable, managing to stand toe-to-toe with Chen Wu, but his endurance paled in comparison, and it was only a matter of time before he succumbed. As battles around them concluded, the two engaged in a fierce duel for an extended period. The head of the Wu family, in despair, began to fight recklessly, exchanging blows that left Chen Wu somewhat disheveled. Though only minor injuries were inflicted, dodging an attack, Chen Wu's spear swept through the air with tremendous force, sending the head of the Wu family staggering. He pressed the attack, and the spear, flashing like lightning, pierced the leader's throat. Chen Wu offered no respite, not even allowing him the chance to utter a final threat. The Wu family was extinguished, as Chen Wu wiped the blood from his spear. A subordinate reported that Vice Leader Wu Yu was absent from the Wu family estate, having gone to the manor, while the Wu family's elder was in seclusion, whereabouts unknown. Chen Wu nodded and commanded, "Let us clear the battlefield and gather the spoils." At Chen Qingshan's table, the guests, having satiated their appetites, saw him signal for the maidens to withdraw. It is time to discuss serious matters. The assembly turned their attention to Chen Qingshan, their expressions shifting to one of solemnity as they speculated among themselves. "I invite you to join the Green Gang and work together towards a grand vision." The declaration caught everyone off guard. And Huang Feixiong's eyes gleamed with intensity as he exchanged glances with his brothers. He made a resolute decision, one he deemed the wisest of his life. Standing, he proclaimed, "We of the Flying Bear Gang shall join. After all, we are merely a faction in Qingyang City, insignificant in the grand scheme of the entire Qingyang Prefecture and even Qingzhou. I believe in Brother Qingshan's potential, which will undoubtedly transcend these confines." Remember, the founding emperor of the Great Wei dynasty began as a mere commoner, yet his followers became illustrious ministers, their legacies enduring through the ages. Initially, the members of the Tai and Li families felt discontent, perceiving this as a banquet of treachery. However, upon hearing Huang Feixiong's words, they began to see the rationale. Someone of Chen Qingshan's caliber was destined to rise. Aligning with him in his weaker days would yield substantial rewards. Despite Huang Feixiong's brutish exterior, he possessed a shrewd mind, which explained his standing in Qingyang City. Yet the Tai family was different. Their entire clan was vast and prosperous, unlike the factional structure of the Flying Bear Gang. They harbored numerous concerns. Tai Xiong, the elder of the Tai family, exchanged a glance with Li Chuanxiu, who had known him for decades and understood his apprehensions. Rising, he addressed Chen Qingshan, "Chief Chen, we have great faith in your assent. But both our families hold reservations. We rarely engage in power struggles, as we have over 1,000 souls to protect." Chen Qingshan smiled inwardly, recognizing the wisdom of this seasoned fox. Their families were not on the brink of collapse, gambling everything on a final throw of the dice. Chen Qingshan understood that mere words would not sway these cunning elders. Only strength would suffice. Channeling his internal energy, Chen Qingshan transformed from a dashing young master to an immensely powerful martial artist. His blood energy erupting forth, creating a formidable presence that rattled the windows of the elegant chamber. This is my foundation and assurance. What say you, esteemed elders? The assembly fell into a stunned silence. Their gazes fixed upon Chen Qingshan, filled with astonishment, as they regained their composure and beheld the crimson energy. They were overwhelmed by its overwhelming force. The blood energy realm, and he is not yet 18. Li Chuanxiu murmured. Huang Feixiong, ecstatic, laughed uproariously, his voice echoing, "My instincts were spot on." The members of the Flying Bear Gang looked at their leader with newfound respect for his decisive action. The elders of the two families exchanged glances, preparing to speak, when Chen Qingshan's words struck a chord within them once more. You, Tai and Li families, specialize in weapon forging and alchemy. While you have befriended many strong allies, debts of gratitude are fleeting. In the face of formidable enemies, how many would risk their lives for a mere favor? With your current strength, you could have developed your influence long ago, yet you remain holed up in Qingyang City, fearing domination and becoming mere pawns to others. In these turbulent times, with calamities and unrest, many ambitious individuals are poised to act, and your family's resources are highly coveted. Strength is paramount. I can offer protection and access to top-tier martial arts training to cultivate your own powerhouses. After speaking, Chen Qingshan felt confident they would agree. Upon hearing his words, the two elders felt not anger but a sense of resignation and sorrow. They recognized that, at this critical juncture, they appeared as mere commodities in the eyes of others, lacking a definitive champion. Without hesitation, they agreed to join, reassured by Chen Qingshan's integrity and loyalty, which had been evident in his past. Welcome to our ranks. Come to the Green Gang tomorrow, and we shall make specific arrangements. Chen Qingshan was pleased with the current situation. He had effortlessly united the three major factions under his banner, making Qingyang City his own point. One must understand that managing the territory of a city effectively can attract the attention of even lesser divine forces. Moreover, Qingyang City is nestled against the majestic Qingshan mountain range, close to the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, presenting him with ample opportunities for prosperity. Soon, resources would flow abundantly. The elder of the Li family quickly adapted to this new dynamic and proposed. Chief, now that our three factions have aligned with you, shall we turn our attention to the Poison Snake Gang and the Wu family? Chen Qingshan shook his head. Not yet. We shall wait. The masses remained perplexed. Yet when the leader instructed them to wait, they complied. The elder of the Li family was about to speak, but found himself stifling his words. That moment, the doors swung open, and a steward from the Qing gang entered. Upon observing the presence of so many influential figures, his gaze fell upon Chen Qingshan. They were all allies. Noting the leader's directive, the steward approached to report that the Wu family and the poisonous snake gang had been eradicated. Detailing the events thoroughly. You have worked hard. Please return and inform Chen Hu that I shall visit shortly, Chen Qingshan stated calmly. As the steward departed, the gathering erupted in excitement. Within the span of a single meal, two powerful factions had been vanquished. Clearly, the leader had been well prepared, and any prior concerns were unfounded. Congratulations, leader, on unifying Qingyang City, Li Chuanxiu quickly expressed. Others soon followed suit, offering their congratulations and praise. Chen Qingshan reveled in the flattery. As everyone appreciates kind words, yet he preferred to simply listen. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be all for tonight. Why strength must remain concealed for the time being. Otherwise, it may raise the suspicions of those with ill intentions. Hearing this, the crowd felt a chill, as some had hoped to boast about their exploits but had to abandon the thought. Nonetheless, they eagerly anticipated the expressions of those who would witness the leader's formidable prowess in the future. Poisonous Snake Gang, Chen Qingshan arrived. Lead the way, he commanded. A steward guided Chen Qingshan to a dimly lit dungeon, where the air was damp and foul-smelling, and the conditions were dire. Observing the cells that confined hundreds of children aged 7 or 8, Chen Qingshan was no stranger to such sights. In this world, human life held little value. Brother Qingshan, Chen Hu exclaimed upon seeing him, how shall we handle this? I have instructed my men to prepare some meat porridge for them. Chen Hu conveyed the situation to Chen Qingshan. Hearing this, Chen Qingshan felt a headache coming on. Many of these children were orphans or had been trafficked from other regions. The poisonous snake gang was truly inhumane for engaging in such activities. Gazing at the young children, their tender age and potential struck him with inspiration for a plan. Go find Xiao Wu, and in the depths of the bamboo grove by my estate's Xiaohong Lake, build some houses for them to reside in, he instructed Chun Hu. Confused, Chun Hu asked, Brother Qingshan, are you planning to take them all in? Qingshan nodded, prompting Chun Hu to seek out Chen Wu and make arrangements. Inside the cells, hundreds of pairs of eyes were fixed on the people outside, filled with curiosity and, more predominantly, fear. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed a group of burly men carrying large wooden barrels, from which an enticing aroma wafted. Upon catching a whiff, their stomachs betrayed them with rumbling sounds, and they swallowed greedily, their eyes brimming with longing. Observing this scene, Chun Qingshan sighed inwardly and gently addressed them. You must be starved. Please form an orderly line to receive your portion. With that, the Qing gang members broke the iron locks and opened the cell doors. The children obediently formed a line, cautiously stepping outside to claim their meat porridge. As Chen Qingshan watched them devour the food without wasting a single drop. Even licking their bowls clean, memories of his first encounter with an flooded back, and his gaze softened further, though not rush. There is more, he assured, instructing his men to distribute another bowl. He allowed them some time to rest, helping them regain a bit of their strength. That moment, a steward approached to report that arrangements had been made. Chen Qingshan then led them away. That night would become an unforgettable memory for the trafficked children. It marked the beginning of their new lives, free from beatings and hunger, with the gentle, comforting voice of the adult who had spoken to them. They etched Chen Qingshan's visage firmly in their minds. After enjoying food, a steaming hot bath, and fresh clothes, they sank into a dreamy existence, lulled to sleep by the faint scent of wood in their rooms. The hardships they had endured would only serve to strengthen them. A seed takes time to sprout, and Chen Qingshan had ample patience to nurture their growth. In the future, they might become one of the most vital forces under his command. Chapter 37. A new era for Qingyang City. Many had witnessed the commotion of the Qing gang the previous night, but dared not investigate. As dawn broke, some ventured to inquire about the events, discovering the eerie silence surrounding the poisonous Snake Gang and the Wu family, only remnants of battle left behind. With the annihilation of these factions, alongside the previously defeated Tiger Gang, the three major powers of Qingyang City had been extinguished in a mere month. This news spread like wildfire, and many sensed that the rise of the Qing Gang was unstoppable. Even those in the martial world, stirring from slumber to seek sustenance, were taken aback by the news. The Qing Gang was indeed ruthless, taking decisive action without hesitation. Many who harbored ulterior motives extinguished their ambitions. Qingyang City had undergone a transformation. The Qing Gang would become the unchallenged sovereign, leaving the remaining three major factions powerless. The taverns within the city thrived, bustling with patrons engaged in lively discussions. At that moment, an even more explosive piece of news emerged. The Flying Bear Gang, along with the Li and Tai families, had pledged their allegiance to the Qing Gang. The previous balance of power in Qingyang City had been shattered, with the Qing Gang standing dominant. Many rushed to inform their respective factions, for the power dynamics beneath Qingyun Mansion were intricate. Annihilation was not so straightforward, as some factions had backing from the mansion itself. Like the Wu family, merely a branch. For the first time, a singular force held sway over the entire city. It remained to be seen how long the Qing Gang could maintain this dominance. But the vacuum left by the destruction of so many factions presented substantial opportunities, contingent on their willingness to seize a share of the spoils. Numerous merchants were overjoyed, as unification heralded a stable environment. While uncertain how long this stability might last, even a month would suffice. The absence of banditry in Qingyang City made it particularly appealing to these traders. Once word spread, it was anticipated that merchants would flock to Qingyang City, diversifying the range of goods available and attracting more wandering souls, thereby enhancing the city's prosperity. Chun Qingshan welcomed this influx, provided they adhered to the rules he established in the Qing Gang's conference room. A sea of faces filled the space, engaged in discussions about the previous night's battle. They too noted the presence of the three major factions within the city, speculating whether they might be allies, but awaited the leader's directive for clarity. The members of the Flying Bear Gang, along with the Li and Tai families, observed the Qing Gang closely, aware of their formidable strength and deep-rooted heritage. Yet, they noted that these second-rate experts among the stewards exuded a powerful aura, far surpassing the typical prowess of their rank, with many on the verge of breaking into the elite tier. An underestimation would be unwise. At that moment, Chen Qingshan and the elder Chen Yong'an entered, causing the surrounding chatter to cease. Chen Qingshan took his seat at the head of the table. I am pleased with last night's operation. Elder Liu, ensure that the contributions are duly recorded, and the families of fallen members receive proper compensation. Let us not allow their kin to feel forsaken. Chen Qingshan instructed Lu Changfeng. Leader, I will see to it. Lu Changfeng replied. Chen Qingshan nodded in satisfaction, placing his trust in Lu Changfeng's capabilities. Addressing the assembly, Chen Qingshan continued. The Flying Bear Gang and the other two factions have now joined our Qing Gang. We now stand unrivaled across Qingyang City, yet we must uphold our regulations. The gathering felt a sense of caution. Chen Qingshan placed great importance on rules. Should anyone forget their principles and engage in wrongdoing? They were well aware of the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall, who had dealt with numerous violators of the gang's regulations. The cold and unyielding demeanor of the elder instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Chen Yong'an noticed their apprehensive gazes but remained unfazed, for all his actions were aimed at preserving the foundation that Chen Qingshan had established. As the Qing Gang continued to grow, any signs of adverse behavior would need to be swiftly extinguished, for even the most robust dam can succumb to the slightest breach. Huang Tianxiang, he called out loudly, drawing the attention of the room. You are to merge the Flying Bear Gang into the Qing Gang, filtering out those of questionable character, and retain only the elite members to establish a subgroup. You shall serve as its leader. Choose a name. Chen Qingshan spoke slowly, detailing the matters at hand. Huang Tianxiang was exhilarated. His choice had proven correct, and Chen Qingshan had entrusted him with the management of his own faction, along with generous benefits. However, he struggled to devise a fitting name. Seeing his perplexity, Chen Qingshan could not help but chuckle. Let it be called the Flying Bear Hall. Good. Huang Tianxiang agreed wholeheartedly. Chen Qingshan then turned his attention to the Li and Tai families. You two shall continue with your traditional trades. Tai family? Establish the Refining Hall, responsible for crafting weapons, with Tai Xiong as its leader. The Li family shall form the Alchemy Hall, responsible for potion making, with Li Chuanqiu at the helm. You are also to participate in external conflicts. Do not become so engrossed in refining weapons and concocting potions that you neglect your martial prowess. Otherwise, you shall forever remain without formidable fighters. Initially, you will draw personnel from your families, and in time, recruit members from the gang to learn the arts of refining and alchemy. Remember, your family is your family, and the gang is the gang. While I do not oppose your support for your families, do not exploit your positions for personal gain, as violations of gang rules will not be tolerated. Chen Qingshan spoke with a certain gravity, for he was acutely aware that the decline of many prominent sects stemmed from the parasitic nature of certain familial clans, which, once they grew powerful, would inevitably encroach upon the very foundations of the sects themselves. Ultimately, these families would ascend to the highest echelons of power, transforming the sect into a mere extension of their own influence. The disparity between the disciples and the familial factions was glaringly evident. The former adhered to an elite path, and should they falter in strength, calamity was sure to follow. Although the familial factions boasted a low success rate in cultivating talent, their deep-rooted connections ensured that they held sway at all levels, grassroots, middle, and upper. Should a prodigy emerge from their ranks, their ambitions would swell, leading to power struggles and internal strife. Chen Qingshan felt compelled to sever these ties and maintain a delicate equilibrium. Upon hearing Chen Qingshan's warning, the two elder leaders resolved to admonish their clansmen to refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. Despite Chen Qingshan's amicable demeanor, he was known for his ruthless decisiveness when provoked, leaving no room for leniency. We will certainly advise our clansmen to abide by the rules of the sect, Li Chuanqiu and Tai Xiong assured in unison. Chen Qingshan turned his attention to the assembly of stewards, urging them to rise to the occasion. You have already established 3 branches. It is imperative that you exert yourselves further in the future. Should you require weapons or medicinal pills, remember that the 2 branches dedicated to crafting will not provide these freely. They will require points. The stewards felt a mix of pressure and motivation, their eyes alight with fervor, all eager to be the first to establish a branch of their own. Chen Qingshan was pleased to witness their fighting spirit. as his promise of branch establishment was meant to invigorate the sect, fostering competition among them with aspirations of healthy rivalry. This cohort represented the earliest members of the Qing gang, having endured countless battles together. Their camaraderie forged through mutual cooperation. Chen Qingshan's initial investment in their training had transformed them significantly, enhancing their potential and solidifying their role as the backbone of the Qing gang, an aspect he valued greatly. Some stewards exchanged glances, cognizant that only those with 3 elite masters could establish a branch. Thus, they had already devised a mutual support pact. Xiuxiu, please share your plans. We have now taken control of the entire Qingyang city. Lu Xiuxiu spoke confidently before an audience. Chen Qingshan was quite satisfied with her strategy and direction, though he felt it lacked audacity. Be bolder, Xiuxiu. Let us transform the entirety of Qingyang city into our stronghold, fully under our control. Lu Xiuxiu fell silent at this suggestion, pondering the implications of opposing the imperial court. Li Chuanxiu, observing her hesitation, noted her youthfulness. Despite her considerable abilities, she still required further experience. Manager Li, I believe the leader speaks wisely. I am older and have witnessed many things. The court has been severely weakened since the events surrounding the Prince of Yan, and their finest troops have suffered substantial losses, leaving them in a state of disarray. The feudal lords across the provinces are quite discontented with the court and are secretly plotting against it, with some noble families and sects fanning the flames of rebellion. Natural disasters and man-made calamities have left them preoccupied, rendering them indifferent to our actions. As long as we do not openly rebel, Li Chuanxiu stated factly. In summary, he conveyed that the Wei dynasty was in decline. Beset by calamities, while the emperor indulged in pleasure and the burden of taxes grew heavier, with local officials greedily amassing wealth, the Wei dynasty is destined to fall. Lu Xiuxiu reflected on her own lack of boldness and resolved to pay closer attention to the state of affairs in the world. I have learned much, she respectfully addressed Li Chuanxiu. Seize control of the city lord's mansion, ensure no messages are dispatched, and replace the guards at the city gates with our own. Establish a tavern for martial artists, serving dishes made from ferocious beasts. Create 100 weapons pavilion and a precious pill pavilion to sell weapons and medicinal pills, accepting custom orders. The martial artists are affluent, and we shall reap their wealth. Xiuxiu, please draft a detailed plan. Chen Qingshan instructed. 3 branch leaders, remain behind. The meeting is adjourned. The trio assumed Chen Qingshan had further instructions, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Chen Qingshan had prepared a set of martial arts manuals in advance. Master Xiong, I have noticed that your Flying Bear Hall predominantly employs mixed techniques. The Steiger's Roar Staff Manual is for you. It will enable you to cultivate to the level of Qi Strength. As he handed over the manual, Huang Feixiong was taken aback by the surprise, his excitement rendering him speechless. With trembling hands, he received the manual, exclaiming, "Thank you, leader. My life belongs to you, leader." His expression was one of unwavering loyalty. The other 2 leaders, witnessing this scene, were equally exhilarated, internally declaring Chen Qingshan to be exceptionally generous. The inheritance of Qi Strength was a rare treasure, one their factions lacked. Observing their eager expressions, Chen Qingshan retrieved 2 additional manuals. Tai Hall Master, this Mystic Tortoise Divine Palm is for you, and this 3 parts return to Qi is suitable for you. Li Hall Master, the 3 parts return to Qi encompass the entirety of Xiong Ba's martial teachings, including the Frosty Fist, Wind God Leg, and 3 parts Divine Finger. Although classified as a 5-star martial art, its unique potency rivaled that of 6-star techniques. Both men expressed profound gratitude, their hearts steadied by the newfound hope for breakthroughs. Aged over 50, they understood that failure to seize this opportunity would leave them as mere dust. Chen Qingshan's demeanor turned serious as he cautioned, "You must safeguard these manuals diligently. They are not to be taken from the sect. Store them securely within your branches and refrain from unauthorized sharing. Only top-tier masters may study them, and contributions to the sect will be required for access, subject to the elder's assessment. Loyalty is paramount. Betrayal will not be tolerated." The 3 made repeated assurances. Go to the elder and collect the foundational martial arts manuals for your branches. The elder will provide clear instructions. You should also practice them to strengthen your foundation before attempting to break through to Qi Strength. Your performance will determine access to higher-level teachings, which I also possess. The three inhaled sharply. The rumors circulating in the outside world proved true. Chen Qingshan indeed possessed the inheritance of the divine realm. With hearts brimming with joy, they departed. Chen Qingshan strolled leisurely back to his residence, reflecting that the foundation had been laid, and it was time to devote himself to cultivation. Upon entering, he found Lu Anin diligently practicing her martial arts with utmost seriousness. Her earnest demeanor amusing him, causing him to chuckle internally. Upon noticing Chen Qingshan, Lu Anin playfully inquired, "Who goes there? State your name before this warrior maiden." With a mischievous grin, Chen Qingshan replied, "I am a villain who specializes in abducting children." Lu Anin, feigning indignation, proclaimed her intent to rid the world of such scoundrels, eagerly launching a punch toward him. After a playful scuffle, Chen Qingshan scooped Lu Anin into his arms, pinching her flushed cheeks in delight at her excitement. She squirmed vigorously, insisting he put her down so they could continue their duel for 300 rounds. Observing their antics, Zhou Zhiyun cast a disapproving glance at Chen Qingshan. Once he set Lu Anin down, she, understanding the situation, dashed off to play with Xiao He. Chen Qingshan reclined in a nearby armchair, sipping tea under the warm sun, relishing the comfort of the moment. Zhou Zhiyun approached, gently massaging his shoulders with her soft fingers. In the silence, they savored the tranquility and warmth, while Chen Qingshan mused about the corrupt and decayed lifestyle of the ancient gentry, a life he found oddly appealing. The 10 great martial paths, sword, spear, saber, halberd, staff, fist, palm, leg, claw, and finger, were revered as the pinnacle of martial prowess. For an ordinary person, mastering a single path was a remarkable feat, yet those who mastered all 10 stood unrivaled. The weapons were extensions of the body. On the training platform, Chen Qingshan practiced the 10 paths of fists, feet, and claws, transitioning seamlessly between techniques without rigidity, with his fists, palms, and legs being the most adept. As time slipped away, Chen Qingshan inhaled deeply, concluding his training. The 10 great martial paths were indeed intricate, their myriad techniques offering a profound sense of mastery, akin to attaining unity from diversity. To achieve true mastery, further trials by combat were essential. Only through grappling with opponents could he expedite his progress. Chen Qingshan eagerly anticipated the arrival of challengers, while also contemplating the creation of the heavenly Dao battle box, intending to consult the weapon crafting hall. His skills should suffice. In the past few days, the winds of change had swept through Qingyang City, now firmly under the control of the Qing gang. Various renovations and initiatives had transformed the city into the gang's stronghold, flourishing and bustling with activity, drawing many from the martial world. Some astute individuals were investing heavily in Qingyang City, reaping substantial rewards, though all actions were bound by the Qing gang's regulations. Beneath this facade of prosperity, however, undercurrents were stirring, as many newcomers awaited the unfolding drama. Experts from the Heavy Sword Sect and the Arhat Hall were en route, alongside the Wu family from Qingyun Mansion, the Weapon Crafting Hall. Upon Chen Qingshan's arrival, Tai Xiong quickly set aside his current tasks upon receiving word of his presence. As Chen Qingshan savored tea in the hall master's study, he gestured for Tai Xiong to take a seat. Tai Xiong sat down and inquired, "What matters require my attention, leader?" Chen Qingshan presented a blueprint, asking, "Can you forge this?" Tai Xiong examined the blueprint intently, his eyes brimming with excitement, as if beholding a treasure of unparalleled worth. Marvelous, such a masterfully intricate design. Who could be the illustrious craftsman behind it? The components are all interlinked. Tai Xiong is profoundly intrigued by this blueprint. If the leader is able to forge it, then although the materials above are indeed precious, they are not the most elite. Given your prowess and the speed of your progress, it is estimated that it will not take long. Chen Qingshan does not possess much knowledge regarding weapon forging. Is there a possibility for improvement? After some contemplation, Tai Xiong concluded that while it is feasible, the required materials are quite rare, and according to this design, even more materials are necessary, if there is sufficient purple gold. And with ample time for nurturing, it may even evolve into a spirit weapon. Spirit weapon? Chen Qingshan felt a flicker of interest at this mention. Chapter 39. spirit weapons. Chen Qingshan is aware that certain major forces possess profound legacies, holding powerful trump cards that are seldom utilized unless in dire circumstances, serving as a means to suppress fate. With such trump cards, the inheritance of a sect is safeguarded, ensuring the ability to control destiny. Even if your power wanes, through the efforts of several generations, it can be restored to its former glory. However, this trump card is not omnipotent. It also depends on the strength of your adversary. If they are too formidable, you may find yourself at a loss, or they might incur a certain cost, severely depleting their vitality to extinguish your influence. Upon hearing of Chen Qingshan's interest, Tai Xiong began to elucidate. Leader, as you are aware, transactions in the marketplace are generally settled with silver or essentials such as blood essence pills. Gold is seldom used for transactions. Chen Qingshan nodded, understanding that gold is exceedingly valuable with unique purposes, and that major forces tend to hoard it. His knowledge gleaned from snippets at the Wanxiang Tower, however, is still rather limited. Gold is an exceptionally precious strategic resource. Many powerful factions maintain strict control over it, with nearly all visible large gold mines divided among them, while smaller mines are managed by mid-level forces. Each discovery of a new gold mine inevitably incites a bloody upheaval, for gold can be refined into purple gold. With certain specialized methods, or by utilizing the essence of masters at the energy realm, it can be transformed into gas and absorbed into weapons, enhancing their power and durability. These aspects are secondary. The primary merit of purple gold lies in its ability to imbue weapons with sentience, rendering them spirit weapons. Are spirit weapons truly so rare? What is their specific might? Chen Qingshan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, they are exceedingly rare, for the quantity of purple gold consumed is substantial. However, the accumulation over thousands of years is quite impressive. Nevertheless, most of these are held by powerful factions and passed down through generations. Some divine weapons have succumbed to the decline and destruction of their sects, unable to receive nurturing, losing their sentience over time and reverting to mundane weapons. Additionally, some ancient legacies still harbor spirit weapons within their paradises. Every time such a paradise is opened, it incites fierce competition among the major forces. As for how these paradises are formed, I am uncertain. Spirit weapons are categorized into 3, 6, and 9 patterns, classified into 3 grades: inferior, medium, and superior. Each spirit weapon bears faint purple gold patterns. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan marveled. This is akin to the magical artifacts of the cultivation world. At this moment, the small tower within his mind expressed dissatisfaction with Chen Qingshan's reaction, vibrating with disdain. What pathetic trinkets! None can compare to my might. The tower's reaction reminded Chen Qingshan of his own formidable innate treasure. Compared to the small tower, those items are unworthy of mention. Remarkable spirit weapons, such as the legendary sword of the Sword Sect, wield the power to slice across an entire state, its brilliance illuminating 9 states, leaving the heavens and earth in a blinding radiance, reducing a major faction to ashes in an instant. Furthermore, the divine weapon of the Qinglong Holy Sect, the Qinglong Blade, transforms into a colossal blade, cleaving towards the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Centuries have passed, and Qingzhou has not faced another beast tide since. Tai Xiong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke of spirit weapons. 4 weaponsmiths, creating one is a matter of great pride. Chen Qingshan, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, truly extraordinary. The power to devastate the heavens and earth. Yet, utilizing a spirit weapon to unleash such earth-shattering attacks incurs a significant cost. Such a foundation cannot be recklessly employed against him. Akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. How much purple gold is required to forge a spirit weapon? Chen Qingshan inquired. Tai Xiong calculated briefly, stating that generally, 10 pounds of gold yield merely 1 tael of purple gold. To forge even a basic 3-pattern spirit weapon, one would require over 100 pounds of purple gold. 100,000 taels of gold. Chen Qingshan exclaimed, astonished. Such a quantity cannot simply be summoned at will. Nor can silver be exchanged for gold. Tai Xiong clarified, this is merely the conventional forging method. Using purple gold for refining and nurturing is not the usual practice among major factions, as each has its own forging and nurturing techniques. The most common is the blood refining method, where the blood of slain powerful beings is used to cultivate the weapon. Generally, a one-pattern weapon possesses a trace of sentience. It absorbs the blood and martial intent of the strong to enhance itself. However, blood refining is extremely perilous. If not controlled properly, it may backfire upon the user. After hearing Tai Xiong's detailed explanation, Chen Qingshan began to understand why certain malevolent factions resort to ruthless tactics such as slaughtering innocents. It is likely they employ special methods to refine their spirit weapons. Chen Qingshan felt that blood refining was indeed suitable for him. A mere spirit weapon could not upend the world. Especially with a great deity residing in his mind, and under the suppression of the small tower, he feared no backlash. However, he would not use innocent lives for weapon refinement. Only enemies would serve as his sustenance. I am no villain. Seeing that Chen Qingshan was deep in thought, Tai Xiong refrained from interrupting him. The required purple gold is excessively abundant. It poses a significant challenge, Chen Qingshan remarked. Suddenly, an idea struck him. After vanquishing the fierce tiger gang, he had acquired a map and a letter warning that particular families should not act rashly or disclose information until their people arrived to survey the situation before mining for gold. Tai Tangzhu, I previously obtained a map of an unexploited gold mine after destroying the fierce tiger gang. I am unsure of its scale. He relayed the approximate location of the map to Tai Xiong, who appeared exhilarated. Leader, this may indeed lead to a gold mine. A few years ago, there was an earthquake in that area. It likely altered the geological veins, revealing the gold mine a few months back. The leader of the fierce tiger gang disappeared for a time. He must have gone to investigate. Chen Qingshan felt a surge of excitement. Based on the correspondence, it seemed the fierce tiger gang could not absorb this gold mine, hence reporting to their backing faction. The letter indicated that this faction would arrive soon, and the leader of the fierce tiger gang was wise not to disclose the location. Chen Qingshan silently expressed gratitude to the deceased tiger. He had inadvertently gifted him a grand package. But during the Qingming festival this year, if you remember, I shall burn you some beautiful paper money. Tai Tangzhu, tonight we shall send people to scout the area. Keep this information confidential, and we will secretly begin mining afterward, Chen Qingshan instructed. Tai Xiong nodded in agreement, and they set a time for their nocturnal venture. That evening, as Chen Qingshan engaged in some exercise, embracing Sister Yun, he felt a surge of excitement, eagerly awaiting the appointed time. Zhou Zhiyun noticed Chen Qingshan's exuberance, her cheeks flushing. She pondered whether he was up to something. Chen Qingshan, observing the change in Zhou Zhiyun's expression, said, Sister Yun, I must step out for a moment. Something good is about to happen. Zhou Zhiyun felt a wave of relief upon hearing this, thinking to herself that this fellow was growing ever more formidable, and she was struggling to keep up. She quickly resolved to persuade Xiao to take action. What good thing? Zhou Zhiyun inquired with curiosity, knowing that Chen Qingshan's midnight escapades often yielded strange and wonderful results. Like the last time when he brought back the little dragon, Xiao He. Chen Qingshan divulged the matter of the gold mine to Zhou Zhiyun, who, upon hearing it, was further enlightened. Since meeting Chen Qingshan, her life and values had undergone a tremendous transformation. She would not be surprised if he ascended to immortality one day. As time passed into the midnight hour, the outside world lay shrouded in darkness and silence. Chen Qingshan donned his night gear and met up with Tai Xiong, his uncle Chen Wujuan, and Chen Hu. The five of them stealthily exited Qingyang City, racing swiftly to their destination, Niushou Mountain, a rather secluded locale. Due to the recent earthquake, it was deserted, with no beasts remaining, and few paid heed to this place. Following the guidance of the map, they arrived at a mining cave. Observing the fresh earth pile, it was evident that no excavation had yet taken place. Chen Hu, holding a torch, led the group inside, noting the signs of digging. Chen Qingshan exchanged a glance with his uncle Qin Yong'an, and without hesitation, they unleashed their energy, causing a tremendous explosion as rocks flew in all directions. Tai Xiong watched in awe, realizing the sheer ferocity of the energy realm. It was clear that the Qing gang was not limited to just the leader possessing such power. The Grand Elder must also be at this level, and undoubtedly, the Second Elder was as well. In no time, the depth of the cave expanded significantly. Having just reached 10 meters, they beheld a dazzling expanse of gold. They ceased their actions, and Tai Xiong rushed over, his face alight with joy. Leader, we've struck gold just 10 meters deep. This must be a medium or large gold mine, more than sufficient for forging spirit weapons. Chen Qingshan inhaled deeply, turning to his uncle. Thank you for keeping watch over this place during this time. Chen Yong'an, understanding the importance of the gold mine, nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Qingshan then turned to Tai Xiong, asking, once the mining commences, how long will it take to complete? Tai Xiong replied, depending on the scale, if we employ a large workforce, it would take approximately 1 to 2 years. Chen Qingshan pondered for a moment. That won't do. The Qinggang is too conspicuous at present. Large-scale mining would surely attract attention. Our strength is still insufficient. Tai Xiong interjected, we can conduct secret mining operations using warriors, which would significantly expedite the process. To forge the spirit weapon you require, it should take about 7 to 10 days. Chen Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement and requested a detailed list of materials to be prepared. Tai Tangzhu, you shall oversee the mining operation. Xiao Wu, ensure that Tai Tangzhu is adequately staffed, and Uncle, you are in charge of vigilance. Take decisive action against any suspicious individuals. With arrangements made, Chen Qingshan instructed Uncle Chen Yong'an to remain at the location temporarily while the others swiftly returned. Chapter 40. The Divine Weapon and the Celestial Battle Box. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Chen Qingshan idly toyed with a piece of purple gold. This object was remarkably enchanting. Its resilience was extraordinary, impervious to damage regardless of how it was manipulated, and any deformation would soon revert to its original form. In his previous life, gold had never exhibited such wonders. Perhaps the dense spiritual energy of this world had transformed it. It was hardly surprising that even the ferocious beasts could articulate human speech and assume forms, for in such a realm rich with spiritual essence, the mysteries of creation were boundless at that moment. A creature, affectionately dubbed Xiao He, leaped high from the lake, its figure shrinking as it darted towards Chen Qingshan. Observing Xiao He's aura, it was evident that it possessed the bloodline of a dragon. In such a short time, it had attained the strength of a formidable beast. Even elite experts would find themselves at its mercy. Xiao He's gaze fixated on the purple gold in Chen Qingshan's hand, its eyes shimmering with desire. Chen Qingshan felt a twinge in his heart, realizing the challenges of raising a dragon. Do you wish to eat this? He inquired. Xiao He nodded eagerly, its large, watery eyes pleading. Chen Qingshan tossed the purple gold to it, and Xiao He clutched it with its claws, devouring it with great relish. In no time, it consumed the entire piece. Seeing Xiao He's expectant demeanor, Chen Qingshan stammered, "What? You want more? Consuming this in large quantities would be beneficial to you." As he looked at Xiao He's somewhat aggrieved expression, he comforted, "Fear not. Once I manage my affairs, there will be ample supply of this delectable treasure." Chen Qingshan painted a vivid picture of the gold mine he had discovered, teeming with such treasures, but it was imperative to eliminate the villains before mining could commence. Xiao He, momentarily entranced, promised to assist. Chen Qingshan inwardly mused that should Xiao He be discovered aiding him, it would be a hasty retreat for both. The gold mine may be scarce, but a juvenile dragon was an even rarer find. Many prominent sects favored nurturing extraordinary beasts with immense potential as guardian spirit beasts, possessing great strength and longevity, ideal for establishing a sect's foundation and securing its fortunes, much like divine weapons. Chen Qingshan felt a headache coming on, grumbling about Xiao He's ever-growing appetite. Perhaps I should find a wealthy patron to sponsor me. I cannot keep up with this demand. At that moment, Zhou Jian approached, informing him that Tai Tangzhu was seeking him, as the materials were ready for use. Chen Qingshan's face lit up with joy. "Xiao He, go play with Sister Yun. I have matters to attend to." With that, he swiftly departed. Zhou Zhiyun, amused by Xiao He's forlorn expression, reached out to comfort it. Upon entering the refining chamber of the weapon crafting hall, a wave of intense heat greeted him. Spotting Tai Xiong preparing materials, Chen Qingshan inquired, "Can we commence, Tai Tangzhu?" "Yes, we can begin. It will take approximately 2 days to forge. I will notify you when it approaches completion. At that point, your blood essence will be required for the weapon to resonate with you." Tai Xiong replied, his excitement palpable. This was his first complete creation of a divine weapon, not due to a lack of skill, but rather a scarcity of materials, as he had previously only crafted 1 or 2 patterned weapons. 2 days swiftly elapsed as Tai Xiong fervently hammered away at the components of the celestial battle box, meticulously crafting the last piece and etching exquisite patterns upon it. Wiping the sweat from his brow after 2 days of relentless work, he finally completed most of the steps, leaving only the final one. He gathered all the components, spear tips, rods, blades, and an array of other intricate pieces. Master, please use your vital energy to arrange these components within the box. Tai Xiong instructed, outlining the procedure. Chen Qingshan marveled at the revelation that such storage rings existed in this world. In the depths of the ocean resided a colossal beast known as the Blue Kuan, a remarkable creature with a vast internal space formed by a unique stone, hence the term realm stone. The size of the Blue Kuan dictated the dimensions of this space. The larger the creature, the greater the realm stone, which could create numerous storage devices. Depending on the realm stone's size, it could be divided into various proportions, and the most extraordinary aspect was that one could sense the space within simply by holding it. The Blue Kuan was rare, typically dwelling in the deep sea, and was no ordinary foe. It was a dominant force of the ocean, capable of storing food for decades after a single meal. The vastness of the ocean deterred even the most powerful beings from exploring its depths, for it concealed numerous formidable and enigmatic creatures. The ocean's depths lay a forbidden zone, a murky expanse connecting to the heavens, known as the abyss of heaven. While storage spaces were exceedingly precious, they could only be manipulated by those with vital energy. Otherwise, the internal space remained far too stable. Thus, Tai Xiong sought Chen Qingshan's assistance with a small realm stone that had been passed down through the generations of the Tai family. As Chen Qingshan activated his blood essence, he was astonished to discover an expansive space within, capable of accommodating the components in perfect alignment. Upon completing the arrangement, Tai Xiong placed the celestial battle box into the forging furnace, adding a copious amount of purple gold. Instantly, a faint purple mist enveloped the furnace, and the box eagerly absorbed the vapor, its surface shimmering with delicate patterns as it trembled. Seeing this, Tai Xiong urgently instructed Chen Qingshan to infuse 3 drops of blood essence while controlling the realm stone, guiding the purple gold to permeate and solidify, thereby altering the shape of the space within. Chen Qingshan complied, dropping 3 drops of blood essence. As it merged with the box, the reaction intensified, producing a resonant hum and vigorous vibrations. Unbeknownst to them, as Chen Qingshan's blood essence fell, a glimmer of golden light flickered within, as if imbued with divinity, and the celestial battle box underwent peculiar transformations. Completing the procedure, Chen Qingshan suddenly felt a summons and a surge of desire. Sensing a profound connection to the box, akin to a shared bloodline, he relayed this sensation to Tai Xiong, who appeared incredulous, for such resonance was typically characteristic of mid-grade divine weapons. MY design aims for it to reach the level of a 3-patterned divine weapon, possessing a hint of sentience, yet it should not operate autonomously. You must use your vital energy to effect changes within its internal space, Tai Xiong explained. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This development is fortuitous. Its sentience has significantly increased." Chen Qingshan pondered on Xiaohei's earlier expression of longing. "Tai Tangzhu, I feel it craves something. What could be the cause of this intensity?" Tai Xiong recalled the violent tremors that followed Chen Qingshan's blood essence infusion. "Master, it is your blood essence. It still requires more." Chen Qingshan, demonstrating his ability, released a drop of blood essence and, utilizing his vital energy, levitated it. Both he and Tai Xiong noticed the golden hue emanating from the blood. Tai Xiong was momentarily dumbfounded, then astonished, pondering if Chen Qingshan was not merely human, but perhaps divine. He had never encountered blood imbued with such a golden essence. "Master, your blood essence greatly enhances its sentience," he remarked, his heart racing as he realized he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Chen Qingshan understood the implications. His physical form was extraordinarily potent. It was said that some beings transcended to become divine through their physical prowess. The legendary Hong Yi was a master of body refinement, and his teachings on the true martial sacred body were anything but ordinary. Moreover, body refinement could lead to a monumental transformation, which had only recently begun to manifest. The golden glow within his blood carried unique traits. Perhaps upon further metamorphosis, its true nature would be revealed. For now, he would refer to it as divinity. Noticing Tai Xiong's concern, Chen Qingshan smiled and reassured him. Do not worry, Tai Tangzhu. I have no intention of silencing anyone. Tai Xiong, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his nose. Continuing, Chen Qingshan explained, my cultivation method is unique. Thus, my blood carries this golden essence, which I refer to as divinity. My master once mentioned that, in time, one could attain divine status through physical prowess. Please keep this confidential. Hearing this, Tai Xiong believed him, for he had witnessed the miraculous scene firsthand. His demeanor grew more reverent, even fervent. He had become a staunch supporter of Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan, not wishing to dwell further, flicked his hand, and his blood essence fell onto the surface of the celestial battle box, which absorbed it rapidly. More? He mused, continuing to extract blood essence, curious how much it could consume. Having added a total of 9 drops, including the previous ones, he finally satiated the celestial battle box. It ceased its trembling, settling into a state of calm as it absorbed the purple gold. The mist of purple began to dissipate, and after consuming vast quantities of the precious metal, the box revealed 4 intricate purple gold patterns upon its surface. With a gesture, Chen Qingshan summoned the celestial battle box, which soared to him with a hum, trembling with excitement, akin to a child seeking affection. Meanwhile, a small tower within his mind quivered slightly, emanating a hint of discontent, conveying its belief that it was the most suitable partner for him. The heavenly Tao battle box sensed the aura of the small tower, and its body trembled slightly in a gesture of submission, after which communication ensued. Chen Qingqing wore a peculiar expression, bemused by the small tower's penchant for recruiting subordinates. However, as the ultimate defensive treasure of the Supreme Sage, it was certainly capable of casually leaking a bit of its benefits during its peak period, leading to the subjugation of many innate spiritual treasures. Chen Qingshan noted that ever since the Elder Hong Yi had helped him restore 10 of its power, the small tower had become remarkably lively. Previously, it had appeared on the verge of collapse, only engaging in brief exchanges when summoned to utilize its functions. Chen Qingshan inquired about various matters, but for some unknown reason, it remained reticent. He pondered when it would be repaired. Currently, it was only at 10, and not even at its peak state, akin to a game where one tries to enhance their equipment from a base level, still bearing 90 damage. The thought of this made Chen Qingshan's head ache. Although Elder Hong Yi possessed the ability to repair it, the time frame was measured in epochs, and presently, time was the one thing he lacked the most. Elder Hong Yi had mentioned that the heavenly change was imminent, and he needed the small tower's functions to grow swiftly. He could not afford to dwell on this further, as the pressure was overwhelming for someone of his stature. Chen Qingshan held the box in his hands, examining it closely. It measured 80 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and was approximately 1 finger's thickness. Its weight was remarkably light due to the internal space it contained. The entire exterior was black, tinged with a hint of purple, adorned with exquisite golden patterns. The front displayed 4 faint, purple golden lines, while the black and gold signified majesty and authority, the purple gold patterns denoting opulence and nobility. Chen Qingshan admired its aesthetic appeal, thoroughly captivated. With a mere thought, a long sword shot forth with astonishing speed, leaving no room for concern that he might be caught unprepared in battle. He experimented with various forms, like radiant claws, gloves, and gauntlets, which adhered directly to his hands. The transformations were astonishing, culminating in the creation of a set of black gold battle armor that also served as a storage space, with approximately 20 square meters of unused area inside. Iron Xiong, observing from the side, praised the remarkable spirit and unpredictable nature of this divine weapon, noting that although it was a 4-pattern divine weapon, its intelligence surpassed that of many 6-pattern divine weapons. Chen Qingshan glanced at Iron Xiong, acknowledging his hard work, and promised to pass down a martial arts technique suitable for his family's legacy in the realm of Qi. Elated, Chen Qingshan expressed his generosity toward Iron Xiong, ensuring he would not be slighted. Iron Xiong, upon hearing this, was filled with joy but feigned humility, stating that he had merely assisted, and it was the help of the leader that had brought such a divine weapon to fruition. Your divine weapon has yet to be named, he said. Let us call it the Heavenly Tao. Once Chen Qingshan spoke these words, the surface of the Heavenly Dao battle box revealed two ancient characters for Heavenly Dao, causing Chen Qingshan to burst into hearty laughter. In Chapter 41, titled Meeting, Iron Xiong flattered the name, then advised Chen Qingshan on nurturing it, mentioning that with better materials, upgrades could be made, and the internal space could be expanded. With a heart full of joy, Chen Qingshan departed the forging chamber. It was already evening when he returned home, and Zhou Ziyun noticed a box on Chen Qingshan's back, initially mistaking it for a qin case. Curiously, she wondered if Chen Qingshan had taken up playing the qin, although the box was quite beautiful. Chen Qingshan set down the Heavenly Dao battle box and playfully kissed Zhou Ziyun, excitedly declaring, "Sister Yun, let me show you a treasure." Upon hearing Chen Qingshan's call, the Heavenly Dao battle box began to flutter around him, buzzing with energy. Zhou Ziyun gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Qingshan, has this box come to life?" Chen Qingshan laughed heartily and explained, demonstrating its capabilities. Zhou Ziyun's eyes widened in awe as she realized the significance of this spiritual weapon, silently acknowledging the growing prowess of her man, her gaze filled with admiration. Chen Qingshan, observing Zhou Ziyun's expression, felt a surge of affection and said, "Heavenly Dao, go and play." The Heavenly Dao battle box flew away. Chen Qingshan then swept Zhou Ziyun into his arms, his movements deft and practiced. And soon they were lost in a whirlwind of passion. A chorus of gasps echoed, leading to an intense battle that lasted for hundreds of rounds before finally subsiding. The night passed in silence. The following morning, feeling refreshed, Chen Qingshan adapted to the Heavenly Dao battle box in the training grounds. Its combat modes were versatile, allowing for both close quarters and ranged attacks. With a divine weapon at his disposal, each strike felt satisfying and impactful. After completing his training, Chen Qingshan washed up and shared a meal with his family, offering guidance on martial arts. Although Anin was still young, he hoped his parents could reach the second-tier realm. While their combat prowess was not formidable, they could still strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. At that moment, a member of his faction approached, whispering a few words in his ear. Chen Qingshan informed his family and followed the faction member. He had a hunch about who it might be. Upon arriving in the hall, he encountered an arrogant young gentleman clad in luxurious attire, flanked by two elderly servants exuding a formidable aura. They were experts of the Qi realm, and it was Chen Qingshan's first encounter with such individuals from outside. Through his perception, he discerned that one of the elderly men radiated a fierce and volatile energy, like a blazing inferno, while the other exuded a gentle and continuous flow, akin to a stream of water. The young gentleman, upon noticing Chen Qingshan's arrival, scrutinized him closely, initially wondering what made this potential top 10 contender on the Hidden Dragon ranking so special. He concluded that he was merely handsome, but not quite up to his standards. Chen Qingshan, observing the young man's words, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering the origin of such a peculiar individual. Even the two elderly servants beside him appeared speechless, their expressions incredulous. "I am Chen Qingshan. May I ask for your name, young sir?" The young gentleman, feigning seriousness, performed a slight bow, exuding an air of a seasoned swordsman. "I am Lu Wan, known in the martial world as the Divine Sword Young Master." "What a peculiar title, Divine Sword Young Master. I've never heard of such a thing," Chen Qingshan mused, noting that the young man's aura indicated he was merely a second-tier expert. It was evident to him that this was a spoiled child, one who had yet to face the harsh realities of life. However, given the presence of his two bodyguards, it seemed he had never had the opportunity to experience such challenges. "Oh? From the Lu family in Qingzhou City? The Divine Sword Young Master. Your swordsmanship must be remarkable," Chen Qingshan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Chen Qingshan's acknowledgement, Lu Wan instantly became animated, as if they were old friends reuniting after many years. Their conversation grew warm, and soon they were calling each other brothers. Chen Qingshan subtly probed Lu Wan's background and discovered his impressive lineage, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment at the substantial advantages he possessed. Lu Wan hailed from the pinnacle of second-generation elites in Qingzhou, with his father as the head of the Lu family and a master of the divine power realm. His mother was the youngest daughter of the Cui family, while his siblings were esteemed disciples of various major forces across the 9 provinces. Most notably, his maternal grandfather was the head of the Cui family, one of the 8 great families of the 9 provinces, a figure of unparalleled prestige, Cui Qinghe. The thought alone was daunting. Who would dare to cross him? Logically, given the talents of his parents, he should not have been so weak. Yet he himself was unclear. He simply knew that he was innately lacking, with a frail constitution, and had expended numerous precious resources just to reach the second-tier realm. Chen Qingshan felt a twinge of sympathy for him. No wonder this child possessed such a personality. His entire family spoiled him, leaving him without pressure or responsibility. Only he understood his own plight. Brother Lu, do not despair. There is always a way forward. Chen Qingshan consoled him. Luan, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, even my grandfather has said that my dantian is split in two. If it were merely damaged, it could be repaired, and I've grown accustomed to this life, living carefree for the sake of my family's legacy. Chen Qingshan discerned that Lu Wen deeply yearned for martial prowess. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, it's not that there are no solutions. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen's eyes lit up. He was unwilling to miss any opportunity for a breakthrough. The two elderly servants remained calm, yet inwardly scoffed at Chen Qingshan's words, considering that even the supreme experts of the divine power realm had been unable to find a solution. Brother Chen, what is this method? Lu Wen inquired with bated breath. Chen Qingshan pondered for a moment before speaking. In addition to the conventional path of cultivating qi into spirit, there exists another avenue to explore. My sect has a long lineage and possesses knowledge of some ancient secrets. In ancient times, our human race faced dire circumstances, struggling for survival against fierce beasts that regarded us as prey. To combat these foes, our ancestors suffered great losses. Their physical forms were too powerful. Some powerful members of our race bathed in the blood of these beasts to enhance their physiques, gradually growing stronger and evolving into a path of body refinement. In those ancient times, body refinement masters could shatter mountains with their fists and rend the earth with their feet, engaging in close combat with the ancient beasts. Their combat prowess was formidable, rivaling even the supreme experts of today. However, as the path of qi cultivation rose to prominence, body refinement gradually faded into obscurity. Although unparalleled in strength among their peers, the path of body refinement was arduous, requiring constant battles to hone the physique, seeking a sliver of opportunity amid the horrors of life and death. Presently, there are scarcely any legacies that have survived. Chen Qingshan's words resonated with truth. Elder Hong had lived through countless epochs, and the tales of the path of body refinement indeed existed, albeit not in this world. The two elderly servants exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they considered the possibility of Chen Qingshan's claims being true. Lu Wen, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Chen, is this true? Chen Qingshan nodded without hesitation. Brother Chen, are you aware of any inheritance related to body refinement? Lu Wen inquired, his face filled with anticipation, and of course, Chen Qingshan was aware of such legacies. While he felt sympathy for Lu Wen's plight, they had only recently met, and he was not yet familiar with Lu Wen's character. It would be prudent to spend more time observing him before making any commitments, as the goodwill of a person of the heavenly rankings was quite valuable. With a hint of reluctance, Chen Qingshan replied, Brother Lu, do not rush. I will inquire with the elders of my sect when I have the opportunity. Lu Wen felt a bit embarrassed for being overly eager. Brother Chen, Chen Qingshan interrupted him. I understand your feelings, but my sect adopts a free-range approach to training, and I seldom have the chance to meet the elders. However, rest assured, within 3 to 6 months, there should be news. Lu Wen's anxious heart was finally at ease. Chen Qingshan offered some advice. Brother Lu, you can begin preparing in advance by utilizing medicinal baths and rare resources that can enhance your physical body. He shared some basic methods for body refinement, which Lu Wen diligently noted down. After conversing for some time, Chen Qingshan almost forgot to ask why Lu Wen had come to see him. Brother Lu, did you come for a specific reason today? Upon hearing Chen Qingshan's inquiry, Lu Wen felt a bit awkward, and the two old servants nearby could not help but twitch their lips. However, their professionalism as bodyguards prevented them from laughing. Their young master had come seeking trouble but now found himself in the role of a subordinate. Nonetheless, they could not intervene. The master had initially intended for the young master to take a break. In truth, the young master simply had a wandering mind and had not done anything too outrageous. Lu Wen awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had previously taken on a younger brother who had heard that he had been eliminated. Hence his visit. Ha ha ha. I almost caused a flood at the Dragon King's temple, so that's how it is, Chen Qingshan remarked, recounting the brutal actions of the Tiger Gang, which oppressed the common folk without mercy. Lu Wen praised Chen Qingshan for his righteous actions, admitting he had been deceived. As for the gold mine, he believed it was not of significant scale and offered it to Chen Qingshan as a token of their meeting. If his father were to learn that his extravagant son had gifted away a large gold mine, he would likely have him punished severely. After a brief exchange, Chen Qingshan mentioned he had matters to attend to. Lu Wen, eager to rush to the Chui family in Yangzhou to seek out their grandfather, suggested they meet for drinks another time. On the way, Lu Wen suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot that the people from the Luohan Hall should have arrived by now. You too, hurry back and assist Brother Chen." He glanced at the two old servants beside him. The slightly smaller servant spoke up, "Young master, there's no need to worry. Young Master Chen is extraordinary. We couldn't uncover his details, and there is a palpable aura of danger about him. The people from Luohan Hall have a history of disappearing without a trace." The other added, "Indeed, young master, did you notice that he never mentioned this matter while conversing with you? Young Master Chen must have some hidden cards up his sleeve. If Luohan Hall makes any further moves, you can assist then," he reassured Lu Wen. Hearing this, Lu Wen felt his worries dissipate. Chapter 42. Arrival several dozen kilometers outside Qingyang City. A luxurious carriage was making its way forward, drawn by the finest black flood horses. A group of over a dozen individuals exuded a powerful aura, with the weakest among them being elite experts. Presenting a grand spectacle, flanking the carriage were two robust middle-aged men, while the interior of the carriage was opulently furnished. A young nobleman reclined on his seat, his expression one of arrogance and indulgence. The other, Wu Ming, was nowhere to be seen in his previous rebellious demeanor. Instead, he appeared respectful, resembling a sycophant. "Are we almost there?" The young nobleman inquired. Wu Yu, with a forced smile, replied, "Second young master, we shall arrive by evening." Internally, he lamented the leisurely pace of their journey, as the young nobleman insisted on savoring every stop along the way. This young nobleman was Wu Jie, the younger brother of the prodigy from the Qinglong sacred sect. Wu Jie nodded, instructing, "Make the necessary arrangements upon arrival. That so-called prodigy is hardly worthy of mention." Wu Yu hesitated, sensing the need for caution. "Second young master, I believe we should be wary. That young rascal possesses formidable strength and cunning." Wu Jie scoffed dismissively. "No matter how powerful he is, he cannot compare to a master of the Gangxi realm." The two men accompanying them were not ordinary Gangxi realm experts. They were followers of Wu Jie's brother. Hearing this, Wu Yu felt reassured. They were indeed under the protection of the eldest son. With a look of yearning, he ventured, "Second young master, might I have the opportunity to follow the eldest son?" Wu Jie replied, "If you perform admirably this time, I will speak to my brother on your behalf. You can join me in the Qinglong sacred sect." He was quite pleased with Wu Yu's demeanor. The lad knew how to curry favor. The eldest son had already established himself within the Qinglong sacred sect, enjoying a prestigious status as a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. Wu Yu's heart raced at the thought of being brought into such a circle. Despite his outward display of loyalty while internally he seethed, "I wish to follow your elder brother, not you, you pampered fool." Meanwhile, a different faction was entering the city from another direction, clad in monk robes. Their imposing figures and fierce expressions unmistakably marking them as members of the Luohan Hall. At the forefront was Du Ming, the third hall master of the Luohan Hall, whose mastery of the Gangxi realm was evident, showcasing the hall's formidable strength and deep foundations. This was a faction formed by disciples of the Tianlong Temple, which operated under the temple's support to extract resources and probe the influence of the Qingzhou forces. As the two factions converged upon Qingyang City, ripples of tension began to rise. For others, encountering these two powers would elicit fear and immense pressure. However, for Chen Qingshan, this was merely a stepping stone to fame and reputation. A wellspring of prestige. The Luohan Hall members settled into an inn in Qingyang City, where Du Ming instructed his subordinates to gather information and rest for the night. Meanwhile, Wu Jie and his entourage arrived at the Wu family estate. Upon reaching the entrance, Wu Yu felt an unsettling jolt in his heart. Something was amiss within the Wu family. The estate's doors were tightly shut, and silence pervaded the air, resembling an abandoned dwelling. Wu Yu seized a passerby and asked, "What has happened to the Wu family?" The passerby, sensing Wu Yu's ominous demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine. The Wu family was annihilated by the Qing gang just days ago. He stammered, hastily fleeing the scene as Wu Yu remained in shock. Hearing that his family had been destroyed filled Wu Yu with despair, resentment flashing across his face. Ultimately, he closed his eyes weakly, tears streaming down his cheeks as he vowed, "I will not rest until I avenge this grievance against Chen Qingshan." Wu Yu approached Wu Jie, weeping profusely. "Second young master, that wretched Chen Qingshan has wiped out my family. You must seek justice for me." Wu Jie, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. The Wu family in Qingyang City, as a branch of their own, had been obliterated, demonstrating utter disrespect. Moreover, Wu Yu and the Qingyang City Wu family had already pledged allegiance to him, promising to contribute resources. He could not afford to lose face, lest he struggle to maintain his authority over his subordinates. "Fear not, I shall ensure your revenge. First, gather intelligence, and we will act at dawn to extract the inheritance as you see fit." Wu Jie declared confidently, "Thank you, second young master, for your support." Wu Yu expressed his gratitude, eagerly volunteering to gather information. He could only hope that Wu Jie would help him avenge his family, as he and the reclusive ancestor were all that remained of the Wu lineage. As these two factions entered the city, their movements caught the attention of many. Chen Qingshan received reports from his subordinates, internally reflecting, "Finally, the moment has arrived. And where is the blood cloak tower hiding?" He instructed the Grand Elder and others to prepare accordingly. At Wanxiang Tower, Yuan Shan muttered to himself, "Chen Laodi, let us see how you fare." He had a premonition that Chen Qingshan was destined to soar to great heights this time. In the Lin Manor, Yun Bo entered the study, reporting, "Master, the Luohan Hall and the Wu family have arrived. They are likely to take action tomorrow." Lin Langtian paused his calligraphy, intrigued. "Oh, those bald donkeys have arrived." Along with that young Wu, he decided to observe the unfolding events, having not witnessed such lively scenes in a long time. Yun Bo was somewhat startled. Their master rarely ventured out, always focused on self-cultivation. "Is the master planning to take action?" Lin Langtian, noting Yun Bo's surprise, reassured him, "I will not intervene. I merely wish to gauge that young man's strength. He seems to have concealed his true abilities." "Has he perhaps made a breakthrough?" Yun Bo questioned skeptically. "Perhaps. Tomorrow will reveal all," Lin Langtian replied nonchalantly. A night of calm ensued. On the first morning, Chen Qingshan observed Yun Jie preparing herself, saying, "Sister Yun, after breakfast, please take our parents to Xiaohei's place first." Hearing this, Zhou Zhiyun felt a wave of concern. Was Qingshan in danger? He rarely spoke in such a manner. Chen Qingshan calmly reassured her, "Do not worry. There are matters to attend to. With the experts from our side absent, I fear that unscrupulous individuals may target you." Zhou Zhiyun felt much more at ease upon hearing this. At the Qing gang's main hall, the experts had gathered. Today, Chen Qingshan adorned himself in a resplendent black and gold garment, a striking departure from his usual mild demeanor, exuding an air of dignity and authority. It was reported that trouble was brewing, as someone had come seeking the gang leader. Seated at the head of the table, Chen Qingshan rose to confront them. The crowd, brimming with anticipation, was particularly eager among the newly joined factions. The lesser masters and some second-tier experts remained vigilant to thwart any opportunistic miscreants, all mobilizing as they marched with great momentum towards the entrance of the Qing gang. A throng had already gathered, buzzing with excitement. Many came to witness the spectacle, yet dared not approach too closely, leaving a clear space around them. Whispers filled the air, with onlookers speculating that Chen Qingshan was fated to face dire consequences this time. As the array of adversaries he faced was indeed formidable. Among them were 5 masters of the formidable Gongqi realm, including the 3 leaders of the Luohan Hall, 2 from the Mo family, the leader of the Heavy Sword sect, and the Grand Elder. Additionally, there were over 20 first-tier experts. As Chen Qingshan and his entourage stepped forward, the murmurs subsided, all eyes fixated upon them, eager not to miss a moment. Chapter 43. The tension builds. Clad in blue, the imposing enforcers of the Qing gang formed 2 lines, standing at the ready. Chen Qingshan strode forth in his black and gold attire, calm and resolute, flanked by the two esteemed elders, Qin Yong'an and his companion, in purple robes. The spectacle was striking, contrasting sharply with the disorganized assembly of the Luohan Hall and the Wu family, which appeared as a ragtag militia compared to the disciplined and formidable army of the Qin gang. Witnessing Chen Qingshan's commanding presence, Wu Jie could hardly contain his disdain, scoffing at the audacity to challenge the Wu family. Simultaneously, Chen Qingshan noticed Wu Yu's venomous glare but paid it no heed. If destruction is to befall, then let it be. Your family's reputation does not hold such weight, he thought to himself. Wu Jie had risen in status since his elder brother had joined the Qinglong sacred sect, showcasing remarkable talent and becoming a favored disciple of the Grand Elder, thus gaining considerable influence within the region. Chen Qingshan, however, was a challenge he had never encountered before. Unfazed by Wu Yu's fury, Chen Qingshan found contempt for such sycophants who relied on the might of their kin, scoffing at their lofty demeanor. Though you think you are the elder brother, you are but a waste. Merely enjoying the fleeting shadow of your brother's fame, he mused, dismissing their threats. At that moment, two of his subordinates unleashed their gongqi aura, pressing towards Chen Qingshan with commanding voices, rebuking any disrespect towards their master. The Grand Elder Qin Yong'an and the Second Elder Lu Chongfeng revealed their own gongqi prowess in defiance. This display astonished the onlookers, who recognized that the Qin gang was not without its own formidable forces. Wu Jie's expression darkened with rage as he scrutinized Chen Qingshan, his eyes ablaze with a desire to tear him apart. Is this your confidence? Two fledgling masters of the gongqi realm? We initially intended to let you off lightly, but now we have changed our minds. Not only will you suffer, but your friends will endure endless torment as well. This is the consequence of opposing the Wu family. His words sent a shiver through the crowd, revealing his ruthless nature. Yet, amidst the tension, many eyes gleamed with greed, for the two gongqi masters from the Qin gang were evidently recent breakthroughs, hinting at the potential of Chen Qingshan's legacy. At that juncture, Du Ming from the Luohan Hall stepped forth, hands clasped in prayer, exuding an air of benevolence. Qian benefactor, I fear today may not end well for you. If you surrender your legacy to our Luohan Hall, I can persuade our Grand Elder to take you as a disciple. I believe Wu benefactor would also be inclined to show us some consideration. He continued, our Luohan Hall is rooted in the profound traditions of the Tianlong Temple. We merely seek to borrow some insights from your legacy. With your talent, you might even have the opportunity to learn from the venerable monks of the Tianlong Temple and glimpse the Western Pure Land. The crowd, however, sensed the ulterior motives behind the old monk's facade of kindness. Chen Qingshan, initially incensed by Wu Jie's taunts, found himself laughing at the monk's audacity, realizing they sought to seize the entirety of his Qin gang. Du Ming, with a facade of compassion, harbored fervent ambitions, recognizing the strength of Chen Qingshan's followers. He understood that with proper cultivation, they could become exceptional guardians of the Buddhist faith. As for Chen Qingshan, Du Ming doubted his strength, believing that at 17, he could not surpass one who had mastered the gongqi realm. Perhaps he merely practiced a unique breathing technique. Chen Qingshan, regarding the sanctimonious monk with disdain, retorted, compared to the Wu family, your kind are even more repugnant. Always wearing smiles, yet utterly hypocritical. You wish to devour the Qin gang whole. I fear your teeth might not be up to the task. As Du Ming's expression turned grave, he issued a veiled threat. Qian benefactor, it seems you harbor grave misconceptions about our Buddhist sect. Tread carefully, for words can sow discord. Chen Qingshan dismissed their empty threats, addressing the gathered crowd with an authoritative voice that reverberated through the air. I, Chen Qingshan, shall never bow or bend. I will only fight to the death. Should you seek my legacy, prove your worth. With a silent consensus, Du Ming and Wu Jie nodded, recognizing the importance of maintaining their reputations in public. They proceeded towards the city gates, where an expanse of flat ground awaited, setting the stage for confrontation. The elder of the heavy sword sect demanded, surrender your legacy, or face the consequences. The crowd echoed the demand, a chorus of voices urging for submission. Many spectators lamented the potential fall of a once great prodigy. wishing that Chen Qingshan had allied himself with a major power to avoid such a predicament. Contrarily, some dismissed him as merely fortunate to have stumbled upon an enigmatic legacy, suggesting his talent was not nearly as formidable as believed. The murmurs of jealousy and skepticism rippled through the crowd. Amidst the clamor, Chen Qingshan remained unfazed. He knew that in times of strength, people would sing praises, but in moments of adversity, they would cast doubts. Such fickleness was not new to him, having encountered it in his previous life. With a booming laugh that echoed like thunder, he drew the attention of the crowd, who believed him to be losing his sanity. In the enemy ranks, Wu Yu felt an unsettling chill, recognizing the depth of Chen Qingshan's power, despite his outward bravado. Regaining his composure, Chen Qingshan declared, "I have awaited this day for far too long. Your confidence will merely serve as my stepping stone." Feigning grandeur, Wu Jie sneered as his words fell. Chen Qingshan unleashed a powerful stomp, sending shockwaves through the ground, dust swirling around him, as an overwhelming aura enveloped him. Chapter 44. A display of power, the battle begins. Drawing upon his blood essence, the crimson aura radiated around Chen Qingshan, emanating an overwhelming, commanding presence reminiscent of an ancient demon god. The crowd fell silent, astonished as they bore witness to the birth of a legend, a 17-year-old master of the Gongqi realm, a rarity across the entire continent. Gongqi realm? My heavens, a 17-year-old master of the Gongqi realm is simply unfathomable. The crowd erupted in disbelief, their astonishment palpable as the opposing forces of the Luohan Hall and the Wu family recoiled in shock, their faces contorted with horror. Wu Yu's fears materialized, recognizing the precariousness of their situation. Slipping away from the throng, he sought refuge at the periphery of the gathering. Meanwhile, on the distant city walls, Lin Langtian and his family marveled at the unfolding spectacle. "You were indeed correct, my lord," Yunbo remarked with admiration. Lin Langtian smiled knowingly, having anticipated this turn of events. Beside them, Xiao Yufeng praised, "This child, Qingshan, truly astonishes." Lin Yuding's enchanting eyes sparkled, yet a hint of concern lingered, for her adversaries were formidable masters of the Qi realm. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, she would not hesitate to call upon her father for assistance. Qian, the practitioner, truly possessed astounding talent, yet disparities existed even among those of the Qi realm. Du Ming exuded confidence, for his mastery in the Qi realm provided him with substantial assurance. Chen Qingshan, brimming with arrogance, declared that since they recognized his extraordinary talent, they should also understand that geniuses are those who defy conventional norms. "Elders, you shall contend with the two from the heavy sword sect, while the rest find their own opponents," he commanded. Upon hearing that Chen Qingshan intended to face all three Qi realm experts alone, the trio seethed with anger at what they perceived as his hubris. This moment, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden glow. Chen Qingshan struck first, unleashing the wind god leg with such swiftness that he enveloped the heavens in golden light as he descended. From a distance, it appeared as if a tornado was barreling down, with waves of energy crashing forth, creating a terrifying spectacle. Such velocity and physical prowess, Du Ming, the strongest among them, observed with unparalleled clarity. He noted Chen Qingshan's garments billowing in the wind, his long hair fluttering, and an intense battle spirit gleaming in his eyes. The ground beneath him erupted into craters in his wake. Chen Qingshan executed a martial art he had never encountered before, unbeknownst to him, as it was not of this world. The rapidity and ferocity of the wind god leg, combined with Chen Qingshan's formidable physique, were manifested to their fullest extent, as Du Ming contemplated. Chen Qingshan's assault arrived, the wind god leg's fierce strikes incapacitating the trio. Du Ming radiated golden energy, while the two from the Wu family displayed their own unique auras. A lean middle-aged man emanating light blue energy and a stocky figure wielding yellow energy. Those lacking sufficient strength could scarcely comprehend the chaotic battle unfolding before them, only perceiving a whirlwind of crimson light clashing violently, the boisterous sounds of their encounter exhilarating to the onlookers. As such battles among Qi realm warriors were rare, empowered by his robust physique, Chen Qingshan felt an almost boundless strength within, unburdened by fatigue. With each strike, he grew more exhilarated, the wind god leg, wielded to its utmost potential, delivered devastating power with each kick, amplified by the blood aura and his physical might. Du Ming, possessing the highest realm and dense energy, found the wind god leg posed little threat, easily countering its swift and formidable strikes with his own energy. Yet, sensing Chen Qingshan's overwhelming strength, his greed for Qin's legacy intensified. While Du Ming remained relatively unscathed, the two Qi realm experts from the Wu family struggled. One was at the initial stage of the Qi realm, and the other at the mid-stage. The speed of Chen Qingshan's onslaught rendered them defenseless, forced to endure blows. Although they suffered no injuries, their spirits were deeply vexed. Chen Qingshan was aware that the blood aura differed from the Qi, as the wind god leg lacked the fusion that comes from Qi cultivation. Nonetheless, he was merely using them to refine his techniques. Gradually, Chen Qingshan reduced his speed, and Du Ming seized the opportunity, launching a palm strike that sent a flurry of golden energy towards Chen Qingshan's head. The other two, seasoned in combat, also seized the moment. The stocky man delivered a powerful punch, while the middle-aged man unsheathed his sword, unleashing a wave of energy aimed at Chen Qingshan's head, heart, and abdomen. The crisis loomed as the assault surged forth. Yet Chen Qingshan maintained a serene countenance. Employing a technique from the cloud-dispersing palm, he executed the flowing water and flowing clouds maneuver, his palms moving fluidly like a stream, effortlessly neutralizing the assault. With a resounding thud, Chen Qingshan staggered back a few steps, unharmed. The four resumed their chaotic skirmish. Chen Qingshan unleashed the heavy cloud deep lock, enveloping the two Wu family members in dense clouds, rendering them incapable of countering. He then employed the wind god leg, his kicks raining down like a torrential storm, ferociously assaulting Du Ming, who remained unfazed, responding with the Arhat fist. At that moment, Du Ming advanced, unleashing a punch infused with thick energy. Chen Qingshan, caught off guard, was struck by the energy, yet his robust physique sustained no harm. Aware that the Wu family duo sought to extricate themselves, Chen Qingshan withstood several of Du Ming's relentless attacks, biding his time until he found the perfect opportunity to unleash the frosty sky fist. A punch erupted forth, chilling winds enveloping him, momentarily freezing Du Ming in place. Seizing this moment, Chen Qingshan retreated. Chen Qingshan's expression grew grave. He understood that this realm was not to be underestimated. The mastery of the Qi realm was truly remarkable, especially with this formidable monk who possessed an extraordinary grasp of battle dynamics. He had witnessed the Wu family attempting to escape and knew he had to transition from defense to offense. Failure to do so would result in being pincered. Despite the ongoing conflict, Du Ming still exuded a profound energy. He couldn't help but reflect on his earlier underestimation of the world's heroes. Today, he might have to fight for his life. Observing the three encroaching upon him, led by the Wu family duo, with Du Ming trailing behind, he realized they sought to wear him down. Indeed, they were cunning foxes, but he feared not a war of attrition. Chen Qingshan unleashed the wind god leg, cloud-dispersing palm, and frosty sky fist simultaneously, reigniting the battle. The scene was awe-inspiring, winds swirling and temperatures plummeting, various energies exploding, causing onlookers to retreat in fear of being caught in the fray. The ground lay scarred and pockmarked. Both sides of the conflict instinctively paused their fighting. Continuing without a resolution held little significance. The outcome rested solely on Chen Qingshan and Du Ming, who would ultimately determine the victor. Elder Qin Yong'an and Elder Lu Chongfeng found themselves in disarray. While the leaders of the heavy sword sect appeared pale, each had only recently achieved breakthroughs, their strengths evenly matched. Yet it was clear that if the battle persisted to the bitter end, Qin Yong'an and Lu Chongfeng would surely prevail, as their martial arts levels were not on par with their opponents. From the perspective of those in the Qi realm, the Qin Gang's members held the upper hand, their cooperation more harmonious, and their strength surpassing that of their adversaries. However, the sheer numbers on the opposing side, with Chun Hu and Qin Wu among them, had them fighting like madmen, while several top-tier experts fell at their hands. Though few noticed, as all attention was captivated by the scene surrounding Chen Qingshan. Even Lu Xiuxiu, typically unaccustomed to battle, bore bloodstains on her attire, her sword stained crimson, while the usually gentle leader of the Qing gang bore a fierce glint in her eyes. Initially, Qin Qingshan and her father had wished for her to refrain from combat. Underestimating her resolve, they had ultimately acquiesced. To be safe, Qin Qingshan kept the divine weapon Heavenly Dao battle box close. For it possessed considerable intelligence, capable of autonomously engaging enemies and transforming into formidable armor for protection. Lu Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes turned towards Qin Qingshan's direction, filled with concern as she murmured, "Brother Qingshan, you must achieve victory." At that moment, the Heavenly Dao battle box began to hum, ready to follow its master into battle. Chapter 45. The three elements unite among the spectators. Lin Longtian's eyes flashed with insight as he marveled at the sophistication of Qin's martial arts. Beside him, Lin Yuding's interest was piqued. She understood that any martial art that caught her father's attention must be extraordinary. "How does the martial art Brother Qingshan employs compare to the sword technique you gifted me last time?" she inquired. Upon hearing his daughter's question, Lin Langtian responded, "It's different. Your sword technique possesses far greater power. However, this martial art is no less impressive. The interplay of fists, palms, and legs conjures the atmospheric elements of wind, clouds, and frost, subtly merging together. Qian has yet to reveal his ultimate technique, which harmonizes the essence of fists, palms, and legs into a singular, profound strike in the Qi realm. He cannot yet unleash its full potential. Should he reach the divine passage realm and master the essence, he could claim the surrounding area as his domain. Such atmospheric martial arts would yield earth-shattering power. Although Lin Yuding did not fully comprehend the concept of domains and atmospheres, the term earth-shattering power resonated with her, and her spirits lifted, thinking, "Then Brother Qian is bound to win." Lin Langtian shook his head. "Not necessarily. That monk from the Arhat Hall possesses considerable strength and has yet to exhaust much of his energy. The atmosphere remained thick with vigor. It all depends on how many more hidden techniques Qian has up his sleeve." Lin Yuding felt a twinge of concern at her father's words. Noticing her daughter's unease, Xiao Yufeng, who held Qin Qingshan in high regard and considered him a prospective son-in-law, reassured her, "Do not worry. Should danger arise, Uncle Yuan will intervene." Lin Langtian did not contest his wife's decision. Upon hearing that Uncle Yuan would take action, Lin Yuding felt a sense of reassurance. "Uncle Yuan, I entrust Brother Qingshan to you." Uncle Yuan regarded Lin Yuding with a fond smile, nodding in affirmation. Despite his aged appearance, appearing frail and powerless, Uncle Yuan had once been a formidable figure. Renowned in his youth, but had not fought for decades. His strength was unfathomable, merely a step away from the divine passage realm. Lin Longtian's father-in-law and master had once rescued Uncle Yuan from the clutches of vengeful foes. Taking him in when he was left destitute in gratitude, Uncle Yuan had trained under Lin Longtian's father-in-law, eventually gaining significant power and exacting revenge on his enemies, remaining by Lin Longtian's side as a devoted servant and protector. Uncle Yuan held a unique status. Though he appeared as a servant in the Lin household, he commanded profound respect from Lin Longtian's family, having watched Lin Langtian grow up and considering them kin. The reason Uncle Yuan had fallen from the rankings was not due to a lack of strength, but rather the evaluation mechanism of the rankings. After decades of inactivity, he had slipped from the list. In truth, many powerful factions concealed ancient masters like Uncle Yuan, who possessed strength worthy of the rankings yet did not appear on the list, as competition was fierce. If one were to attain the realm of divine abilities, any evidence of their prowess or clear records of breakthroughs would secure them a place on the earthly rankings, a position that would remain unchanged for centuries, unless they were to fall. Currently, it is evident that the entire Jiuzhou region is struggling to fill the ranks of the 72 esteemed experts on the earthly list. Perhaps some are concealed, but not many. It is likely that the royal families are the most adept at hiding their talents. For the machinations of emperors are often inscrutable and they relish holding a trump card. The higher realm of manifestation, however, cannot remain hidden, as breakthroughs in this domain are accompanied by grand displays and significant celestial phenomena. Returning to the battlefield, the combat remains fiercely intense, with Qin Qingshan increasingly mastering the application of three distinct martial arts. Yet, the situation remains evenly matched. The two members of the Wu family are beginning to sense something amiss. Realizing that Du Ming, the old monk, is merely coasting, using them as bait to test Chen Qingshan and deplete his vital energy. After such an arduous struggle, their energy is rapidly waning, while Chen Qingshan appears unperturbed and energized. Continuing in this manner would only result in their loss, ultimately allowing Du Ming to reap the benefits. Exchanging glances, they silently curse Du Ming and begin to retreat. Chen Qingshan also recognizes that he cannot prolong the confrontation any longer. A swift resolution is imperative. Thus, he steps back and employs a technique known as breaking the jade and splitting the gold to force Du Ming back. This leaves the two members of the Wu family exposed in the open, denying them any chance for reprieve. Chen Qingshan leaps high into the air, where a formidable aura begins to rise from his being, a colossal energy converging within him, causing the surrounding air to warp ominously. Upon witnessing this, Du Ming, who had maintained a calm demeanor, is suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Realizing the magnitude of the threat, he inwardly curses his miscalculation and attempts to intervene, to thwart Chen Qingshan's assault on the Wu family members. However, Chen Qingshan grants him no opportunity, bellowing, "Three elements return to one." The two members of the Wu family, gazing upon the approaching tide of overwhelming energy, are struck by a flicker of despair and unyielding reluctance. In a desperate bid, they unleash their most formidable techniques in a futile attempt to resist. With a thunderous explosion, the energy erupts, sending dust and debris soaring and obscuring the view. As the dust settles, a massive pit is revealed, exposing the fate of the two combatants beneath. The frail middle-aged man, having reached a minor success in the realm of vital energy, lies lifeless, while the more robust figure, though somewhat stronger, is left ragged and bloodied, half-kneeling, severely wounded and devoid of combat capability. The spectators gasp in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Chen Qingshan with expressions filled with reverence. Two experts in the realm of vital energy, one perished and the other gravely injured. Chen Qingshan, breathing heavily, acknowledges the significant toll that last strike had exacted upon him, yet he remains quite satisfied with the power of three elements returned to one. This technique unifies three distinct forms of vital energy into an incredibly sharp and potent force. Nearby, Wu Jie, witnessing the downfall of his two comrades, is left in disbelief at the sheer might of Chen Qingshan. The wave of panic washes over him, but he finds solace in the presence of Du Ming, believing his strength to be akin to that of his elder brother, and concludes that Chen Qingshan cannot possibly prevail in the crowd. Wu Yu fixates intently on Chen Qingshan, knowing that his demise is now impossible. Regardless of Du Ming's prowess, he perceives that the presence of Lin Langtian observing from the city walls will only serve to elevate Chen Qingshan's reputation. This thought fills Wu Yu with resentment and jealousy. It becomes clear that he can no longer rely on the Wu family for vengeance and must seek alternative paths. Resolutely, he decides to depart from Qingzhou, doing so without hesitation in the midst of the chaos. Chen Qingshan relishes the sight of Du Ming's grave expression, feeling an inexplicable thrill. The old monk, who had previously exuded an air of indifference, now finds himself alone and must reveal his true capabilities. Du Ming, clasping his hands together, acknowledges, "Your strength is indeed remarkable, yet your realm is merely that of the mid-stage vital energy. And what of the mastery of the mid-stage? I shall demonstrate my prowess against one of your level." Chen Qingshan retorts with unyielding confidence. "Behold my foundation, Tian Dao," he calls out, prompting the Tian Dao battle box held by Lu Xiuxiu to respond. The sound of slicing air fills the atmosphere as the box soars into Chen Qingshan's grasp, humming ominously. Its exterior, adorned in black with exquisite golden patterns, radiates a sense of majesty and power. Chen Qingshan unveils successive techniques that leave the spectators in awe. Lin Langtian, taken aback, recognizes the exceptional nature of the divine artifact, understanding that its spiritual essence signifies unparalleled strength. Lo and behold, a divine armament. Such an extraordinary sight is rare indeed, exclaims one observer, while others remain confused, questioning the nature of this divine weapon. The one who spoke is promptly silenced by a hefty blow from another, who remarks, "This is no mere box, it is a divine weapon. You must comprehend its significance." With this explanation, the crowd's attention shifts to Chen Qingshan, their eyes filled with envy for the divine artifact. an emblem of status and power. Du Ming, witnessing the emergence of the Tian Dao battle box, falls silent, his earlier confidence waning as a sense of foreboding creeps into his heart. This divine weapon, known as the Tian Dao battle box, possesses unpredictable abilities. Why most formidable martial art, the 10 strong martial arts, can only unleash its full potential when wielded with this divine weapon. Chen Qingshan states, nonchalantly. Du Ming feels the weight of pressure mounting. For while he may not fully understand the 10 strong martial arts, he is acutely aware of the weapon's formidable capabilities. The onlookers are filled with anticipation. The mere mention of the 10 strong martial arts evokes an air of reverence. Channeling his intent, Chen Qingshan communicates with the Tian Dao battle box, which materializes a formidable black sword with golden patterns in his hand. Casting a glance at Lin Langtian atop the city wall, he notes the elder's awareness and instructs Lin Yuding to closely observe the swordplay of this young prodigy. In a flash, Chen Qingshan dashes towards Du Ming, unleashing a torrent of sword strikes that manifest as a myriad of shadows, culminating in a singular, formidable barrage of vital energy infused with lethal sword intent, resembling a bloodthirsty dragon as it hurtles toward Du Ming's heart. Du Ming's countenance grows grave as he bellows, summoning his vital energy to envelop himself in a radiant golden shield, the golden bell technique from the Buddhist martial arts. This is not merely an inferior martial art from a bygone era, but a formidable defensive technique within this realm, capable of forming a potent barrier through the manipulation of vital energy. The clash of metal rings out as Chen Qingshan continues his relentless assault, sword energy slicing through the air, while Du Ming desperately maintains the golden bell defense, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The old monk's steadfastness is remarkable, his defenses formidable enough to unnerve most opponents. However, as Chen Qingshan remains calm, he gradually depletes the potency of the golden bell. When he perceives the shield beginning to wane, a spark of determination ignites in his eyes. He leaps into the air, executing a powerful downward thrust with his sword that sends shockwaves through the ground, cleaving several inches from the earth beneath Du Ming. At this moment, Du Ming sheds his previous composure, appearing quite disheveled as the golden bell is shattered, revealing several gashes across his body. The spark of fury ignites in his eyes. How long has it been since he found himself in such a precarious state, humiliated by a mere 17-year-old boy? The crowd gasps in astonishment. This is the first time Du Ming has found himself at a disadvantage, having sustained injuries at the hands of Chen Qingshan. Casting aside any lingering doubts, Du Ming roars as he steps forward, his stature seemingly growing taller, with vital energy visibly surging around him. A massive golden palm, wrought from his vital energy, emerges, radiating an immense sense of power and pressure as it hurtles towards Chen Qingshan. The diamond palm is one of the esteemed techniques of the Tianlong Temple, sharing lineage with the Arhat Hall, both renowned schools of martial arts in Qingzhou. Despite Du Ming's moderate talent, he has diligently honed this technique over decades, achieving a level of mastery that few could rival. Confident in his abilities, he believes this strike will severely injure Chen Qingshan. Unlike the two ineffectual members of the Wu family, as the colossal threat approaches, Chen Qingshan remains unperturbed. In an instant, the Tian Dao battle box behind him glimmers, and a beam of black light envelopes his sword, transforming it into a formidable halberd. Gripping the weapon with both hands, he spins, delivering a thunderous chop towards the incoming palm, causing an explosive clash of energy that shatters the golden attack. The tremendous force of the impact sends Chen Qingshan staggering back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing that Chen Qingshan had only sustained minor injuries and had not lost his combat prowess, Du Ming felt a sudden shock. Rather than retreating, Chen Qingshan surged forward, brandishing his mighty halberd as he charged at Du Ming. He leaped high, combining the strength of his physical form with his blood essence to deliver a devastating blow from above. Du Ming had not anticipated the close-quarters combat with Chen Qingshan, forcing him to hastily raise both palms in defense. The sharp halberd sliced through his protective aura, leaving a gash on Du Ming's palms from which blood flowed freely. Chen Qingshan, seizing the advantage, relentlessly swung his halberd with immense power, overpowering Du Ming with sheer force. Du Ming felt a sense of frustration. though he was unafraid of ordinary weapons that could not penetrate his thick, protective aura. The divine weapon posed a grave threat. One misstep could cost him his hands. His martial prowess, primarily honed for close combat, was severely curtailed. After exchanging dozens of blows, Du Ming managed to evade some of the lethal strikes. Yet numerous wounds of varying sizes marred his body. Chen Qingshan found an opportunity to send Du Ming hurtling through the air with a heavy sweep. Du Ming regained his footing. His eyes blazed with fury, his rage ignited further by the blood pouring from his wounds. "You insufferable brat, relying on the advantage of a divine weapon to bully me," he raged. Ignoring his injuries, he unleashed his profound aura directly at Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan's expression turned serious. He realized that this old monk was desperate. He intended to wear down his opponent gradually, much like a dull knife cutting flesh. However, Du Ming was acutely aware that if he continued this way, he would eventually be ground to dust. His wounds multiplied, blood flowed more freely, and he felt a growing weakness, as the divine weapon's sharpness impeded his ability to heal. It was better to rely on his superior realm and thick aura to fight back. At this point, Chen Qingshan's myriad techniques had begun to overwhelm him, and Du Ming lost confidence in his chances of victory. He unleashed powerful techniques, his aura crashing forth like a wild storm, engaging Chen Qingshan in a fierce clash. Chen Qingshan, confident in his formidable physique, was unafraid of the confrontation. The intensity of their battle left onlookers awestruck. As they watched the aura collide, creating pits of various sizes in the ground, gasps of fear filled the air. This was no ordinary fight. Their auras could pierce through flesh. Observers held their breath. Captivated by the spectacle, Du Ming finally grasped the truth in Chen Qingshan's earlier words about the top 10 martial artists, fully appreciating the reality of the situation. Chen Qingshan wielded an array of weapons: sword, spear, saber, halberd, staff, fist, palm, leg, claw, and fingers, each executed with exquisite skill and overwhelming power. His swordsmanship was grand and majestic, weaving intricate patterns, while his spear techniques struck with precision aimed at vital points, leaving no room for defense. His fists were as heavy as mountains, his strikes fluid like the sea, blending hardness and softness in an unparalleled display of strength. His kicks were explosive, and his finger techniques could shatter stone and split gold, while his claw techniques were razor-sharp. After such a comprehensive display, who wouldn't be left dumbfounded? Du Ming found it exceedingly difficult to counter even a fraction of Chen Qingshan's prowess. After exchanging dozens of blows, both fighters momentarily retreated. Du Ming panted heavily, his clothes tattered, his body riddled with wounds from various weapons, transforming him into a bloodied figure. It was his first encounter with someone so proficient in a vast array of martial arts and weapons, leaving him in disbelief. Did Chen Qingshan begin training in martial arts from the womb? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingshan had been reborn, endowed with a naturally powerful soul, quick to learn, and possessing formidable innate treasures like the small pagoda, allowing him to face the founders and masters of martial arts from across myriad realms. Those were true prodigies with unparalleled understanding of martial arts. Chen Qingshan too found himself in a precarious situation. His unpracticed techniques had allowed Du Ming to seize several opportunities for counterattacks, leaving him injured. Nonetheless, he remained in a better position than Du Ming. "Benefactor Chen, I humbly concede," Du Ming finally spoke, genuinely frightened. Continuing the fight would lead to death, leaving him with nothing. In terms of aura, he was still young, with plenty of lifespan ahead and the potential to advance to the divine realm, thus extending his life by 200 years. Losing to such a prodigy was not a disgrace. Although he faced a great setback today, he resolved to return to the Luohan Hall and seek retribution from the hall leader. After a moment of silence, Chen Qingshan, recalling what he knew of the Luohan Hall and Tianlong Temple, understood their domineering nature. Du Ming's concession was merely temporary. He would undoubtedly seek revenge later. Since he had already offended them, he might as well eliminate the threat entirely. There will be no such good fortune for you. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Take one more strike from me, and I shall not spare you, Chen Qingshan declared. Du Ming, both astonished and furious, was unaccustomed to being challenged. Chen Qingshan, think carefully. Offending the Luohan Hall and the Buddhist sect will leave you unable to move an inch in Qingzhou. Chen Qingshan, exuding an air of authority, retorted, "And what of the Buddhist sect? Does it have the right to covet the legacies of others and forcibly seize them? With such a facade of righteousness, how can they behave so lowly, desiring to claim what is not theirs? What distinguishes them from thieves? Furthermore, the Buddhist sect, devoid of productive endeavors, hoarded land for themselves, seizing vast fertile fields, draining the lifeblood of the populace. They were well aware of how many temples and golden statues had come into their possession amidst the calamities and misfortunes plaguing the land, while countless regions suffered drought and starvation. There was no sign of their aid, merely hollow proclamations of compassion. They already monopolized a significant portion of the world's resources, yet dared to extort from me. The pure Yang sword of the pure Yang celestial master is an unparalleled divine weapon. If you possess the capability, then go and seize it from the pure Yang palace. You are nothing more than a bully of the weak." Chen Qingshan spoke with fervor, embodying righteous indignation as he condemned the Buddhist sect as irredeemably wicked. The greatest leeches of the world, even worse than the demonic sect. His words resonated with many, as it was evident that in recent years, not just in Qingzhou, but throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces, the Buddhist sect had been tyrannical, oppressing countless smaller factions. The gazes of the onlookers shifted, now filled with disdain for Du Ming. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Du Ming knew he was in dire straits. With so many martial artists present, including spies from Wanxiang Tower, news of today's events would soon spread throughout the 9 provinces. They were indeed in the wrong, having sought Chen Qingshan's legacy. The repercussions of Chen Qingshan's words could foster widespread animosity towards the Buddhist sect, heightening the vigilance of several major powers. Du Ming nearly succumbed to rage, his vision blurring as he felt faint. "Oh, not slander me, bloodthirsty scoundrel." Chen Qingshan replied, his demeanor calm as he addressed those around him. "You have all seen it. The Luohan Hall, as a subordinate force of the Tianlong Temple, is part of the Buddhist sect. Their attempt to claim my legacy is irrefutable evidence. Let the crowd bear witness." The surrounding crowd echoed their agreement, and Chen Qingshan felt a swell of satisfaction at the scene. Having already offended the Luohan Hall and Tianlong Temple, he resolved to press his advantage further. The ramifications of today's events would enhance his reputation, leading to an increase in his renown. Moreover, Chen Qingshan harbored a distaste for the Buddhist sect. Even if he offended them entirely, there were still some ancient figures from the Taoist sect who might support him. Even if formidable beings intervened, he would impart the martial arts of body refinement to Lu Wan, aiding him to continue on his path. As the beloved grandson of the esteemed head of the Chui family. Known for his righteous demeanor, he could call upon assistance, confident that as long as it was not a case of the strong bullying the weak, he would not shy away from battle. The benefits outweighed the risks, prompting him to speak as he did. "Ha ha, well said, young Chen. Rest assured, your Uncle Lin stands behind you," boomed the hearty laughter of Lin Langtian. The crowd turned to see Lin Langtian atop the city wall. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized his identity, astonished that this figure, who had not acted for over a decade, now chose to support Chen Qingshan. A stir of excitement rippled through the onlookers, and Chen Qingshan felt a surge of gratitude. Lin Langtian was standing up for him, even in the face of such a powerful force as the Buddhist sect. Once a prodigy of the 9 provinces, Lin Langtian held his own pride and was unperturbed by the Buddhist sect's presence. Rarely did he intervene in matters below the level of the Dharma aspect, and he showed no fear of those in the divine ability realm. Moreover, Lin Longtian's father-in-law was also on the brink of breaking through to the half-step Dharma aspect realm. "Thank you, Uncle Lin.as long, as it is not a case of the strong bullying the weak. I, Chen Qingshan, fear no one," he declared with confidence and determination. Turning his attention back to Du Ming, he added, "Take one more strike from me, and I shall let you go." Before Du Ming could respond, Chen Qingshan unleashed a surge of formidable aura, his blood essence radiating outward, creating a powerful atmosphere that sent his hair billowing. He bellowed, annihilation to all directions. With a tumultuous force, their energies clashed, erupting like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf Du Ming. Realizing the cataclysmic power behind Chen Qingshan's attack, Du Ming's face contorted with terror. He knew he could not withstand this strike. His eyes filled with unwillingness and animosity as he thought, "Let us perish together." Du Ming activated the forbidden techniques of the Tianlong Temple, gathering all his aura into a radiant golden sphere, akin to a miniature sun, before it detonated. The two immense auras collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that birthed twin mushroom clouds in the sky. As the dust settled, a colossal pit marred the ground. With Chen Qingshan propped up by his halberd, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, injured but alive, while Du Ming was left utterly obliterated. Chen Qingshan leaped from the abyss, his expression calm. Though his heart raced with the realization that he had underestimated this old monk's willingness to engage in a mutually destructive attack, he had narrowly avoided disaster. Chen Qingshan had not been at the epicenter of the explosion. His formidable physique had borne the brunt of the blast. Although injured, he would soon recover, as his body was remarkably resilient. Chapter 47. Aftermath. The members of the Qing gang erupted in joyous celebration upon witnessing Chen Qingshan's victory. Collectively shouting, "Long live the leader!" The voice resonated through the heavens. Wu Jie and his companions were ashen-faced, clearly realizing that Chen Qingshan still possessed formidable combat capability. Even the two initial stage masters of the heavy sword sect wore expressions of sheer terror, their minds deeply impressed by Chen Qingshan's strength. Previously, the top 10 martial arts techniques Chen Qingshan unleashed during his battle with Du Ming could have easily incapacitated the two of them. The disparity in power so vast that it plunged them into despair. Moreover, Qin Yong'an and Lu Chongfeng were eyeing them like hawks, prompting them to abandon any thoughts of resistance. Despite sustaining injuries during the fierce battle, Chen Qingshan found his physical condition unscathed. Instead, he remained highly focused, his spirits somewhat fatigued. Yet he could not allow this to show, needing to maintain his overwhelming presence. His actual body refinement cultivation was equivalent to minor success in the initial stage of the Qi realm, which enabled him to triumph over Du Ming despite a two-stage difference, thanks to various advantages. The superiority of his body refinement, his immense physical power, and enduring stamina, complemented by a higher level of martial arts and the support of his divine weapon. Approaching the members of the Qing gang, he smiled as he observed the battle scars they bore, acknowledging their hard work. "Tonight we shall hold a celebration banquet to reward your contributions," he declared. He was quite pleased with their performance, and thus, the rewards would be generous, for his family was prosperous. Noticing Lu Xiuxiu, who was covered in bloodstains, Chen Qingshan felt a twinge of helplessness. He gently inquired, "Xiuxiu, are you injured?" Lu Xiuxiu shook her head, remaining silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Qingshan. Scratching his head, he earnestly told her, "You need not prove yourself through battle. You are vital to everyone." Lu Xiuxiu nodded in agreement. "All right, brother Qingshan." Turning to face Wu Jie and his group, he regarded them with a mocking expression. "Young Master Wu, what do you have to say now? Weren't you intent on tormenting me?" Wu Jie was internally gripped by fear. The day's events had exceeded his expectations, and Chen Qingshan's displayed strength left him feeling both hopeless and envious. The Wu family found themselves unable to contend with him, unless his elder brother and the powerful figures from the Qinglong sacred sect intervened. "You dare to harm me, and my brother will not let you go," Wu Jie audaciously threatened Qin Qingshan. In response, Chen Qingshan could only shake his head in disbelief, recognizing that regardless of their stature, every faction had its share of arrogant science. He had encountered several already. "Then let your brother come. I would like to experience the prowess of the Qinglong sacred sect's talents," Chen Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, he unleashed two bursts of blood energy that struck Wu Jie's legs, shattering his bones with a resounding impact. "Ah!" Wu Jie's agonized screams echoed across the clearing, the intense pain causing him to faint on the spot. Those around him shivered, horrified at the thought of such suffering. Surveying the remaining individuals, Chen Qingshan took stock of the numerous factions present, noting the abundance of masters among them. To eliminate them would be a waste. Then, spotting Li Chuanxiu nearby, Chen Qingshan's eyes lit up. "That Li Tangzhu, please come here." Li Chuanxiu hurried over, his expression one of deep respect. "What commands do you have, gang leader?" Chen Qingshan lowered his voice. "Do you have any poison pills to control people?" Li Chuanxiu glanced at the others before responding. "We do have some, but it may not be necessary for the gang leader to expend such resources on them. Their loyalty is questionable. Qin Qingshan pondered for a moment. It's troublesome. Li Tangzhu, I will make my own arrangements. Li Chuanqiu ceased his persuasion, understanding that the gang leader had his own plans. As Qin Qingshan conversed, the hearts of those who were his adversaries were filled with trepidation. Uncertain how to handle their predicament, imprison them in the dungeon, Qin Qingshan instructed Qin Wu and the others. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their lives had been spared. Soon after, Qin Qingshan and his companions returned to the city and the gang headquarters. He enjoyed a long, restful sleep, awakening refreshed and invigorated. Stretching his limbs, he felt a satisfying crackle throughout his body. Rising, he made his way to the grassy bank of a small lake, lying down with a blade of grass in his mouth, hands cradling his neck, basking lazily in the sun, occasionally stroking the little black creature beside him. For the next couple of days, he chose to remain oblivious to the outside world, taking a well-deserved break. The recent events had concluded, granting him a prolonged period of tranquility. However, while Qin Qingshan indulged in a brief respite, the outside world erupted in chaos, generating a tremendous stir. On that very day, Wanxiang Tower, the swiftest in relaying news, promptly uploaded intelligence to the main building, and the major factions received the information. AS Wanxiang Tower subsequently compiled and published the Wanxiang Report. Tales of Qin Qingshan's exploits began to circulate throughout the 9 provinces. Spectators at the scene employed various means to spread the news. Initially, disbelief prevailed, but Wanxiang Tower's confirmation quelled the doubts. Its authority was beyond question. To comprehend the significance of a 17-year-old in the Qi realm is to recognize the extraordinary. Such talent is unprecedented. Even the disciples of top-tier factions like the Pure Yang Palace and Shaolin still lingered on the potential dragon ranking at this age, as the potential dragon ranking merely signified a promising young generation yet to mature. In contrast, Qin Qingshan had entirely bypassed this stage, directly contending with the older generation in the Qi realm. Though the realm itself was manageable, many major factions employed secret methods or rare top-tier treasures to hasten ascension to the Qi realm, albeit at the cost of stagnation thereafter. However, such methods were beneath the dignity of major powers, as they would squander the potential of their own prodigies merely to achieve a Qi realm master, akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. What they truly required were masters of divine abilities, realm laws, and the like. These methods were typically utilized by royal families and certain clans to cultivate dead men. Yet, in light of Qin Qingshan's struggle against Du Ming, his profound qi, solid foundation, and mastery of numerous martial arts clearly indicated that his strength was self-cultivated, rendering him all the more formidable, with rapid progress and unmatched power in the same realm. The young prodigies on the potential dragon ranking of Qingzhou were left speechless, the greatest sorrow of their generation being that they existed in the same era as Qin Qingshan, a bittersweet honor, for they could witness the birth of a legend. Naturally, some prodigies had not yet relinquished hope, as the pressure exerted by Qin Qingshan spurred their motivation to progress. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Let us see who will dominate in the future. Qin Qingshan had officially entered the sights of the major factions in the 9 provinces. For prodigies of this caliber, attaining the realm of divine abilities was merely a matter of time, and the realm of law was also highly probable, provided they did not meet an untimely demise. The mysterious sect behind his cultivation had also piqued considerable interest. According to Wanxiang Tower's intelligence, Qin Qingshan had frequently mentioned his sect, and certain radical factions, such as the Demon Sect, found resonance in this hands-off cultivation model. Many speculated that Qin Qingshan could become the next Qin Wudao, both hailing from humble origins. Currently, Qin Qingshan's performance surpassed even that of the latter in his youth. The comparison to the supreme of the heavenly ranking served as the highest form of recognition. Presently, Qin Qingshan had become an idol for many young members of minor factions and common martial artists, as well as wandering heroes. They viewed him as the pinnacle representative of their kind. Some even made peculiar claims, suggesting that Qingzhou's geography was auspicious, a treasure land for rising dragons, giving birth to numerous exceptional figures. A multitude of martial artists and merchants flocked to Qingyang, particularly merchants, who, with their discerning eyes, recognized that Qingyang City, as the birthplace of Chen Qingshan's success, held immense potential, rivaling any major city in Qingzhou. They feared that if they delayed, they would be left with nothing. Among the martial artists were commoners and wandering heroes, or members of small sects and minor factions, often comprising only a handful of individuals. They were aware of the Qing gang's stellar reputation, which offered excellent treatment regardless of background. Many sought opportunities to join. Chapter 48. A surge in reputation as Chen Qingshan's famed sword. His words also spread, causing a stir among the populace. Which sect is that? The Buddhist sect, no less. One must understand that the influence of the Buddhist sect permeated the 9 provinces, with countless temples scattered throughout. The Buddhist sect's numerous factions appeared to dilute their strength. Yet in reality, they were quietly rooting themselves in various locales. Moreover, as a faith-based force, the Buddhist sect was predominantly led by a few, while their greatest internal rival, the esoteric sect, had been relegated to the desolate region of Liangzhou. Chen Qingshan's declaration served as a wake-up call to several major factions, warning them that if they allowed the Buddhist sect to proliferate unchecked, ruthlessly extracting resources, it would not be long before. Aside from the central region where the Taoist sect converged, the rest of the territory would be transformed into a Buddhist land. Many major factions grew wary of the Buddhist sect, taking measures to thwart any movement. Chen Qingshan had thrust the Buddhist sect into the spotlight. Unintentionally, a significant scheme of the Buddhist sect has been thwarted. It is not that the various sects are lacking in intelligence. Rather, the intricate planning of the Buddhist order commenced nearly 2 centuries ago. With secrets of monumental magnitude known only to a select few ancient beings of the 9 provinces, due to their age and extraordinary nature, at this juncture, the Buddhist sect harbors a deep-seated hatred for Chen Qingshan. Blaming a mere 17-year-old boy for nearly ruining their grand endeavors. 2 pieces of news soon spread, causing an uproar across the 9 provinces, which had not witnessed such excitement in a long time. Reports emerged from the central province that the Puryang Palace's sword resonated through the heavens, and an exquisite beam of sword light soared into the sky, only to vanish without a trace. Subsequently, whispers circulated that the long-sequestered Puryang celestial master had emerged from the Purple Cloud Hall, although his destination remained a mystery. Such a formidable presence is seldom seen by ordinary folk. Yet shortly after the sword light's disappearance, the Buddhist Dharma conference in the imperial capital was abruptly cancelled. The actions of the heavenly ranking supreme being wield great influence over the state of affairs in the world. And many speculated that the Puryang celestial master's emergence served as a warning to the Buddhist sect. Those in powerful positions naturally recognized that the sword light emanated from the Puryang celestial master's prized weapon, the Puryang sword. The second piece of news revealed that the head of the Chui family, one of the 8 great clans of the realm, the esteemed figure known for his righteous spirit, had voiced support for Chen Qingshan, declaring it unjust for the strong to bully the weak, insisting that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by themselves. The ensuing commotion captured the attention of the 2 heavenly ranking supreme beings, amplifying curiosity about Chen Qingshan and speculation regarding the connection between the Chui family and him. In this precarious situation, the Buddhist sect has retreated, but not without preparing measures against Chen Qingshan. Failing to respond would only render them the subject of ridicule. The Puryang Palace, as the leader of the Taoist sect, is situated in a place of extraordinary nature, surrounded by mountains, with its ancient and grand palaces reflecting the profound heritage of the Tao. The Purple Cloud Hall, the sanctum of the Puryang celestial master, is perched atop a peak, shrouded in mist. This towering summit resembles a sharp sword piercing the heavens, instilling a sense of awe. Ethereal energies envelop the entire hall, enhancing its enigmatic and solemn aura. The hall itself rises above a 3-tiered base, each level adorned with exquisite runes that shimmer with a faint glow. Inside, the Puryang celestial master sits cross-legged on a mat, murmuring, "An intriguing young fellow." As the time approaches, the Buddhist sect grows restless and requires a gentle admonition. He is merely surprised by Chen Qingshan, for throughout the ages, he has encountered countless prodigies, yet few have reached the realm of Dharma form. In the Chui family of Yangzhou, Luwen diligently hones his physical body using methods imparted by Chen Qingshan. In just a few days, the effects have been quite pronounced. His physique has become more robust. and his complexion has notably improved. Beside him, the Chui family patriarch, Chui Qinghe, chuckles heartily. Ha ha, Xiaowan, you look much healthier these days, Lu1, drenched in sweat and breathless, responds excitedly, thanks to Brother Chen's teachings. Even my grandfather praises their intricacy. If only I could access even more advanced techniques. Indeed, you must express your gratitude to Brother Chen, Chui Qinghe remarks. He mentioned that further teachings will soon follow. This is a rare opportunity for you. I have not encountered such an exceptional young individual in a long time. You must forge a sincere bond with him. Luan nods earnestly. I hold great admiration for Brother Chen. Then, shifting the topic, he adds, Grandfather, Brother Chen has recently stirred up quite a commotion and has even offended the Buddhist sect. Chui Qinghe chuckles in response. Worry not, Xiaowan. I shall keep a watchful eye. No one will dare to bully you. As the head of the Chui family, one of the 8 great clans in the 9 provinces, he is no ordinary figure. His prompt intervention means that Chen Qingshan is obliged to acknowledge this favor. With Chen Qingshan's intelligence, he understands Chui Qinghe's intentions. He hopes that his dearly beloved grandson will continue to forge his own path, without facing the sorrow of outliving his kin. Amidst this tempest, Chen Qingshan has been enjoying a period of remarkable ease, relishing both fame and fortune, accompanied by beauty. Observing the meteoric rise of his reputation, he falls into contemplation, noting that the majority of his acclaim is concentrated in Qingzhou, with the remainder scattered across the 9 provinces. The map displayed by the small tower reveals a vast expanse of red across the 9 provinces, with the most significant area of red located in Qingzhou, which he understands to signify the Buddhist sect. Chen Qingshan inwardly laments the predicament he faces, having inadvertently offended the entire Buddhist order. If it were anyone else, they would likely find little peace at night. Haunted by dreams of glaring bald heads, however, he remains unfazed. His reputation has surged to an unprecedented 35 million, a historical peak, for which he is indebted to the Buddhist sect for their contribution to his acclaim. Typically, the Buddhist sect uses others as fodder for their mockery. Moreover, the new function of the small tower has become available. He is in dire need of time. Facing the Buddhist sect serves as both pressure and motivation, and this recent surge in reputation aligns perfectly with his trajectory for advancement. He has yet to fully digest the martial arts he summoned during his last invocation. It is essential for him to solidify his foundation, as his previous method of acquiring knowledge was akin to cramming. Each encounter with formidable opponents yields significant rewards. Luck does not always favor him. Furthermore, the martial arts he possesses are already sufficient to meet the requirements for the realm of divine abilities. But Chen Qingshan places greater value on engaging with masters from different timelines. Yet, he cannot afford to neglect rapid enhancement of his abilities. Summoning and extracting martial arts merely enrich his foundation. In recent days, he has also kept an eye on external developments. While the Buddhist sect has tempered its actions, he must remain cautious, avoiding complacency and guarding against any underhanded tactics that lack martial virtue. He is also grateful for the assistance of the Chui family patriarch. Though he understands the patriarch has his own motives, his protection enables Chen Qingshan to navigate this vulnerable stage with greater stability. After the new year, he plans to send word to Luwan, imparting the methods for physical cultivation, allowing Luwan to refine his corporeal foundation in preparation for more rapid progress. The Buddhist sect, however, will not simply let the matter rest. Despite Chui Qinghe's protective words, they are preparing to send forth the eminent Master Xianbei from the monastery. The reason behind the formidable presence of the Arhat Hall lies not only in the might of its 3 hall masters, but also in the fact that the Great Hall Master ranks 102nd on the human ranking, while the other 2 are masters on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Although being ranked 102nd may seem lowly, it is essential to consider the vast number of martial artists across the 9 provinces. There are only 108 masters recorded in the human ranking, highlighting the significance of this ranking. Such strength positions them among the most formidable forces in any province, save for those long-established sects with divine beings in residence. Moreover, the Arhat Hall has separated from the Tianlong Temple, and thus, it is expected to have divine beings as guardians, including their master, Xianbei. While he may not be listed on the Earth ranking, anyone who attains the divine realm in their youth is undoubtedly exceptional. Masters of the Qi realm are already extraordinary individuals, and those in the divine realm are even more miraculous, transcending the mundane and mastering the energies of heaven and earth. They can traverse the air and enjoy lifespans exceeding 400 years, akin to terrestrial immortals. The total number of individuals in the 9 provinces, including concealed divine beings, is roughly estimated to exceed 100. The Buddhist sect's decision to send Master Xianbei after Chen Qingshan is akin to using a mosquito to fire a cannon. Reflecting their cautious approach towards any potential threat, as for Cui Qinghe's earlier remarks, should they eliminate Chen Qingshan, the matter would become moot. Without him, there would be no familial ties, and they would not wish to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Buddhist sect. It would be entirely plausible to attribute the actions to Master Xianbei alone, claiming that the loss of his cherished disciple led to some irrational behavior born of grief. Such duplicity is cloaked in false virtue. And should Chen Qingshan miraculously survive, they have other means at their disposal. While Chen Qingshan basks in the glory of his burgeoning reputation, he remains blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Chapter 49. Subduing. After a few days of relaxation, Chen Qingshan resumes his busy routine. He has absorbed all the spoils from the previous battle, resulting in notable advancements in his strength. His current power aligns with the cleansing marrow realm of the 9 provinces cultivation system, while his physical training is equivalent to the minor accomplishments of the Qi realm. However, realms are but labels. His combat prowess and physical training is formidable, and the martial arts he practices are of the highest caliber. When combined with his divine weapon, his strength rivals that of the Qi realm's masters, though he still falls short compared to those on the human ranking. Roughly estimating, he could contend with the lower-ranked experts on the human ranking for several exchanges without facing defeat. Yet should they fight with their full might, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. Early one morning, Chen Qingshan arrives at his class and heads to the alchemy hall to meet Li Chuanxiu. Li Chuanxiu has already received word of his arrival and has been waiting nearby. As soon as Chen Qingshan enters, he speaks, "Leader, I have completed the alchemical preparations." He opens a nearby box to reveal neatly arranged vials. Chen Qingshan nods, intrigued, and picks up one vial, pouring out its contents to examine. A potent aroma wafts toward him. "Li Hallmaster, how long can this elixir maintain its effects?" Li Chuanxiu replies, "Leader, this elixir remains effective as long as one does not break through to the divine realm. It can only be undone at a significant cost, requiring the intervention of a Dharma form expert or rare celestial materials." He explains further. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan realizes the elixir's exceptional value. "Li Hallmaster, please accompany me to the dungeon." Li Chuanxiu advises against it. "Leader, while those in that batch are skilled individuals from the martial world, they are not our allies." Chen Qingshan comprehended the intentions of Li Chuanxiu and, with a calm demeanor, addressed him, "Li Tangzhu, there is no need for concern. Confidential matters shall remain undisclosed to them, and they shall not have access to them. The majority of this group hails from the various factions within Qingyun Prefecture, and even from other jurisdictions. I have taken control of the situation and will discreetly maneuver to secure my position." Upon hearing this, Li Chuanxiu expressed his admiration for the leader's astuteness. Chen Qingshan nodded, emphasizing that this matter must be kept secret, known only to the upper echelons. Li Chuanxiu assured him of his utmost discretion, and together they proceeded towards the dungeon. As they approached the dungeon, they found a considerable number of individuals confined within. Some lay down, others slept, and a few engaged in casual conversation. Initially, their confinement had instilled a sense of trepidation, fearing inhumane treatment. However, as days passed, they discovered that the Ma Qing gang maintained a commendable level of humanitarianism, providing ample food and drink. Consequently, they had begun to relax, resigned to their fate as idle captives. The prospect of escape appeared futile, especially given the formidable guards stationed at the entrance of the Sword Gate. And the dungeon itself was constructed from mysterious iron, impervious to the average practitioner's attempts at breach. Even if they managed to escape, they would face only a narrow corridor, where the vigilant guards would swiftly turn them into mere targets. Upon entering the dungeon, Chen Qingshan attracted the gaze of the imprisoned individuals. A burly man spoke up, "Chen Bangzhu, I too have been misled. I implore you to show mercy and grant me a chance at life. I am willing to comply with any requests you may have." His demeanor suggested unwavering loyalty, prompting several others to echo his pleas. offering their entire fortunes for release. Chen Qingshan surveyed the room with a smile, stating, "You all are remarkable heroes of the Jianghu. It is not unthinkable to grant your release." The crowd's expression shifted to excitement, for despite the comforts provided, it paled in comparison to the freedom of the outside world, where they had families and friends awaiting them. However, Chen Qingshan's tone grew serious, and after a brief pause, the crowd sensed the conditions were forthcoming. "Swallow this pill, and you shall be free. It poses no threat to your lives, provided you take the antidote as instructed." Chen Qingshan gestured for Li Chuanxiu to reveal a row of vials contained within a box. The prisoners erupted in chaos upon hearing his words, with some expressing vehement refusal. "You cannot control me. I would rather die than submit." In the midst of their outrage, Chen Qingshan remained unfazed and continued to persuade them. "How could I trust you if you refuse? What if you oppose me again? You are all aware of my character. As long as you do not act against me, you shall be safe, I can assure you of that." The surrounding individuals began to contemplate, recognizing Chen Qingshan's integrity and reputation. "You came seeking my assistance, did you not? It is for the sake of martial inheritance, is it not? I understand the predicaments faced by you smaller factions and rogue practitioners. Take this pill, and we shall be allies. As for the inheritance, I possess an abundance, including that of the transcendent realm, which is known to grant lifespans of 400 years. Chen Qingshan's words presented an irresistible temptation, leading to an internal struggle among them. After all, their initial confrontation with Chen Qingshan stemmed from this very desire. The leader of the heavy sword sect then stepped forward, expressing his respect for Chen Qingshan's profound strength. "However, when it comes to inheritance, we must approach with caution. Surely there are conditions involved." Chen Qingshan nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will not send you to your demise. I only require the collection of certain data and intelligence. If your loyalty is genuine and you dedicate yourselves to my cause, I shall bestow martial teachings upon you." Without hesitation, the heavy sword sect leader declared, "Very well, I shall take this pill." He promptly swallowed one of the pills from Li Chuanxiu's vial. Chen Qingshan, observing this move, commended him. "It seems not all are devoid of merit. There are indeed those of courage among you." The leader of the heavy sword sect then addressed the others. "We are fortunate to have the opportunity to serve such a remarkable individual as Chen Bangzhu. Working under him is a privilege that not many can claim, and surely the rewards will be substantial. Those who wish to receive the inheritance from the prominent factions must endure years of trials. And given our own limitations in talent and age, entering such factions may prove impossible." Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant crowd underwent a transformation in mindset, realizing the potential benefits of aligning with Chen Qingshan. After all, he was destined for greatness. Serving under him could indeed be advantageous. As for the notion of being controlled, it was merely a temporary situation. Gaining his trust could easily lead to liberation and the prospect of martial inheritance. One by one, they began to swallow the pills, and Chen Qingshan looked upon the scene with great satisfaction. Recognizing the heavy sword sect leader's talent. As he introduced himself, "I am Xie Jifeng." Chen Qingshan acknowledged his perceptiveness and proclaimed, "You shall oversee them from now on. It is vital that you engage in meaningful communication, as many of them represent various factions or are solitary practitioners. You will surely gain valuable insights." Noticing Xie Jifeng's affinity for wind attribute martial arts, Chen Qingshan added, "Did you witness the leg techniques I employed against Du Ming? I shall impart to you the wind god leg." He patted his shoulder, encouraging him to diligently fulfill his responsibilities, assuring him that many rewards awaited. Xie Jifeng, filled with excitement, felt fortunate for his astuteness in being the first to step forward, recognizing the clear benefits. "Thank you, Bangzhu. I will dedicate myself to my duties." The onlookers regarded Xie Jifeng with envy, many lamenting that had they acted first, the reward would have been theirs. After organizing the arrangements, Chen Qingshan instructed Xie Jifeng to assist Chen Wu in compiling a roster and relaying essential information before departing with Li Chuanxiu. As for the martial teachings, he advised him to consult the Grand Elder for acquisition. Individuals were released in batches, understanding that their presence extended throughout Qingyun Prefecture and neighboring areas. As the power expanded, they would serve as his eyes and vanguards. Chapter 50. The arrival of Xian Bei in Qingyun Prefecture. its strength ranked among the top 3 in the entire Qingzhou region, ASA Prefecture. It spanned a vast area and certainly dwarfed smaller cities like Qingyang. In terms of the previous era's terminology, Qingyang was akin to a county seat, while Qingyun Prefecture resembled a bustling metropolis. Within Qingyun Prefecture, factions resembling the previous Poison Snake Gang and Fierce Tiger Hall were merely third-rate powers, prevalent in abundance. Only those with practitioners at the Transcendent Realm were considered second-rate powers, while only those with transcendent beings were deemed first-rate factions. However, this was not absolute, as some prefectures housed top-tier factions. Throughout Qingzhou, 3 premier factions existed, with the most prosperous Qingzhou city under the dominion of the Qinglong Sacred Sect. Within its realm lay numerous factions, most of which belonged to the Qinglong Sacred Sect's outer sect, including various families and sections. Families boasting outstanding disciples or sects with promising apprentices would send them to the Qinglong Sacred Sect. Although the sect annually sought out and accepted disciples with exceptional potential and clear lineage, some talents inevitably slipped through the cracks. Individuals who, in their youth, displayed no apparent prowess yet later flourished into remarkable figures. At such times, these families and sects would recommend them. Songyun Prefecture was the territory of the Tianlong Temple, known for its extreme dominance. Aside from the unique Wanbao sect, all other factions were expelled from Songyun Prefecture, where the populace consisted mainly of ordinary folk or merchant families. The entirety of Songyun Prefecture, including its officials, were adherents of the Tianlong Temple. Many avoided Songyun Prefecture due to its terrifying reputation, fearing the zealous indoctrination of its fervent followers. Currently, the Tianlong Temple, unsatisfied with its existing domain, aggressively expanded into territories devoid of the Dharma realm, with the Luohan Hall being a testament to their endeavors. Qinghe Prefecture, known for its iron-blooded nature, constructed Iron Blood City in a picturesque location. This city ranked among the finest in the entire Jiuzhou, serving as a sanctuary for heroes and gallant figures. The 2 formidable leaders of the Iron Blood Alliance, Qin Wentao and Yin Wushuang of the Hero Society, were unparalleled figures in the realm. Why are certain cities controlled by factions rather than the Dawei dynasty? This is due to the fact that some of these long-established factions predate the Dawei dynasty itself, with many cities built by them or earlier dynasties. Although the Dawei dynasty's authoritarian rule during its founding period compelled these factions to temporarily retreat, thereby allowing the cities to fall under Dawei's jurisdiction. However, in the current situation, would you still dare to extend your hand? Those lords would employ various bizarre methods to silence you. The Great Wei dynasty has also relinquished most of its interests in regions dominated by powerful forces at the law manifestation level, leaving only ordinary citizens to suffer exploitation, in areas where no formidable powers are stationed. Even those in the Divine Passage realm must surrender the majority of their benefits. No one dares to confront the Great Wei dynasty directly. Even Chen Qingshan, at this stage, obediently pays his taxes, leaving no opportunity for Su Mu and the others to find fault. In the depths of the Qinyun Mansion's Luohan Hall, there is a Buddhist hall adorned with numerous statues of Buddha, some of which are gilded as sunlight streams in. These statues glimmer with a golden radiance, exuding an aura of divinity as if true Buddhas have descended into the mortal realm. Beneath these statues sits a frail old monk clad in simple monk robes. Compared to the resplendent Buddha figures, the old monk's presence is unassuming, resembling an ordinary elder. With his eyes closed in focused meditation, he fiddles with a string of shiny prayer beads. Upon closer examination, one would notice 3 purple streaks etched into the beads. These are divine weapons. At that moment, a burly, bald man enters, standing respectfully to the side, refraining from disturbing the old monk's meditation. If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be astonished to see the usually domineering and fierce figure of the renowned Jiangang Luohan, Du Zhan, displaying such reverence. Half an hour later, the old monk slowly opens his eyes, and Du Zhan, with a pained expression, speaks, "Master, my junior brother Du Ming has perished." It turns out that this old monk is Xian Bei Zunzhai, a master of the Divine Passage realm, which explains Du Zhan's profound respect. Xian Bei's demeanor remains unruffled. I see. Now, please tell me what transpired. His calm tone causes Du Zhan's heart to constrict. He knows his master well. As his most prized disciple, he receives the most guidance. Essentially, Du Jun teaches the other disciples. Xian Bei feels no disturbance regarding Du Ming's death, for he has seen many disciples depart for various reasons. Du Jun recounts the events in detail, particularly emphasizing Qian Qingshan's remarks. The statues in the Buddhist hall tremble subtly, and a powerful aura rapidly envelopes the space, nearly suffocating Du Jun. He realizes that this time, his master is genuinely enraged. While Xian Bei is indifferent to a disciple's death and conflict, he is extremely protective of the integrity of the Buddhist sect. Master, the word from Tianlong Temple is that you should take action against Qian Qingshan. He need not die, but we must provide an explanation to the Cui family in light of avenging my junior brother. Du Jun articulates his primary purpose for coming. He feels a pang of regret. What a waste for a 17-year-old in the Gangqi realm to be rendered useless, for sometimes living can be more unbearable than death. An ignorant junior, how dare he malign the Buddhist sect? Waving his hand to signal Du Jun to withdraw, Xian Bei's style is decisive and swift. Moments later, his figure vanishes from the Buddhist hall, soaring into the sky. With the speed of a divine passage master, it takes less than an hour to traverse the 500 miles to Qingyang City, by noon. Qingyang City is particularly bustling, especially since Qian Qingshan's rise to fame has drawn numerous martial artists eager to witness the prowess of this young prodigy, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere in taverns and inns. Qian Qingshan is currently engaged in discussions with the upper echelons of his organization regarding future developments and task allocations. At that moment, Qian Qingshan senses a wave of danger surging within him. Lu Xiuxiu, perceptive as she is, notices his grave expression. Concerned, she asks, "Brother Qingshan, what troubles you?" "I have matters to attend to. We shall discuss this another day." The unease in his heart prompts Qian Qingshan to hastily depart. Just then, the people of Qingyang City, both martial artists and common folk, feel an immense pressure descend upon them. "Qian Qingshan, you have slain my disciple and slandered my Buddhist sect. I have come to seek justice." A small, frail old monk appears in the sky above the Qingyang, emanating an extraordinarily powerful aura. As Qian Qingshan passes the martial arts arena, he halts, looking up to see Xian Bei. His heart sinks as he realizes the gravity of the situation. This is a master of the divine passage realm, which explains the frantic warnings his instincts had provided earlier. Their eyes lock, and Xian Bei's pressure intensifies, pressing down upon Qian Qingshan. He feels a massive force constricting around him, creating a suffocating sensation. The mounting pressure spreads through his internal organs and bones. Even his formidable physique struggles to withstand it. Trembling violently, his bones creak, and a trickle of blood escapes his lips, all while a primal instinct urges him to submit, to kneel. "No, I cannot kneel. I will not yield," he roars internally, his eyes turning red as he fights back, with the small tower aiding him in maintaining his mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Qian Qingshan endures the physical torment. Seeing Qian Qingshan resist, Xian Bei extends his index finger toward him, unleashing a blazing red light. Qian Qingshan catches sight of this but finds himself unable to counter it. At that moment, a voice erupts from the Lin mansion. "How audacious! Xian Bei, you old bald donkey, you have gone too far." Following this, a dragon's roar resounds, and a surge of azure light morphs into a dragon, charging toward Xian Bei from behind. Xian Bei's eyes narrow as he recognizes the newcomer, and he swiftly turns, his index finger's red light expanding into a massive crimson orb, colliding with the azure dragon, resulting in a deafening explosion. The martial arts arena is left in ruins, surrounding structures collapse, yet the Qingyang suffers no casualties. Only a few minor injuries. As the azure light dissipates, Lin Langtian, clad in purple robes, positions himself before Qian Qingshan, confronting Xian Bei. The brief encounter with Xian Bei, with words exchanged and actions taken, although fleeting, brings immense humiliation to Qian Qingshan. Chapter 51. Lin Langtian takes action, regaining his composure. Qian Qingshan gasps for breath. "Are you all right, Chen Zaiatzi?" Lin Langtian inquires. "Uncle Lin, I'm fine," Qian Qingshan replies, shaking his head, although he appears quite disheveled. The injuries are not severe and will not affect his foundation, just some internal damage that will heal with 10 days of rest. Lin Langtian feels relieved upon hearing this, turning his gaze toward Xian Bei, who has irked him with his underhanded tactics. This old fellow concealed his aura to approach stealthily, only to reveal himself and act brazenly, but thankfully Lin Langtian reacted swiftly. The Buddhist sect continues to demonstrate its notorious reputation for unscrupulousness. A formidable master of the divine passage engaging in such despicable acts is truly disheartening. It is important to note that the perception abilities of those in the divine passage realm are exceptionally potent. Lin Langtian, for instance, possesses awareness over the entirety of Qingyang City, akin to a divine sense in the realm of cultivation. Within Lin Langtian's perception, he discerns two energy fluctuations within Xianbei, one representing the essence of fire and the other a unique Buddhist serenity. Conversely, Xianbei also detects two energies within Lin Langtian, one representing the cycle of life and the other an unparalleled sharpness, indicative of the essence of wood and metal. Of course, these observations are approximations, as there may be hidden depths yet to uncover. The essence is the unique power of the divine passage realm. Generally, practitioners comprehend either elemental essences or various atmospheric essences, alongside special ones like life and death, yin and yang, destruction, and so forth, categorized into minor, major, and perfected forms, depending on the combination of martial arts and the unique true essence of the divine passage realm. The power of these essences is immense, which is why they are termed divine passage masters. Their battles can affect areas spanning dozens or even hundreds of miles, altering the landscape, turning the land barren or freezing it solid, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. Thus, confrontations among divine passage masters typically occur at heights of several hundred meters above ground. True essence is the advanced energy produced after breaking through to the divine passage realm, allowing one to sense the powers of heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual energy of the cosmos and combining it with the essence of qi. This transformation signifies a qualitative and quantitative elevation, a metamorphosis from mortal to divine, granting longevity to those who consume qi. Returning to the scene, Xianbei feels a twinge of regret. He was so close. If Lin Langtian had arrived a heartbeat later, he could have incapacitated this junior. His earlier concealment was a precaution against Lin Langtian intervening, and indeed, complications have arisen. Saint Lin, do you also wish to impede my vengeance for my disciple? Xianbei inquires. A derisive laugh escapes Lin Langtian. You old monk, your disciple is a grown man. How many perished in the conflicts of Luohan Hall years ago? Yet I did not see you take action then. Spare us the pretense. Lin Langtian is somewhat familiar with Xianbei, recognizing him as ruthless, a key player in expanding the influence of Tianlong Temple, having committed numerous acts of violence. His disciples fall like wheat before the scythe, harvested in successive waves. Before Xianbei can respond, Lin Langtian mockingly interjects, Xianbei, you have broken the rules. The old man Cui is not so easily deceived. When Cui Qinghe speaks, Lin Langtian finds it curious, as the two were previously unrelated. Chen Qingshan visited him and, upon inquiry, eventually revealed the reason behind his visit. TSK, he had also heard whispers regarding his most cherished grandson, Lu Wan, which troubled old Master Cui greatly. In summary, a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Old Master Cui, with his notoriously fiery temper, had once dared to confront the Great Wei's founding emperor during his tenure in the court, and now Tianlong Temple would surely suffer under his wrath. The impending battle at the Law Manifestation Realm would undoubtedly be a lively affair. Xianbei, wearing an expression of calm, understood the gravity of the situation. Lin Xingzi, do you also intend to oppose our Buddhist sect? Lin Langtian chose not to waste words, stating, as an elder, I cannot simply stand by while the younger generation is bullied. I see you are determined to take action, which coincides perfectly with my own desire to stretch my limbs after not having fought for over a decade. Observing Lin Langtian's firm stance, Xianbei refrained from further discussion and ascended into the sky, confident that a junior who had only recently broken through to the divine passage realm could not stand against him. One must understand that the comprehension of intent can only be honed over time, unless one possesses extraordinary fortuitous encounters or rare treasures. However, Lin Langtian had left the Qinglong sacred sect upon his breakthrough, never having enjoyed the privileges due to his status in the divine passage realm. Lin Langtian turned to Chen Qingshan, remarking that observing the battle at the divine passage realm would be immensely beneficial for him. With that, he soared towards Xian Bei. Chun Qingshan had already regained his composure and, watching the two ascend, his eyes sparkled with fervor. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Qing gang had arrived. His uncle, Qin Yong'an, looked at Qin Qingshan with concern. "Qingshan, are you all right?" Lu Xiuxiu, along with Chun Hu and Chen Wu, wore equally worried expressions. Qin Qingshan waved his hand and pointed to the sky. "Fear not, Uncle Lin has arrived just in time. There is nothing serious. Let us observe the battle." At this moment, all eyes in the city were fixed upon the two figures facing off in midair. Some unworldly citizens of Qingyang City, lacking insight, prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting praises of immortals. Meanwhile, those from the martial world engaged in spirited discussions, speculating on the identity of the other powerful figure at the Divine Passage realm. They recognized Xian Bei, as his words had resonated throughout the city just moments ago. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "I know who the other is." "Who? Which sect's elder is it?" Others inquired eagerly. "That would be Lin Langtian, the last holy son of the Qinglong sacred sect. I previously heard he was in seclusion in Qingyang City, yet I did not expect him to have broken through to the Divine Passage realm." This was clearly an assertion made to support Qin Qingshan, and the anticipation for the Divine Passage realm battle grew, leaving many curious about who would emerge victorious. The discussions among the martial artists were fervent, with some favoring Xian Bei due to his proven combat prowess and lengthy cultivation period, while others believed Lin Langtian would triumph, recalling his past reputation as a renowned prodigy across the 9 provinces. Such rapid advancement to the Divine Passage realm could only indicate extraordinary talent. For geniuses cannot be measured by ordinary standards. In the high skies, Xian Bei unleashed his full might, his aura enveloped by a fierce red light, channeling the essence of fire to command the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. While a crimson vortex of true essence surged forth towards Lin Langtian. Despite his dismissive attitude towards Lin Langtian's strength, Xian Bei was known for his unreserved approach to combat, never opting for half measures. Lin Langtian remained composed, a verdant glow enveloping him, quickly spreading across the sky. The two combatants' auras intensified as they clashed in the air. Qin Qingshan and the others watched in awe, as the sky above Qingyang City transformed into a mesmerizing spectacle of red and green light. Lin Langtian, maintaining his calm, stepped forward, creating ripples of azure true essence that surged towards Xian Bei. The overwhelming wave of azure energy bore down upon Xian Bei, who, upon realizing his underestimation of Lin Langtian, found himself at a disadvantage in this contest of wills, as his own essence and intention were equally formidable. Yet, the outcome of this clash remained uncertain. Xian Bei was the first to strike, unleashing his signature technique, the flame palm. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged, and a radiant red light erupted, forming a colossal palm that blotted out the sky, causing the temperature in Qingyang City to rise dramatically, leaving everyone feeling an intense heat. Xian Bei directed his palm towards Lin Langtian, confident that, combined with his mastery of the fire intent, this strike would leave Lin Langtian reeling, in the face of such an overwhelming attack. Lin Langtian appeared insignificant, akin to an ant. As the strike approached, Lin Langtian unleashed a punch, summoning the azure dragon from within, the essence within him coalescing into a powerful blow, with a resonant roar. Akin to a dragon's cry, the force of his punch shattered the descending giant palm with ease, dispelling the intense heat with the essence of the wood intent. "How is this possible?" Xian Bei exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face, as Lin Langtian effortlessly dismantled what was otherwise a formidable technique. The disparity in their abilities was unmistakable. Chapter 52. The Battle at the Divine Passage Realm 1. Xian Bei set aside his previous underestimation, realizing that a prodigy like Lin Langtian should not be taken lightly. "Old monk, it's my turn to strike. Be cautious, lest your reputation be tarnished." Lin Langtian shot back. And as he spoke, the surrounding spiritual energy began to whirl into a vortex, invigorating even the onlookers. A fine mist filled the air, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. However, upon witnessing this scene, Xian Bei felt a sense of foreboding arise within him. The third intent, the water intent. "Have you truly mastered the Qinglong Zhenhai Jing?" Lin Langtian merely smiled in silence. Upon seeing Lin Longtian's reaction, Xianbei's heart sank. One must recognize that the Qinglong sacred sect, once the mightiest of the four sacred sects, had produced champions among its leaders throughout the ages. The strength of the Qinglong lineage, known for its formidable martial arts, ranked among the best across the 9 provinces. The 2 primary texts, the Qinglong Zhenhai Jing and the Qinglong Hantianju, wield tremendous power. The Qinglong, as the foremost of the 4 divine beasts, can soar to the heavens or plunge into the depths of the sea. The Qinglong Zhenhai Jing, with its endless vitality of the wood in tint and the profound continuity of the water in tint, when combined, creates a force akin to an ocean, relentless and formidable, capable of imprisoning foes with its unyielding essence. The Qinglong Hantianju, merging the murderous aura of the knife in tint with the destructive might of the metal in tint, possesses the capability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Those who master both texts are rare. With only a handful throughout history, Lin Longtian, having mastered both, demonstrated his exceptional talent. His departure from the Qinglong sacred sect was partly due to his disillusionment with the elder and the sect, and partly because he found himself too conspicuous within the sect, drawing unwanted attention from those who might wish to undermine his potential. The external forces would also prefer this, for a talent of his caliber could lead to the resurgence of the 4 sacred sects, posing a significant threat to their interests. Yet, it mattered little now. He had reached the divine passage realm and possessed the means to protect himself. Before Xianbei could react, Lin Longtian had already closed the distance. His true essence coalescing as the water in tint enveloped the area in a sea of blue, making him appear as a divine ruler of this domain. Xianbei, watching as the blue light closed in around him and began to compress his fiery intent, felt a suffocating pressure and realized time was of the essence. Gathering all his true essence, he surged with a brilliant red glow. Water and fire are inherently incompatible. Xianbei unleashed a flurry of attacks, expending his true essence in a desperate attempt to break free from the confinement. Just then, Lin Longtian launched a punch, the cry of a dragon echoing as Azure true essence formed a dragon that shot towards Xianbei. Under this overwhelming force, Xianbei was forced to retreat, while Lin Longtian transformed into a dragon himself, his true essence surging forth in relentless assault against Xianbei. The onlookers were taken aback, never expecting Lin Longtian to be so ferocious, dominating Xianbei with a barrage of attacks that left them dumbfounded. As Lin Longtian continued to press the advantage, Xianbei was compelled to respond with his full strength, knowing he could not remain passive under such pressure. Despite not yet sustaining injuries, the relentless assault was taxing. A golden light enveloped Xianbei, radiating an aura of tranquility and compassion, as faint sounds of Zen echoed around him. Umitba, the Dharma knows no bounds. With a grand gesture, golden light expanded outward, resisting the dual intents Lin Longtian unleashed, finally creating an opportunity to distance himself. With a mental command, his true essence merged with the essence of Zen and the fire intent, forming a massive red dragon of several dozen feet in length, its eyes gleaming with golden light, coiling around Xianbei. Lin Longtian's expression turned solemn at the sight, recognizing the formidable technique of Tianlong Temple, the great might of the celestial dragon. The great might of the celestial dragon! Xianbei bellowed, thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of energy at blinding speed. The massive true essence dragon roaring towards Lin Longtian. In an instant, Lin Longtian scoffed, forming hand seals. His true essence coalesced into a similar-sized azure dragon that circled behind him. Then he struck out with a punch. The azure dragon, fierce and agile, charged towards the red dragon. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the two collided, becoming entangled in a fierce struggle, subsequently engaging in a frenzy of biting and tearing at one another. The tumult of their battle sent visible ripples across the surrounding sky. Onlookers, their eyes riveted to the two dragons, transformed by true essence soaring amidst the heavens, were engulfed in awe. Many among them had never witnessed a clash of masters in the realm of divine powers, making this visual spectacle overwhelmingly intense. To them, these two were living gods, and how could a celestial confrontation be anything less than spectacular? Chen Qingshan, too, was fixated on every detail of their fierce encounter. That moment, The azure dragon's massive claw pierced through the crimson dragoness head, causing it to explode into a myriad of red light, vanishing into the ether. Lin Langtian executed a hand seal, urging the azure dragon to continue its relentless assault, as Xian Bei realized that his technique had been effortlessly countered. A chill ran through him. The power wielded by Lin Langtian exceeded his expectations, managing to suppress him in battle. It was essential to note that 20 years ago, he had already ascended to a lofty status as a master of divine powers. While Lin Langtian was merely a rising star, still in the early stages of his journey, the sense of disappointment weighed heavily on Xian Bei. It was his first time feeling such disdain towards the gifted. After decades of arduous cultivation, to see someone effortlessly catch up was undeniably infuriating. These thoughts flashed through Xian Bei's mind, yet he dismissed them, recognizing that the pressing matter at hand was the ongoing battle. As he beheld the azure dragon surging forth, Xian Bei suddenly opened his mouth wide. A roar erupted, reverberating into shockwaves that radiated outward, momentarily halting the azure dragon's advance. A colossal red paw then descended, causing the azure dragon to dissipate. This was the lion's roar technique from the Buddhist martial arts, utilizing unique sound wave energy, delivering immense power that could shatter hearts and instill fear. The two continued their fierce struggle, unleashing an array of techniques, close combat and ranged assaults alike, as true essence clashed in the sky, the resulting thunderous echoes resonating throughout Qingyang City. Xian Bei even pressed forward. It was well known that Buddhist warriors possessed a physicality far superior to ordinary folk. With his exceptional combat skills and formidable physique, he subtly gained the upper hand. Yet, faced with the relentless onslaught akin to a torrential storm, Lin Langtian remained unfazed, countering with his fists and feet. His cultivation of the azure dragon suppressing the Sea Sutra endowed him with considerable stamina and resilience. Just then, Xian Bei forced Lin Langtian back a few paces and with a swift motion of his sleeve, sent forth a string of prayer beads adorned with faint purple patterns, hurtling towards Lin Langtian's chest. The speed was astonishing, a streak of purple light slicing through the air. Lin Langtian, caught off guard, hastily raised his essence to defend, yet the prayer beads struck him, sending him reeling backwards several steps. Regaining his footing, he lifted his head, his complexion slightly pale, having sustained some injuries from that powerful strike he had not anticipated. However, it did not deter him from continuing the fight. After all, it was a divine weapon. Though of the lowest grade, 3-patterned, it had been nurtured by Xian Bei, the elder monk, for many years, retaining formidable power. Yet, standing against Lin Langtian, who had cultivated the azure dragon suppressing the Sea Sutra, his thick essence formed a protective barrier, allowing him to withstand the divine weapon's blow without a hint of strain. Seeing his ambush fail, Xian Bei felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Langtian, filled with a mix of anger and amusement, chuckled, acknowledging the cleverness of the sneak attack. It seemed his prolonged absence from battle had rendered him somewhat rusty. Lin Langtian's expression was one of helplessness. He had been careless. Had it been a 6-pattern divine weapon or a sword, dagger, any lethal instrument, he might have sustained serious injuries. Lin Langtian had never anticipated Xian Bei would resort to such tactics. Xian Bei's face was calm, devoid of the tension from earlier. This is not a spar, but a true battle, he thought to himself. Unfazed, he had executed numerous sneak attacks so far. After engaging in combat, he had discerned that Lin Langtian had secluded himself after attaining divine powers, resulting in a lack of experience. As long as he maintained his composure and identified Lin Langtian's weaknesses, victory would be his. Although he could not kill him, he could certainly impart a lesson, and dealing with that arrogant junior would be preferable, for such gifted individuals were irksome. Chapter 53. The Clash of Divine Powers. Part 2. Xian Bei wore a smile, his demeanor transformed from before. Humph! Lin Langtian snorted coldly, feeling increasingly displeased with Xian Bei. With a mighty shout, he commanded, "Blade, come!" Responding to his call, a resonant hum erupted from deep within the Lin family estate in Qingyang City. Soaring into the sky as a streak of azure light, rapidly ascending toward Lin Langtian in a flash, a treasure blade appeared in Lin Langtian's hand. about a meter long, entirely azure with intricate mysterious patterns. Prominently featuring 6 faint purple lines, Xian Bei's expression darkened upon seeing this, and it deepened further upon noticing the 6 lines on the divine weapon. 6-pattern divine weapon. He knew it had taken him decades and countless resources to forge a mere 3-pattern divine weapon. Lin Longtian's blade, which he had fortuitously acquired during his youth, was named Azure Dragon, and had been obtained without expenditure due to Chun Qingshan's possession of a large gold mine. If Xian Bei had known this, he might have been driven to the brink of fury. Lin Langtian caressed the blade's surface, a playful smile gracing his features as he taunted Xian Bei. Master Xian Bei, do be careful not to shatter your precious prayer beads. At this, Xian Bei's lips twitched. Today had indeed been a series of misfortunes. Lin Langtian ceased further conversation, his aura gradually sharpening. With one hand grasping the blade, he stepped forward, channeling his essence into the weapon. Unleashing a flurry of azure blade energy in the face of such a fierce assault, Xian Bei swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the prayer beads above his head to create a golden bell that enveloped his entire being. The clang of metal echoed as Lin Longtian's blade energy collided with Xian Bei's golden bell shield. Yet, Lin Langtian remained undeterred. He sensed that Xian Bei would struggle to withstand the onslaught for long. Fixing his gaze, Lin Langtian unleashed a burst of azure light, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward him. With a single swing of his blade, a blade energy, dozens of meters long and coalescing from his essence, surged toward Xian Bei with astonishing speed. Realizing the impending danger, Xian Bei's heart sank as he poured his essence into the prayer beads, fortifying the golden bell. With a thunderous crash, the blade energy, akin to a roaring azure dragon, struck the golden bell. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent, followed by the distinct sound of cracking. The golden bell was riddled with countless fissures before shattering apart. The residual blade energy surged toward Xian Bei. The explosion of essence sent massive shockwaves rippling through the sky, with Xian Bei at the epicenter of the blast. He was hurled backward, his form retreating over 100 meters. His monk's robes lay tattered, no longer resembling the dignified high monk he once was, and a deep gash marred his chest, blood flowing freely. Xian Bei attempted to suppress the wound with his essence. But the divine weapon's ferocity, coupled with Lin Longtian's relentless essence, rendered any healing impossible. He was genuinely injured this time. Raising his head once more to meet Lin Longtian's gaze, he was filled with a mix of fury and humiliation. As a high monk of the Heavenly Dragon Temple, he had never encountered such utter disgrace since ascending to divine powers all those years ago. Today, he had fallen at the hands of a junior. Lin Langtian, you are impressive, he seethed, his tone betraying his ire. The change in address was telling. At this moment, Xian Bei had no choice but to fight with all his might. Umitba! Xian Bei clasped his hands together, his aura surging dramatically. The upper portion of his monk's robes disintegrated into fragments, revealing a frail physique. Yet as his power escalated, his form began to bulk up. His once frail body transformed into a muscular figure, each muscle defined, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Xian Bei metamorphosed from a feeble old monk into a brawny warrior. Clearly, he had employed some secret technique to elevate his vitality, though the cost remained uncertain. Although divine powers typically increased with age, even those without top-tier talent could enhance their essence over time. The deterioration of the physical body was inevitable. Only those at the level of the Dharma aspect could maintain their peak state at all times. Interesting, employing secret techniques, are we? Lin Langtian mused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Everyone has their hidden cards. At that moment, Xian Bei radiated a blend of red and golden light, merging the essence of Zen with the realm of fire. His aura reaching its zenith, he reveled in the resurgence of power, vitality coursing through his entire being. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Lin Langtian. Likewise, Lin Langtian summoned the essence of water, unleashing a more ferocious golden glow that emanated from him, the azure dragon blade trembling with anticipation. Let us conclude this battle. As the true essence transformed, an azure dragon coiled behind him, its presence surging with formidable energy before it darted away like a streak of light. Lin Langtian exhibited no trepidation in close combat, wielding his divine weapon with confidence. Xian Bei, his expression solemn, unleashed the culmination of his training, demonstrating mastery over both fists and feet, returning to a peak state of power. With each punch and kick aimed at Lin Langtian's vital points, the latter responded with relentless counterattacks. The clash of energies resulted in a spectacle, each collision reverberating with a tremendous force, the air itself rupturing with explosive sounds. After a fierce exchange of dozens of rounds, Xian Bei found himself at a slight disadvantage, forced back by Lin Langtian's razor-sharp blade. "Let us settle this with one decisive blow," Lin Langtian declared, deeming further combat unnecessary. Before Xian Bei could respond, Lin Langtian bellowed, "Azure Dragon shakes the heavens." His hands moved with fervor, drawing forth an astonishing surge of spiritual energy, far exceeding previous displays. The Azure Dragon blade soared into the heart of the true essence-formed dragon, which emanated a palpable aura of slaughter, its eyes gleaming like molten gold, seemingly alive. Upon witnessing this, Xian Bei's composure shattered, exclaiming in disbelief, "You have even mastered the Azure Dragon shakes the heavens technique. Everyone has underestimated you. What a formidable Lin Langtian!" An overwhelming sense of dread surged within Xian Bei. Yet he held nothing back, channeling his true essence into his Buddha beads, hoping to withstand Lin Langtian's impending strike. For failure could spell dire consequences. At that moment, the Azure Dragon let out a mighty roar, its dragon's chant piercing the heavens. With a swift motion, Lin Langtian directed his attack towards Xian Bei. In response, Xian Bei radiated golden light. As their energies met, he inwardly acknowledged the overwhelming strength of Lin Langtian. His body was relentlessly pushed back by the Azure Dragon's might, the divine weapon proving excessively fierce. And his Buddha beads began to falter. With a crack, the beads emitted a mournful cry, losing their former smoothness and luster, now dim and marred, several beads showing signs of cracks, before Xian Bei could lament the damage. The Azure Dragon was propelled away, crashing into a vacant space within the city and creating a deep pit. Observing Xian Bei's defeat, Lin Langtian waved his hand, causing the Azure Dragon to dissipate while the blade returned automatically to his grasp. As the dust settled, Xian Bei lay in disarray within the pit, his secret techniques having failed, reverting to his original frail form. He bore considerable injuries. Realizing he had sustained significant losses, the young challenger remained unscathed while his divine weapon lay in ruins. With a resigned expression, he was grateful that, in such a public setting, Lin Langtian refrained from taking his life. At that moment, Lin Langtian looked down upon Xian Bei with a bemused smile, saying nothing. "Lin Saint, you have won," Xian Bei finally conceded. Lin Langtian shook his head, replying, "There was no need to suffer like this." Hearing Lin Langtian's words, Xian Bei's face darkened, nearly unable to suppress a spurt of blood. "Lin Saint, you may have saved him for now, but there are many young prodigies within our Buddhist sect," Xian Bei stated calmly. Despite his defeat today, he knew the Buddhist sect possessed an abundance of skilled practitioners. Lin Langtian, unfazed, remarked, "No matter. It would be beneficial for a few peers to challenge Chen Xiaozu." Xian Bei ascended once more, disregarding the gazes of onlookers, fixing his eyes on Chen Xingshan. "Youngster, be prepared. Disciples of the Buddhist sect will come seeking you." Chen Xingshan, undeterred, felt a surge of battle spirit. "Humph, I, Chen Xingshan, will accept any challenge from your Buddhist disciples. Among my peers, I am invincible." His voice echoed throughout Qingyang City. Without waiting for Xian Bei's retort, Chen Xingshan continued, "Old monk, today you may have overawed me, but when I attain the divine passage realm, I will repay the favor." Xian Bei offered no further words, merely scoffing at a mere prodigy in the Qi realm. With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished from sight. Lin Langtian, watching Xian Bei's departure, gradually descended and approached Chen Xingshan. "Young lad, you must exercise caution. There are many formidable young talents in the Buddhist sect." Chen Xingshan felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing that Lin Langtian truly regarded him as kin. "Thank you, Uncle Lin, for your assistance," Chen Xingshan expressed, choosing not to mention other matters. Yet Lin Langtian noted his newfound confidence. Lin Langtian nodded. "I shall return home now. Do visit for a meal when you have the time." With that, he vanished from view. Chun Qingshan took a deep breath, addressing the gathered crowd. Disperse. Attend to your own affairs. The victor of this clash in the Divine Passage realm was Lin Langtian, and he had emerged with relative ease. Chapter 53. Reflection. At that moment, the entire Qingyang city erupted with excitement. Many faces flushed with exhilaration as they had witnessed a clash of titans in the Divine Passage realm, broadening their horizons. The masters of the Divine Passage realm were akin to legendary deities, their strikes causing the very heavens to quake and the earth to tremble. They now possessed ample material for boasting, while Lin Longtian's supporters reveled in extreme elation and pride. I told you Lin Saint would prevail. Indeed, he was once the pinnacle of all prodigies across the 9 states. Though he had been dormant for years, his return was nothing short of earth-shattering. Lin Longtian's bout against the Divine Passage realm expert Xian Bei had spread like wildfire. With the news rapidly disseminated by Wanxiang Tower, before long, the entire realm would be aware of the triumphant return of the former Azure Dragon Sacred Sect Scion. Chun Qingshan, having reassured his family of his safety, turned to retreat into a secluded chamber to recuperate. Within the chamber, Chan Qingshan remained in deep thought, his expression grave, even contorted. The dim light cast shadows on his face, rendering it somewhat fierce. After an indeterminate period, he inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Today had been the most perilous encounter of his life, one that rendered him utterly defenseless. He recalled the moment Xian Bei towered above him, releasing an overwhelming aura that pressed upon him. The image of that decisive finger still haunting him. Had it not been for Lin Longtian's timely intervention, he would have met his end there, with all his aspirations turned to naught. No, Chun Qingshan growled. Recognizing that he had underestimated the Buddhist sect, he hadn't anticipated such swift retaliation, nor the arrival of a master from the Divine Passage realm. This sect, which had stood the test of time in the 9 states, was formidable, dispatching a Divine Passage expert at will. Fortunately, there were those willing to lend aid, and the eminent figures of the law could also be mindful of their reputation, particularly within a force like the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, a mere flick of the wrist could spell his doom. Upon reflection, he realized he had enjoyed an easy ride these past years and needed to proceed with caution. The next wave of challengers from his generation would undoubtedly arrive soon. He pondered that the first to come would likely be the younger generation from Tianlong Temple. While he felt confident against them, he knew they were likely to be mid-level Qi realm practitioners. Even with divine weapons, he could prevail. It was probable they would not return until after the new year, as Xian Bei's failure would surely attract the ire of the clan's leader, Cui, who would be preoccupied with other matters. However, the situation would become dire afterward. Even if he managed to repel the Tianlong Temple's challengers, the Buddhist sect would surely take notice and dispatch their own young prodigies, perhaps even those ranked among the elite. The Buddhist sect's depth was formidable, with numerous experts in their 20s on the rankings. Chun Qingshan felt an immense weight of pressure. He was running out of time. Delving into his mind, he communicated with the Little Tower. Little Tower, didn't Senior Hongyi assist you in your restoration? Your new functions should be operational now, correct? The Little Tower responded, indeed. I can now transport you to a world where your strength will be comparable, with the highest tier being Masters of the Divine Passage realm. Considering this, Qin Qingshan contemplated, Masters of the Divine Passage realm, you say? This means that those within are likely to be ancient beings or sects with profound heritage. Unlikely to act recklessly. As long as I tread carefully, I should be fine. But is the time alignment consistent? How do I return? What is the cost in terms of reputation? He continued to inquire. The time ratio is such that 1 day in the main world equates to 60 days in the traversed world. You may return at any time by establishing mental contact. The cost for traveling is 2 million reputation points per month. While 1 day in the real world requires 100,000 reputation points, the Little Tower explained. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingshan's mouth twitched in disbelief. What? I only have a little over 3,000 now. If I travel, I can only remain for about 2 years. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized he could also earn reputation points in other worlds. Very well, but I'll wait until after the new year to make a decision. There is still a little over a month left. In the meantime, I'll relax and spend time with my family. With over 2 years of experience to gain, I can surely reach the mid-level of the Qi realm. and my physical prowess will advance to the late stage. Moreover, once he attains the Qi realm, he would be able to cultivate the innate Qian Kuren skill, which would significantly enhance his strength. He was confident that he could defeat any so-called Buddhist saint. The primary advantage was that the little tower allowed for immediate return, alleviating his fears of provoking masters in the Divine Passage realm, thus enabling him to train without worry. "Little tower, can I bring divine weapons? And can I take Little Black along as well?" he asked. "You can bring divine weapons, but if you wish to take that dragon along, the cost and reputation will double," the little tower replied. Chen Qingshan made his decision to take Little Black with him, for he needed someone to safeguard his home under the current circumstances. He was concerned for his family's safety. He cannot remain confined within the small confines of Qingyang City indefinitely. It is essential for him to expand his influence. It is indeed necessary to bring Xiao He along to enhance his capabilities. During this retreat, which must last at least half a month, he needs to meticulously arrange subsequent matters. After pondering for a while, Chen Qingshan came up with a plan. He then returned his focus and opened his eyes. The power of the divine manifestation realm is truly terrifying. After witnessing their confrontation today, Chen Qingshan gained invaluable insights. Their every move stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, capable of altering celestial phenomena, a stark contrast to the formidable aura of the human ranking experts, who would be swiftly defeated in their presence. Moreover, the true essence wielded by those in the divine manifestation realm is far more potent and concentrated than mere aura. Xian Bei was injured merely from the pressure of their presence. A glance at his wounds revealed they were not severe. Only some bones were slightly compressed and would heal with a few days of rest. "Xian Bei, wait for me. I shall soon reclaim my honor," Chen Qingshan murmured, then closed his eyes to channel his blood and energy for healing. 2 days passed. Chen Qingshan had fully recovered. At this moment, the outside world was stirring once more. Lin Langtian, who had been silent for a long time, re-emerged, easily defeating the seasoned divine manifestation expert, Xian Bei, and severely injuring him. This display of strength caused an immense uproar. Upon learning of this battle, many began to speculate, curious about the relationship between Lin Langtian and Chen Qingshan, questioning why Lin would take such a risk to injure Xian Bei, seemingly unafraid of offending the Buddhist sect. The leaders of several major factions were even more astonished, not solely due to his strength, but because Lin Langtian had concurrently cultivated 2 unparalleled martial arts from the Qinglong sacred sect, both of which he had seemingly mastered to a degree. While sheer power is significant, mastering these 2 exceptional martial arts is no small feat, and many feared seeing the 4 sacred sects reunited under Lin Langtian's influence. The division of the 4 sacred sects had stemmed from the absence of a prodigy like Lin Langtian, one capable of unifying all opinions with formidable strength. Now, the other 3 sects had received the news and were stirred into action, dispatching their own experts to Qingzhou for confirmation. Should the rumors prove true, they would await Lin Langtian's ascension to the law manifestation realm before merging, intending to restore the ancient glory of the 4 sacred sects. Some elders within the sects had been waiting for this moment for a long time. On a towering peak within the Qinglong sacred sect, a robust elder was laughing heartily, his mirth echoing throughout the sect. Some disciples, upon hearing this laughter, began to speculate. What has the 3rd elder so elated today? One disciple inquired, while another, well-informed, responded, "You are unaware. The 3rd elder's direct disciple, the former holy son Lin Langtian, has clashed with the Buddhist sect's divine manifestation expert." An uproar ensued, as many were astonished by Lin Langtian's displayed prowess. Even contemporaries could not help but exclaim, "His true strength is remarkable. In our generation, he is the only one who has reached the divine manifestation realm. The rest of us are merely on the human ranking." The Qinglong sacred sect was in an uproar. This was the reason for the Grand Elder's residence, upon hearing the report from his subordinates. His entire demeanor shifted as he seethed in silence, his eyes darkening with fury. He had received no news regarding Lin Langtian's ascension to the divine manifestation realm, and he began to realize the implications of the ancestors' intentions from years past. "Oh, Lin Langtian, you've grown formidable. Have I been but a jester all these years?" he pondered. "I must find an opportunity. I cannot act recklessly now, for the ancestor is undoubtedly watching him closely." the Grand Elder muttered to himself. Reflecting on how he had promoted his newly accepted disciple, Wu Tian, to the position of Holy Son within the Qinglong sacred sect, a decision that now seemed laughable. It was clear that the former Holy Son had ascended to the divine manifestation realm and secured his position as the sect leader. Should Lin Langtian return, his lineage would stand no chance. As he contemplated strategies to counter this development, he found himself at a loss, knowing he must wait. Otherwise, once that young man ascended, his prospects would be dire. With a cold snort, he summoned his subordinates, instructing them to have Wu Tian seek him out as soon as he emerged from seclusion. It was now confirmed that Lin Langtian was on the verge of entering the Earth ranking, awaiting the year-end rankings to be revealed. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect was also aware of the failed operation. The Tianlong Temple began to murmur among themselves, realizing that they had offended someone formidable and would inevitably face repercussions. Their law manifestation experts were certainly no match, and thus, Tianlong Temple had no choice but to report this news to Shaolin, complying with the instructions given, knowing they must assist in the aftermath. In Yangzhou, at the Chui residence, Chui Qinghe had received the intelligence and, upon reading the information, let out a cold snort, his voice echoing throughout Yangzhou, filling the air with an oppressive aura, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. This was the power of the law manifestation realm. Every move exuded celestial might, akin to a living deity. It seems that after remaining dormant for so long, some have begun to underestimate me. Chui Qinghe muttered to himself. At that moment, Lu Wen entered, intending to speak, but upon seeing his grandfather's expression, he understood the gravity of the situation and remained silent, standing respectfully at the side. Noticing Lu Wen's arrival, Chui Qinghe smiled and said, "Come, Xiao Wen, let me show you that young fellow, and we shall stretch our limbs a bit." With a wave of his sleeve, before Lu Wen could react, they ascended into the air. A feat Chui Qinghe was accustomed to. A powerful aura emanated from Yangzhou, a brilliant flow of light shooting into the clouds, causing experts throughout the 9 provinces to sense it. Those in the law manifestation realm began to jest. Old Chui is furious. This will be entertaining, as they released their spiritual senses to monitor Chui Qinghe's movements. At this moment, the abbot of Shaolin, Kong Jian, also sensed Chui Qinghe's aura, and with a sigh, his figure vanished as he made his way toward Qingzhou on his journey. A piercing sound rang out. A red divine sword blocked his path, its blade inscribed with the ancient characters for pure yang. Upon witnessing this scene, Kong Jian cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Pure yang, might I be granted passage?" The sword's aura intensified, and a calm voice replied, "Return." Kong Jian understood he could not proceed to Qingzhou, hindered by the presence of the pure yang celestial lord, and he had no desire to engage with such a formidable opponent. With a sense of resignation, he reflected, "Pure yang remains as domineering as ever. Perhaps I shall have the opportunity to experience it firsthand next time." With that, his figure vanished, while the pure yang sword emitted a resonant hum as it departed in the pure yang palace. The pure yang celestial lord opened his eyes, intrigued by the growing excitement as the critical juncture approached. He had merely acted on a whim to inconvenience the Buddhist sect, a task he found quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, Chui Qinghe, en route to Qingzhou, also sensed this and respectfully acknowledged the pure yang palace's direction. Observing the stirrings across the 9 provinces, some ancient figures were astonished. Today, the movements within the law manifestation realm were notably significant. As the celestial figure had made an appearance, riding the winds of freedom, Chui Qinghe, at the speed befitting a law manifestation expert, traversed the distance from Yangzhou to Qingzhou in mere moments. He and Lu Wen arrived at Qingyang City. Appearing before the entrance of the Qing gang, the guards, upon recognizing them, hurried forth, saying, "Young Master Lu, please proceed to the parlor. I shall summon the leader." Having previously witnessed Chen Qingshan bidding farewell to Lu Wen, the guards ushered them inside. As they walked, Chui Qinghe remarked, "Xiao Wen, your friend is quite remarkable. The members of this gang possess formidable physiques and abundant vitality." With his status as a law manifestation expert, Chui Qinghe could easily discern their strength, yet he refrained from probing with his spiritual senses out of courtesy. Chen Qingshan should be accompanying Lu Wen, instructing her in martial arts, a gang member whispered nearby. Anan, practice for a while. Important guests have arrived. Lu Anan feigned obedience, saying, "You go ahead. I will find Xiao He to play." Without hesitation, she dashed off, causing Chen Qingshan's lips to twitch. She was clearly eager to have fun. Upon entering the parlor, Chen Qingshan noticed a refined gentleman around 50 years of age, clad in a scholar's robe, with a long beard and a gentle aura. Chen Qingshan's movements briefly faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. As no one perceived his momentary unease, his mind had been alerted by the small tower during their previous encounters with Lin Langtian and Xian Bei, which had not reacted, leading him to realize who this amiable middle-aged man was. The supreme being of the Earth ranking, a mighty figure of the law manifestation realm, Lu Wen's grandfather, the head of the Chui family, Chui Qinghe. At this moment, Chui Qinghe turned his gaze toward Chen Qingshan, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, for he sensed the immense strength within Chen Qingshan, akin to that of a humanoid beast, while his cultivation level remained elusive. Chui Qinghe entertained a notion of joy in his heart. Chen Qingshan stepped forward respectfully, addressing him, "Esteemed Senior Chui." Chui Qinghe stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "Young one, you are quite impressive." This praise was notable, for Chui Qinghe seldom commended anyone. Even his own grandson and cousins, who were exceptionally talented, had rarely received such accolades, leading Lu Wen to feel quite pleased with his choice of friends. Yuan then spoke, "Brother Chen, my grandfather and I have come to seek you out." Chen Qingshan returned the greeting to Lu Wen, offering the seat of honor to Chui Qinghe, as the supreme being of the Earth ranking deserved respect. Soon, the gang members served tea. Chen Qingshan, being quite perceptive, initiated the conversation. "Brother Lu, regarding the matter you entrusted me with, I have news." Yuan gazed expectantly at Chen Qingshan, who noticed Lu Wen's anxious demeanor and nodded. He then took out the secret manual he had prepared prior to their meeting. "Brother Lu, this martial arts manual can pave the way for your future endeavors. However, the journey it entails is arduous and demands considerable resources. It is easy to learn, yet difficult to master," Chen Qingshan stated as he handed the manual to Chui Qinghe. Upon receiving it, Chui Qinghe examined the cover, which bore the words "True Martial Sacred Body," and began to read through the pages with great care, his expression shifting from calm to astonished, and finally to solemnity. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Wen felt an urgent need to scratch his head in worry, anxious yet hesitant to disturb his grandfather. Chui Qinghe eventually closed the book and exhaled deeply. "Truly remarkable. I am curious as to which great master authored this martial arts text. Its profound principles far surpass my own understanding. The ability to cultivate the physical body to such an extent is astonishing, and I have already gleaned much from just a cursory glance." After this, Chui Qinghe turned to Chen Qingshan with a grateful look in his eyes, reflecting on the inevitable moment when he would have to bid farewell to his beloved grandson. "Young Chen, you have shown great thoughtfulness. Little one, you have found a good friend. Might I inquire about the origins of this manual?" Hearing Chui Qinghe's question, Chen Qingshan casually concocted a story. "This manual was fortuitously discovered by a predecessor of my sect while exploring ancient ruins. It is inscribed upon an archaic stone tablet. Subsequently, the elder translated it, leading to the creation of this manual." Chui Qinghe accepted this explanation without question, aware that this world holds many secrets, some even unbeknownst to him. He understood that the tides of spiritual energy periodically awaken ancient relics. Chui Qinghe then remarked, "I wonder what kind of formidable figure your sect's elders are, capable of nurturing someone as gifted as you." He was genuinely intrigued, as talents of Chen Qingshan's caliber were exceedingly rare. Chen Qingshan internally scoffed at Chui Qinghe's curiosity, thinking how fortunate he was to be well-versed in various sects from novels. Otherwise, spinning a tale would have been quite the challenge. Rubbing his head, Chen Qingshan added, "I am also uncertain about the origins of my sect. They merely imparted martial arts knowledge to me. Our encounters have been few, and they have only mentioned that the time is not yet ripe for me to enter the world." Chui Qinghe pondered for a moment before uttering, "Indeed." This left Chen Qingshan somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the world was truly experiencing a revival of spiritual energy, heralding an age of golden opportunity where various prodigies emerge, alongside ancient beings who had sealed themselves away? Given Chui Qinghe's reaction, it seemed plausible that, at this juncture, Lu Wen interrupted their conversation, "Grandfather, will I be able to master this martial art?" Cui Qinghe responded with a cheerful smile. "Certainly." Relieved, Lu Wen's demeanor transformed. No longer despondent, he radiated vitality. Witnessing this, Cui Qinghe felt a swell of emotion. "Young Chun, your kindness has created a significant debt of gratitude. If you and little one consider yourselves brothers, then we are indeed family. Since your elders cannot intervene in worldly matters, allow me to protect you. However, I shall refrain from intervening in disputes amongst peers. I will only manage matters where the strong dominate the weak." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan felt a surge of joy. Was he not fortunate to have such a powerful ally? With Cui Qinghe shielding him from the pressures of those above the divine realm, he could now unleash his full potential. Chen Qingshan clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Cui, and I am confident that I will not fall short against any adversary in peer competitions." Cui Qinghe chuckled heartily in response. "It is good to see such confidence in you, young Chun." Meanwhile, Lu Wen clutched the martial arts manual, beaming with delight. Subsequently, Chen Qingshan began to instruct Lu Wen on various details and precautions, even presenting him with a precious dragon blood grass to aid in his foundational training. Cui Qinghe regarded Chen Qingshan's actions with increasing approval, his gaze softening as he thought, "What a good child." Unhesitatingly, Chen Qingshan took advantage of Cui Qinghe's presence to pose numerous questions about cultivation, and the latter patiently guided him. It is well known that guidance from a master of the Dharma realm is a rare opportunity, and Chen Qingshan felt he was reaping significant rewards. Just then, Lin Langtian entered the room. He had sensed a powerful aura in Qingyang City that had vanished in an instant, with the disappearance occurring within Chen Qingshan's territory. Concerned, he hurried over and felt relieved upon seeing Cui Qinghe. He promptly approached and bowed. "Old Master Cui, it has been a while." Their manner of greeting indicated a prior acquaintance. Cui Qinghe, delighted by Lin Longtian's arrival, remarked, "You rascal, it has been ages since you last visited Yangzhou. I am aware of your recent endeavors. It seems you have not neglected your cultivation and are on the verge of surpassing your master." Cui Qinghe held Lin Langtian in high regard, having formed a close bond with the elder of the Qinglong sacred sect. Years ago, when Lin Langtian was out in the world, he had visited Yangzhou to pay his respects. Despite his fondness for Lin Langtian, Cui Qinghe had once wished to betroth his daughter to him, who was now Lu Wen's mother, but Lin Langtian had declined. "Those were tales of your..." Lin Langtian, modest as ever, replied, "You flatter me, old master." At that moment, Chen Qingshan interjected, "The day is drawing to a close. Senior Cui, why not stay for dinner? I have several jars of aged monkey wine that I would be honored for you and Uncle Lin to savor." Cui Qinghe, a connoisseur of fine wines, perked up at this suggestion. During his time in office, he had often indulged in drink, frequently arriving at court inebriated, much to the chagrin of the founding emperor. "Very well, let us enjoy a meal together, but first, we must attend to business." Lin Langtian sensed that something significant was about to unfold. With a fierce glint in his eye, Cui Qinghe declared, "I have lived for several centuries and have rarely been disrespected. The Buddhist sect has overstepped its bounds this time. Young Chun, this is your chance to reclaim your honor." Chen Qingshan felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of witnessing a master of the Dharma realm in action. With a wave of his sleeve, Cui Qinghe made them all vanish from the living room, appearing high in the sky. Chen Qingshan was exhilarated. This was his first experience of flight, albeit facilitated by Cui Qinghe. They soared at remarkable speed, akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens, far faster than any vehicle from his previous life. Leaving the ground below a blurred eye in mere moments, they arrived at the domain of Tianlong Temple. Chen Qingshan marveled at the expanse of temples, realizing the profound depth of the temple's heritage. At this point, Cui Qinghe called out, his voice resonating throughout Tianlong Temple, "Elder monk, come forth and provide an explanation." The booming call echoed relentlessly. "Umitbad," a voice rang out, and before Chen Qingshan's eyes, a venerable monk clad in a golden robe appeared, exuding a benevolent aura, with a faint glow of Buddhist light surrounding him. Enveloped in a serene chant that could compel one to seek refuge in the Buddhist faith, this was the Tianlong Temple's master of the Dharma realm, Kongxing, ranked 30th on the heavenly ranking, a true paragon. Cui Qinghe's cold snort dispelled the calming chant, bringing Chen Qingshan and the others back to their senses. Chen Qingshan mused silently, "This old monk possesses an alluring charm. I must remain vigilant. Refrain from your tricks. Kongxing, the Cui family has no intentions of becoming your adversary," Cui Qinghe retorted before Kongxing could speak. Just then, a mocking voice echoed nearby. "Old man Cui, do you require assistance?" A tall, handsome man in a black robe appeared, exuding an air of arrogance. Cui Qinghe coolly replied, "Qin, you may observe from the sidelines." Through their exchange, Chen Qingshan recognized this man as the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, Qin Wentao, another figure of the heavenly ranking. Renowned as the foremost hero of the realm, Qin Wentao, displaying a look of boredom, remarked, "It has been a while since I have had the chance to stretch my limbs. I suppose I shall remain a spectator." With a wave of his hand, two young men who bore a resemblance to him appeared. "Wushuang, Wudi, go and pay your respects." The two young men bowed respectfully to Cui Qinghe. Observing this, Cui Qinghe remarked, "Qin, your boys have grown up at this moment." The younger of the two glared at Chen Qingshan with fierce determination, causing Chen Qingshan to feel perplexed, wondering if this young man wished to engage him in a duel despite being at the first-tier realm. "Don't be foolish, you little brat," Qin Wentao admonished, delivering a playful slap to his son's head. "Know your place. You are no match for him." Qin Wushuang, taken aback by his father's reprimand, dared not retort. The older brother, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, now struggled to suppress his laughter, his face flushed with mirth. "Humph! Train for a few more years, and perhaps your elder brother can spar with this young man," Qin Wentao teased. Just then, a weathered voice rang out, and several elderly men clad in plain robes appeared. Lin Langtian hurried over, bowing respectfully, "Ancestor, you have also arrived. There exists a venerable figure, a supreme elder of the Qinglong holy sect, whose name remains unknown, yet is renowned by the title of Qinglong Xuanzhang." With a gentle gaze, Qinglong Xuanzhang observed Lin Langtian and spoke, "Child, you are commendable. Do not presume that the Qinglong holy sect relies solely on me. I am but an old man." Lin Langtian merely nodded in silence, harboring profound respect for both this elder and his own master. "Humph, you old fool, how is it that you still draw breath?" jested Cui Qinghe. The Qinglong Xuanzhang chuckled, "This old man possesses no remarkable skills. I merely have lived long." Thus, the two old acquaintances greeted one another with such straightforward banter, in a dazzling display. A multitude of masters from the Divine Passage realm hastened to Qingzhou. For a battle of the Law Manifestation realm was a rare spectacle, beneficial for observers. However, they hovered respectfully at a distance, refraining from encroaching upon the Law Manifestation experts. They eagerly anticipated the moment when the 8th-ranked figure of the heavenly ranking, Haoran Zhengqi, would unleash his prowess, for none would emerge victorious without effort. A man clad in scholarly robes approached, bowing to Cui Qinghe, addressing him as father-in-law. This was Lu Wen's father, Lu Chun, a master of the earth ranking in the Divine Passage realm. Cui Qinghe, with an expression of impatience, waved him aside. "Go stand over there." Lu Chun complied and moved to Lu Wen's side. "Father," Lu Wen greeted, to which Lu Chen nodded and turned to Chen Qingshan. Expressing familiarity, "Qingshan, thank you for your concern regarding Xiaowen." Chen Qingshan waved his hand, indicating it was a matter of course. Cui Qinghe, growing stern, declared, "Old monk, there is nothing more to discuss. Allow me to strike you first." Hearing this, Kongxing, the old monk, felt a pang of annoyance. How could one, claiming to be a great Confucian and scholar, so readily resort to violence? Yet, Cui Qinghe wasted no words, for he practiced the art of forceful rhetoric. Stomping his foot, noticing his movement, Qin Wenda was the first to react, raising his hands to ensure that all spectators retreated to a safe distance, protecting them from the impending conflict. At this moment, Cui Qinghe's aura surged, the surrounding spiritual energy became tumultuous, and the people of Qingzhou sensed a terrifying presence in the air, a river of radiant white light, several hundred feet long, manifested behind Cui Qinghe, within which appeared ethereal figures of sages holding books. His law manifestation, the river of Confucianism. This law manifestation spread across the sky, bearing down upon the heavenly dragon temple. In response, Kongxing chanted a Buddhist invocation. Aware that this would not end well for him, a towering figure of a Buddha emerged behind him, radiating golden light that enveloped the entirety of the heavenly dragon temple. Such is the uniqueness of the law manifestation realm. Its intricacies far surpass the mere transformation of true essence in the divine passage realm. Only by taking that step can one truly comprehend the nature of the law manifestation from the unfolding situation. It was evident that Cui Qinghe held a considerable advantage. His law manifestation towered over Kongxing's by more than double, illustrating that the top 10 of the heavenly ranking represented an entirely different echelon. "Receive my 3 punches, old monk, and we shall settle this matter thereafter," Cui Qinghe stated with calm determination. Kongxing felt a sting of insult from Cui Qinghe's words. Although he ranked significantly lower than Cui Qinghe in the heavenly ranking, he was on home turf, backed by the heritage of the heavenly dragon temple. He sensed that Cui Qinghe underestimated him. Kongxing formed a series of hand seals, causing the temple beneath to shimmer with ancient patterns, radiating light, which then intertwined, sending golden light towards the law manifestation of the Buddha behind him, causing it to swell and expand by 100 feet. Cui Qinghe observed this spectacle and remarked, "Is there no formation at play? It seems the Buddhist sect's spiritual stones remain ample, yet it will still prove futile. Amitabha, please enlighten me, Master Cui. Accept my punch," as the river of time law manifestation surged behind him. Cui Qinghe unleashed a punch, which created a violent shockwave directed at Kongxing's law manifestation. In response, Kongxing's golden Buddha manifestation raised a massive golden palm to intercept. The clash unleashed terrifying force, reverberating throughout the venue, even causing the sky to fracture, a sight that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the world, only to be shattered by a thunderous roar. Even those below the law manifestation realm found themselves momentarily dazed. Losing control of their faculties, the golden Buddha manifestation was relentlessly pushed back, retreating over 100 meters before it finally halted. The disparity was glaring. Kongxing had drawn upon some of the heavenly dragon temple's resources to barely withstand Cui Qinghe's blow. Cui Qinghe, witnessing this, expressed astonishment at the formidable defenses of the heavenly dragon temple. As a scholar, he had always preferred to win hearts through virtue. His fists embodied that virtue, and he excelled in martial arts. Kongxing, however, was not to be underestimated. The pressure from Cui Qinghe's punch weighed heavily upon him, rendering his law manifestation nearly unbearable. Had he not had some support, he would have already faced defeat. Second punch. Before Kongxing could react, Cui Qinghe thrust out another punch with both hands behind him. The radiance upon his fist intensified, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced around it, with the law manifestation behind him shining brilliantly, sending a straight beam of light towards Kongxing's Buddha manifestation's chest. Boom! Kongxing's expression shifted to one of horror. This force surpassed that of the previous punch. He frantically formed hand seals, layering golden shields upon the heavenly dragon temple, creating a protective barrier. Yet, as Cui Qinghe's assault approached, Kongxing's earlier efforts proved futile. The golden barrier crumbled like fragile paper, exploding into a cascade of golden light, as Cui Qinghe's fist landed squarely upon the chest of the Buddha manifestation. With a thunderous crash, Kongxing's golden Buddha form dimmed considerably, and his face paled as he suppressed the urge to vomit blood. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed. The onlookers from the divine passage realm were left in disbelief. Could the gulf between the law manifestation realms be so vast? Kongxing had been thoroughly overpowered, even resorting to his temple's reserves, yet he struggled to withstand Cui Qinghe's ferocity. "Such savagery!" exclaimed Chen Qingshan, incredulous at the scene before him. Cui Qinghe appeared scholarly and refined, and Chen Qingshan had anticipated him employing weapons like swords or fans, yet he had resorted to bare-knuckle combat. The disparity between the two imparted the impression that Kongxing was a mere pretender in the law manifestation realm. At that moment, Qin Wenda, observing the perplexed expressions around him, spoke up to clarify. "Old Cui has reached the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, while Kongxing is merely taking his first steps. Thus, the disparity is natural." The crowd, upon hearing this, finally grasped the situation. While they conversed, Cui Qinghe erupted into raucous laughter, his voice echoing through the heavens. "Ha ha ha! What a delightful encounter! There remains but one final punch. With that, Cui Qinghe prepared to unleash his true strength. From behind him, the river of Confucianism law manifestations surged forth, and one of the ethereal sages, resembling him, stepped out, rapidly transforming into a towering figure of 100 feet. Kongxing, witnessing this spectacle, expressed disbelief. You madman! You dare to imprint your own essence upon your law manifestation? Such an act was perilous. Typically, one would envision mythical beasts or ancient deities as manifestations. Seldom would one use oneself as the focal point. Cui Qinghe scoffed. I have lived for 400 years, transitioning from a mere scholar to a regional official, and eventually to a prime minister, enlightening the masses and fostering the welfare of the people. My contributions warrant reverence. I am a living sage, not inferior to ancient worthies. Why should I not center my law manifestation upon myself? Such shallow reasoning. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, shaking the hearts of those present. They now gazed upon Cui Qinghe with newfound respect, acknowledging his claim to the title of sage. My realm is beyond the comprehension of those who merely speak without acting, Cui Qinghe taunted openly. The figure emerging from the river of Confucianism seemed to embody Cui Qinghe himself. He raised his fist above his head, and the towering figure mirrored his every motion, perfectly synchronized, as Cui Qinghe's fist descended. The immense fist of the figure followed suit, striking down upon Kongxing. The sheer power of this blow defies description. Chen Qingshan could only gaze in awe as Kongxing's 100-foot golden Buddha form shattered into fragments. The array of the heavenly dragon temple cried out in distress, unable to bear the strain, losing its luster entirely. The entire heavenly dragon temple trembled under the force of the impact, as if the very earth were upheaving. Kongxing's face drained of color, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning significantly from his earlier vigor. Cui Qinghe waved his robe, retracting the law manifestation, and the oppressive energy that had loomed over the heavenly dragon temple dissipated. Restoring tranquility to the surroundings, at this juncture, Kongxing finally spoke. Umitba, I thank Master Cui for your mercy. Humph! This encounter serves as a minor reprimand. Remember my words. Should you wish to reclaim your honor, dispatch your peers from the Buddhist sect for a rematch. How about Chen Xiaoyu? Cui Qinghe's voice resonated throughout the heavens as he turned his gaze to Chen Qingshan. Many eyes shifted towards Chen Qingshan, who took a deep breath, his countenance regaining composure as his aura surged, transforming from a youthful tiger into a regal lion, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Thank you, Senior Cui, he declared. Then, with resolute clarity, he proclaimed, across the entire Jiuzhou, who dares to claim invincibility? Who would dare assert they are undefeated? I, Chen Qingshan, fear no battle against my peers of the same realm, even if I face defeat 100 times. I shall not falter. On the day of spring's bloom in March, I, Chen Qingshan, shall test my sword against the heroes of Jiuzhou, paving my path to invincibility.